Chapter 1, A Useless Waste Without a Beast Space? A chill swept through his body, and Song Qian felt an intense coldness. He suddenly opened his eyes, only to find his surroundings drastically changed. No way. Did I just time travel from falling asleep in class? Watching a young man pass by with a lion-like giant beast in tow, the calm gazes of those around him confirmed that he had indeed traveled to another world. According to the memories in his mind, this world, where beast mastery was paramount, was called Blue Star. Due to the frequent outbreaks of beast tides on Blue Star, beastmasters were synonymous with social status and wealth in all industries. As for his situation after crossing over, it was utterly miserable. His parents had died in a beast tide, and his predecessor lacked a beast contracting space, meaning he couldn't even form a contract with a beast. Before crossing over, I was a college drudge, and after crossing over, I turned into a good-for-nothing. Did I cross over for nothing? Song Qian smiled bitterly, never expecting that after crossing over, he would start with such a terrible hand, unable to contract spirit beasts. He was doomed to be at the bottom of society. He slumped in his chair, pondering how to salvage the situation when suddenly, a dark shadow loomed over him. Looking up, he saw a gaunt, bespectacled middle-aged man standing before him with a livid expression, his eyes burning with fury behind the glasses. Song Qian, today is the day to contract spirit beasts, and you're still here daydreaming? I, Lu Xiaoxing, don't care whether you participate or not, but can't you have a bit of collective honor? Our Jiangcheng no. One high school doesn't want to see a self-abandoning loser like you. Come with me. If you miss the beast contract, the Jiangcheng Education Center will hold me accountable. Even if you don't have a beast space, that's no excuse for skipping this beast contract. The man named Lu Xiaoxing scolded angrily, then quickly turned and walked toward a nearby tall building. Song Qian quickly reacted and hurried to follow. According to Dragon Country's regulations, high school students must undergo a beast mastery space assessment after the entrance exam, and they are entitled to a free beast contract before the college entrance examination. Today was the day for free beast contracts at Jiangcheng Breeding Center. Naturally, Jiangcheng no. One high school immediately had its students carefully select their beasts, with Lu Xiaoxing as the leading teacher. Vice principal, I've brought them back. Good. Since everyone is here, let's hurry inside. Entering the training center, homeroom teacher Lu Xiaoxing reported to the academic director in a humble tone. The latter merely gave Song Qian a cold glance and nodded without saying anything further. As long as this good-for-nothing didn't cause trouble, the school couldn't be bothered with anything else. Lu Xiaoxing quickly turned around and led a group of students into the training center, reminding them along the way to try their best to choose suitable beast companions. Song Qian walked at the very end of the line, lost in thought with his head lowered. Without a beast contracting space, establishing oneself in society was as difficult as reaching the heavens. In the future, even if you raise an ordinary beast as a pet, you'll likely only be able to work low-level jobs. Dreaming of a good life is out of the question. You might not even get hired to sweep the streets. Oh, isn't this Song Qian still trying to contract a beast? Some people don't even have beast space, they can't contract one even if they wanted to. Always at the bottom every year. Without a beast, are you planning to attend that stay-at-home university? That's not necessarily true, it might be the school of hard knocks. Just as Song Qian was following the line to enter the contract center, pondering his inability to contract a beast and how he might have to find another path in life, several voices suddenly reached his ears. He looked up and saw a few of his classmates walking past him with their arms around each other's shoulders. One even turned back to flip him off, his eyes filled with disdain. Seeing this, Song Qian couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly. The original owner of this body was bullied by these people but didn't dare fight back due to low self-esteem. Who would have thought they'd become even more brazen, now pushing their luck right to his face. Humph, the bottom-ranked trash from the entrance exam dares to bark in front of me now, Song Qian said coldly. During Jiangcheng no. One high school's entrance exam, Song Qian had actually been the top scorer, but after the beast-taming practical course was introduced, academic excellence became meaningless, he could only trail at the rear. Hearing this, those students immediately widened their eyes, their gazes filled with shock and anger. How dare this Song Qian humiliate them like this? They were all future beastmasters, while Song Qian would just be a piece of trash struggling to make ends meet, someone who wouldn't even be missed if he died. A worthless fool who couldn't even contract a beast. How dare he mock them like this? Damn it, you're pushing your luck, you good for nothing. Instead of quietly taking the scolding, you dare to talk back now. Just wait until I successfully contract a beast, I'll break all three of your legs to teach you the dignity of a beastmaster. The faces of these students were filled with disdain and anger toward Song Qian. How dare this loser talk back? If they didn't retaliate, wouldn't they be looked down upon by others? But after taking just a few steps, they saw a crowd of people appear behind Song Qian. What are you doing? Hurry up and go choose your beast. A cold voice sounded behind Song Qian. It was Lu Xiaoxing. The students immediately stopped in their tracks upon seeing Lu Xiaoxing. Though resentful, they gritted their teeth and left. yet the disdain and contempt in their eyes remained unmistakable. Who allowed you to fool around here? Don't you know that making noise is prohibited inside the contract center? Just as the group was about to leave, another stern shout rang out. They saw a man dressed in administrator attire frowning as he walked over, the badge on his chest indicating his identity, one of the management staff of the breeding center. At the sight of this person, Lu Xiaoxing immediately broke into a cold sweat. This administrator, named Li Chang, had a notorious habit of abusing his authority for personal gain. If caught, he might have to pay a hefty price to protect these students. However, his gaze swept over Song Qian, and in an instant, he came up with a solution. He pointed at Song Qian and shouted sternly, "Song Qian, accept your uselessness without a beast contracting space, and stop bullying your classmates." Hearing this, Song Qian's face twisted with anger, his nails digging into his palms without him even realizing it. Lu Xiaoxing witnessed everything that happened, yet now he was shifting all the blame onto him. Seeing this, Li Cheng couldn't help but sneer. Who would have thought the former genius would now become the scapegoat? He had heard the name Song Qian from his nephew, a top academic performer but a useless waste who couldn't contract beasts. Not worth his time. Humph. Song Qian, was it? If you can't contract beasts, why waste time here? Try that again and you'll see what happens. Talking to such a worthless, talentless waste was a complete waste of his time. Li Cheng cursed under his breath before turning to leave. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoxing shot Song Qian a disdainful glance before walking away with the other students. Song Qian stood still, his heart burning with rage, wishing he could immediately trample Lu Xiaoxing underfoot. However, he lacked the strength to do so. If I could contract a beast, I, Song Qian, would certainly be no weaker than anyone else. If I could contract a beast, I, Song Qian, would trample all these people underfoot. Let them know what it means to be in despair with no chance of turning the tables. With eyes burning with anger, he glared at Lu Xiaoxing and his group. Soon, one of the students successfully contracted a beast and excitedly cheered. A scorpion-like beast crawled back and forth on his shoulder, filling the others with excitement. Lu Xiaoxing narrowed his eyes and smiled. Scorpion-type beasts were known for their powerful attacks, and if nurtured properly, they might even qualify for the beast mastery department. Witnessing this scene, Song Qian felt even more disheartened. Was there truly no way for him to turn his fate around? Had he crossed over into this world only to be trampled underfoot, powerless and subjected to endless humiliation? Give me a chance, and I'll make sure everyone knows. I, Song Qian, will definitely have the ability to stand at the pinnacle of the beast mastery world. The voice of unwillingness echoed in his heart as Song Qian got up, ready to leave this place of sorrow. At this very moment, a voice rang out in his mind. Ding! Infinite Evolution System, activated. Chapter 2, The Green Caterpillar Ao Xing. The voice echoed in his mind as Song Qian stood frozen in place, overwhelmed with joy. He had actually awakened a system. Didn't this mean he could soar to new heights with its help? A surge of information flooded his mind, accompanied by a sudden tremor. Song Qian felt as if something new had emerged in his mind. Focusing his attention, he saw a tremendous force forcibly carving out a space in his cerebral domain. This was his beast taming space. Although it seemed somewhat unstable, as long as he could contract a beast, Song Qian had the ability to climb to the pinnacle of this world. Soon, the tremors subsided, revealing a perfectly intact beast taming space, and Song Qian also learned how to use the system. Any beast contracted by Song Qian would no longer have racial limitations. They could evolve by absorbing any material, and under his guidance, even the weakest beasts could stand at the summit of the beast taming world. Detected a suitable beast for contract, host is requested to proceed. Just as Song Qian was overjoyed, the system suddenly sent a message, an arrow visible only to him pointed to a certain location, clearly indicating a beast available for contract. Song Qian was ecstatic and strode in the direction of the arrow. What kind of beast would the system prompt him to contract? Could it possibly possess the bloodline of a divine beast? In this world, the strength and potential of beasts are ranked from low to high into 9 levels: F, E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, and SSS, with each level further divided into upper, middle, and lower tiers. Beasts above the S level are referred to as divine beasts. With visions of his future beast companion dancing in his mind, Song Qian quickened his steps toward the direction indicated by the arrow, only to find a green caterpillar munching on a cabbage leaf. Is this the beast the system chose for me? A green caterpillar? Song Qian's eyes were filled with disbelief. He strode forward and placed the plump caterpillar on his palm. The creature barely reacted, merely glancing at him before continuing to devour the cabbage leaf as if nothing had happened. The green vegetable worm is the most ordinary and common type of beast, with a potential rating of only F-grade lower tier. It can be said to be the weakest in combat power, often serving as prey for other avian beasts in the wild. Even after evolution, its highest potential barely reaches E-grade upper tier, making it utterly worthless for contracting. Could it be that despite awakening a beast space, I can only contract this tiny worm? A bitter smile crept onto Song Qian's face, just as several voices suddenly called out from behind. Turning around, he saw the few students who had left earlier returning with their contracted beasts, now sneering coldly in his direction. Isn't this the great genius Song Qian, planning to contract a beast? Oh dear, how embarrassing, I almost forgot you don't even have a beast space. But even a common beast like a cabbage caterpillar would be a luxury choice for you, right? After all, beast mastery combat is mandatory for the college entrance exam. You wouldn't actually fight in person, would you? Ha ha, maybe fighting in person against a beast isn't a bad idea for this loser who can't even contract one. The only question is whether he can actually win against a beast. Win? He'd be lucky if he doesn't get killed. These students had already contracted their own beasts, and since Lu Xiaoxing helped them choose, most of their contracted beasts were among the most powerful of their level. As long as they followed the school's training program properly, they had a great chance of getting into the beast mastery department in the college entrance exam. Song Qian watched these people coldly, the flames of anger in his heart uncontrollably igniting. A cabbage caterpillar is just a cabbage caterpillar, but he believed the system's judgment would never be wrong. Moreover, with the system in hand, even if it was a caterpillar that couldn't evolve, he had the ability to nurture it into the strongest beast. Contract! Song Qian gritted his teeth and let out a cold shout, instantly stunning those students. What was this waste without a beast space trying to do? The next second, a dazzling light enveloped the cabbage caterpillar, which showed no resistance as it directly entered Song Qian's beast space. Since you've become my beast companion, from now on your name shall be Ao Xing. Sensing the cabbage worm now mentally linked to him, Song Qian quickly came up with a name. An ordinary cabbage worm wouldn't deserve such a name, but with the system in his hands, if he declared Ao Xing to be a dragon, then a dragon it would be. Meanwhile, those students stood frozen in shock. Oh my god, this waste who doesn't even have a beast taming space actually contracted a beast right under our noses. But the next second, they snapped back to reality, their eyes filled with undisguised mockery. So what if he contracted a beast? It's just a measly cabbage caterpillar. Even the weakest beast here has at least an F-grade mid-tier potential, completely unbeatable by trash like a cabbage caterpillar. A worthless trash like you is a perfect match for a garbage cabbage caterpillar. What's there to be proud of contracting a cabbage caterpillar? Don't tell me you're planning to enter the beast mastery department with it? That's the funniest joke of the year. If your cabbage caterpillar dares to fight me, my venom-tailed scorpion will send it straight to the beast hospital in minutes. In the distance, Lu Xiaoxing glanced at Song Qian with astonishment. This loser had actually contracted a beast. But the next second, his expression darkened. If Song Qian didn't have a beast to command, he naturally wouldn't have the chance to take the college entrance exam. Now that he's contracted with a cabbage caterpillar, he'll definitely take the exam, but he's likely to set the worst record in history, maybe not even getting into a vocational school. His bonus will be gone by then. Since you're such trash and don't know what's good for you, don't blame me. A flash of ruthlessness crossed Lu Xiaoxing's eyes. He was determined to make this loser recognize his place and give up on the exam voluntarily. Yet Song Qian remained completely unaware of all this, staring blankly at the system panel. Ding, congratulations, host, on contracting a beast. Newcomer gift package awarded. Skill, space jump *1, automatically bound to the cabbage caterpillar. Evolution material, dragon spirit crystal *1. Race, cabbage worm, Ao Xing. Strength, F-grade lower tier. Skills, insect bite, proficient. Silk spinning, proficient. Spatial jump, mastered. Fusion evolution, dragon spirit crystal *1. The proficiency levels of beast mastery skills are divided into 7 tiers: novice, mastered, proficient, expert, perfect, harmonious integration, and ultimate simplicity. Ao Xing's 2 skills are quite proficient, and the system-granted skill is an exceptionally rare spatial type ability, not to mention the incomparably precious material like the dragon spirit crystal. Fuse for me. Looking at the students before him with provocative expressions, Song Qian sneered inwardly and directly commanded the system to have the cabbage caterpillar fuse with the dragon spirit crystal. A bright light flashed over Ao Xing's body, and then its entire form rapidly faded in color, becoming as translucent as a piece of exquisite jade. Though its size did not increase, it began to emanate an aura that sent shivers down one's spine. Its previously dull eyes now sparkled with life, gazing at Song Qian with a curious expression. Fusion successful. The cabbage caterpillar's strength has risen to upper F grade. The skill insect bite has evolved into crippling insect strike, with a certain probability to instantly defeat opponents of equal or lower strength. Feeling the power feedback from the system space, Song Qian was overjoyed. He never expected the dragon spirit crystal to directly elevate Ao Xing's strength to the upper tier of F rank, and even the soul attack skill, Bug Bite, underwent a remarkable transformation. With this system, my future as Song Qian will definitely not be limited to just becoming a beast master. Watching the slightly excited Ao Xing in his hand, Song Qian felt his blood boiling with excitement, as if a bright future was beckoning to him. After calming his emotions, he cast a cold gaze at the students in front of him. Since these guys dared to push their luck, they shouldn't blame him for being too ruthless. Chapter 3, Fusion Evolution. First battle victory. / You're acting all high and mighty just because you contracted a cabbage worm. Got the guts to battle us? I'll beat the crap out of you. / Just as Song Qian was thinking about how to teach these students a lesson, one of them named He Yuan stepped forward. His contracted beast was a poison-tailed scorpion with F-grade upper-tier potential. However, according to the rules of the contract center, free contracted beasts currently have F-grade lower-tier strength. Once they exceed this level, they are sent to the breeding center for sale rather than being available for free contracts. Seeing how eager the other party was, Song Qian sneered inwardly, thinking that if he didn't teach these people a lesson, even the heavens would find it intolerable. With this in mind, Song Qian deliberately put on an angry expression and said, "Humph, a bunch of trash. I'm putting the void-shattering butterfly spirit crystal as my wager, what can you offer?" After speaking, his face wore a look of arrogance, as if he completely disregarded those standing opposite him. Upon hearing the mention of the void-shattering butterfly spirit crystal, He Yuan and the others immediately revealed greedy expressions. This treasure was worth 50 to 60,000, yet Song Qian actually offered it as a bet. In an instant, He Yuan was tempted. He quickly exchanged glances with the others, and after seeing their agreement, he sneered, 30,000 for a bet on this spirit crystal. How about it? 30,000 was almost all the savings the four of them had. If they won and sold the spirit crystal, they wouldn't have to worry about money. As for losing, since they dared to bet against Song Qian, they never considered the possibility of losing. Seeing how readily He Yuan and the others agreed, Song Qian was overjoyed inside, but he still put on a smug expression and said, "Humph, I'll be waiting for you at the school training ground next Monday." With that, Song Qian turned and left. Though he knew in his heart they wouldn't let him go so easily, they probably couldn't wait to get their hands on his spirit crystal right away. But of course, he wouldn't carry something like that on him. It was naturally kept safe at home. As expected, He Yuan wasn't happy at all about having to wait until next week. This is a treasure worth tens of thousands. If someone else wins it, I'd have nowhere to cry. Seeing Song Qian turn to leave, He Yuan grew anxious. Why wait for another day? The breeding center has free training grounds. Today I must teach you a lesson. With that, the group surrounded Song Qian, refusing to let him leave. A look of panic flashed across Song Qian's face as they dragged him to the training grounds. But despite his seemingly anxious appearance, he was actually overjoyed inside. These guys were so eager to hand over their money even after being tricked by him. Seeing Song Qian's anxious expression, He Yuan felt even more delighted. Thinking of backing out now? Too late. Meanwhile, watching the group surround Song Qian and leave, Lu Xiaoxing's eyes were filled with confusion. Judging by the direction they were heading, it seemed like the training field. Were they preparing for a fight? In that case, he absolutely had to be the referee. Only then could Song Qian realize just how useless he truly was. Before long, the group arrived at the training ground, where He Yuan thoughtfully invited Lu Xiaoxing to serve as the referee. Soon, He Yuan's contracted venom-tailed scorpion stood on the battlefield, its glowing tail making it look quite terrifying. Though newly hatched, its lethal venom could easily send an opponent like a cabbage caterpillar straight to the beast hospital. Ao Xing, go! With a thought from Song Qian, Ao Xing was summoned, chewing on a cabbage leaf and appearing utterly devoid of combat prowess. Seeing Song Qian summon his beast, everyone knew he was doomed to lose. Lu Xiaoxing sneered repeatedly. The combat power of a cabbage caterpillar was practically at the bottom of the barrel. Anyone with a bit of ambition wouldn't contract such a creature. Proving just how short-sighted Song Qian's judgment was, the venom-tailed scorpion could probably one-shot the cabbage caterpillar. After grasping the general situation, Lu Xiaoxing snorted coldly, then sat down on his chair and declared the match officially begun. Upon hearing the start of the match, He Yuan was instantly thrilled, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he issued commands to the poison-tail scorpion. Poison-tail scorpion, use the poison sting skill. Let this cabbage caterpillar and its master know that trash should just stay at the bottom where they belong. Immediately, the poison-tail scorpion charged fiercely toward Ao Xing, ready to defeat it in one move. But the most excited weren't He Yuan, it was the spectators watching the match. Betting on every battle is a tradition passed down among trainers. Even ordinary beastmaster battles attract many wagers, let alone those of high-level trainers, where millions in bets are commonplace. / It's not that I look down on the cabbage caterpillar, it's just that the venom-tailed scorpion looks cooler. / A newly hatched venom-tailed scorpion wants to win? Dream on. I'm betting on the scorpion. / Damn. How dare you all disrespect the cabbage caterpillar? Fine, I'll disrespect it too. / I know Song Qian, the so-called super genius who scored 0 in practical combat class. I'm betting on the poison-tailed scorpion to crush that weak green caterpillar. why didn't you say so earlier? I just bet on Song Qian. In an instant, everyone looked at the guy who bet on Song Qian, their eyes filled with mockery. Anyone with eyes could see the poison-tailed scorpion would defeat the green caterpillar. Betting wrong on this? You totally deserve it. But there wasn't a trace of anxiety or panic left on Song Qian's face, only a cold stare as he shook his head at the venom-tailed scorpion. If this is all you've got, then there's no need to struggle any further. A.O. Xing, charge forward and use crippling insect strike. Seeing Song Qian look down on him like this, He Yuan flew into a rage, while the students from Jiangcheng High School around them also blared at Song Qian with scorn and anger, not only because they had to pay if they lost, but because Song Qian had contracted a cabbage caterpillar. How dare he act all high and mighty while looking down on the venom-tailed scorpion, a combat-type beast with potential reaching upper F grade. Infuriated by the taunt, the venom-tailed scorpion's eyes turned red as it sped up its movements. Meanwhile, A.O. Xing quickly devoured the cabbage leaf and then fixed a solemn gaze on the venom-tailed scorpion. This troublemaker who interrupted its meal absolutely could not be forgiven. Just as everyone thought the cabbage worm was too scared to move and about to surrender, A.O. Xing made his move. In a flash, it swiftly traversed through a barely noticeable spatial gate, and by the time it reappeared, A.O. Xing was almost right next to the venom-tailed scorpion. Seeing how fast its opponent was, the venom-tailed scorpion's tiny eyes revealed a hint of panic. Just as it was about to attack with its poisonous stinger, a blow suddenly appeared around A.O. Xing in the next second. Crippling insect strike. A.O. Xing's body became incredibly tough, actually withstanding the venomous spikes and knocking the poison-tailed scorpion flying, stirring up a cloud of dust. How is this possible? Seeing this scene, a flash of surprise passed through Lu Xiaoxing's eyes. If he wasn't mistaken, Song Qian's cabbage caterpillar had just sent the poison-tailed scorpion flying with a direct hit. However, his expression quickly fell. It's just a cabbage worm, so what if it defeated the venom-tailed scorpion? This cabbage worm has been around for quite some time and might already be at the peak of its strength, while this venom-tailed scorpion, which hatched just a few days ago, possesses upper F-tier strength. Currently, its power is only at the entry level of F-tier, so even if Song Qian wins, it wouldn't mean much. Moreover, students who receive free beast contracts are merely those with potential to become beast masters. Many in the class have purchased high-potential beasts with their own money, making Song Qian's cabbage worm utterly worthless in comparison. On the training field, Song Qian didn't order A.O. Xing to pursue. After all, its strength had reached upper F-tier, and dealing with a newly hatched beast didn't require a second strike. Soon, the dust settled, revealing the poison-tailed scorpion lying on the ground, struggling to get up. After multiple failed attempts, it had no choice but to give up. The audience was stunned by the scene. A green caterpillar had defeated the poison-tailed scorpion. What kind of fantasy plot was this? Teacher Lu, I don't think we need to drag this out any longer, do we? Staring at Lu Xiaoxing's gloomy expression, Song Qian reminded him coldly. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoxing cast a sinister glance at Song Qian and snorted coldly. The match is over. Song Qian wins. With that, he turned and left, leaving He Yuan and the others exchanging bewildered looks. Chapter 4, The Wager Completed. Fragment of the reverse scale. Song Qian wins. The 4 words struck like a resounding bell, leaving the surrounding crowd speechless. After uttering these words, Lu Xiaoxing stormed off with a darkened expression, his sleeves flaring. The spectators who had bet on He Yuan's victory were dumbfounded. How could such a sure-win match end in defeat? I won! I won! A tenfold payout. I just made 50 grand. Just as everyone stood frozen, unsure of what to say, an excited voice suddenly snapped the entire crowd out of their daze. The unlucky fellow who had bet on Song Qian to win was now beside himself with excitement. Initially, he thought Song Qian would be easily defeated, but unexpectedly, against all odds, not only did he defeat He Yuan's poison-tailed scorpion, but he didn't even give it a chance to fight back. The battle between the cabbage green caterpillar and the poison-tailed scorpion was nothing short of a complete domination. This exclamation snapped everyone back to reality. Song Qian had won, and he did so decisively. The scene of the cabbage green caterpillar defeating the poison-tailed scorpion was no dream. Teacher. Coming to his senses, He Yuan and the others looked at the distant Lu Xiaoxing with sheer panic in their eyes. 30,000 yuan. If all of it went to Song Qian, how would they afford to train their beast companions? Without resources, their beasts would stagnate, jeopardizing not just their future in the beast taming department but even their chances of getting into the beast taming university. Yet Lu Xiaoxing ignored them and walked away without a second glance. With so many witnesses to He Yuan and Song Qian's bet, expecting Lu Xiaoxing to back them now was nothing short of delusional for ordinary students like He Yuan. Watching as their gazes finally settled on him, Song Qian curled his lips into a cold smirk. Remember how these guys used to bully him? Just now, upon hearing about the Voidwing Butterfly Spirit Crystal, they resorted to any means to snatch it away. Now that Song Qian has triumphed, how could he show any mercy? It's important to note that this was a Beastmaster duel held in the training arena. and the bet took effect the moment both parties stepped onto the platform. Of course, breaking the agreement wouldn't be an issue, but this incident would undoubtedly be exploited and blown out of proportion, tarnishing the reputation of He Yuan and his companions beyond repair. Still trying to weasel out of it? Glancing at Ao Xing perched on his shoulder, Song Qian let out a cold snort, instantly causing He Yuan to tremble. But when he thought about how his poison-tailed scorpion had only been born a few days ago, while Song Qian's cabbage green caterpillar had already reached the lower tier F-grade strength, He Yuan's heart burned with fury. Song Qian had clearly won unfairly, yet he still acted so arrogantly. Moreover, resources were so precious. Once the poison-tailed scorpion matured, it would possess formidable combat power, and he himself would have a chance to study in the beast mastery department. How could a trashy duo like the cabbage green caterpillar and Song Qian ever compare? Humph. Song Qian, you should know that the poison-tailed scorpion's potential is far beyond what a cabbage green caterpillar could ever achieve. You're just taking advantage now, if you're willing. At the thought of his future, He Yuan immediately became arrogant and began threatening Song Qian, boasting that once his poison-tailed scorpion grew up, killing a cabbage caterpillar would be as easy as lifting a finger. The others also straightened their backs in unison. What was there to be proud of a cabbage caterpillar defeating a newborn poison-tailed scorpion? Their futures were far beyond what trash like Song Qian could ever compare to. But before he could finish speaking, He Yuan heard Song Qian's warning. So you're planning to ignore the bet? I certainly don't mind, but I believe Jiangcheng News would be more than happy to report on such a matter. As he spoke, Song Qian sneered at He Yuan, his eyes filled with provocation. Upon hearing Song Qian's warning, the group behind He Yuan immediately wilted. Their beast companions were not like the newly born venom-tailed scorpion, which had such high resource demands. There was no need to tarnish their reputation for these resources. Watching as the others behind him swiftly transferred the money one after another, He Yuan's heart tightened, and his gaze grew even more ruthless. At this moment, he was caught in a dilemma. If he handed over the money, he feared he wouldn't have the resources to cultivate the venom-tailed scorpion, making it difficult to even get into a beast mastery university in the future. Meanwhile, Song Qian looked at the extra 20,000 yuan on his phone and couldn't help but feel overjoyed. With these 20,000 yuan, I can buy plenty of materials, and Ao Xing's strength will reach new heights. As long as Ao Xing's strength reaches E rank, not only could he get into a beast mastery university, but even the top school's beast mastery departments would be within his reach. Just as Song Qian was waiting for He Yuan to fulfill the bet, the latter's face darkened with a vicious glare in his eyes. Humph, Song Qian, so what if you beat me? It's nothing to brag about. I'm one of Boss Wu Shang's men. Surely you've heard of his name. If you dare take my money, you won't even make it back to school. I'll have you crawling out of here today. Song Qian frowned slightly upon hearing this. It seemed this guy had no intention of paying. He knew of Wu Shang, who ranked among the top in beast mastery combat classes and was a notorious rich second-generation heir from Jiangcheng, known for being extremely protective of his own. But so what? He can afford rare-tamed beasts. Can they compare to having a system? The system chose me, which means I'm destined to stand at the pinnacle of beast masters in the future. Seeing Song Qian remain silent, the arrogant He Yuan thought he was scared and was just about to gloat with a sneer when he heard Song Qian's voice. Humph, what about Wu Shang? Even if he were standing right in front of me, he wouldn't dare be this insolent. Song Qian snorted coldly, paying no heed to He Yuan's threats. Although Wu Shang was someone they couldn't afford to provoke, for Song Qian, this Wu Shang was merely a stepping stone on his path to growth. If Wu Shang knew his place, Song Qian might let him be, but if he dared to provoke Song Qian, he wouldn't mind teaching Wu Shang exactly who he shouldn't mess with. You! Hearing Song Qian speak so disrespectfully, He Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. He couldn't comprehend why Song Qian showed no reaction to Wu Shang's name. But then, as if remembering something, a cold smirk curled at the corner of his lips. Humph, since you're so bold, don't blame me, He Yuan. If you can defeat Boss Wu Shang, I'll naturally honor the bet in full. But if you lose, just you wait. With that, He Yuan turned and left, while his lackeys glared at Song Qian before hurriedly following, likely to inform Wu Shang. Song Qian, of course, didn't stop them. In fact, he was eager for Wu Shang to come personally. Perhaps he could even secure another batch of evolution materials. However, Ao Xing's current level is only F-grade upper tier, which is still not strong enough. Now that he has some money on hand, he can purchase some materials to enhance Ao Xing. With this thought in mind, Song Qian turned and left the training ground. Arriving at the square outside the cultivation center, there were dozens of shops selling materials here, but Song Qian didn't hesitate at all and directly walked into a store named Jiangcheng Materials Shop. Jiangcheng Materials Shop was a store affiliated with the Jiangcheng Beastmaster Association. The materials inside were all outdated stock discarded by the Beastmaster Association. Although the prices were cheaper, the quality wasn't bad at all. Song Qian walked into the materials shop and was instantly dazzled by the overwhelming variety of items on display. Though he wanted to buy everything for Ao Xing to use, a quick mental calculation of his savings told him he could only afford some of the more common materials. The shop assistant, noticing Song Qian dressed in cheap street market clothes and heading straight for the ordinary materials, immediately lost his smile and stood idly by. A few thousand a month isn't worth risking my life for, he thought, especially when it's not a bulk order and the commission is barely worth mentioning. Song Qian's gaze wandered over the materials. Although the system didn't have a feature to help him select materials, with Song Qian's accumulated knowledge, he could naturally recognize the origins and uses of these materials at a glance. His to think there's something like this. Right in the middle of the pile of materials, a scale emitting a faint yellow glow was solemnly placed. This scale came from a top-tier E-grade beast, the rock-spiked dragon, and was an extremely precious reverse scale. Only about 1 in 1,000 rock-spiked dragons would produce such a scale, and its price was as high as 200,000. Even if Song Qian sold himself, he couldn't afford it. Looking at the reverse scale, Song Qian felt a bit envious. After all, Ao Xing had just fused with the Dragon Spirit Crystal. If he could fuse another reverse scale, his growth speed would likely increase significantly. Unfortunately, his pockets were light, so he could only afford some substitutes. Song Qian shifted his gaze away from the rock-spiked dragon's reverse scale and focused on the scattered materials nearby. These were shattered reverse scales. Although not as valuable as a complete one, they could still be used. The key was their reasonable price, $20,000. Neither too much nor too little. Please wrap up these scales for me. Song Qian pointed at the shattered reverse scales and said to the clerk. Upon hearing this, the clerk was about to start packing when suddenly a figure rushed into the shop. I want all the reverse scales from your shop, even the broken ones. Chapter 5, Fusion Materials. Ao Xing's Advancement. Hearing this, Song Qian's expression instantly turned cold. These are all outdated materials here. Although the quality is decent, few people choose materials from here for evolution. After all, failing in beast evolution is a minor issue, but if the failure damages the core due to poor materials, the loss would outweigh the gain. With this thought, Song Qian turned around to look. A young nobleman dressed in luxurious attire stood anxiously at the door, seemingly holding something in his arms. Seeing this person, Song Qian slightly frowned. This young man was none other than Zhang Miao, the notorious wastrel of Jiangcheng. Both of Zhang Miao's parents work at the Beastmaster Association, and he himself attends a prestigious school. His contracted beast was even flown in from the imperial capital. Song Qian lowered his head and thought, someone like Zhang Miao truly had no reason to compete with him for materials. He guessed Zhang must have encountered some difficult problem to act this way. At the very least, he wouldn't let a few broken scales cause unpleasantness between them. With this estimation in mind, Song Qian prepared to speak up again and have the shop assistant wrap up the items. Unexpectedly, the clerk completely ignored Song Qian's expression and directly took away the broken scale in front of him. You! Before Song Qian could say anything, he was interrupted by the arrogant clerk. What do you mean you? Take a look at yourself. Do you really think someone of your status can covet what young Master Zhang Miao wants? Get out! Get out! We're out of materials here. The clerk looked at Song Qian with impatience, his eyes full of disdain. What's so great about a guy dressed in cheap clothes? If he could cozy up to a noble young master like Zhang Miao, his future would be bright, certainly better than being a lowly clerk. Just give it back to them. Don't you understand the principle of first come, first served? Just as the shop assistant was about to approach with a fawning expression, Zhang Miao, who heard the commotion, suddenly spoke up. Song Qian looked up, and their eyes met instantly. Zhang Miao nodded at Song Qian in acknowledgement, and Song Qian simply nodded back in response. Right away, the shop assistant immediately beamed, packing Song Qian's materials and handing them over. Here are your materials. Thank you, and please come again. As he spoke, the shop assistant even bowed deeply, showing no trace of his previous arrogance. Song Qian snorted coldly, took the items, and prepared to leave. After obtaining the materials, the most important thing was to fuse them with Ao Xing. Song Qian speculated that Ao Xing, having absorbed the Dragon Soul Crystal, might experience a significant boost in strength under the effect of the reverse scale. As he passed by Zhang Miao, he suddenly noticed that Zhang Miao was holding a pale golden beast in his arms, its light red eyes filled with pain. Seeing this beast, Song Qian was startled. It was a D-grade, top-tier beast known as the Blazing Earth Lion, possessing extraordinary control over fire and earth elements. But now it seems this beast is about to die. The next second, Song Qian saw its data appear before his eyes. Race, Blazing Earth Lion. Strength, mid-grade F. Skills, Explosive Flame, Beginner. Prison Earth, Beginner. Lion's Roar, Beginner. King's Scorn, Beginner. Evolution Path, Normal Evolution, Unavailable, Special Evolution, Unlocked. Song Qian was overjoyed. The system could actually read the thoughts and evolution paths of other Beastmasters. Thinking of this, He glanced at the blazing earth lion, never expecting it had already unlocked special evolution. It seems the blazing earth lion was forcibly made to undergo a common evolution, ultimately damaging its core essence. But since you've helped me, I, Song Qian, am not one to forget kindness and betray righteousness. With this thought in mind, Song Qian focused his consciousness on the special evolution. Blazing Earth Lion, D-grade high tier. Inferno Refining Lion King, B-grade high tier. Materials, C-grade Fire Type Beast Spirit Crystal *5, B-grade Fire Type Beast Spirit Crystal *1. Who would have thought that the special evolved form of this fierce Earth Lion would reach as high as upper B-grade? If this evolution path were made public, it would likely double the already precious beast's value. But Song Qian was no petty man, a mere B-grade beast was hardly worth his attention. With the system in hand, a B-grade beast might be rare and powerful to others, but for A.O. Xing, it was just the starting point. Having made up his mind, Song Qian spoke up as he passed by Zhang Miao. If you don't want it to die, directly consume 5 C-grade Fire-type Beast Spirit Crystals mixed with 1 B-grade Fire-type Beast Spirit Crystal. There might be an unexpected reaction. After speaking, Song Qian left directly. He had already told Zhang Miao the evolution path. If the other party didn't listen, then it could only be said that this blazing earth lion's fate was sealed. Hearing Song Qian's voice, Zhang Miao's face showed surprise. This was the blazing earth lion's evolution path? But why hadn't he heard of it before? Just as he reacted and prepared to chase after him, he saw that Song Qian had already disappeared into the crowd. After leaving the materials shop, Song Qian found a secluded spot and took out the few remaining scales. Ding, suitable beast mastery materials detected. Proceed with fusion? Yes. Without hesitation, Song Qian knew that improving his strength was his top priority, everything else could wait. In the world of beast mastery, strength reigns supreme. To seek revenge against Lu Xiaoxing and reclaim what was rightfully his, power was the foundation of everything. In an instant, the remaining scales in his hand disappeared. A white light flashed over A.O. Xing, who had emerged from the beast taming space, and his body began to visibly transform at a rapid pace. Not only did his body become more slender, but his eyes also gained a lively spark. Faint traces of fine scales could be seen on his body, and 2 peculiar protrusions appeared on his head, making him look quite extraordinary. Fusion complete. A.O. Xing's skill Silk Spit has evolved into Breath Attack, with its power increasing as proficiency levels up. Race, Cabbage Worm, A.O. Xing. Strength, F-grade upper tier. Skills, Crippling Insect Strike, mastered. Breath Attack, mastered. Spatial Jump, mastered. The useless Breath Attack actually turned into an offensive skill, utterly unbelievable. After this fusion evolution, A.O. Xing's strength has risen at least 1 level compared to before. Now, just 1 Breath Attack would be enough to deal with that venom-tailed scorpion. A.O. Xing's rapid progress naturally delighted Song Qian, but he soon cast a wary glance around, fearing that if anyone noticed A.O. Xing's transformation, it might bring unnecessary trouble. Fortunately, no one was around at the moment, so Song Qian wasn't worried about being discovered by others. Humph, I'm fully prepared. I wonder if you found your backer yet. He Yuan. Recalling He Yuan's earlier arrogance, Song Qian sneered and prepared to return to the training ground. Since the other party was so brazen, holding back would only be disrespectful, wouldn't it? Just as Song Qian stepped into the beast taming space, Zhang Miao from the material store was already drenched in sweat. Through the beast taming space, he could sense the life force of the blazing earth lion rapidly draining. Although his family had already called for a breeder to provide emergency treatment, at this rate of life loss, the lion would likely be dead before the breeder even arrived. Could it be that I really have to trust that young man's words? Suddenly, he recalled the young man who had passed by him earlier, but the next second he shook his head, trying to dismiss the thought from his mind. The blazing earth lion controls 2 types of energy, and even after evolving into a C-rank blazing earth lion king, it remains the same. Therefore, materials of 2 attributes are needed to maintain balance. If Song Qian's materials are used for evolution, the blazing earth lion would likely die on the spot. Just as he was hesitating intensely, the blazing earth lion let out a mournful roar, clearly on the verge of collapse. Watching streams of blood flow from the blazing earth lion's ears, Zhang Miao knew that if he didn't act soon, he would probably have to bid farewell to this companion. Damn it, bring me the materials. Chapter 6, Effortlessly Defeated. The Flame Lion King burns. With the materials in hand, Zhang Miao didn't hesitate and directly fed them into the blazing earth lion's mouth. Then he stepped back and quietly waited for the final outcome. The previously blood-spewing blazing lion was now eerily still. Whether the spirit crystal had taken effect or it had simply accepted its fate remained unclear. Yet the next second, a blinding white light erupted from its body, and scorching heat flooded the shop. Quick, activate the protective measures. Seeing this, the clerk hastily activated the material shop's defensive barrier. Yet even with the energy shielding him, Zhang Miao could still feel the scorching heat raging through the shop. Roar! The previously death-ridden blazing earth lion suddenly sprang up. its pale golden body igniting with wisps of flame. As the white light faded, a lion almost entirely composed of flames stood before them, radiating an awe-inspiring presence. The next moment, through their contract, Zhang Miao received all the information about the blazing earth lion, leaving him momentarily stunned. D-grade beast evolves into B-grade beast, the blazing lion king. Who on earth are you? At the breeding center, Song Qian was stepping through the gate towards the training ground, only to find a crowd gathered in a circle, with the voices of He Yuan and others coming from within. Brother Wu Lin, that good-for-nothing Song Qian is so arrogant, he doesn't even regard Brother Wu Shang with any respect. Now that he's contracted a cabbage caterpillar, he dares to disrespect Brother Wu Shang. It's simply outrageous. Brother Wu Lin, if Boss Wu Shang finds out you've defended his honor, you'll surely become his favorite in the future. The intermittent voices reached him, and Song Qian couldn't help but sneer in response. He Yuan's grades might be decent compared to other schools, but at Jiangcheng No. 1 High School, he's just a nobody. Meanwhile, Wu Shang is one of the top rich kids at Jiangcheng No. 1 High School, someone He Yuan could never hope to associate with. He probably only knows some of Wu Shang's lackeys. If he really had connections with Wu Shang, why would he be here contracting spirit beasts? But now that I've run into Wu Lin, I'd better be careful. Pondering about Wu Lin, Song Qian narrowed his eyes slightly. Wu Lin, relying on his distant kinship with Wu Shang, acted like a tyrant on campus. Moreover, he was ruthless, forcing many to drop out under his threats. If it weren't for the Wu family backing him, Wu Lin would have been taught a lesson long ago. Now, currying favor with Wu Shang is likely just a way to secure a fallback for himself. Ha ha, easy to say. If I run into Song Qian, my rock-swallowing python will teach him a lesson. An unpleasant voice rang out. It was Wu Lin. Seeing Wu Lin nod, the gathered crowd slowly began to disperse. Once the surrounding people had all scattered, He Yuan spotted Song Qian standing opposite him at a glance. He was just about to speak when Wu Lin reached out to stop him. Don't say a word. Wu Lin sneered as he stepped onto the training ground, the scar on his face looking utterly menacing. The great genius Song Qian? What? Can you contract beasts now? But what does it matter? A measly F-grade cabbage caterpillar defeating a poison-tail scorpion must already be its limit, right? Hand over the money, and offer up that void-shattering butterfly spirit crystal, and I, Wu Lin, won't trouble you any further. If you insist on opposing our Wu family, I believe you won't even get the chance to take the college entrance exam. As he spoke, Wu Lin summoned his contracted beast, a rock-swallowing python with mid-grade E-tier potential. A nearly 2-meter-long rock-swallowing python appeared before the crowd, its mottled patterns and rock-encrusted body making it look extremely dangerous. The appearance of the rock-swallowing python immediately drew gasps from the surrounding crowd. A top-tier rock-swallowing python with F-grade upper-tier strength. Even a beast master with E-grade lower-tier strength probably wouldn't dare claim they could defeat it. Why isn't anyone setting up a betting pool? Who would be foolish enough to step forward in this situation? Not to mention potentially offending the Wu family. But a cabbage worm versus a rock-swallowing python is a completely one-sided match. If a cabbage caterpillar can defeat a rock-swallowing python, I'll eat the materials in my hand on the spot. For a moment, even the onlookers couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. The usual betting that accompanied every fight didn't even occur this time. Such a one-sided battle made most people not want to watch any further. A rock-swallowing python with F-grade upper-tier strength against a cabbage caterpillar, this isn't a question of whether it's a sure win, but whether the caterpillar will die instantly from a single strike. Hearing the gasps from the crowd, Wu Lin's sneer grew even more pronounced, while He Yuan and the others became increasingly arrogant. In their eyes, Song Qian stood no chance of winning, but little did they know, Song Qian actually had the leisure to check the information about the rock-swallowing python at this moment. Race, rock-swallowing python. Strength, F-grade upper tier. Skills, brute force, passive. Iron bones, passive. Counter defense, beginner. Evolution path, normal evolution. With 2 passive skills and a beginner-level counter skill. If it were AO Xing before evolution, this would likely be a fierce battle. But now, it's no match for AO Xing. Song Qian wore a confident smile on his face. AO Xing's strength should not be judged solely by its current power level. Skill proficiency is also a crucial factor in measuring true strength. With this thought in mind, Song Qian nodded slightly and summoned AO Xing. The referee standing nearby was dumbfounded when he saw AO Xing munching on vegetable leaves. He initially thought the idea of a cabbage caterpillar fighting a rock-swallowing python was just a gimmick to attract attention, but he never expected it to be real. Before the match began, he cast a sympathetic glance at Song Qian, only to find the latter acting as if nothing was wrong. Without further hesitation, he announced the start of the match. Defend and counterattack. Let's see how much damage this cabbage caterpillar can really do. Wu Lin sneered. Since Song Qian refused to save face, there was no need for him to keep pretending to be magnanimous. Using a defensive counterattack was undoubtedly the most humiliating skill to use against Song Qian. How much damage can a cabbage caterpillar possibly do to a rock-swallowing python while defending here? A casual tail flick would kill this caterpillar instantly. He might as well let the cabbage caterpillar attack right here. He wanted to see what ability this caterpillar had to harm the rock-swallowing python. The rock-swallowing python coiled its body and then lay on top of it, seemingly completely unfazed by the green caterpillar's attack. Seeing this, Song Qian sneered and gave the order. "Ao Xing, show him the wrath of a green caterpillar." Since the opponent clearly looked down on him, Song Qian naturally wouldn't give them any courtesy either. "Didn't you look down on the cabbage caterpillar? Just wait until this skill shows Wu Lin exactly what kind of existence he's provoked." Hearing Song Qian's words, Wu Lin laughed. The wrath of a cabbage caterpillar? How much damage could that thing possibly do? But before he could rejoice for more than a few seconds, Ao Xing vanished like a ghost, only to reappear the next moment right above the rock-swallowing python. Ha! Before anyone could react, they saw Ao Xing puff up his cheeks and devour all the surrounding energy. Then a stream of energy shot straight from his mouth and smashed into the rock-swallowing python's head. Master-level breath attack. Boom! The breath attack struck the rock-swallowing python's head with such force that it was driven into the ground. Witnessing this scene, many in the surrounding crowd gaped in astonishment, their mouths wide enough to fit an egg. No choice. A cabbage caterpillar instantly killing a rock-swallowing python. Anyone would have this expression if they witnessed it. Wu Lin and his group stared at the unconscious rock-swallowing python lying on the ground, swallowing hard in disbelief. Is this something a cabbage caterpillar can do? Was that skill just silk thread? But why did it have such overwhelming power? What kind of monstrous breed is this cabbage caterpillar? Even the referee was stunned. Instant kills are not unheard of, but a cabbage caterpillar annihilating a rock-swallowing python? Probably not even the Beastmaster Association's president has seen that before. Scanning the crowd, Song Qian's face remained expressionless as he reached out, and Ao Xing instantly teleported back into his hand. "I yield to you." Song Qian's icy voice echoed across the training field, leaving the onlookers staring at him in stunned silence, utterly speechless. A deathly stillness enveloped the scene. Chapter 7 Cheating? Slander. The entire scene fell into dead silence as everyone stared at the cabbage worm back in Song Qian's hand, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. The referee standing nearby barely managed to utter the word Song Qian wins before stepping aside without another word. This young man named Song Qian had truly given everyone a huge surprise. As the referee announced the result, the crowd suddenly erupted as if waking from a dream. Win. Won. It's truly unbelievable. The cabbage caterpillar won. Big news. Big news. The former good-for-nothing casually defeated the rock-swallowing python. In an instant, the surrounding crowd erupted into waves of cheers. The green caterpillar defeating the rock-swallowing python was nothing short of a miracle in the history of beast mastery battles. Everyone looked at the young man standing there in disbelief. If nothing unexpected happens in the future, this young man might have the chance to become a 3-star beast master. The professional ranks of beast masters are divided from low to high into 1-star to 9-star, with each promotion requiring passing an assessment by the Beast Master Association. Even if a 1-star beast master contracts an A-rank beast, without passing the beast master assessment, they can only remain a 1-star beast master. For ordinary people living in Zhangchang, without the backing of a family, reaching the level of a 3-star beast master might be the highest they can achieve in their lifetime. Watching Song Qian being stared at with astonishment by everyone, Wu Lin and the others gritted their teeth in secret, feeling quite resentful. How could a good-for-nothing who couldn't even contract a beast now lord it over them? They had contracted combat-type beasts. How could they lose to a measly cabbage caterpillar? Damn it, Song Qian! Wu Lin's eyes were practically spitting fire, his jealousy and resentment nearly driving him out of his mind. Why? Although Wu Lin wasn't considered the top genius at school, with the backing of the Wu family, as long as he showed some talent, he definitely wouldn't remain just a 3-star beast master. But now, he was being trampled underfoot by someone he once looked down upon as trash. How could this not enrage him? Yet even so, he still didn't dare to lash out on the spot. Losing is my own fault, simply because I wasn't strong enough. However, He Yuan behind him was different. He had to honor the bet with Song Qian and pay up. For a moment, the group was at a stalemate, while Song Qian stood by with an amused look on his face. He had won both battles, leaving He Yuan no room to weasel out of it. After all, he had already spared him once. How could he let them leave so easily now? The money from the bet must be obtained, as it directly affects how many materials I can buy for Ao Xing to use. There must be no mistakes. As for Wu Lin, Song Qian doesn't have a solution yet. There was no verbal agreement between them, nor did he place any bets, leaving Song Qian with no grounds to take him down. Ha! If I can get the money from the bet, I'll be pretty much satisfied. As for Wu Lin, if he dares to provoke me again, he'll regret it. Thinking of Wu Lin's character, a glint flashed in Song Qian's eyes. This guy holds grudges. Since we've hurt him this time, he'll probably look for chances to retaliate in the future. Next time, I must strike him down so hard he can never recover. Just as he was waiting for He Yuan to fulfill the bet, he noticed Wu Lin and his group huddled together, whispering about something. But judging by the smirk on Wu Lin's face, he knew it couldn't be anything good. Ha ha, Song Qian, didn't you want the money? He Yuan, give it to him, Wu Lin sneered, while He Yuan also transferred the bet money to Song Qian with a malicious smile. Seeing the extra 10,000 yuan on his phone, Song Qian smiled. With the money in hand, he had no intention of staying any longer, regardless of what schemes or tricks they might try to use against him. At this thought, Song Qian sneered inwardly. In this world, strength reigns supreme. As long as Ao Xing grows stronger under his guidance, any of their schemes would be nothing more than fleeting clouds. Song Qian turned to leave, only to hear a voice calling out from behind. Song Qian, don't you want to explain the consequences of using potions in a battle? Hearing Wu Lin's voice, Song Qian's brows immediately furrowed together. This guy was planning to completely ruin him. In this world, beast mastery potions can enhance a beast's attack power and more, but their use is strictly prohibited in battles between beast masters. If discovered, the penalties range from fines to, in more severe cases, revocation of one's beast master status. By doing this, Wu Lin clearly intends to completely ruin his own future prospects. Thinking of this, a faint glimmer of killing intent flashed in Song Qian's eyes. With such malicious intentions, who knows what this guy might do to him in the future? If given the chance, he must definitely kill this guy. As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding people immediately caught on. Yeah right, how could a cabbage caterpillar possibly defeat a rock-swallowing python? Damn it, got tricked by that little brat. Using illegal injection drugs in a battle? Even if you're a student, you can't escape punishment. Ha, I thought you were a prodigy. Turns out you're just a scumbag with no bottom line. The audience, who had just been shocked to witness a cabbage caterpillar defeat a rock-swallowing python, immediately changed their tune. In their minds, how could a mere cabbage caterpillar possibly defeat a rock-swallowing python? This was something even top-tier beast masters couldn't achieve. The surrounding crowd grew increasingly hostile, with many starting to encircle Song Qian, preparing to report him to the Beast Masters Association. Just as the crowd was about to completely surround Song Qian, a voice suddenly rang out. What are you doing? This is the breeding center. Whatever issues you have, take them outside. Several fully armed patrol members began dispersing the surrounding crowd. Their duty was to maintain order at the breeding center no matter what happened. Chaos was absolutely not permitted here. Seeing these patrol members, the people surrounding Song Qian immediately scattered. This wasn't the place to cause trouble regardless of who was in the right. They needed to leave first. Wu Lin's face turned ashen, watching his plan on the verge of success only to be interrupted by these people. What a shame. But soon he had an idea. If these people made a scene at the school, Song Qian might be expelled on the spot. With this thought in mind, his sinister gaze swept over Song Qian before he turned and led his people away. Watching their departing figures, Song Qian narrowed his eyes slightly. It seemed Wu Lin still had more tricks up his sleeve. To deal with such a mad dog, it seems they won't know pain unless you break one of their legs. Thinking this, he turned and headed to the materials shop, determined this time to bring about a transformation in Ao Xing's strength. Chapter 8, Fusion, Power Upgrade. Meanwhile, after returning home, Zhang Miao immediately conducted a thorough examination of his evolved beast, the Blazing Lion King. I had no idea until I checked. The flame-refining Lion King turned out to be the first of its kind in the world, and it's even a top-tier B-grade beast. The near-death beast in his hands not only survived under Song Qian's care but also evolved something utterly unbelievable, especially considering Zhang Miao's mentor is a professional beast trainer. Young Master Zhang, what happened here? Just as Zhang Miao was stunned by the flame-refining Lion King's transformation, an elderly voice chimed in. An old man walked slowly into his courtyard with his hands behind his back. Although he was there to treat a beast, there was no urgency in his eyes. Instead, they were unusually calm. Master Ma, I originally intended to ask you to treat my beast, but now it's no longer necessary. This is the Blazing Lion King, a B-grade beast. Zhang Miao wore a smile on his face. The old man was named Ma Jiugua, one of the few 3-star beast trainers in Jiangcheng, whose services cost hundreds of thousands per session. If he had treated the Earthfire Lion this time, Zhang would have had to pay a hefty sum. Upon hearing the name Blazing Lion King, Ma Jiugua's smile instantly faded. His eyes filled with anger. It wasn't because the trip was wasted, but because he had never heard of a B-level beast like the Blazing Lion King, likely some scam concocted by a charlatan to deceive Zhang Miao. Just as he was about to unleash a torrent of curses, he spotted a lion engulfed in flames standing behind Zhang Miao. In an instant, Ma Jiugua's eyes widened, gazing at the Blazing Lion King as if it were a piece of fine jade, his expression brimming with admiration and curiosity. Seeing this expression on Ma Jiugua's face, Zhang Miao's heart was incomparably pleased. being able to make even the 3-star cultivator show such an expression. It seemed that that teenager really wasn't an ordinary person. Perhaps he could make friends with them, and it might be very beneficial to his future. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao was just about to open his mouth, but he ended up realizing that Ma Changhua was standing in front of him with a face of excitement and a sincere look in his eyes. Mr. Zhang, this master who evolved the imperial beasts for you, I must meet. Such a great talent. I must have a good talk with him. On the other side, just as Zhang Miao and the others were studying the burning and refining Inferno Lion King, Song Qian had already returned home carrying several cultivation materials. Opening the door, Song Qian realized that his home was surprisingly well tidied up. Laying out all the materials on the table, Song Qian came to the bedroom according to his memory and looked at the flat table. Song Qian smiled dumbly. Although the family is poor, but still had a lot of things. After the death of parents, the predecessor by rummaging through the family's secret compartment hard to find close to $5,000 of private money, which paid the first year of Jiangcheng First Middle School tuition fees. This is the Skybreaker Butterfly Spirit Crystal. Opening the hidden compartment in the table, Song Qian carefully pinched up the crystal in front of him that was emitting a light greenish glow and couldn't help but murmur. This spirit crystal was precisely the essence of all the energy of the Skybreaker butterfly, and although its preciousness was not comparable to that of the reverse scale, it was still an incomparably precious evolutionary material. This time, it's estimated that it can bring great changes to Ao Xing. Holding the spirit crystals in place, Song Qian went to the table covered with materials and released Ao Xing. Well, Ao Xing, vegetable leaves, eat. As soon as it came out, Ao Xing immediately opened his mouth. Seeing this guy looking like this, Song Qian naturally knew it by heart and placed the green vegetable leaves he had bought back in front of Ao Xing, who immediately stopped moving and began to nibble on the leaves. It had to be said that although a royal beast like a vegetable greenworm was bad in many ways, when it came to saving money, it really couldn't be said. Prepare to start fusing materials. Song Qian took a deep breath. The first 2 times he had fused materials had caused Ao Xing to have a sea change. He didn't know how this time would be. Ding evolutionary materials, firm star powder, dragon's tongue grass, sword star orchid, and broken butterfly spirit crystals, detected. May I ask if fusion is in order? Yes. Without any hesitation, Song Qian directly chose to fuse. The first 3 materials were bought back by himself at a cost of $10,000, while the big head of this fusion was the broken butterfly spirit crystal. Watching the 3 materials disappear little by little, yet Ao Xing hadn't made any changes yet, Song Qian couldn't help but feel a little anxious in his heart. Could it be that the effect of the lower-level materials would be halved when higher-level materials were used? Just when Song Qian thought that nothing would come out of this evolution, the Skybreaker Butterfly Spirit Crystal disappeared. The original light greenish-colored spirit crystals dissipated into starlight, and then all of them merged into Ao Xing's body. Ao Xing also seemed to feel the mutation in his body, immediately stopping the movements in his mouth to stare blankly at Song Qian, only to see that its body began to gradually grow, and finally even grew to more than 30 centimeters. And the protrusion on its head even grew a small section, looking like a dragon's horn. But the most amazing thing was its abdomen, which had grown claws and no longer looked like a cabbage worm at all. Fusion and evolution successful. Ao Xing's skill proficiency increased. The fusion evolution was successful. This time, the system prompts were different from the previous ones, causing Song Qian to feel a wave of oddness. View properties. With a silent thought in his mind, Ao Xing's data was displayed before Song Qian's eyes. Race, green scale worm, Ao Xing. Strength, lower grade E. Skills, disabling bug strike, perfect. Spit, perfect. Space jump, perfect. Ao Xing's race had unexpectedly shifted from the vegetable greenworm to the green scale worm, which was a never-before-seen type of imperial beast. Song Qian was overjoyed in his heart, and then felt the feedback from the imperial beast space. The green scale worm, an imperial beast with potential to reach the middle grade of E grade, was said to be an imperial beast born from bathing in dragon's blood. The defense and attack power has been greatly improved in comparison to the beetles. In other words, after this fusion evolution, Ao Xing's all-around attributes are more than several times higher than before. Looking at Ao Xing, who was still nibbling on the leaves of vegetables, Song Qian could not help but be pleasantly surprised. I thought it was just an ordinary strength increase, but I didn't expect it to be a qualitative change in the race. Ao Xing, my future depends on you. Although Ao Xing's appearance had changed a lot, Song Qian knew that its eating nature remained unchanged. However, it was fortunate that he still liked to eat vegetable leaves now, or else if he really changed his appetite and liked to eat specialized imperial beast food, I'm afraid that he wouldn't be able to afford it. Just as Song Qian packed up his things and was about to dispose of all the remaining material remnants, there was a sudden knock at the door. Song Qian, are you home? Chapter 9, A Special Talent? Hearing the knock on the door, Song Qian's heart lifted. You don't know many people on your own, and you've had little interaction since high school. Moreover, he had never heard the voice of this person outside the door before. Could it be that it was someone from the Imperial Beastmaster Association? Or did Wu Lin directly find this slum and prepare to strike? Although countless thoughts drifted through his mind, Song Qian's hand movements were not slow. Gathering up all the remnants of the material from earlier, he then slowly walked to the door and looked through the cat's eye, only to see an old man with gray hair standing outside the door, followed by a not-so-familiar person, Zhang Miao. Seeing these two, Song Qian let out a long breath. Since the visitor was Zhang Miao, then this matter was good. He himself had reminded him of the evolution of the fiery earth lion, and looking at this current appearance it seemed that the evolution had been achieved, and no matter what, his life had been preserved. Otherwise Zhang Miao could not have had this well-behaved expression. Thinking of this he opened the door with a smile on his face, and before he could say anything more, he realized that this old man was looking himself up and down, his sharp eyes seeming to see through him. Instead, it was Zhang Miao who smiled and greeted Song Qian. Zhang Miao, thank you so much for helping me evolve the imperial beasts just now. This is the Institute's 3-star cultivator, Ma Changhua. You can call him Mr. Ma. With that, Zhang Miao smiled and extended his hand. Seeing this, Song Qian did not hesitate, shaking hands and inviting the two into his home. Walking into the room, the overall layout of the eyes, Ma Changhua looked at the somewhat dilapidated but still clean environment. The heart cannot help but secretly nodded. This Song Qian really wasn't a simple student. To be in a situation of adversity but have excellent grades, to be unable to contract a royal beast but have a knowledge of royal beasts that is far ahead of his peers, this kind of talent is simply rare. It's just a pity that according to the information received, this Song Qian doesn't have the means to contract a royal beast and can only be an ordinary person. It's simply a shame. Thinking of the news he had found out, Ma Changhua secretly shook his head in his heart. It was a pity that a good seedling was unable to contract a royal beast. Even though he had an idea, he could not absorb him into the institute. It was just that Song Qian did not know what he was thinking and just smiled as he made tea to entertain the two. After sitting down, Song Qian's gaze went directly to Zhang Miao. This Ma Changhua as a 3-star cultivator was naturally not something he could hook up with, so he might as well let Zhang Miao, a brat, open his mouth first. Although Zhang Miao had some heart, he was still a student after all, and naturally he couldn't hold his breath when he saw Song Qian ogling him like this. Actually, we didn't come to find you just for the matter of the fiery earth lion's evolution. It's mainly because Ma Lao wants to have a conversation with you. Saying that, Zhang Miao's gaze looked towards Ma Changhua, only to see the latter nodding slightly with a hint of essence in his eyes. And Song Qian was also staring at Ma Changhua at the moment, surprisingly completely unafraid of the other party's gaze. Seeing that Song Qian was actually so bold, Ma Changhua's heart couldn't help but feel a hint of surprise. He was a 3-star cultivator. How many people wouldn't even dare to look at him, let alone look straight into his eyes like Song Qian did? Worthy of being a heroic young man. Nah, it's just a pity that you can't contract a royal beast. Otherwise if you join the institute, your future will be unlimited. Ma Chuxiang domestic heart lamented. Although his heart was incomparably appreciative of Song Qian, but his attention was no longer on Song Qian's body. A person who had no way to contract a royal beast, even if his talent was high, it was not worth investing his energy. Yet his eyes caught a leaf of vegetable that had fallen in the corner. Although vegetable leaves are very common, he should not be too familiar with the teeth marks on them, which are the teeth marks of vegetable greenworms. Could it be that this teenager had contracted an imperial beast? After all, Song Qian's family was impoverished, and there was only one way to obtain a royal beast, and that was to obtain a free royal beast at the contract center. In an instant, Ma Changhua actually felt a hint of shock. The waste that had been taunted by his classmates for 3 years because he didn't have a royal beast space was actually a genius with a special royal beast space? These special imperial beast spaces have abilities that no one else can have, such as the ability to hold 2 imperial beasts on the first try, or the ability to directly contract an adult imperial beast. And Song Qian's imperial beast space looked even stranger, surprisingly opening up after 3 years of slumber, an example that was rare in the world. Even if the imperial beast he contracted was just a vegetable greenworm, who could be sure about the future? Ma Changhua's eyes swept over Song Qian with deep meaning, and since it was a special imperial beast space, he was willing to give this teenager a chance. Song Qian, I wonder if you're interested in joining the institute. Just as Song Qian was looking puzzled, Ma Changhua suddenly opened his mouth, and there was even a hint of a smile on his face. Hearing Ma Changhua's words, Song Qian was slightly stunned, but when he followed the other party's gaze to see the leaves of vegetables that had fallen in the corner, his heart instantly became clear. Even he himself could recognize the bite marks of vegetable greenworms and other imperial beasts, so how could this master Ma Changhua not recognize them? He nodded his head slightly and said, thanks to Elder Ma's favor, I'm willing to join the institute. As Song Qian said this, there was also a slight smile on his face. Upon hearing the reply, Ma Changwa instantly surfaced with joy, but it was quickly concealed. He coughed softly before speaking. The institute is divided into the evolution department and the materials department. I, Ma Changwa, am the 3-star cultivator of the evolution department. You can just call me Ma Lao. While I have a spot under my belt to join the institute without an interview, I'm currently being approached by people from several large families. I wonder, are you kid interested in having a good fight with these family sons? Saying that, Ma Changwa looked at Song Qian, the special imperial beast space. Although it was not rare in the dragon country, it was definitely a rarity in Jiangchang. If he entered the institute to develop it, it might be able to bring him a lot of benefits in the future. And Song Qian couldn't help but begin to think deeply after hearing Ma Changwa's words. The Research Institute and the Imperial Beast Master Association were two different organizations, one favoring research and the other combat. Of course, the institute does not restrict the freedom of the breeders, as long as they complete the research that is released down each year. More importantly, compared to the Imperial Beast Master Association, the smaller number of cultivators had a closer relationship within themselves, and if they joined the institute, others might have to consider moving themselves. Coupled with the fact that the institute had more rare resources allocated to it, if one needed materials for Ao Xing's fusion evolution in the future, it would be more convenient to obtain them from the institute. Thinking about this, Song Qian then slowly nodded his head. In that case, I'm willing to give it a try. Hearing Song Qian's answer, Ma Changwa laughed out loud, and Zhang Miao also smiled as if he was relieved. If Song Qian succeeded in joining the institute, he himself would be able to have one more friend with potential. After informing Song Qian of some of the rules of the exam, the two left first. Zhang Miao even told Song Qian that he could contact him directly if there were any problems, and that he would definitely take care of them within his capacity. Watching the backs of the two, Song Qian walked into his home, stroking his chin and muttering in disbelief. Maybe it's a good choice to enter the institute directly after the college entrance exam. Chapter 10, The Wu Family's Intentions. After returning to the Wu family, Wu Lin went straight to the ancestral mansion, wanting to see Wu Shang, the number one person of the younger generation. Come in. Wu Shang's voice came from within the courtyard, and only then did Wu Lin raise his head and cautiously walk inside the courtyard. Pushing open the door, the courtyard was planted with all sorts of low-grade medicinal herbs, and if some imperial beasts entered it, they might be able to put together a set of evolutionary materials on the spot. Inside the pool in the depths of the courtyard, Wu Shang and several women were frolicking, not looking like high school students at all. What is it? Seeing Wu Lin walk in, Wu Shang sat on a recliner with his arm around a woman, his eyes looking at Wu Lin with a hint of hostility. With just a look, Wu Lin, who looked incredibly arrogant in front of outsiders, unexpectedly felt a chill. This was of course not just because Wu Shang was the Wu family's first genius, but also because Wu Shang's royal beast was a twin-tailed giant clawed dragon with a potential as high as a C grade lower grade that the family had spent a great deal of effort in selecting for him. Possessing this kind of imperial beast, Wu Shang was definitely considered to be the most shining group of teenage geniuses in the future of Jiangchang. Big brother. Wu Lin swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty and hurriedly swept a glance at Wu Shang before he lowered his head and continued. That kid Song Qian contracted an imperial beast, a vegetable green worm, but defeated my rock-swallowing python, I guess. Before he could finish, Wu Lin only felt a bit chilly, and when he looked up, he saw a 2-meter-sized double-tailed giant clawed dragon floating above his head, saliva dripping from its mouth onto the ground, emitting a foul odor. As for Wu Shang, he did not have the cozy expression he had earlier at this moment, but sat up with a hint of killing intent in his eyes. This bastard can even contract a royal beast. Wu Shang's eyes were dead set on the Wu Lin in front of him, almost wanting to eat him alive. Although he hadn't explicitly targeted Song Qian, he had been paying attention to him for the past few years, and he had thought that he wouldn't be able to see this loser anytime soon, but he didn't expect that he would have contracted a royal beast now. However, in the next second, he noticed his outburst and waved his hand to retrieve the twin-tailed giant clawed dragon inside as if nothing had happened. Since you've offended the Wu family, just let it go and do it. I'll cover for you. Don't make too much noise, or even I won't be able to protect you when the time comes. With that he turned around and left walking into the backyard of the ancestral home. Wu Lin saw this and narrowed his eyes slightly, getting up and retreating while in his mind he pondered on how to deal with Song Qian. However, Wu Shang's face completely collapsed as he entered the room, and he walked into a darkened chamber and opened a special device slowly. That punk from the Song family contracted a royal beast. You guys do it as soon as possible, or if we let him find that thing, we'll be in big trouble. Only a red light flashed on the device and soon a word appeared on the screen. Good. On the following day, Song Qian came to the school in the middle of the morning, not because he was so diligent, but because the place where he lived was too far away from Jiangcheng No. 1 middle school and had to be. Yo, Song Qian, still coming to school without a royal beast? It's just a loser. sitting here is still taking up space. Good grades in culture. Not bad looking, just can't contract a royal beast. Are you planning to go to a nightclub to become a male pet? Ha ha, that's not a bad way to go. Even in the last row of the classroom, Song Qian was at the bottom of the contempt chain. And even more so, because these guys were hopeless, they let loose with their bullying of Song Qian. For this kind of person, Song Qian didn't bother to say anything more. An icy cold eye swept over, instantly causing these guys to faintly freeze. Asterisk 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 dare to glare at me. A student was swept over by Song Qian like this, and immediately felt that he couldn't keep his face up and wanted to teach Song Qian a lesson. However, before he could do anything, he was pushed away and turned his head to see that it was actually He Yuan. What's in the way? He Yuan forcefully pushed a few people away, not putting them in his eyes. What kind of trash are these guys, imperial beasts? Their own poison-tail scorpion growing up is not a problem to fight 3 in 1. The crowd naturally knew that He Yuan had contracted the poison-tail scorpion and could only sardonically retreat to the side. However, when He Yuan's eyes saw Song Qian, the words behind him could not be said at once, and he could only give Song Qian a somewhat bluff-like glance, and then took another aisle to the edge of the seat. Song Qian, on the other hand, just treated it as a fly passing by and didn't bother with He Yuan. What he himself had to do now was to improve Ao Xing's strength, not to bother with this group of students. But the surrounding students were instantly surprised when they saw this. The previous He Yuan wouldn't have been so polite. This matter, there was something odd. For a moment, these students didn't dare to approach Song Qian, and their voices became quite a bit quieter as they spoke. Just as Lu Xiaoxing stood up to the podium, the students had basically all arrived. Just as he was about to open his mouth to speak, he noticed a man standing in the doorway of his class. Lu Xiaoxing was just about to get angry, but changed to a smiling face when he saw the visitor. Wu Shang, come in. Upon hearing this, Wu Shang nodded slightly, then walked towards his position with a disinterested expression. The students, on the other hand, looked at Wu Shang with envy. Good grades, good looking, and one of the best family backgrounds in the class. This kind of person is almost perfect. Even the few other imperial second generation that were not on par with Wu Shang's family had to admit that there was indeed a gap between themselves and Wu Shang. However, Wu Shang's eyes swept over Song Qian seemingly casually, instantly causing the latter to feel puzzled. This guy knows me well? Song Qian frowned slightly, remembering that he and Wu Shang hadn't crossed paths. After all, they weren't from the same world. But that murderous intent in the other party's eyes was something that could not be concealed. Could it be that he had defeated Wu Lin and slapped the Wu family's face, which made the other party hold a grudge? Yet in either case, one is now undaunted. Don't look at the fact that the current Ao Xing was only an upper grade F, but as long as there were evolutionary materials, one could make its strength skyrocket in a short period of time. Watching Wu Shang sit down, Lu Xiaoxing nodded slightly. This is the outstanding talent of the class A, and I heard that he will be joining the institute soon. The future can be said to be unlimited. He then turned his head to look at the other students. The main purpose of today was to announce something related to evolutionary materials. Everyone's here, so let's start today's class meeting. Training is essential after contracting a royal beast. So starting today, there will be a 2-week training camp for imperial beasts. Everyone who is able to pass this training camp's examination will receive a free copy of the imperial beast materials. When they heard about this camp, the students got excited. It was almost like the school was giving them welfare. Song Qian also couldn't help but feel a hint of excitement. Then Lu Xiaoxing's eyes told him it wouldn't be that simple. Since everyone is so motivated, let's gather in the playground. Song Qian, you stayed and indentured the vegetable worm. I don't think it's necessary to attend this kind of training camp, right? Hearing Lu Xiaoxing's words, Song Qian's eyes flashed with a hint of anger. Chapter 11 Beast Royalty Training Camp. Hearing Lu Xiaoxing's words, the students turned their gazes towards Song Qian with either doubt or mockery in their eyes. A waste with no space for imperial beasts had actually contracted an imperial beast? But the one contracted was actually a vegetable greenworm. This was simply the most hilarious joke. Ha ha ha, congratulations Song Qian, it looks like you can finally take the college entrance exam. Put, I don't even know how many cabbage worms are on that tree at my house. One can only say that it's worthy of Song Qian. For a moment, the students sitting in the back row whispered and looked at Song Qian with even more contempt. It was simply ridiculous that this kind of trash would sit with himself. However, the gazes of He Yuan and Wu Lin both looked at Song Qian with scorn. They naturally wouldn't say anything about yesterday's fiasco. Otherwise wouldn't this be a disgrace to themselves? Seeing the students targeting Song Qian in such a way, Lu Xiaoxing standing on the podium grinned. This was the effect he wanted. To make Song Qian unable to get the evolutionary materials to completely give up on the college entrance exam. This was his ultimate goal. Feeling the eyes of the crowd, Song Qian felt nothing else but just stared at Lu Xiaoxing. This fellow, with whom he had no grudge, was now so vicious. However, the Imperial Beast training camp itself was something one must enter. Not to mention, at least those Imperial Beast materials one must obtain. Moreover, according to the school's rules and regulations, Lu Xiaoxing did not have the right to prevent himself from participating in the Imperial Beast training camp. Even if he targeted it like this now, it was just a waste of effort. Well, come on out. It's just your class. Just as Song Qian and Lu Xiaoxing were at an impasse, a calm voice rang out. Looking up, he saw a tall man in military uniform standing in the doorway with a look of indifference and imperturbability on his face. Oh, Instructor Qianjin, so soon? There's a student in our class who's indentured to a cabbage worm, and I don't think he's going to be able to finish his training anyway, so I'm trying to dissuade him from getting involved in this training camp thing. Seeing the visitor, Lu Xiaoxing's face changed. Wasn't there still more than an hour to go? How come they are ready to gather now? Upon hearing this, Chen Jin didn't say anything and only swept a glance at Lu Xiaoxing before saying, "Humph, all I know is that no one on the list should be left out." Said Chen Jin did not speak, just coldly swept over Lu Xiaoxing's face. That indifference to life immediately made the latter shiver. However, Lu Xiaoxing didn't say anything, and could only grit his teeth as his eyes swept over Song Qian in a gloomy manner, then took out a piece of paper from his own pocket and handed it to Qian Jin. "Instructor Qian, this is the latest list. I didn't want to talk about it, but the school doesn't allow it." With these words on his lips, Lu Xiaoxing thought of the words that Wu Shang had explained to him last night, that as long as Song Qian was made to drop out of school or be unable to take the college entrance exams, the Wu family could provide a C-class Imperial Beast for him to contract. It just so happened that he didn't want this loser dragging down the class's performance. Lu Xiaoxing agreed on the spot and talked the director of instruction into opening a new list, ready for Song Qian to be rejected. "I don't care about your new list." Nevertheless, Qian Jin didn't say anything, but just looked impatient. "The list you submitted has this person on it. As long as they didn't quit on their own or were physically traumatized, then they have to participate." After saying that, Qian Jin's eyes swept over the students in the classroom and finally drank loudly. "Now, gather." Then he turned and walked to the door and waited for the students to gather. Soon, these students woke up as if in a dream, and not caring about Lu Xiaoxing's obstruction, they walked to the door and lined up. Song Qian was also puzzled. Why was this instructor so tough? Wasn't he afraid of the school's punishment? However, since the other party had stepped in to relieve him, there was no need for him to worry about this and that, so he might as well think about how he could perfectly complete this Imperial Beast training camp. Lu Xiaoxing looked at Song Qian with a gloomy face, but the latter surprisingly ignored him completely and followed the group towards the playground on his own. Upon arriving at the playground, he saw a middle-aged man standing at the very front with a B-grade top-grade Imperial Beast Ice Flame Demon Tiger standing by his side, looking like a heavenly god. The moment he saw the Ice Flame Demon Tiger, information about the other party unfolded before Song Qian's eyes. Race, Ice Flame Demon Tiger. Strength, B-grade medium. Skills, Ice Flame, proficient. Ice Lotus Blast, proficient. Evolutionary route, normal evolution. Seeing the Ice Flame Demon Tiger's stats, Song Qian couldn't help but be staggered. A B-grade mid-grade Imperial Beast was simply an invincible existence on the battlefield, but even so, its upper limit was just that, as long as one had the Imperial Beast materials in their hands. For A.O. Xing, B rank could only be considered a starting point. After everyone was in place, Chief Instructor Tian Chongjun began to speak to introduce this Imperial Beast training camp, and Song Qian finally understood why Chen Jin was completely unafraid of Lu Xiaoxing. It turned out that all of these instructors were frontline fighters who had gone out from Jiangchang, and because they had signed a contract with Jiangcheng, they would start training for the students every year. The strength of the instructors were all 2-star Imperial Beast Masters, and they were either elite fighters or squad leaders at the front line, while the chief instructor Tian Chongjun, who stood at the very front, was a genuine 4-star Imperial Beast Master. "Now, start training." After introducing the basics, Tian Chongjun didn't say anything and directly asked the crowd to start training. Under Qian Jin's leadership, Song Qian and the others came to a shady place, and then each of them was assigned a training stake and an instrument used to record their performance. These are the stakes for your training, each of which can withstand the attacks of an E-ranked mid-grade Imperial Beast. You have the choice of either a direct smash, or a sustained attack to break the stake. The one with the shortest time within the time limit can come to me for a special reward. As for not breaking the stake, you will wait to be punished along with the Imperial Beasts. Song Qian looked at the stake in front of him, and Chen Jin's words rang in his ears. For a moment, the students began to get excited. This was a good time to show themselves. If they could be seen by these 3-star Imperial Beast Masters and teach them some techniques, wouldn't that be a lot less of a detour? However, this first-place ordinary student could just give up. After all, there were more than a dozen Imperial second generation in their class. It was completely not for them, the commoners' children, to get involved. "I don't want the first one, but it's never hard to finish on time, is it? I guess this first place has already been booked by Wu Shang." This is the Wu family's pride. It's not the same as ours. The surrounding students started discussing it, and Wu Sheng couldn't help but feel some smugness after hearing the crowd praising him. His eyes couldn't help but look at Qianjin. He was a dragon and phoenix among men. How could he be held in high regard by the other party? But it turned out that the other party didn't even bother to pay attention to himself, and his heart was suddenly bereft. Looking at the students' reactions, Qianjin didn't say anything more, but just bellowed, "Now begin!" At that moment, the students didn't care about kissing ass, and after summoning the imperial beasts with their hands in a frenzy, they started attacking the wooden stakes. Chapter 12, Incapacitating Insect Strike, killing the enemy in one strike. Poison Tail Scorpion, use Poison Needle. Rock Swallowing Python, charge over and entangle. Fiery Sparrow, use fire. The entire playground resounded with the shouts of the students, and after summoning the imperial beasts, they started attacking straight towards the stake. But while most of the students had already begun to move, a few others gathered around the stake and began to observe. Song Qian was naturally no exception, and he was observing the stake together after summoning Aoshing out. This stake was not an ordinary stake. It was covered with a little bit of stripes and looked quite a bit strange. I seemed to have seen it somewhere. A feeling of familiarity came over me as I looked at the stripe. It's just that with such fuzzy and irregularly distributed stripes, you can't really see much of anything on your own. He looked down and thought, unaware that Wu Sheng was observing himself from the other side. Surprisingly, it really is a striped stake. If Lu Xiaoxing hadn't reminded me, I really wouldn't have been able to tell. Wu Sheng swept a glance over Song Qian and kept sneering in his heart. Yesterday, he had communicated with Lu Xiaoxing that Song Qian must be expelled, and as for the first place in the Imperial Beast training camp, that would be something that he, Wu Sheng, could only reluctantly accept. In an instant, the twin-tailed giant clawed dragon was summoned by him, and now that he had seen what the stripes represented, he could do it himself. He gave a look to Wu Lin in the distance, who instantly understood. Wu Lin, who was standing beside Song Qian, commanded the rock-swallowing python to inadvertently smash a piece of debris, which instantly hit the wooden stake in front of Song Qian. Tick! A soft sound made Song Qian wake up from his thoughts, and he looked at Wu Lin Jie, only to see the latter looking at him with a sinister smile. Was just about to say something when he saw that a little red light was actually emanating from the stake in front of him, apparently starting the clock. And under the reflection of the red light, these stripes unexpectedly became animated in front of Song Qian's eyes, vaguely presenting the appearance of a royal beast. As Song Qian fixed his eyes on it, the stripes actually constructed the appearance of a rock-swallowing python on the wooden stake. So, one should strike the rock-swallowing python where it is fatal. Song Qian instantly figured out the point. This examination was not only examining the attacks of the imperial beasts, it was also examining the student's mastery of knowledge. Aoshing, disabling bug strike, aimed to the right of the stake. He immediately gave the order to attack the life, which was exactly the Achilles heel of the rock-swallowing python in reality. Aoshing was slightly excited to use the space jump, and then the energy converged on the top of his head. Boom! A loud sound echoed in the playground, only to see Aoshing and the stake slamming together. The stake that was able to withstand a midi-grade imperial beast was directly shattered by Aoshing, who only had the strength of a lower E-grade. Seeing this scene, there was a hint of confusion in the eyes of the surrounding students. It was over. Their eyes were blurred. The vegetable greenworm had actually killed the wooden stake in seconds. Wu Sheng, on the other hand, was in a state of shock and anger. On what grounds? It was clear that he had long known the meaning of what the stripe stood for, but because of his mediocre performance in the cultural courses, he only knew that the weak point of the wooden stake was on the right side, but he had not been able to find the most crucial place. Moreover, he had asked Wu Lin to make a move to interfere with Song Qian. But why would the other party be able to break the stake so quickly? Can it be that you really can't compare to this punk? For a moment, anger burned in Wu Sheng's eyes. Lu Xiaoxing, who was standing on the side observing, was filled with astonishment. He couldn't believe that the first one to break the stake was a waste student contracted as a vegetable greenworm. Song Qian must be fired. Even though Song Qian showed his ability, the stronger the ability, Lu Xiaoxing was even more determined inside to get Song Qian out of the school. Otherwise, once he grew up, even with the Wu family protecting him, he, Lu Xiaoxing, would not have a good time. And Qianjin, who had a bashful face just a moment ago, even had a hint of marvel on his face after seeing the stake shatter. How long had he only given the order? And here was a student shattering the stake. And from what the others had told me, it seemed that this student's contracted imperial beast was a vegetable greenworm, the same one that was just about to be kicked out by the homeroom teacher. With that in mind, Chen Jin's gaze swept over Lu Xiaoxing with a hint of disdain in his eyes. Well done. After Aoshing shattered the stake, He made another space jump back to Song Qian's shoulder and rubbed Song Qian's face affectionately. And naturally, Song Qian knew Ao Xing's small mind and took out a leaf of vegetable from his own backpack and sent it to Ao Xing. Just as the crowd froze, Lu Xiaoxing suddenly rushed to Song Qian like a madman, his eyes almost eating Song Qian up. Song Qian, you even gave the Imperial Beast a potion in order to pass the examination. This is contraband. Where did you obtain it? Upon hearing Lu Xiaoxing's words, Song Qian was first stunned before intense killing intent erupted in his eyes. It was this excuse again. It seemed like he could be sure that this Lu Xiaoxing was a member of the Wu family. Wu Lin's eyes flashed with a hint of excitement, and he was just about to open his mouth to speak when he saw a black shadow flash past him. Ah! A black shadow pounced on Lu Xiaoxing, instantly scaring the latter into retreating. Only after seeing the figure clearly did the crowd realize that Ao Xing, who had been eating the leaves of vegetables by Song Qian's side just a moment ago, was now showing his teeth and grimacing at Lu Xiaoxing, seemingly about to explode. However, Lu Xiaoxing's eyes did not have a panicked look in them, and even carried excitement. If Song Qian attacked himself, then it could be confirmed that Song Qian was definitely a thief and wanted to cover up his crime. Then Qian Jin, these frontline warriors, would definitely not show any favoritism, and directly controlling Song Qian would be possible. However, Lu Xiaoxing waited for half a day without waiting for Qian Jin. Instead, he found that the other party was actually standing beside Song Qian, with a machine in his hand and a look of appreciation on his face. It took a total of 30 seconds from attacking the stake to shattering it, which is only 2 minutes even counting the time it took me to give the order. Not only was this one the first to be completed at this year's camp, but it broke the record of previous years. Well done. Qian Jin patted Song Qian's shoulder, instantly causing Song Qian to feel puzzled. Could it be that he hadn't considered the truth of Lu Xiaoxing's words? Surprisingly, he was so assured of himself. One must know that most of the Imperial Beast potion was contraband, and if a person really had an Imperial Beast potion in their hands, then that person's identity was definitely not clean. And Qian Jin trusted himself so much. Where did that trust come from? Just as Song Qian was puzzled, Qian Jin put away his smile and then looked at the somewhat surprised Lu Xiaoxing. His words icy. Mr. Lu, do you think that all of us on the front line are a bunch of idiots who can't tell right from wrong just like you? Even the cheapest Imperial Beast potion is worth 10 times more than this cabbage worm. This student really has the money to buy potions, so why would he need to indenture a cabbage worm? Don't you think that what you're doing is a bit tie? Chapter 13, Historical Records. The whole room is shocked. Hearing what Qian Jin said, Lu Xiaoxing's face turned green. She was a teacher at a high school, so why did the other party not look at her at all? Could it be that because he, Qian Jin, was in the frontline army, he could look down on people like this? I don't think I'm wrong. Even if it's a contracted mutated vegetable greenworm, then how could it possibly break the stake of the test with a single blow? Lu Xiaoxing's face was hideous. This was Jiangcheng No. 1 middle school. Even if the other party was in the army, he himself would not show fear. At those words, Qian Jin's face fell. In the front line, any Imperial beasts that are all shaped like partners in arms, where would there be such discrimination? Even a cabbage worm can spit silk to make a battlesuit at the front line. So how can we allow such people to look down on us like this? Humph. Don't blame others if you can't do it yourself. Qian Jin snorted coldly, looking at Lu Xiaoxing with disdain in his eyes. No matter what, the first place winner of this stake test was the class that appeared under his leadership, and he would definitely not allow this Lu Xiaoxing to do any damage. As his eyes swept over Lu Xiaoxing and Qian Jin, Song Qian's heart only felt that the world was truly marvelous. The homeroom teacher he had been with for years hated to drop himself out of school, while the instructor he had just met today was dying to protect him. It seems a little weird, but it's a nice feeling to have someone to back you up. What's going on? Just as Song Qian was about to step forward, Chief Instructor Tian Chongjun and Director of Instruction Li Xianzhong came hand in hand. Looking at the two men, they seemed to be very interested in the quarrel between Lu Xiaoxing and Qian Jin in this place. Director of Instruction, I want to report Song Qian for misuse of potions. Chief Instructor, this Song Qian was the first to break the stake, yet he was so falsely accused by his own homeroom teacher, so I'll stand up for him. Seeing the lead supervisor walking towards them, the two hurriedly opened their mouths, and their gazes both looked at Song Qian. Hearing the two speak, Tashich-kun frowned slightly. It's ridiculous that a classroom teacher would target his or her students in such a way, and Li Xianzhong's face was unusually ugly after listening to the two. When Lu Xiaoxing said that this Song Qian was a waste of space, he himself nodded his head and gave him permission to target him in this way. As for the use of potions, anyone who believes that and calls him out on it would be out of their mind. Even the cheapest potions were priced at 50,000 up and down, and with that kind of money to buy a potion, whose first Imperial Beast would still go and contract a vegetable greenworm? I think the use of potions is absolutely impossible. After hearing the whole thing, Tashijkuin shook his head slightly. 3 days ago, we in River City conducted a major search for illegal potions. Even if there are still remnants, it's definitely not something a student can get. Besides, who's going to indenture a cabbage worm when there's money for potions? What do you think, Director Li? After saying that, Tian Chongjun looked at Li Xianzhong. The latter also nodded slightly. Now it seemed that this chief instructor was planning to stand up for the students. There was no need to be aggressive himself. Lu Xiaoxing see the situation in the heart of the cold. Li Xianzhong, this is intended to sell themselves. In that case, let's take a look at this Song Qian's accomplishments. It doesn't seem like an ordinary person to cause you to have an argument. Seeing that no one objected to him, Tian Chongjun smiled and looked at Song Qian. The timer inside the stake would feed the results back on a special instrument, and he, Shigekuen Tada, was curious as to how exactly a student who had contracted a cabbage worm had managed to break through the stake. Then I'll trouble the chief instructor. With that, Song Qian took off the instrument in his hand and handed it over to Tian Chongjun. It didn't feel intimidated by the other party's identity, and even just treated the other party as an ordinary person. Looking at the teenager in front of him, the corners of Tian Chongjun's mouth curled into a smile, and his eyes were even more appreciative. Even if he was on the front line, he was a person of status. This teenager was so calm. Either his mind was strong or he was an arrogant person. And judging from Song Qian's performance, it was clear that it wasn't a latter. Touching the instrument in his hand, Tian Chongjun nodded slightly before he joined Li Xianzhong in looking at the time on it. 30 seconds. The time it took Song Qian to break through the stake was only 30 seconds. Even Tashijkuin froze when he saw the time. How is it possible? Song Qian actually used only 40 seconds. Our school's best record is 50 seconds. How can Song Qian do that? Lu Xiaoxing couldn't help but exclaim loudly when he saw the numbers on it. The surrounding students exploded when they heard this 50 seconds. Holy, 30 seconds. Last year's best time was only 1 minute. How did this Song Qian do it? That statistic was held for 3 years, and now it's been broken. How can that be? Back then this record was the one from the Wang family. That one was admitted by Divine Capital University on a broken record. So wouldn't Song Qian also? The surrounding students gasped in shock, and some were even too surprised to speak on the spot. Although the difference between the two records was only a short 20 seconds, this was the record of the one from the Wang family 3 years ago. After the one from the Wang family created this record, he directly completed the Royal Beast training camp ahead of schedule, and after the college entrance exam, he was even directly accepted by Chengdu University. And Song Qian's record was even more horrifying. So I'm only afraid that all the Royal Beast universities would open their doors for Song Qian. How can? Even if he was as arrogant as Wu Shang. At this moment, he was still surprised and unable to count his words, his face showing shock, but then a hint of killing intent flashed through his eyes. If Song Qian was still that trash, he wouldn't be much of a threat to the Wu family in the future. But now, Song Qian had unexpectedly shown such talent. He would definitely be a major problem for the Wu family in the future, and he should take advantage of it before it was too late. Chief Instructor, what do you think? Looking at this data from Song Qian, Director of Instruction Li Xianzhong felt a pang of dryness. He had nodded his head to allow Lu Xiaoxing to target Song Qian. In case Song Qian knew about it, wouldn't he be put in the other party's little book? Maybe he had a great future and didn't bother with himself. But in case Song Qian was a careful person, wouldn't he have to take a pot of burying talents and not be able to advance further in the future? No, it isn't. Li Xianzhong's meaningful gaze swept over Lu Xiaoxing and Li Xianzhong, and finally stared at Song Qian in silence. How? Chapter 14, The Goodwill of the Chief Instructor. Snap! Only a crisp clang rang out across the silent playground. The crowd turned their heads to look, only to see Director of Instruction Li Xianzhong with a face of anger, his right hand even higher, while Lu Xiaoxing was sitting on the ground covering his face in stupefaction. Apparently, just now Lu Xiaoxing used his own face to hit the teaching director's hand, only it looked like he hadn't hit it at all. Is this how you, the lead teacher, lead your students? Li Xianzhong's face was tinged with anger and remorse as he regretted why he hadn't personally come to see if Song Qian was really such a waste. But fortunately, he had merely acquiesced to Lu Xiaoxing's strikes, and he hadn't gone down on himself, and he, the Director of Instruction, and Song Qian hadn't torn their faces apart. With that, his eyes looked towards Lu Xiaoxing with a look of contempt in his eyes. Burying geniuses is the most intolerable thing in my Jiangcheng First Middle School. As he said that, Li Xianzhong snorted coldly, but his eyes swept over Song Qian without a second thought. Seeing that the latter even still had a bland look on his face, Li Xianzhong appreciated this young man even more. If he had been bullied for so long and suddenly took revenge today, he, Li Xianzhong, could happily treat the group to a banquet. As a result, Song Qian was good, but he was so calm, so it was evident that his mind was incomparably firm. However, at this moment, Song Qian didn't think so much about it. He felt a bit ridiculous instead, when he was targeted by no one. Now that he had only slightly demonstrated Ao Xing's strength, this director of instruction hated to treat himself as his own son. This is the benefit of one's increased strength. Even if I don't take a stand, there will still be people willing to come out and stand up for themselves. Song Qian laughed coldly in his heart, but his face showed nothing. He had been targeted for 3 years, and to say that director of instruction Li Xianzhong didn't know anything about it would be almost like treating him like a little cutie. This time he was going to see what kind of a show Lu Xiaoxing and Li Xianzhong could put on. And Tian Chongjun seemed to realize Song Qian's thoughts as well, a small smile appearing on his face. Just by looking at Song Qian's expression, he knew that this Lu Xiaoxing was definitely not targeting him in this way. Perhaps in the past, he had suffered a lot at the hands of this homeroom teacher, but it's all coming to an end. 2. Looking at Li Xianzhong, who was somewhat unable to get down, Tian Chongjun knew that it was time for him to speak out to relieve the situation. He was here to train the students after all, and if the school's face fell off today, how could he continue training in the following days? Ahem. Director Li, I think it would be better to take out 3 months of this teacher Lu's salary and give it to this student Song Qian. What do you think? Saying that, Tian Chongjun looked at Li Xianzhong, and the other party also nodded his head hastily. Otherwise, if the stalemate continues, do you still want to lose your authority as the head teacher? Seeing that the other party agreed, Tian Chongjun looked at Song Qian. What do you think, Mr. Song Qian? At those words, Song Qian turned his head to look at Tian Chongjun, only to see that the other party's eyes seemed to carry an incomparable confidence, as if he was certain that he would agree to this condition. However, after he thought about Lu Xiaoxing's 3-month salary, he couldn't help but thump his heart. Jiangchang No. 1 high school was the top high school more than a decade ago, and although it is now declining, the monthly teacher's salary is still very substantial. According to Lu Xiaoxing's salary for 3 months, that would be close to 100,000 yuan, enough to buy quite a few evolutionary materials for Ao Xing himself. I have no comment. Glancing at each other with Ao Xing, Song Qian instantly understood the other's thoughts and opened his mouth to agree with Tian Chongjun's opinion. And Ao Xing's heart has a million surprises. Get the money. Song Qian can buy materials, then it is not all used in their own body? Thinking about how he had evolved from a vegetable greenworm to a green scale worm, Ao Xing was immensely looking forward to the changes that the next evolution would bring. So be it. The smile on Tian Chongjun's face grew even more. Such a youngster who knew how to advance and retreat and had strong talent would definitely not be stuck in this small Jiangcheng in the future, and was worth investing in himself. And Li Xianzhong and Lu Xiaoxing will not say anything more. They buried the talent. The school did not punish them even if the good end, where there are other requirements. Only Lu Xiaoxing's eyes carried a hint of hatred. He had long offended Song Qian to death these 3 years, and now that the other party was taking advantage of the situation, what future did he have in the future? Thinking of this, he looked at Wu Shang, only to see that the other party's gaze was also filled with jealousy and murderous intent, and had obviously decided to eradicate Song Qian. Then don't blame me. Lu Xiaoxing gritted his teeth, and his heart became even more determined to defect to Wu Shang. Soon, Song Qian's cell phone received a text message that the school did not have any delinquencies, and directly gave Lu Xiaoxing a total of $100,000 for his 3-month salary. Looking at the extra money, Song Qian instantly understood and looked at Li Xianzhong with eyes that became kind and a smile if any on his face. The estimation was that Li Xianzhong was making a gesture of goodwill towards himself, but he hadn't targeted himself after all, so Song Qian wouldn't care too much. That's from the school side. Next is the reward from our Imperial Beast training camp. Looking at Song Qian's smile, Tian Chongjuan's nodded slightly, a majestic color in his tiger eyes. This is the evolution gift pack that only F-ranked upper Imperial Beasts used to get, as your reward for breaking the Imperial Beast training camp record. After saying that, Instructor Chen Jin took out a small box with 10 types of evolutionary materials, and there were 5 rare materials that Song Qian recognized alone. He was just about to open his mouth to speak when he realized that Tashij was still not finished. I saw Tashij turn around and pull out a small silver-white box from his small brown satchel. This is the spatial treasure box I purchased, refined from the energy of the spatial system Imperial Beasts. Originally, I was planning to give this box to the most outstanding one of the students when the Imperial Beast training camp was over. Now it looks like I won't have to wait. As Tian Chongjun spoke, he placed the spatial treasure box into Song Qian's hands. Space Box, a high-tech product created in recent years by the combination of human technology and Imperial Beast energy. After all, Imperial Beast masters who made a living from sparring needed to carry quite a lot of materials and food, so having this would be much more convenient. Song Qian looked at the spatial treasure box with an unusually excited expression. He was just about to open his mouth to thank them, but he realized that Tian Chongjun and Li Xianzhong had already walked away. Junior, work hard. I'll report this record to the front lines, and perhaps they'd be willing to give your genius a small grant as well. Looking at the other party's back, Song Qian was a bit dazed. This chief instructor was really his own lucky star. In the crowd, Wu Shang looked at Song Qian's eyes almost to eat people in general. The Spacebox is a new product just developed last year. The market price is not less than $500,000. At present in Jiangcheng is still priced at the market. Their own Wu family are only fortunate enough to buy a few. Song Qian, how virtue and how can get this Spacebox? Damn it! Wu Shang deadpanned as he stared at Song Qian. I'll make sure you know that trash should stay in the trash. If you want to turn over a new leaf, first get past me. Wu Shang. While waiting for the chief instructor and the director of instruction to leave, Instructor Qian Jin was all excited. With this kind of genius in his own class, he definitely wouldn't bury Song Qian's talent. All hands, gather. Starting today, training is doubled. Chapter 15, Fusion, Grade B material. After a day of training, although Song Qian and Ao Xing were fine, the others were suffering. Originally, the practice intensity of the Imperial Beast training camp was relatively high, and as a result, the instructor even doubled the intensity of the training, which for most people had already exceeded their own and the Imperial Beast's limits. Only for Song Qian and Ao Xing, this kind of training wasn't even enough to bring out Ao Xing's true strength. Phew, so that's the end of today's training. Looking at the instructor standing at the school's entrance, watching the students leave, Song Qian could not help but let out a long breath. It wasn't that he had anything on him, it was mainly because Instructor Qian Jin's attitude towards him was just a bit odd. Although he had shown himself to be a bit of a genius, it was never enough to make a 2-star Imperial Beastmaster look at him in such a way. However, he didn't realize how terrifying the record he broke today was. 35 seconds, a statistic that was considered unbreakable 20 years ago, not only because of the knowledge base required of the challenger, but also because of the requirements of the Imperial Beast. Although these stakes were prepared for F-rank Imperial Beasts, it was calculated that even the strongest Imperial Beasts in F-rank would not be able to break through them in a short period of time. So anyone who can find a stake's weakness in less than a minute and still break the stake with one blow, that's worth training. As for the 30-second breakdown, even Chief Instructor Tashij Kuan didn't know that, and if the front line confirmed this, I'm afraid they wouldn't hesitate to throw in the olive branch. Ao Xing, what do you want to eat? Walking into the shopping mall, Song Qian was now unusually bold. It couldn't be helped. With an extra $100,000 in his pocket all of a sudden, he said he had to buy something nice to treat himself and Ao Xing. Oxing, leaves of the Grade E celestial anemone. Hearing Ao Xing's reply, the smile on Song Qian's face stiffened. Ao Xing hadn't changed. It was still so fond of eating vegetable leaves, but the leaves of anemone, that's a lot of money. Celestial Dragon Aoi, an evolutionary material that can only be grown by the careful cultivation of a dragon Imperial Beast, is incredibly valuable because it requires the Imperial Beast's essence blood during the growth process. As for the Grade E celestial dragon flower, it could easily cost $1 million, even if it was just a leaf. That was still worth a lot. Good. Since you want it, it's naturally impossible for me, Song Qian, as a royal beast master, not to agree. Looking at Ao Xing's slightly excited eyes, Song Qian clenched his teeth and walked directly into the material store where he had last encountered Zhang Miao. Just as he walked through the door, Song Qian saw the waitress who had thrown cold eyes at him last time, and before he could even open his mouth, he realized that the other party was actually walking towards him with a beaming smile. Mr. Song, what can I get you? The waitress in the deep V uniform stood in front of Song Qian, and her eyes were even more unobtrusive with a hint of seduction. Mr. Zhang has ordered. As long as it's the materials you need, just take them. When she said that, her eyes looked at Song Qian. The last time he hadn't even looked at this teenager. He had thought that he was a poor student, but he hadn't thought that he would be able to hitch a ride on Mr. Zhang's line. This time she had to take it down for whatever she said, and maybe she could even have something to do with that Prince Zhang Miao. However, Song Qian didn't care about this and just lowered his head and thought, since Zhang Miao had said so, how could he refuse? Moreover, Zhang Miao's family is not lacking in this amount of money. They are a top-tier royal second generation, and just that spirited earth lion is priced in the millions on the market, not to mention the materials needed to cultivate it, not to mention the fact that he had helped his fiery earth lion evolve. Just this hidden evolutionary route alone would be priceless if he took it out and sold it himself. Thinking of this, Song Qian spoke directly. Then thank you, Mr. Zhang, just help me get a few leaves of the heavenly dragon flower. Upon hearing Song Qian's words, the waitress turned away and walked into a secret room, and soon took a box and handed it to Song Qian. Receiving the box, Song Qian also did not bother to open it to check. Since this store Zhang Miao can say something, I understand that this waiter will not fool himself. Walked out of the material store, threw all the materials into the space box. Song Qian walked directly to his home. Today took a lot of materials. When the time comes to give all the fusion to AO Xing, I do not know what will become the appearance. Back at home, Song Qian couldn't wait to take out today's materials. Although the F-rank Imperial Beasts Evolution material pack is good, it's no longer of much use to AO Xing. Looking at the precious materials that he had only seen in books before, Song Qian could not help but shake his head with emotion. In the past, he was unable to contract a royal beast, so everyone could bully him. Now that he had merely displayed a bit of strength, he was able to obtain materials that were previously unattainable. It was truly a matter of creation. Next up is the leaves of the Great E Celestial Dragonflower. Hopefully this thing can produce some changes in AO Xing. In AO Xing's expectant eyes, Song Qian opened the box containing the heavenly dragonflower. Just by opening a crack, he could smell a fresh fragrance wafting out, and AO Xing's saliva slowly dripped onto the tabletop, as if something was attracting it. Ding, precious material B grade Tianlong anemone leaf heart detected. Please ask if it's fused or not. Right at the moment the box was opened, a system prompt unexpectedly came from Song Qian's mind. Grade B Celestial Dragonflower. And it's still the most precious part of the leaf heart. For a moment Song Qian stared in utter disbelief. He just asked for an E-grade Celestial Dragonflower leaf, but he ended up getting a B-grade Celestial Dragonflower leaf heart? This is a super treasure that has a price. Even if Zhang Niao took it out, that would be a meatball, right? Whatever. When it comes to me, it's mine. Fuse me. Without much hesitation, Song Qian directly chose to fuse, only to see those precious materials in the material bag. At this moment it was like dumping garbage all mixed together. Under a magical force began to be continuously quenched, while the heart of the heavenly dragon anemone leaf was flickering with a faint blue light, beginning to fade away those impurities. It didn't take long for the two materials to be refined down to the size of a fist, suspended in the air like precious pearls. AO Xing opened his mouth wide and let out an excited sound. It had a premonition that this clump would be greatly beneficial to its own strength enhancement, and might even allow it to evolve directly. As he watched the ball of light and AO Xing merge together, Song Qian also felt a rush of heat flow through his body. This was the feedback that AO Xing's increased strength had brought to himself. Ding, material fusion complete. Just as Song Qian was warming up and getting a little sleepy, the information coming from the system in his mind immediately made him feel a burst of spirit. Chapter 16 AO Xing's changes. Opening his eyes, Song Qian saw AO Xing's changes at a glance. At this moment, AO Xing was suspended in the air, his body emitting a halo of light, his face looking leisurely, and the tiny scales on its body began to grow gradually, and the small protrusions on its abdomen transformed into tiny dragon claws on the top of its head. What kind of imperial beast is this? There was a hint of shock in Song Qian's eyes. If AO Xing's previous evolution was still traceable, but now it was completely unlike that of a vegetable green insect or green scale insect. Ding, congratulations to the host's imperial beast, AO Xing, for his fusion evolution, and his current race has been changed to Dragon Soul Scale Insect. Ding, congratulations to the host's imperial beast AO Xing for completing its evolution. Comprehending the skill Dragon Might, passive, upgrading the skill Crippling Bug Strike to Dragon Soul Strike, and raising its proficiency level to Unified. Dragon's Might inflicts mental oppression on imperial beasts of lower level, with a probability of making them too fearful to attack, while resisting a part of the mental attack. Ding, congratulations to the host's imperial beast AO Xing for realizing the skill Energy Mastery, passive. Energy Mastery, Dragon Soul Green Scale Worm's affinity for energy is increased. The system's voice rang out, and the shock on Song Qian's face turned into surprise at this moment. If the AO Xing of the Green Scale Insect stage was still in the lower reaches of the entire Imperial Beast ecosystem, then the current Dragon Soul Green Scale Insect was definitely the best amongst the insect-type Imperial Beasts. It could even be said that AO Xing, who had a dragon bloodline, could completely evolve in the direction of a dragon Imperial Beast in the future. Now it's still only just finished evolving. If one fuses more materials in the future, what realm is AO Xing returning to? Just thinking about it in his mind, Song Qian felt a surge of excitement in his heart. If he could obtain more materials, perhaps AO Xing's growth rate would give him a big surprise. But the excitement only lasted for a few seconds, and Song Qian quickly calmed down. He fixed his eyes on AO Xing, and its data instantly appeared before his eyes. Race, Dragon Soul Green Scale Worm, AO Xing. Strength, lower grade E. Skills, Dragon Soul Strike, Fusion. Spit, perfect. Space Jump, perfect. Dragon Might, passive. Energy Mastery, passive. Seeing AO Xing's current stats, Song Qian couldn't help but be a little moved. Although AO Xing's realm of strength hadn't changed, the return that the Imperial Beast Space had given him was real. According to the bonus that the Imperial Beast Space gave back to itself, the current AO Xing is almost several times as strong as the Cyan Scale Worm stage. You know, AO Xing in the form of the green scale worm that has the attack power to break through wooden stakes in just 30 seconds. If it were put into the present, I'm afraid it could be shattered with a single move. Song Qian couldn't help but gulp down a mouthful of water. He had earned a lot from this evolution. Ow! Ao Xing gently called out, and only then did Song Qian wake up like a dream, only to see it slowly land on the table. The halo that wrapped around its body also gradually dispersed. Only the energy streams that flashed through its body from time to time showed that it was extraordinary. Ao Xing, where's this big piece of my skyrocket anemone leaf? Looking at the remnants of the leaves left on the tabletop, Ao Xing could not cry, and could only hug these leaves and start eating them as if he was taking revenge. This little guy's appearance really made Song Qian feel funny, no matter how much he evolved. This kind of delicious character just couldn't be changed. The next day, Song Qian came to school. There was no stopping them this time, and those students who had been sitting in the back rows were instantly honest. It couldn't be helped. The previous Song Qian was a waste of space who couldn't even contract a royal beast, and he was the ones who could of course bully at will. However, now that Song Qian had not only contracted the royal beasts, but had even broken the record of the one from the Wang clan who had stayed at the royal beasts training camp, and even the chief instructor was looking at him differently, how could they, the students, dare to continue to make things difficult for Song Qian? Moreover, the strength of the other party's royal beast was so terrifying. If the other party looked at himself in a bad light one day, wouldn't he have no place to retaliate if he was beaten? They are middle-aged teenagers, but not brainless. They know exactly who can be offended and who to flatter. Brother Song, please sit down. Song, I'll take your bag for you. Brother Song, do you want some water? I brought a bottle of 82-year-old mineral water here. Song, that girl over there has been looking at you. Song, just as he walked into the classroom, Song Qian heard endless compliments. He looked at the faces of these people and kept sneering in his heart. In the past, at this time, they had punched and kicked themselves and mocked them to the fullest, but after yesterday, they leaned over like a dog's skin, and the rapid change in attitude had to make Song Qian lament. It's not necessary. Song Qian waved his hand, then walked directly to his seat, unaware that some girls had already begun to shift their attention to him. After all, Wu Sheng that was from a big family. The possibility of him looking at them was slim to none. But what had Song Qian, a downtrodden household, ever seen in the world? They were guaranteed to mesmerize Song Qian into confusion with just one shot. However, Song Qian, what big scenes have not seen? The teacher inside the friend's computer in his previous life that is not jealous. Assemble. Today's training begins. Soon. Instructor Qian Jin and class teacher Lu Xiaoxing came to the classroom one after another, receiving Qian Jin but ignoring Lu Xiaoxing who was ready to open his mouth to speak. He directly asked the students to gather. Seeing this scene, Lu Xiaoxing dared to be angry. Yesterday, he was scolded by the director of teaching, Li Xianzhong, and he did not dare to make any other moves today. However, his hands were clenched tightly, and his eyes were dead set on Song Qian, revealing a faint killing intent. It's your punkess that made me this way. Song Qian, you're just a piece of trash, a waste of space. What makes you able to turn over a new leaf? The Wu family won't give you this chance. Looking at the team that was gradually moving away, Lu Xiaoxing collected his expression and then followed with a hypocritical smile. After arriving at the playground, Instructor Qian Jin still put yesterday's device on the crowd, but instead of taking out the stake, he opened his Imperial Beast space. Looking at the D-grade lower grade Imperial Beast dragon-tailed shrimp that crawled out from the Imperial Beast space, these students who had never seen life and death only felt as if they were being stared at by some ferocious beast. Song Qian didn't have any expression on his face, and took the opportunity to check his opponent's data. Race, lobster-tailed shrimp. Strength, lower D grade. Skills, intimidation, perfect. Giant pincer, proficient. Water warfare, passive. Evolutionary route, normal evolution. Although it was a rare D-class Imperial Beast, Song Qian didn't look moved. After all, it was only yesterday that he saw the B-ranked Ice Flame Demon Tiger. So looking at this dragon-tailed shrimp again wouldn't have much of an intimidating effect. Just then, Qian Jin patted his lobster-tail shrimp and smiled at the students. Imperial Beast battle requires not only strength, but also perseverance. Today's test, that's spiritual defense. Chapter 17, Spiritual Oppression, shocking the entire arena. After saying these words, Qian Jin's face clearly carried some excitement. This mental oppression type of test was a new test program added this year. Although it was not difficult for the frontline fighters, but for these students who had never seen blood, it was almost like a nightmare. You should know that spirit is not simply a way to raise the thought of being irresistible, but it will even project the scenes that the skill releaser has seen into the opponent's mind. And how his Qian Jin's Imperial Beasts have all fought on the front line. That kind of scene, even the Imperial Beasts that have fought on the front line for many years may not be able to stand it. If you can support yourself under this skill for 10 seconds, then you'll be considered to have passed. 20 seconds is excellent, and you'll be able to get the appropriate reward. As for 30 seconds or even a minute, directly provide materials for the evolution of F-class Imperial Beasts. As his eyes swept over the faces of the students, Chen Jin's smile grew even wider. This kind of reward could almost drive those students from less well-off families crazy, especially those whose imperial beasts had multiple evolutionary routes, which were already burning up at the moment. Isn't it just spiritual oppression? Can it be as strong as my parents' pressure? For the most perfect evolution, I'll fight. The ironclad beast's defense is invincible, and mental oppression is a piece of crap. Break the record. Get the material. For a moment, the students became feverish. Wu Shang, who was standing on the side, looked at Song Qian with a disdainful look. Yesterday, he didn't know how Song Qian managed to do it, but today, he was definitely going to make a big splash. He, Wu Shang, had contracted a twin-tailed giant clawed dragon, and as a dragon imperial beast, it was inherently resistant to mental oppression, and coupled with his own training of it, supporting it for 30 seconds was no big deal. Today, I'm going to let you know what it means to be the difference between a genius and a waste. Wu Shang thought darkly in his mind, but was blissfully unaware of Song Qian's complete lack of hitchhiking. There was no way around it. Mental oppression was simply no difficulty for Song Qian and Ao Xing, not to mention anything else. Just the dragon might skill that came with Ao Xing's evolution was already superior to most mental oppression. Not to mention that the current Ao Xing already possessed the strength to finish off the E-class imperial beasts at this moment. This Wu Shang, where did I offend him? Feeling Wu Shang's eyes with murderous intent, Song Qian could not help but frown slightly. If it was because he had slapped the Wu family's face, then if he had the ability, he, Wu Shang, would just find himself in trouble? What was the point of flinging his face here? Is it hard to believe that I have some kind of problem with him? Song Qian couldn't help but start organizing the memories in his mind, but by the time the test started, he hadn't found any beef between himself and Wu Shang, so he just shook his head and simply didn't bother thinking about it. Feel free to use whatever tricks you have. I, Song Qian, will accompany you to the end. With this thought in his mind, Song Qian focused his attention on the instructor. This time the training himself could be treated well. At least that evolutionary material pack he could still look forward to. With a cold snort, Song Qian then summoned Ao Xing to prepare for the next training session. Seeing this, the crowd also hurriedly summoned their imperial beasts, and for a moment the entire playground became incredibly noisy. Wu Shang, on the other hand, summoned his own twin-tailed giant clawed dragon in a high-profile manner, and for a moment, the twin-tailed giant clawed dragon's nearly 2-meter-long body came out across the sky. And even Chen Jin had to admit that this Wu Shang was too much stronger than all the other students. In terms of this twin-tailed giant clawed dragon alone, it was no match for any other imperial beast, not to mention that Wu Shang's own combat achievements were one of the best in the entire Jiangqing First Middle School. Moreover, this twin-tailed giant clawed dragon seemed to be a bit unusual. Not only did it have a pair of horns on top of its head, but the scales on its body were as neatly arranged as armor, unlike other twin-tailed giant clawed dragons that were generally disorganized. With this in mind, Chen Jin called the students up one by one according to their school number to start training. It's a nice imperial beast. It was also the first time that Song Qian had taken a good look at Wu Shang's imperial beast, and he did not expect it to be so extraordinary. With a thought, Song Qian's opponent's information appeared before his eyes. Race, two-tailed giant clawed dragon. Strength, lower grade E. Skills, pseudo dragon might, passive. Monstrous strength, passive. Giant claw attack, proficient. Venom, mastery. Evolutionary route, normal evolution, available, special evolution, purple poison scorpion dragon. Already opened. Seeing the stats of the twin-tailed giant clawed dragon, Song Qian couldn't help but feel surprised. Normally this kind of imperial beast wouldn't have mastered the venom skill. Now Wu Shang's twin-tailed giant clawed dragon had not only mastered venom, but had even turned on a special evolution. It was simply astonishing. So that body scale looks so familiar. It turns out to be the bloodline of the poison scorpion dragon. Song Qian raised an eyebrow, originally thinking that the other party's imperial beasts were just a bit rarer. He didn't expect that there was also this kind of regulated S-class imperial beast's bloodline. Just as he was thinking about it, a number of students had already completed the test. But most people just go up there for 5 seconds and then they can't. And the best they've done so far is just 11 seconds. After all, the mental attack released by the dragon-tailed shrimp restored the brutal scene of the battlefield, where these students and their imperial beasts could easily accept it. Next, Wu Shang, the shivering student standing in front of Chen Jin, was helped to leave, while Chen Jin did not look surprised and just continued to call out the next person's name. When they heard Wu Shang take the stage, many people immediately turned their gazes towards this top-tier rich second generation and began to whisper, "This level isn't any harder for Wu Shang." That's not true. Other people's imperial beasts can come with their own dragon's might, and their resistance to spiritual attacks is not normally strong. Yesterday, Boss Wu Shang just didn't want to show his strength. That's why he let this guy Song Qian steal the limelight. Today, let him know the true strength of our boss. Song Qian? Just a clown who jumped through hoops. Many people began to compare Song Qian and Wu Shang and began to make comparisons, and there was no lack of contempt for Song Qian in their words. However, Song Qian himself didn't have much of an expression on his face. Instead, he calmly looked at Wu Shang. Only a faint glow emanated from the body of the dragon-tailed shrimp, and as its gaze met the gaze of the twin-tailed giant-clawed dragon, the latter's body suddenly shook. As for Wu Shang, who was a twin-tailed giant-clawed dragon imperial beast master, he also froze violently for a moment at this moment, and then revealed a panicked expression. Apparently this kind of mental attack could pass through the imperial beasts and be delivered directly to the imperial beast master's mind. But in the next second, Wu Shang seemed to be adapting to the situation, and his body quickly stabilized, gritting his teeth and starting to do battle with the mental attack. Soon enough, 10 seconds passed, and the 20-second barrier was broken by Wu Shang, and little by little, the time went towards a perfect 30 seconds. Go boss Wu Shang! Go squad leader! 27 seconds. Boss Wu Shang is about to become the first person to exceed 30 seconds. For a moment, the students gathered their attention, while the instructor Qian Jin also nodded slightly. This Wu Shang is indeed good. 35 seconds. Noticing that Wu Shang's body was beginning to shake, Qian Jin also stopped his attack in due time, and this achievement instantly made Wu Shang the center of attention of the crowd. Wu Shang, who had just recovered from the attack, was now trying to adjust his breathing, and his gaze was even more contemptuously sweeping over Song Qian. He himself has achieved a perfect score. You Song Qian, okay? And now there was only one last person left in the entire class who hadn't been tested, and that was Song Qian. Chapter 18, Complete Immunity. Extreme Achievement. Song Qian, are you ready? The gazes of the crowd looked toward Song Qian, and Qian Jin couldn't help but ask out loud. He was still exceptionally attached to this talented cadet. Even Wu Shang was not as important as Song Qian in his Qian Jin's eyes. After all, it was someone who had been praised in public by Chief Instructor Tashich Kuan, so he wasn't a mere mortal in any case. Gazing at Qian Jin, Song Qian nodded slightly with a smile. He was still quite fond of both Instructor Qian Jin and Chief Instructor Tian Chongjun. Seeing that Song Qian had already finished preparing, Qian Jin didn't say much and just nodded slightly before preparing to release the skill. Ao Xing. Song Qian looked towards Ao Xing who was lying on his shoulder, his eyes filled with encouragement. Ow. Ao Xing nodded slightly. Ever since it evolved it had been holding a fire within its body, and today it was going to release it all. Seeing that Ao Xing was so intent on fighting, Song Qian couldn't help but feel more confident. He turned his head to look at the lobster-tailed shrimp, only to see the other man's eyes begin to grow fantastically wide. Song Qian only felt something drilling into his brain, and then a scene unfolded in front of his eyes as if he were there. At this moment, he finally realized why Wu Shang would involuntarily shiver. It was really because the scene in front of him was too real and horrible. One could only see a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood strewn amongst the broken walls, countless human corpses and the remains of ferocious beasts scattered on the ground, and quite a few others lying on the ground moaning in agony while the ferocious beasts were also letting out mournful howls of pain, just like hell. However, before Song Qian could react, he felt his brain clear for a moment. Only the scene in front of him quickly collapsed. Only a layer of light red blood mist was still shrouded in front of him, but compared to the previous scene, the current blood mist was nothing. When he looked up, he saw Ao Xing standing in front of him, helping him carry a lot of pressure. The top of Ao Xing's head, at the moment, was emanating a bit of starlight, obviously exerting efforts to resist the pressure the other party was putting on himself. Only compared to the twin-tailed giant-clawed dragon, Ao Xing's current state was simply perfect. It lay on its back, its face looking unstressed, and even closed its eyes slightly, looking like it was rather enjoying the confrontation. After evolving through the system, Ao Xing is really quite powerful. Looking at the leisurely Ao Xing, Song Qian couldn't help but feel a sense of peace. This was his own imperial beast. At this moment, the look of disdain in the eyes of the crowd had long been replaced by shock, and they were completely at a loss to understand why Song Qian's reaction was so small. Although 10 seconds had passed since Song Qian had entered the training, the situation within those 10 seconds was already enough to shock them for half a day. You know, even when Wu Shang was faced with the scene of a mountain of corpses and blood in his brain, that he was shocked and shook in place. And this Song Qian, surprisingly, after walking up, only gently shook for a moment, and then settled in place like a rock, unable to see any expression of fear. Moreover, his imperial beast, that somewhat strange-looking vegetable greenworm, was actually still lying on the ground at this moment, gnawing on a vegetable leaf inside its mouth, as if it was completely unaffected. What is this? Is this a cabbage worm? They wouldn't have any doubts if you said that this was the cub of a dragon imperial beast with a noble bloodline. What is this? You're telling me it's a cabbage worm? I don't believe you. Damn. If this is a cabbage worm, I'm going to the bathroom for lunch today. Publicly cheating on food and drink? Even if this is a cabbage worm, it's still the king of cabbage worms, completely incomparable to ordinary cabbage worms. After seeing Song Qian acting like nothing, the entire playground practically boiled over. They didn't understand why Song Qian, who had contracted the vegetable greenworm, why it seemed to be easier than Wu Sheng, who had contracted the twin-tailed giant clawed dragon. Is it hard to believe that it's because of some special talent of the cabbage worm? Qian Jin, who was an instructor, however, knew at this moment that this teenager named Song Qian was definitely not as simple as it seemed on the surface. This kind of genius can't be trapped in a small training camp. Jiangchang No. 1 Middle School. Lu Xiaoxing. You guys really delayed a genius. As time passed, the look of shock in Qian Jin's eyes grew stronger. It should be known that just now, Wu Sheng's twin-tailed giant clawed dragon had a skill called pseudo-dragon might, but it had been unable to support it for about 30 seconds. And Song Qian's this vegetable greenworm, but completely fine general. Even his own dragon tail shrimp even let it change position to eat the leaves are not able to do. Who can tell him now in the end what is the situation? Chen Jin turned his head to look at the dragon tail shrimp. He was skeptical if it was his imperial beast that was being lazy. However, when he saw that the dragon tail shrimp had widened its eyes at the moment and was releasing its skills with all its strength, Chen Jin gave up. It's hard to know if you should be happy to have this kind of monster in your class or because you're devastated. Time flowed slowly. Soon, a minute passed. Song Qian had already adapted to his surroundings. The blood mist didn't make him feel fear. He even had the mind to think about what materials he would have to buy for Ao Xing to evolve next before he could do so. Well, it's time. Just as the clock went to 2 minutes, Qian Jin spoke. It wasn't because he didn't want to continue training, but because 2 minutes, which was the limit figure set by the training camp, had to be stopped regardless of whether or not the student was able to exceed that figure. Otherwise, once mentally attacked for a prolonged period of time, it is likely to cause damage to the student and his or her imperial beast. And either way, for these soldiers fighting on the front lines, that's unacceptable. Soon, Song Qian felt a wave of relief in his brain. The blood mist in front of his eyes completely disappeared, and Ao Xing looked at Song Qian dumbfounded. It didn't even know what was happening. It just jumped down and ate a vegetable leaf and then suffered a mental attack like being bitten by a mosquito and it was okay? In vain Ao Xing also took a leaf of vegetables, ready to have a protracted battle, and as a result, you look strong lobster tail shrimp, which will not work. Ow! Ao Xing looked at Song Qian suspiciously, his small eyes carrying a great deal of doubt. That's the end of it? Well, that's the end of that. Song Qian nodded and softly said to Ao Xing. In fact, he had some regrets in his heart. According to the energy stored by Ao Xing, it could still support for at least a half hour or so. As for why it couldn't last longer, it was entirely because it was lunchtime in half an hour. And Ao Xing, the eater, was very punctual. Hearing Song Qian's words, Qian Jin almost stepped on his feet. What do you mean it's over? Can't you see the students in front of you peeing their pants? Moreover, the dragon tail shrimp was far from reaching its limit. He could continue releasing it for at least 10 more minutes. Chapter 19 Absolute Heavenly Pride or Claptrap Clown? Instructor, can I go now? Since today only required training on how to resist mental attacks, Song Qian no longer had much of a reason to stay here. It couldn't be helped. One was just supposed to scramble to get the resources now instead of wasting time here. After hearing Song Qian's words, Chen Jin was slightly stunned and was just about to teach a lesson when he thought that the other party had resisted the mental attack for 2 minutes like a nobody, which made him swallow his words. That's fine, but I've just told the chief instructor about it, and he's on his way here now. After saying that, Chen Jin stopped speaking, apparently telling Song Qian not to leave for the time being. The chief instructor is sending you materials. When the other party had said so, Song Qian naturally understood the meaning and waited together. The surrounding students couldn't help but get pumped up when they heard that the chief instructor was coming, only to find out that the other party was here to deliver materials to Song Qian. And again, they couldn't help but feel a little angry. Humph, why is it that Song Qian breaks the record every time? What? You're still absolutely shady? People are frontline fighters. Who give you so many tricks? Che, isn't it just supplies? My family has already prepared them. I can even go to Imperial Beasts University just by lying flat. Wasn't it just resistance for 2 minutes? Maybe it's just luck. When we've been trained, that talk won't be a breeze. For a moment, the students began to talk. After all, this was how the world was. The unremarkable waste of the past had now become a genius that they could only look up to. Where would these students easily accept this change? But these murmurs soon died down with the arrival of Chief Instructor Tian Chongjun and Director of Instruction Li Xianzhong. Not bad. You're good. Tian Chongjun looked at Song Qian with incomparable appreciation. This kind of talent, if the top few Imperial Beast Universities didn't want it, he, Tian Chongjun, would be willing to absorb it into the front line and use all of his resources to cultivate him. After all, he was the only one who knew what it meant to sustain a mental attack for 2 minutes. On the battlefield, he had seen too many recruits who swore before the battle, but ended up being too scared by the scene after the battle started, to the point of wanting to flee the battlefield. And this simple 2 minutes is almost the limit of what a new recruit can stay. If they continue to face this kind of scene, even if they just joined the army 20 years ago themselves, that is going to break down. Therefore, from the level of resisting spiritual attacks alone, Song Qian already had the potential to become a 4-star Imperial Beastmaster. Thinking of this, Tian Chongjun patted Song Qian's shoulder, the look of relief on his face even more obvious. I will also record the data this time, and then it will be sent to the front line together. I'm sure that the group on the front line will never let go of a genius like you. After saying that, Tian Chongjun left with a smile, while Li Xianzhong hurriedly handed the bag in his hand to Song Qian. Although he didn't know what was contained inside the bag, Song Qian knew that it was definitely an exceptionally precious material, and it was most likely not an F-grade material. Ah, Song Qian, the school didn't notice you before. I hope you don't mind. What I just gave you were 5 E-rank evolution materials, which aren't exactly rare, but they're not something you can just get. From now on, if you have anything to do, come directly to me in the office. I, Li Xianzhong, still have a voice in Jiangchangno 1 Middle School. The director of teaching, Li Xianzhong, also immediately showed his attitude, completely without any semblance of the previous contempt. It couldn't be helped. This kind of genius who broke records in a row definitely had to be protected. Maybe this year there would even be a super alumnus of Jiangcheng First Middle School who would be exempted from the examination to enter a top school. Even if you can't be exempted from the test, Song Qian's talent alone is enough to make people pay attention to him. And if he, the director of teaching, doesn't make a good relationship at the moment, he won't be able to queue up to send gifts in the future. Seeing this, Song Qian could only nod his head after pulling the corners of his mouth, indicating that he didn't care about his previous experiences at school. Seeing Song Qian so up to it, Li Xianzhong also left with a smile on his face. Now he didn't have to worry about his relationship with Song Qian. In the future, Song Qian, who had become a 3-star or even 4-star Imperial Beastmaster, wouldn't be able to complain about the school because of these things. And that, in a nutshell, is what he, Li Xianzhong, is aiming for. Looking at the departing figures of the two, Song Qian couldn't help but shake his head. What a thing! When you need materials to evolve yourself, everyone treats you with contempt and mockery, just showing a little bit of strength, and these people change their faces to get along with themselves. Sure enough, in this world, strength is the hard truth. Song Qian clenched his fists, his eyes filled with the desire to become stronger. On the other hand, Wu Shang, who was standing in the crowd, was silent at the moment, and the killing intent in his eyes was hidden deep underneath his eyes, except that from time to time, the eyes that looked at Song Qian became incredibly eerie. He rubbed his teeth, his eyes constantly sweeping over Song Qian. Song Qian, don't let me catch a break, otherwise I'll let you know that offending my Wu family, offending my Wu Shang, and death will be a relief for you. At this moment, Wu Shang's handsome face became incomparably hideous, but then it returned to normal, as if it had never appeared. But just this momentary expression was still detected by Lu Xiaoxing, who was standing on the sidelines observing. Looking at Wu Shang's expression, Lu Xiaoxing instantly knew that this time Song Qian was considered to have sinned against the Wu family to death. Everyone knew Wu Shang's temper. Offending him in Jiangchang would only lead to death. It looks like I'm going to have to take an early stand as well. Otherwise, when the liquidation of the Wu family is complete, I'm afraid I, Lu Xiaoxing, won't even be able to get a position of merit. After thinking about the power of the Wu family, Lu Xiaoxing did not hesitate to directly side with Wu Shang. People are not only Imperial Beast Masters, but also have their own energy in the Research Institute, which is not at all comparable to a pauper like Song Qian. At the front line, Lin Zheng, a 3-star Imperial Beastmaster who was working at the command headquarters, received an encrypted message. After seeing that the person coming was the 4-star Imperial Beastmaster Tian Chongjun, he didn't dare to be the slightest bit sloppy as he entered the password and scrutinized this message. When he saw the contents, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. 30 seconds to break the stake and resist mental attacks for up to 2 minutes. The contracted Imperial Beast is still a vegetable worm? Has the world gone this crazy? The shocked look on Lin Zheng's face was completely undisguised, and he even read out the contents of the secret letter softly. And hearing these words, a young man with an arrogant face next to him violently stood up and walked towards the outside. Humph, Boss Tian is really something too. Even believing such nonsense? Who knows if there's some kind of Imperial Beast potion used to cheat, since it's in River City, which isn't too far away. Let me, Zhu Long, take a look. You fellow, are you a supreme genius or a clown who clams up? Chapter 20, A Genius from the Frontline. The school's rewards are generous this time. Song Qian, who had returned home, opened that material bag, and the materials inside were instantly revealed. While most F-ranked evolutionary materials were common, by the time they reached E-rank, they were considered rare. After all, to many people, E-rank imperial beasts were considered powerful, and trying to obtain these materials in the wild was not something that could be gotten so easily. Even if it could be cultivated on a large scale now, the cultivation cycle and cost was incomparably expensive, and only the Dragon Kingdom would spare no expense in cultivating these materials on a large scale for the sake of the general public. Snow spirit grass, frozen rock crystals, white crystal silkworms, E-ranked mid-grade cold wind wolf essence, and E-ranked upper-grade condensed ice soul grass that can only be cultivated by ice imperial beasts. Gee, these are rare things. Looking at these 5 materials, Song Qian couldn't help but nod slightly. Obviously this time, the school had gone to great lengths to pull him in. Each of these materials had a price of close to 100,000 yuan, especially the condensed ice soul grass. The evolutionary material of this ice imperial beast had a mild medicinal property and was useful to most of the ice imperial beasts. However, the annual production was pitifully low, and there was always a price without a market. He was never expecting that the school would take this as a reward for himself, especially since these 5 materials come together to be more useful. Although he had no idea of having Ao Xing evolve towards the ice system, Song Qian was still surprised by the school's largesse. Since these materials were in his hands, he didn't bother to dwell on them. The system would let Ao Xing absorb them all anyway, so there shouldn't be any problems. System, help Ao Xing fuse. Looking at Ao Xing, who was lying down in front of him and eating vegetable leaves, Song Qian softly recited, "Ding, 5 materials detected. Fusion in progress." The fusion was successful, and the imperial beast Ao Xing's control over the ice attribute energy has been strengthened. I don't know if it was because the medicinal properties of the B-grade heavenly dragon alloy leaf heart that was brought back last time was too strong, but this fusion surprisingly couldn't even make Ao Xing's strength change, and it only strengthened the control of the ice attribute. And Ao Xing, who was lying on his back and eating the vegetable leaves, only felt his body cool down, and as a result, a cold air protruded from his mouth, freezing the leaves. It cocked its head and then continued to crunch on the leaves as if it were eating potato chips. Seeing that Ao Xing was so cozy, Song Qian didn't bother to dwell on it, no matter what it was considered an enhancement. On the following day, on the playground, Chief Instructor Tian Chongjun gathered the group all together with an incredibly serious face, and beside him stood an unruly youth. The arrogance on his face was completely unconcealed, and the way he looked at the students was even more like looking at garbage. As Song Qian stood under the stage, he only felt that this person seemed somewhat familiar, only that he did not know where he had seen him before. Just then, Tian Chongjun slowly opened his mouth and introduced his identity to the crowd. "Class, today I'd like to introduce you to someone. The one standing beside me is the one who joined our frontline genius last year, Juran. The top 8 from last year's River City Rookie Tournament have been promoted to 2-star Imperial Beast Masters this year." Hearing Tian Chongjun's introduction, the crowd on the stage couldn't help but be dumbfounded, while Li Xianzhong had long since stood aside with a face of iron, because this teenager named Zhu Long, he not only knew, but was familiar with. Only Zhu Long took a step forward and swept over the faces of the crowd with contempt, followed by a cold snort of disdain. "My humble self, 8th place in last year's Jiangcheng newcomer competition. Although I've eliminated more people than I can remember. I remember a guy named Li Changlin was taken out by me in the first round and didn't even make it into the main round. I just don't know which school this Li Changlin is from now." As he spoke, Zhu Long gently shook his head inside, seeming to be quite regretful in general. The people on the stage, on the other hand, were either shocked or horrified, but more than anything else, they were kind of angry. The director of instruction, Li Xianzhong, on the other hand, had a dark face, and the expression on his face could not be seen at all. As for Song Qian, he also finally remembered at this moment who this Zhu Long really was. What's the big deal about being in the 2nd grade? That's right. What's the point of coming to our 1st grade school and pretending? Damn it, if senior brother Wang was here, it would still be your turn for this punk to clamor here? Asterisk 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 someone get this guy on the ground and give him a brutal beating. Before anyone else could speak, the students on stage had completely exploded, because Zhu Long was from Jiangcheng's 2nd middle school, and the Li Changlin he spoke of was the genius of the last 1st middle school. Not only is he kind, but his grades are also exceptionally good, and as a result, he was defeated by Zhu Long in last year's Jiangcheng Newcomers Tournament with a crushing force, and even Zhu Long madly disparaged Li Changlin in Jiangcheng First Middle School after the tournament, which, coupled with the competition for educational resources, led to the two schools beginning to secretly compete. This person is really arrogant, and I don't know if he has a plan or is just arrogant. Looking at Zhu Long's arrogant face, Even Song Qian felt that Zhu Long really had no one in his sight. However, when he thought that the other party was already a 2-star Imperial Beast Master, Song Qian couldn't help but narrow his eyes. The visitor is not good, Song Qian softly chanted, but realized that quite a few people's gazes were already focused on him and Wu Shang, obviously hoping that the two could step in to teach this Zhu Long a lesson. And Zhu Long also noticed the two. The corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile. I've heard that there's a genius named Song Qian in your first middle school. I wonder if you're interested in letting me, your senior brother, guide you. The students couldn't help but all look at Song Qian when they saw this. Although they were not happy that a waste had rebounded into a genius, this was not the time to engage in a pitched battle, regardless of whether Song Qian could defeat Zhu Long or not. Right now, he only hoped that he could stand up and tell Zhu Long that they in the first middle school were not easy to bully. And Qian Jin, who was in the team of instructors, couldn't help but change his face at the words. Although this Zhu Long was arrogant, his strength should not be underestimated. Otherwise it would not have been possible to advance from a 1-star Imperial Beast Master to a 2-star in just 1 year. Although Song Qian was strong now, in the end, he was only a student of the indentured greengrocer. So how much stronger could he be? With an incomparable anxiety in his heart, Qian Jin could only hope that the chief instructor would come out to speak. But unfortunately the latter just stood in place with his hands clasped on his chest, watching the farce with a good sense of humor. Under the stage, the face of Song Qian, who had been named for a sparring match, was naturally not going to look any better. He frowned slightly, and the Imperial Beast's face slowly opened, just as he was about to step forward to answer the battle. As a result, in the next second, it was found that Wu Shang, dressed in all white clothes, took a step forward and pointed a single finger at Zhu Long and said loudly, "Humph, second middle school senior brother Zhu, why don't you let me, Wu Shang, take a lesson from you?" Chapter 21, Vegetable Worm? Explosive Kill. Let me, Wu Shang, meet you. After saying that, Wu Shang walked up to the high platform with a haughty look on his face. On the other hand, Zhu Long was looking at Wu Shang as if he was a clown, and there was even a coldness in his eyes. "Humph, since you're looking for death, come on." As he spoke, Zhu Long's Imperial Beast's face slowly opened, and a black wolf-shaped Imperial Beast about a meter in length drilled out from within. The students were instantly nonplussed after seeing this Imperial Beast. How could this kind of Imperial Beast be contracted by a guy like Zhu Long? Song Qian, on the other hand, also narrowed his eyes slightly and directly scanned the information of this Imperial Beast. Race, Underworld Coyote. Strength, lower grade E. Skills, Roar of Fury, Proficient. Dark Assault, Mastery. Spectral Fire, Introductory. Raging Inferno Roar, Mastery. Bloodlust, Passive. Evolutionary Route, Normal Evolution, Available. Underworld Dark Hidden Wolf. An attacking Imperial Beast with potential capable of reaching the lower grade of B. Even though its strength was only the lower grade of E, its attacking power was already capable of standing proudly against the upper grade of E Imperial Beasts. Coupled with the rare Shadow tier and the powerful attacking Fire tier, this Underworld Dark Cryptic Wolf was almost able to crush Wu Shang's twin-tailed giant clawed dragon. Surprisingly, it's this kind of Imperial Beast. It's rare. Song Qian nodded slightly. This kind of Imperial Beast was qualified to be A.O. Xing's opponent. At this moment, Wu Shang only felt some difficult to ride the tiger. He remembered that last year Zhu Long's Imperial Beast was not this Underworld Dark Hidden Wolf. How is it that only 1 year into the change of Imperial Beasts? Oh, I'm really sorry. Even though I, Zhu Long, don't have much strength, I've still done something after joining the front line for a year, like killing 20 or 30 Imperial Beasts of the same level. But I won't bully you. The Underworld Dark Cryptic Wolf is only a lower grade E, and is at the same power level as your twin-tailed giant clawed dragon. Saying that, Zhu Long's eyes were filled with killing intent. Wu Shang, on the other hand, was so startled by the aura that he couldn't help but shiver. Seeing this scene, Tian Shongjun shook his head slightly. This Wu Shang was just a false appearance, unable to resist even this simple mental intimidation. Lost, when Song Qian saw Wu Shang in this state, he instantly knew that his sharpness had disappeared, and coupled with the fact that he was not as strong as the others, victory was no longer something he was thinking about, but rather thinking about how he could support himself for more time. And the stage of the Wu Shang is now in a dilemma. The battle is lost, not the face of the battle is certainly gone. How to do this is good. He was about to think about how he could go down in a decent manner when he heard Tashijkuan's voice come through. Start when you're ready. After saying that, several people vacated a place to act as a sparring ground, leaving only Wu Shang's twin-tailed giant clawed dragon and Zhu Long's Underworld Dark Cryptic Wolf behind. Seeing this scene, Wu Shang instantly knew his fate and could only command the twin-tailed giant clawed dragon to start attacking his opponent. Twin-tailed giant clawed dragon. Use giant claw attack. Wu Shang prepared to take the lead in attacking, wanting to directly sneak in while Zhu Long didn't react. However, Juron just laughed disdainfully and then simply said, 10 seconds, I want to see it down. Roar! The underworld dark hidden wolf growled, and then black mist spread all over its body, and its large figure unexpectedly gradually disappeared in the eyes of the crowd. When the crowd saw this scene, they couldn't help but gasp in shock. It's a dark hidden attack. Dodge it, Boss Wu Shang. Go for it, Brother Wu Shang, hold on. For a moment, the entire playground was filled with voices cheering for Wu Shang. However, in the next second, the body of the twin-tailed giant clawed dragon unexpectedly gave a violent start, and then it was even directly knocked out, falling to the ground and stirring up a sky of dust. The underworld dark hidden wolf, on the other hand, stood proudly, as if it hadn't utilized much of its strength. At this moment, the entire room was silent, and Lu Xiaoxing and Li Xianzhong and other school teachers were all wide-eyed at the moment. They knew that Wu Shang would lose, but they didn't know that they would lose so quickly. Li Changlin isn't even my opponent, and you're worthy? Zhu Long snorted coldly, then turned his gaze toward Song Qian. Seeing Zhu Long belittling himself so much, Wu Shang gritted his teeth with a look of abhorrence in his eyes. However, due to the opponent's might, he could only put away the twin-tailed giant clawed dragon then step down in indignation. Song Qian didn't say anything more when he saw this, but walked straight to the open space. Ao Xing, on the other hand, followed nonchalantly, still holding a leaf of vegetable in his mouth even after entering the opponent's field, as if he hadn't noticed his opponent. Juron, on the other hand, raised an eyebrow, only feeling that there was something ridiculous about this world. I thought that someone had used some means to hide it from Boss Tian, but I didn't expect that someone would actually break the record with a vegetable greenworm. Speaking of this, he skimmed his lips, his eyes contemptuously sweeping over Song Qian and Wu Shang. But since I'm here, I'll show you what a true genius is. After saying that, the underworld dark cryptic wolf's body was covered in black light, and a stream of purple flames wrapped around its entire body. It was like a ferocious beast from hell at this moment. Song Qian was also feeling his blood boiling all over his body at the moment. Coming to this world, he was to become the most powerful imperial beast master step by step. Today, let this Juron be his stepping stone. Ao Xing, this time, we'll go all out. Ow! Hearing Song Qian's command, Ao Xing quickly ate the leaves of the vegetables in his mouth, and then a pair of eyes stared at the underworld dark hidden wolf in front of him. Phantom Shadow. Use Roar of Rage. Zhu Long was not careless at this moment, regardless of whether Song Qian really had an undercard or not. This time, whether it was for himself or for the sake of Jiancheng No. 2 Middle School, he must defeat Song Qian with a thunderous force, so that Jiancheng No. 1 Middle School would completely lose the idea of competing with No. 2 Middle School. Roar! The flames of the spectral dark hidden wolf skyrocketed, its eyes red as it poured energy from its mouth. At this moment, everyone present stared at Ao Xing with a deadpan expression, wondering how this vegetable green insect could dodge a skill that even the twin-tailed giant clawed dragon could not necessarily dodge. Ao Xing, space jump. Seeing this, Song Qian calmly gave orders. Hearing the order of the Imperial Beast Master, Ao Xing revealed his true appearance at this moment. Only a bit of starlight emanated from the protrusion at the top of its head, and the energy flowing through its body made its greenish scales look like jade. And the most surprising thing was Ao Xing's abdomen. Previously Ao Xing was lying on the ground, even if the battle was over quickly, which led to everyone not noticing that this guy, who looked just like a cabbage worm, actually had dragon claws. What kind of imperial beast is this? Never seen the breed before. Isn't that a cabbage worm? How come it's changed its appearance? Could it be a mutant species of the cabbage worm? While the students were still pondering what kind of imperial beast this was, the school teachers and instructors were almost staring their eyes out. Chief Instructor, have you seen it? Li Xianzhong couldn't tell what kind of imperial beast it was, so he could only hope that Tian Chongjun had seen it. However, Tian Chongjun just looked at Ao Xing with unblinking eyes, then gently shook his head. I haven't seen it, but I know that this time, your Jiangcheng First Middle School has picked up a treasure. In Zhu Long's surprised gaze, a door of space appeared out of nowhere in front of Ao Xing, and in the next second, Ao Xing's body disappeared, as if it had never appeared. Before he had time to defend himself, he heard Song Qian's devil-like voice ring out. Dragon Might intimidates. Dragon Soul Strike. In the next second, a heart-palpitating spiritual pressure came. Even the underworld dark cryptic wolf with its B-class imperial beast bloodline was startled at the moment, completely unaware of where this pressure was coming from, only to see Ao Xing appear above the head of the underworld dark hidden wolf after a space jump in midair more than 3 meters high, a wave of energy coalescing between its dragon's horns. Boom! A flood-like energy slammed into the head of the underworld dark hidden wolf, directly smashing it into the ground. Chapter 22 Early Graduation. Boom! The sound of the underworld dark hidden wolf smashing into the ground resonated throughout the entire arena, and amidst the sky of dust, its agonizing wails were practically heartbreaking to hear and tearful to hear. A.O. Xing, on the other hand, slowly landed and coiled on Song Qian's shoulder as usual, just like a harmless vegetable worm. However, everyone knew that they could never look at Song Qian and this imperial beast on his shoulder the same way they had in the past. Spectre. Seeing the underworld dark cryptic wolf being smashed hard into the ground, Zhu Long only felt incomparable heartache at the moment. This imperial beast was a rare imperial beast that he had thrown in all his military credits from killing the ferocious beasts, and then used countless connections to exchange for it. If it was directly scrapped by Song Qian, then it would be almost as difficult as climbing into the sky if he, Zhu Long, wanted to get another imperial beast of the same level. However, very quickly, Zhu Long let go of his lifted heart. Although the underworld dark cryptic wolf was heavily injured, it was always just a flesh injury and would not affect his future potential. Damn it! Thinking of this, he looked up at Song Qian. This Jiangcheng No, one middle school teenager, surprisingly, just looked at himself expressionlessly, as if he was looking at a passerby. In an instant, the anger in his heart couldn't help but erupt, and he was instantly ready to summon his first imperial beast. Looking at the slowly opening imperial beast space, a hint of killing intent flashed in the depths of Song Qian's eyes. Just now, thinking that Zhu Long was only a fresh graduate, he didn't want A.O. Xing to kill him painfully, but now it seems to be his own soft heart. If he encountered this kind of person again in the future, he would definitely directly beat the opposite imperial beast until it was scrapped. This world is honored by strength. As long as I'm strong enough, I won't be punished for even crippling the opposite imperial beast. Song Qian's hands were slightly clenched into fists, and the murderous intent in his eyes grew thicker. And A.O. Xing also sensed Song Qian's battle intent, and immediately jumped down from his shoulder, circling in the air for a while before this landed in front of Song Qian's body, with the dragon's horn on top of his head slightly illuminated, ready to attack at any time. However, just as the two sides were at swords drawn, a silhouette stepped forward. Snap! Only Cabbage could be seen clapping his hands as he walked right into the middle of the two with a satisfied smile on his face. Juran, go back and keep practicing extra hard. How dare you lose your temper when you can't even beat a high schooler? Although Tian Chongjun was wearing a smile, his tone was decisive and resolute, clearly not intending to let Zhu Long fool around, and Zhu Long seemed to come to his senses by this reminder. The hatred in his eyes disappeared. He just put the underworld dark hidden wolf into the royal beast space, saluted Tian Chongjun and then directly left the playground of Jiangcheng No, one middle school. Obviously, this failure had dealt him quite a blow, and didn't even have the face to continue staying here. After Zhu Long left, Tian Chongjun looked at Song Qian with a look of pride in his eyes. I don't think you need to participate in this year's Imperial Beast training camp. Hearing Tian Chongjun's words, Song Qian was slightly startled in his heart. What did this mean? Could it be that because he had defeated the genius of the front line, this was intended to target him? Or did this chief instructor have other plans? Without waiting for Song Qian to inquire, Tian Chongjun opened his mouth to explain. Since you can defeat Chu Lung, this Imperial Beast training camp won't be of much use to you. Instead, why don't we let you graduate early and find your own training that works for you? Saying that, Tian Chongjun's hand inadvertently patted Li Xianzhong, who was still in a daze, which caused the latter to slow down from his shock. A sobered Li Xianzhong immediately took over. Yes, you can graduate early from the Imperial Beast training camp. Don't worry that none of the rewards will be missing from you, and you can defeat Juran and apply for more materials for you. We, Jiangcheng No, one middle school, will never bury any talent. Saying that, Li Xianzhong wiped the sweat from his head and looked straight at Song Qian. No way. Just now the scene is really too shocking. Even he as the director of teaching feel that the heart is going to jump out of the chest. Juran was last year's top 8 in the Jiangcheng rookie tournament. You know, Jiangcheng No, one middle school hasn't entered the main round since the one from the Wang family graduated. And this year, Song Qian can beat Zhu Long. So wouldn't it be a breeze to enter this year's main round session? If this is known by the principal that he has unearthed such a talent, future promotion is just around the corner, then I'll trouble you both. Song Qian was also shocked by Tian Chongjun's words. Early graduation? This was something that had never happened before. Looking at the entire Jiangcheng first middle school decades of history of the Royal Beast training camp, that can be something that has never been done before. Did not expect to be able to graduate early. The reward is also a point. A lot of good things like this who do not like Tashij Kuan, on the other hand, nodded slightly and turned his head towards the school building. Meet me in the office later. For now just enjoy yourself. With that, Tian Chongjun pulled Li Xianzhong away, leaving only Song Qian, who was a bit dazed. Enjoy what? Before Song Qian knew what the chief instructor was talking about in his mouth in terms of enjoyment, he heard a mountain of voices in his ears. Niu Boichi, *******. Song Qian big brother Niu Boi. Song Qian, what kind of imperial beast is that? How come I've never seen it before? Asterisk 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 asterisk. You're still discussing imperial beasts at a time like this? We've been suppressed by the second middle school for so long, so we can finally come out on top. Song Qian, the first genius of Zhengchang No. 1 middle school, early graduation. Congrats big guy. For a moment, the entire playground was filled with congratulations for Song Qian. Even those teachers were looking at Song Qian with smiles on their faces at the moment. As for the previous contempt for Song Qian's inability to contract a royal beast, what before? Really, if someone dares to talk through this whole thing, they're going to be in a hurry. Seeing this scene, the corners of Song Qian's mouth also hooked into a smile. He was a shining sun when he first came to school, and after 3 years of being belittled and humiliated in between, today, he was finally standing where he belonged. Ao Xing. Ow. Song Qian turned his head to look at Ao Xing, and the little guy climbed to the top of Song Qian's head, and a jet of energy sprayed up into the air, exploding like fireworks, blooming in brilliant colors. Song Qian, who saw the scene, closed his eyes. This moment, he was going to enjoy the joy of victory. As for Wu Shang, who stood in the crowd and was ignored, his face was incredibly ugly, and his usual juniors were all busy congratulating Song Qian at the moment, so where did they care about his feelings? These belong to me, Song Qian. Sooner or later, one day, I'll make you beg for your life and beg for your death. The killing intent in Wu Shang's eyes flourished, and in his heart, he decided to urge the clan to hurry up and get Song Qian killed. Chapter 23, Ao Xing, a new breed of imperial beast? Arriving at the office, Song Qian pushed open the door, only to see Chief Instructor Tian Chongjun and Director of Instruction Li Xianzhong sitting in their seats, with some pleased looks on their faces. Coming. Seeing Song Qian push the door in, Li Xianzhong rubbed his hands together and greeted him, leading Song Qian over to the sofa and sitting down. Tian Chongjun just kept staring at Song Qian. Facing Tian Chongjun's gaze, Song Qian naturally knew what he wanted to inquire about, which was nothing more than what grade of royal beast Ao Xing was, and why he himself had suddenly turned from a waste to such a genius. And the answers to those two questions were thought of on the way over to the office. Chief Instructor Tian, if you have any questions, just ask. After being watched for a long time, Li Xianzhong's breathing became heavier and heavier, so Song Qian decisively opened his mouth. Otherwise, who knows what other questions Li Xianzhong would ask next. Hearing Song Qian open his mouth, Tian Chongjun also breathed a sigh of relief, as if he was relieved. Although relying on his patience, he could still hold out for a long time. It was obvious that Li Xianzhong couldn't, and now that Song Qian opened his mouth, it was considered to have given him a step down. Only to see Tian Chongjun pick up his teacup and take a sip. His gaze swept over Song Qian before he asked softly, I'm not really interested in how you became a genius. After all, the matter of the special imperial beast space is sort of known, even though I don't understand it. After saying that, Tian Chongjun looked straight at Song Qian with an undeniable look in his eyes. But your imperial beast, this is something we must find out. You do realize that every time a new breed of imperial beast appears, it's a small thing that can't be ignored. So, I hope you can tell me truthfully. Hearing Tian Chongjun's words, Song Qian fell silent. He was naturally aware of this regulation, or else he wouldn't have been able to think of how to deal with these problems on the way. After all, in the Dragon Kingdom, new breeds of imperial beasts and new evolutionary routes were definitely one of the most important things. In addition to the special regulations, it is the responsibility of the Imperial Beastmaster to report new breeds of imperial beasts he discovers to the Imperial Beastmasters Association, which in turn will reward the new imperial beasts according to their potential level. And Ao Xing's situation was more special. It was a dragon soul green scale insect that was only born by the system fusing all kinds of materials. The entire universe was only this one. How could there be any other of its kind? However, in the current investigation, only S-grade quasi-divine beasts appear in single digits. As for SS-grade divine beasts are even rarer all over the world. They can be counted on one's fingers, and are almost like the guardian gods of each country in general. If he casually told Tian Chongjun that Ao Xing was the only dragon soul green scale insect in the world, although he, Song Qian, would not be in any danger of losing his life, he would probably only be able to grow up in the future under strict guard, and he might even be made aware of the secret of the system fusion evolution. Therefore, Song Qian had already thought of a near-perfect wording on the way over. Facing Tian Chongjun's question, Song Qian smiled and summoned Ao Xing out and said, Chief Instructor Tian and Director Li, this is my imperial beast Ao Xing, an imperial beast I contracted at the breeding center, which I believe Director Li can testify to. After Song Qian finished speaking, he looked at Li Xianzhong, while the latter nodded his head in a somewhat sweaty manner. It couldn't be helped. At that time, he was the one who watched Song Qian contract the vegetable greenworm, and there had been the idea of expelling Song Qian outright. After all, a garbage imperial beast would likely pull the school's grades right down. Seeing that the other party had admitted it, Song Qian continued to explain. However, oxing is not an ordinary cabbage worm. It is one of the cabbage worms caught from the wild. However, in the wild, it devoured a vermilion purple dragon-shaped fruit, and began to evolve rapidly after I contracted it. By now, it has completed its evolution, and its current race is the dragon soul green scale insect. Hearing Song Qian's words, Tian Chongjun fell silent. Capturing imperial beasts from the wild for people to contract it was a common thing, especially in a place like Zhangchang where the territory was remote and close to the front line. After all, artificially cultivated imperial beasts wouldn't be as vicious in character, but in Zhangchang, which was close to the front line, this was a very fatal weakness. But a vermilion purple dragon-shaped fruit, what was this? He searched his brain for C-rank to A-rank materials and couldn't find anything corresponding to it, so it seemed likely that it was an S-rank or above evolutionary material. As for this little bud being the hatchling of some kind of divine beast, Tashijkuan hadn't even considered that scenario. After all, the hatchlings of divine beasts had never been seen by anyone, but even speculation knew that their appearance could never be so simple. The current imperial beasts, such as the dragon soul green scale insect, this small augur-like imperial beasts, there are not 1,000, that there are also 800 kinds, each of which should be suspected. Then the world's breeders do not have to work. Just measuring the information of these imperial beasts are enough to keep them busy. Since that's the case, I'll write it down first, and you'll remember to register at the Imperial Beastmaster Association when you have time. Tian Chongjun. This was a little bit of thinking before he believed Song Qian's claim. Seeing that this matter was understood, Li Xianzhong's smile grew even wider. He looked over at Song Qian, his tone trying to look as amiable as possible. Originally, the principal said that when he got back from his meeting, he would be almost ready to personally present the awards to this year's most outstanding students, but now it seems that it's still me. Old Li, who is blessed. Here are your medals and awards. To celebrate your early graduation, the school is doubling the material for you. Saying that, Li Xianzhong took out all the things he had prepared. Of course, the materials are still packed in special boxes so that no one can see what's inside. Seeing this, Song Qian took out his spatial treasure box and directly filled it with all of these materials. And before he could retrieve the box, he saw Tian Chongjun walk up to him. This formerly serious chief instructor was currently standing in front of Song Qian, not hiding the color of appreciation in his eyes, only to see him use his right hand to take out a small box from his pocket and put it in front of Song Qian, showing it off with some pride. This is the reverse scale of a B-ranked ice flame demon dragon I killed. I'm giving it to you. With that, Tian Chongjun handed the box to Song Qian, and Song Qian was momentarily surprised by this chief instructor's largesse. Even Li Xianzhong's eyes were wide open at the moment. This kind of thing was even taken out to give away? This was the reverse scale of a B-class dragon imperial beast. One must know that the B-class Ice Flame Demon Dragon was an extremely aggressive dragon imperial beast, and once an intruder was detected, it was almost a fight to the death. How precious its reverse scales were, the value of which was not something Song Qian could even imagine out. And now, Tian Chongjun had even given himself this reverse scale, which could not be described as ungenerous. Thanks, Chief Instructor. Seeing that Tian Chongjun's appearance did not appear to be faking, Song Qian did not excuse himself and just silently accepted this reverse scale. However, in his mind, Song Qian memorized Tian Chongjun's name. This great favor, Song Qian must return it when he has the chance in the future. In that case, let's go. You don't have to train, but Director Li and I still have supervisory responsibilities. Seeing Song Qian accept the reverse scale, Tian Chongjun laughed loudly, then pulled Li Xianzhong and left the office towards the playground. Chapter 24, A Secret Letter from Home. Seeing the two leave, Song Qian naturally had no reason to remain here, so he simply turned around and returned home. The rewards that he got from this early graduation were almost several times the total amount of materials he had obtained in the past, and if all of them were used on an ice imperial beast, it would not be unlikely that it would evolve directly. Ao Xing, how do you feel? Once he returned home, Song Qian didn't open the spatial treasure box. Instead, he began to ask Ao Xing about his experience in this sparring match. At those words, Ao Xing raised his head with a thoughtful look in his eyes. Not long after that, he nodded his head slightly, obviously being immensely satisfied with this sparring match. After all, this sparring match Song Qian could have failed to make it put away. Instead, he showed most of his strength, and the fight wasn't too enjoyable. Seeing Ao Xing like this, Song Qian's face couldn't help but bring on a smile. With that, he sent the prepared vegetable leaves to Ao Xing's mouth, while he himself took the spatial treasure box and took out all the materials. Looking at the reward the school had given him this time, Song Qian couldn't help but be staggered. If the Ice Flame Demon Dragon reverse scale that Tian Chongjun had given himself was considered a treasure, then the materials given by the school could be considered precious. Grade E Ice Dragon Scale, Grade E Ice Phoenix Fruit, Grade E Dragon Imperial Beast Essence Blood, TSK, Although these things aren't difficult for the school to collect, this is too much. Double these materials for me. That's close to $1 million worth of materials. Looking at these materials, Song Qian couldn't help but marvel at the school's great efforts, but soon he adjusted his mindset. These things came to him through the hands of Director of Instruction Li Xianzhong. That naturally belonged to him Song Qian. As for what to do now, it was naturally to directly absorb the materials to enhance his strength. Is Ao Xing ready? Ao Xing didn't have any resistance to becoming stronger. After all, in its perception only the stronger it was, the more materials Song Qian would obtain in the future. And then Ao Xing, would have the opportunity to feast on them. In that case, fusion. Song Qian decisively gave orders to the system. However, he didn't fuse the Ice Flame Demon Dragon's reverse scales, but instead put them into the spatial treasure box. After all, this was the reverse scale of a B-class dragon beast, and perhaps it would be of great use in the future. Ding 7 ice materials detected. Please ask if they are absorbed by Ao Xing? Yes. Ding. Fusion is on. The system's icy voice rang out, only to see those materials that the school had given itself transformed into bits of starlight all entering Ao Xing's body at this moment. The body of Ao Xing, who was eating the vegetable leaves, froze, and then the original light green colored scales abruptly changed to blue-white, like an ice sculpture. The light that the materials turned into all entered Ao Xing's body, yet Ao Xing was as if he was frozen at the moment, and surprisingly did not make any more movements. Seeing Ao Xing, who was like an ice dragon, Song Qian couldn't help but frown slightly. Could it be that the absorption had failed? Before he could ask the system, he heard a click. Only a crack appeared on the top of the ice dragon's head, and a small pale green colored claw reached out from it. Ow! With Ao Xing's roar, the ice sculpture even directly shattered to reveal the true face of Ao Xing hidden in it. Song Qian fixed his eyes on Ao Xing and immediately noticed the change in Ao Xing. Its body length was close to 1 meter at this moment. The original somewhat rounded body had become incomparably slim at this moment. The pale green scales on its body flashed with dots of blue-white chills. The dragon's horns on top of its head were even more looming, and the dragon's claws had become as sharp as blades. Looking at Ao Xing in such a state, Song Qian was overjoyed in his heart. This was what a dragon royal beast should look like. Ding material fusion complete. Dragon Soul Green Scale Insect Ao Xing's strength level increased to E grade medium. Ding Ao Xing has fused a large amount of ice materials, and his skill Energy Mastery can be activated. Energy Mastery, ice, a skill gained after absorbing a large amount of ice energy, strengthens the Imperial Beast's control over ice energy, and can force the current attribute of the Imperial Beast to be changed to ice attribute after use. Seeing this skill introduction, the corners of Song Qian's mouth were grinning up to his ears. The existence of this skill indicated one thing: Ao Xing's native attributes had not changed, but rather an additional skill that could change his attributes at any time. It was important to know that each Imperial Beast's control of energy was fixed, and it was difficult to master other attributes of energy unless mutated or hard-packed with materials. Ao Xing, on the other hand, was different. With the condensed ice transformation, it could transform between the attributeless and ice attributes at any time, and would not be affected by its own attributes. The most terrifying thing is that with the condensed ice transformation, isn't it also possible to perform the fire attribute and thunder attribute transformations? If this attribute transformation skill is unlimited, then wouldn't Ao Xing be able to master all attributes? As soon as this idea appeared in his mind, Song Qian was so excited that he couldn't help himself. Mastering all the attributes. This was something that not even a divine beast would dare to say that they could do. Check out Ao Xing's panel. After being excited for a while, Song Qian was able to calm himself down, and then he was ready to take a detailed look at Ao Xing's current stats. Race, Dragon Soul Green Scale Worm, Ao Xing. Strength, E grade medium. Skills, Dragon Soul Strike, Fusion. Spit, perfect. Space Jump, perfect. Dragon Might, passive. Energy Mastery, ice. Since he had successfully evolved, Song Qian also let go of his heart, and in his mind, he was planning to find a place to train Ao Xing when he heard something coming from a voice. Drip drip drip. He turned his head to look, only to see that the ice cubes that Ao Xing had shattered just now had already begun to melt, and water droplets continued to drip from the table making a loud sound. This was an unusual thing to do, but Song Qian quickly noticed that something was wrong. The sound is not right. There are secret compartments here. This idea instantly arose in Song Qian's mind. As a guy who liked to study hidden compartments, Song Qian's brain was exceptionally sensitive to this kind of information. Plus the location is hard to spot from the corner of the table, so it's never been very noticeable. However, Song Qian knew that the last hidden compartment in the house was dug down by himself, where the broken butterfly spirit crystals were originally stored, and there was an extra hidden compartment here. So that could only mean one thing: it was left behind by his parents without Song Qian's knowledge. Realizing this, Song Qian hurriedly got down and knocked. and the sound made was really different from the rest. Following his past experience, Song Qian sensed around with his hands and quickly found a crevice. Ao Xing, use the ice to squeeze this seam open. With a helper on the side, Song Qian naturally couldn't let it stand dry, only to see Ao Xing's body transformed in streams of light, his body wrapped in a layer of cold air, opening his mouth and spitting out. An icicle then drilled out from the gap, directly prying open this mysterious floor. Seeing this, Song Qian hurriedly opened it, and was surprised to find that it was actually empty. It really is a dark compartment, and inside this secret compartment was just a somewhat creased secret letter lying quietly. Chapter 25, Zhangcheng Newcomer Competition, Requesting Tickets. Picking up this secret letter, Song Qian's hand shook a little. The letter was most likely left by his parents. Was there something they hadn't told him? Song Qian gently opened the secret letter, his eyes quickly scanning over the contents. Yet only a few lines in, he was puzzled. He recognized all the words on it, but he didn't know what was written when he linked them together, and only saw the last line asking the person who found the secret letter to send it to the Imperial Beastmaster Association. If the signature wasn't his old man's name, Song Qian was afraid that he would have thought that it was someone's prank. But what the hell is up here? Song Qian frowned tightly, completely unaware of the meaning of these words linked together. After thinking for a long time, he shook his head and hid the secret letter in his own pocket, then went out and walked towards the Jiangcheng Imperial Beastmaster Association. No matter what, he was going to make a trip to the Imperial Beastmaster Association, so he might as well just take care of this matter on the way. Walking into the Imperial Beastmaster Association, Song Qian paid no attention to the disappearance of a figure behind him. Hello, I'm here to register the Imperial Beast. Song Qian straightforwardly explained the situation to the receptionist, and was then led into a secret room. A thick-browed man in white was looking at Song Qian with a smile on his face. Seeing him enter, the man rose to meet him. Song Qian, right? I'm Chen Jiwang. My old man is also the principal of your school, so I'm considered your senior. There's not much else to say. That guy Tashijkuan explained it all to me. Let's just register the information of the Dragon Soul Green Scale Worm. With that said, Chen Jiwang patted Song Qian's shoulder in a very self-conscious manner, signaling him to send Ao Xing to a testing device. And Song Qian was also stunned by this Chen Jiwang's operation. It was the first time he had seen such a self-centered guy. However, since the other party was able to recognize Tian Chongjun and also knew Ao Xing's current race, he was obviously trustworthy. With that in mind, Song Qian placed Ao Xing on the device. Seeing Ao Xing, who was carved like an emerald, Chen Jihuan was also somewhat speechless. He couldn't imagine at all that this dragon imperial beast, which was like something that could only appear in a painting, was actually a vegetable greenworm that could be found everywhere before. Chen Jihuan staggered as he uploaded Ao Xing's data and then turned off the device. Yet in his mind a wave of shock had risen. This imperial beast is something else. Although it's only a mid-E grade, its data in every aspect is even comparable to a D-grade imperial beast. What's more crucial is that its body also contains a deep ice attribute energy, so it's obvious that there's still a great deal of potential that hasn't been activated. No, I have to tell Pops about this. Chen Jiwang, who had walked up to Song Qian, wanted to try to maintain his composure, yet the right side of his face, which was constantly twitching, let Song Qian know that this senior brother's heart was definitely not as calm as it appeared on the surface. Song Qian looked at the senior brother in front of him, his heart somewhat torn as to whether he should inform him about the secret letter. But without too much hesitation, Song Qian quickly made up his mind. Since he had already trusted him for a while, he didn't need to worry about people having any hearts for him. What's more, Tian Chongjuan's character Song Qian still recognized. I believe that his friend will not be any plotting guy, so he took out the secret letter in his hand and sent it to Chen Jiwang's hand. Looking at the secret letter in his hand, Chen Jiwang was a bit bewildered. What is this situation? Can't it be that he has to take a bribe too? However, when Chen Jihuang opened the secret letter and saw its contents, his face changed drastically and there was even a hint of panic in his eyes. Where did you get this secret letter? Chen Jihuang grasped Song Qian's hand and trembled as if he had encountered something horrible. Song Qian, on the other hand, sees this and explains that this secret letter was left behind by his parents, and that he only found it unintentionally. I heard that you have a problem with the Wu family? Hearing Song Qian say that, Chen Jihuang suddenly stared at Song Qian with a deadpan look, as if there was something going on. Well, the Wu family is very hostile to me. Song Qian nodded, not understanding in his mind why this matter would be related to the Wu family. Chen Jihuang, on the other hand, nodded slightly thoughtfully for a moment before saying, then be careful in the future. This world, it's not as calm as it seems on the surface. Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School. After finishing a day of supervision, Li Xianzhong returned to his office covered in sweat. Today was indeed a good day, not to mention Song Qian defeating that Zhu Long to graduate early. Even Wu Shang suddenly exploded and surprisingly completed the graduation test as well. although he was taking advantage of the imperial beasts. But how to say that Wu Shang was also the second person in the history of Jiangcheng First Middle School to graduate early, and both of these students happened to appear during their own tenure, so the future is simply bright. Just as he opened the door full of joy, Li Xianzhong directly froze, only to see an old man with frail white hair sitting in his place, looking at himself with a teasing expression. Principal Chen, you're back. Li Xianzhong only felt his body shivering. He had hidden a lot of things in the office. If this old man found out, then he would not suffer. However, Chen Lin only nodded indifferently, the teasing look in his eyes replaced by a wave of worry. He let out a long, slow sigh. Haiyan Chung, you know what the people over there said when I went to the meeting? They're saying they're going to focus most of their resources on the top performing schools this year, and as for the rest of the schools that are eating their old money, all of them are going to have to cut out a lot of benefits. You say, isn't this a slash at the aorta of our first high school? If we don't do well in the rookie competition this year, our school will be finished. Hearing Chen Lin's words, Li Xianzhong was also slightly worried, but he quickly reacted. We have a genius who graduated early this year. There are still 2 of them. There's still no way to get a good result in the rookie competition? Principal, I don't think there's any need to worry. Li Xianzhong hurriedly persuaded. Our school has produced 2 super geniuses this year, and their strength is definitely beyond your expectations. If it's last year's standards, I feel like our school could win the championship this year. Li Xianzhong had a proud look on his face, yet Chen Lin was even more worried, and even his sighs became breathless. He had already retired, and now he was rehired back as principal, and as a result, the school was going to have its resources cut in the first year. And when other people talk about Jiangcheng No. 1 middle school in the future, they will only put the blame on him. Only Chen Lin slowly got up and said in an incomparably grave tone, you also said yes last year. That beaten Juran, who was in the top 8 last year, wouldn't even make it to the main round in this year. There are a lot of monsters coming out of River City this year, mutated imperial beast space, and the cubs of A-ranked upper-grade imperial beasts all appeared this year. What chance do you think we have? Chapter 26, Goal, Rookie Tournament Champion. Hearing Chen Lin's words, Li Xianzhong's face wore a look of surprise. Last year, the level of the Jiangcheng newcomers competition was already far higher than previous years, and I didn't expect that this year's standard would be even higher than last year's. In that case, it's hard to believe that their Jiangcheng No. 1 middle school will be at the bottom again this year? Wouldn't his promotion be hopeless? Before he could speak, he heard Chen Lin's somewhat tired voice ring out, but there's nothing to be done about it now, so you call them both. Saying that, Chen Lin looked up at the window with a helpless look in his eyes. I just hope they can get some results this year. Jiangcheng No. 1 middle school can't fall out of favor in our hands. The next day, just after waking up, Song Qian received a call from Li Xianzhong, telling him to pack up quickly and go to school. Song Qian, Wu Shang, this is Principal Chen, who only came to our school this year. Principal, these 2 are our best students this year. Song Qian had just arrived at Li Xianzhong's office when he was hurriedly pulled in by Li Xianzhong, and the person waiting inside was obviously not only himself, but there was also a Wu Shang. But it looked like the other party had just arrived as well, and their faces still wore some puzzlement and confusion. And seeing Song Qian enter, a hint of killing intent blossomed in Wu Shang's eyes, but it quickly disappeared. And Chen Lin also keenly captured the killing intent and could not help but sweep a glance at Wu Shang. On the contrary, Song Qian acted calmly, seemingly completely unaffected. The boy is quite a talent. Seeing Song Qian's face as flat as water, Chen Lin couldn't help but feel a secret emotion in his heart. With this temperament alone, Song Qian had already surpassed Wu Shang. But alas, this world is honored by strength, and the final achievement of the 2 still depends on how well they do. And naturally, Song Qian also felt Wu Shang's murderous thoughts towards himself, but by now he was indifferent. Yesterday, Chen Zhihuang told himself to be careful of the Wu family. It seemed that the things mentioned in the secret letter were obviously related to the Wu family, so his parents' deaths must have had nothing to do with the Wu family. And this would also go a long way in explaining why he had merely defeated Wu Lin, while Wu Shang held such murderous intentions towards himself. This Wu Shang, if there's a chance, we must get him killed straight away. Compared to the mad dog like Wu Lin, Wu Shang undoubtedly needed to be taken more seriously in Song Qian's mind. One was just a side child of the Wu family. Even if he was like a mad dog, he was still just a punching bag that could be discarded at any time. Wu Shang, on the other hand, was the first son of the Wu family, the future head of the Wu family, and it would be best for him to just disable Wu Shang himself while he was still not planning to use the family's power. As the saying goes, only dead opponents are good opponents, and there was absolutely no way one could show any mercy to such an enemy with murderous intentions. With such thoughts in their hearts, the 2 of them however sat down under the leadership of Li Xianzhong, and Song Qian and Wu Shang even exchanged a smile. looking as close as if they hadn't seen each other for years. However, these can't be hidden from Chen Lin, but at the moment he is also too lazy to care about these. For him, only let the resources of Jiangqing First Middle School not be cut by the upper side is the most important thing that should be emphasized. As for the feud between the two people, he, the principal, is not interested. Calling you all here is actually about something big. This year's Jiangqing newcomer competition will begin in 2 days, and the school is preparing to send the two of you forward to compete. With that, Chen Lin's gaze swept over the two men's faces before he continued. But the Jiangqing side of the city is ready to carry out educational reforms, concentrating materials to train key students in key schools. As for the rest of the schools, it's only natural that the benefits package would be scaled back. So, our school is going to put up a fight this year, too. When he said this, Chen Lin's voice rose up. Our goal is to make it to the top 8 in the main tournament, and if any of you can do that, you can choose any 3 materials up to C grade. As for the top 4 or even winning medals, the school won't skimp on B or even a grade material. I don't know what you guys think. Hearing this, Wu Sheng's face was incomparably excited. Although the school was a bit despondent, there were quite a lot of materials accumulated. There were a lot of things that even the Wu family couldn't get. If he was able to enter the top 8, he might have a chance to get the materials to make the twin-tailed giant clawed dragon evolve a bit. What's more, it still had the bloodline of the purple poison scorpion dragon in its body, so if he found the right materials, he could completely cultivate it into an S-ranked quasi-divine beast. At that time, who else will dare to confront me? Wu Sheng. A glint flashed in Wu Sheng's eyes before he nodded his head and agreed to Principal Chen Lin's opinion. Song Qian, on the other hand, bowed his head slightly as if he was thinking about something. From the moment he entered this office today, he noticed something was off about this principal. Although there was a smile on his face all the time, the frown that creased his brow every now and then could still give something away. That is, this year's Jiangqing Rookie Tournament was definitely not something that could simply succeed in entering the main event. If I'm not mistaken, I'm afraid the principal knows some information, and it's definitely not good news. Looks like the school rewards are a bit hard to come by this time. Song Qian quickly analyzed it in his mind. Although he wasn't a big fan of this newcomer tournament, he currently didn't have any other methods to be able to obtain materials himself, so it would be better to participate in the newcomer tournament. Perhaps there would be some unexpected gains. Thinking of this, he also nodded and chose to join this rookie tournament. Watching both of them agree, Chen Lin nodded slightly and left after explaining a few sentences, but it was Li Xianzhong who told the two of them with a face of excitement that he wanted to win glory for the school. Phew, finally it's out. After being dragged by Li Xianzhong for half an hour to talk freely, Song Qian walked out of the office with a helpless face. This director of instruction doesn't say anything serious at all, but speaks a bunch of false and empty words. By the way, Song Qian, does your dragon soul green scale insect require materials with dragon attributes? Just as Song Qian was about to leave, Li Xianzhong suddenly chased after him, this sensitive stance completely unlike a fat man. Yeah, Song Qian nodded at the words. The evolutionary materials of the dragon attribute were of course what he wanted. After all, Ao Xing's evolution was the absorption of a large amount of materials related to the dragon attribute. But the interesting thing is that it doesn't have the dragon attribute itself, and it's completely unknown how exactly the system allows it to be absorbed. Let me tell you something then. Li Xianzhong watched as Wu Sheng disappeared into his eyes before he slowly spoke. There's a dragon crystal of a Class B Earth Vein Fusion Soul Dragon hidden inside the school. It might be of use to you. After saying that, Li Xianzhong patted Song Qian and left directly, while Song Qian stood in place pondering. The Earth Vein Soul Melting Dragon, a dragon imperial beast whose rarity was comparable to that of an A-class imperial beast, and whose material's greatest characteristic was that it was extremely inclusive. Even E-ranked imperial beasts could absorb its materials perfectly, so for many dragon imperial beasts, the Earth Vein Fusion Soul Dragon material was definitely the superior choice. Such a good thing was naturally used by Ao Xing. Thinking of this, a hint of wariness flashed through Song Qian's slightly narrowed eyes. Since the item is here, I, Song Qian, have no reason not to take it. River City Rookie Tournament? What's the harm in taking a championship? Chapter 27, the favorite to win the crown. The audition begins. 2 days later, Song Qian re-arrived at school. In the past 2 days, he had been learning about the rules regarding the current rookie tournament and the level of the previous matchups, and he had finally gotten the rookie tournament down to a science. The Jiangqing Newcomers Tournament. A tournament created to reward the new generation of Imperial Beast Masters. All high schools in Jiangqing were required to send their representatives to face off against each other as a way of showcasing the fruits of their education. The first is the audition session, which relies on points gained in the ring for selection, and in the past you needed to be in the top 16 on the scoreboard to make it to the main event. Instead, this year's regulation was to select the top 32, with the top 4 players who earned points from the ring competition going directly to the final 8. and the rest grabbing the final 4 spots. As for the subsequent part of the main event, the rules were followed in the past, with advancement through the winners and losers of the individual matches. That means if I can make it to the top 4 in the points acquisition in the audition session, I'll be able to get the school's reward directly. Song Qian, who was sitting in his office, nodded slightly, feeling some amusement in his heart at this rule set by the referee group. After all, this rule was equivalent to directly setting up 4 advancement slots, and everyone would fight to get into the top 4 of the points tournament. Plus the results of this year's tournament would affect the school's resource allocation. Song Qian could imagine that the intensity of this year's matchups was far more intense than in the past. But if I can get any ranking, I'll get more benefits. As soon as he thought of the dragon crystal of the earth vein melting soul dragon, Song Qian felt a burst of fire in his heart. This kind of thing, as long as it is not a little cute, that all wanted to get their hands on it. If he got this dragon crystal, perhaps Ao Xing could evolve here after fusion, and at that time, who knows to what extent its strength would grow. With this in mind, Song Qian, sitting in his office, soon waited for Li Xianzhong. The fiery Li Xianzhong slightly sorted out the information and pulled Song Qian to the playground. And then the royal beast space opened up and the giant eagle with a wingspan of 10 meters appeared in front of Song Qian's eyes. Race, giant winged hawk. Strength, E-grade medium. Skills, sharp gaze, passive. Wing attack, proficient. Evolutionary route, normal evolution, available. The moment he saw the giant winged eagle, its stats popped up before Song Qian's eyes. Although the giant winged eagle is an E-grade mid-grade imperial beast, but not anyone can contract. This is the frontline warriors used to patrol at high altitude standard imperial beast. Only the frontline warriors' extremely close family members can contract, and Li Xianzhong can obtain this kind of imperial beast. It can be seen that it and the military must have some kind of connection. Go away. Sitting on the giant winged eagle, Li Xianzhong will directly let the other party take off. Today is the newcomer race of the audition session. Li Xianzhong naturally sloppy to be personally sent to the scene. As for Wu Shang, he was a member of the Wu family and had already arrived at the scene early. After flying in the air for about 10 minutes or so, the giant winged eagle finally landed on a huge square, which was the location where this year's newcomer competition was held. The Dragon River Square. The place was overcrowded at the moment, and Li Xianzhong had no trouble bringing Song Qian into the contestant area before being overwhelmed by the sea of people. TSK, it's worthy of being one of the biggest events of the year in Jiangcheng. Looking at such a density of people, Song Qian couldn't help but sigh softly, and then he received his identity card from the staff, and then walked into the rest area. The rest area was also overcrowded, and there were more than 100 students from dozens of high schools in Jiangcheng who had been sent to participate in the competition. Even many schools had grudges against each other, and the rest area that should have been kept quiet was like a food market at this moment. Damn! How dare the people from the first middle school come to compete? 2 years ago they were beaten so much that they couldn't even recognize their mothers, and they still haven't learned their lesson? Damn it! What's so arrogant about your second middle school? Didn't you end up losing to our Imperial Beast Master Association affiliated high school? Asterisk. Don't you guys just rely on your parents? The same conditions lousy you to death. Don't argue. I've got some good cons here. Do you all want cons? Look out, Gmae guys. There's a salty hand. The whole rest area was as noisy as boiling water. Song Qian looked at this group of overly energetic young boys and girls, but then he found a corner and sat down. He didn't know anyone here after all, so he might as well organize the information in his head and prepare for the next sparring match. Not long after he sat down, Song Qian realized that a small, white, fat man tiptoed across the table from him, and although he sipped his tea, his eyes drifted towards him from time to time. Say what you have to say. Song Qian was impatient with his look, so he asked bluntly. The little fat man on the opposite side of the room hurriedly put down his glass of water at the sound of his voice, and then leaned over in a manner and whispered, "Dude, I'm Blaze from the 15th grade. I've got a collection of most of the contestants here for $1,000, and I was wondering if you'd be interested." Saying that, the little fat man named by Blaze took out the cell phone with a USB flash drive plugged into it from his chest and handed it to Song Qian, and on it was the very information he had used to show. Song Qian stared at the displayed documents, and in his heart, he couldn't help but marvel at how comprehensively the other party had collected information. Just this part of the display alone, it recorded the players sent by each school as well as their contracted imperial beasts, and even the battle characteristics were written in a decent manner, so one really couldn't find fault with it. However, once he thought of the strength of the 15th middle school being at the bottom of the list in the entire Jiangcheng city, Song Qian figured out that people didn't have the strength to participate in the main competition in the first place, so he might as well take advantage of this opportunity to make a big profit. I'll take it. Without any hesitation, Song Qian directly decided to purchase this material. After all, It was impossible for him to gather information on so many players in such a short period of time. Seeing that Song Qian was so painstaking, Bai Qi was also elated, and after receiving the payment, he directly sent the materials to Song Qian, and then went to search for other targets. Song Qian, on the other hand, took advantage of the fact that the match hadn't started yet and scanned through this information with a single glance. Half an hour later, the competition was about to begin, and Song Qian was finally getting a general idea of what this year's competition would be like. If last year's level of sparring was a duel of masters, then this year's battle was a melee of gods. What with a rank potential imperial beasts, geniuses who came back to study only after practicing in military schools and on the front lines, and even the kind of tactical geniuses who controlled combat to the extreme, all of them emerged in this year's rookie tournament. Every school uses most of its resources to develop key talents in order to be able to obtain more resources, which makes the quality of this year's students quite a few levels higher than in the past. But the thing to watch out for is this incandescent ranking of the favorites to win the title. Song Qian's eyes narrowed slightly, his mind calculating his odds of winning against these people. The so-called favorites to win the title are actually the 10 most likely candidates for the title, as ranked by White Blaze himself. None of these people had contracted strong imperial beasts, and the battle sense of the imperial beast masters themselves was not to be underestimated, counting them as archenemies who would compete with themselves for the title. But if you want to win the championship, Song Qian, won't agree. As soon as he thought of Ao Xing's presence, Song Qian nodded slightly. As long as Ao Xing was here, he would definitely be proud of himself. At that exact moment, the door of the rest area leading to the audition ring slowly opened, revealing an incomparably dark passageway. The audition, it's on. Chapter 28, See Election Match, Geniuses Gathering. Inside the narrow aisle, the dim lighting made the atmosphere incredibly tense, while Song Qian walked at the very back gazing at the crowd in front of him. From this position he could walk slowly into the field while cozily observing all the contestants. But unfortunately, with so many people he couldn't possibly find the 10 that Blaze considered the most likely to win the title at a glance, and could only follow the team out of this passageway into the audition ring. As soon as he entered, Song Qian saw the scene inside. Only 20 rings stood in the center of the square, while on the other side, there were a few people sitting on top of them. Those were the 3 judges who were invited over, and the 4-star Imperial Beast Master Tian Chongjun and that Chen Jiwang. He was sitting amongst them, silently gazing at these students who were walking past below them. Seeing Song Qian, Tian Chongjun smiled with a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. This student was the most talented student he had ever seen, and that dragon soul green scale insect of his was even more remarkable. Although he did not find the kind of material that Song Qian had spoken of when he went back, but this confirmed the value of the dragon soul green scale insect even more. There were more than enough materials that hadn't been discovered by humans, and the kind of material that could make a cabbage worm so powerful was definitely incomparably precious. Perhaps this is what is called a child of destiny. Tian Chongjun could not help but nod slightly, a scene that happened to be seen by Chen Jiwang. The latter could not help but shake his head slightly. This old Tian was still so forthright. But the dragon soul green scale insect is perhaps even more terrifying than that purple poison scorpion dragon that was stolen. Chen Jihuang inwardly compared the stats of the two at the same strength, and in the end, he had to admit that the stats of the dragon soul green scale insect were even more terrifying than that of the S-ranked lower royal beast, the purple poison scorpion dragon, which was at the same strength. Maybe he really does have a shot at the title. On the other hand, after arriving at the venue, the host started explaining the detailed rules to these students. First of all, the ring tournament still had the original rule that the top 4 in points could directly enter the 8 into 4 finalists, but now there was a new rule. The ringmaster can add points based on winning streaks, with each consecutive win adding an extra point, and in the event of an unchallenged challenge, the ringmaster can forfeit his guard and become a challenger, the winner of the challenge. On the other hand, can loot 70% of the loser's score as a reward, and no points are deducted if the challenge is lost. What an outrageous rule. What a crap ordinance. How does this keep us playing? That's right, you're discriminating against the weak. I'm not convinced. For a moment, those who thought they had hopes of entering the top 4 according to the original rules came forward at once. On what grounds were this year's rules so perverted? If the top contestants were to be the ringmasters, how would they fight? Moreover, there was also a points plundering system, so if they won at that time, they would still be doing others a favor. Song Qian just coldly looked at these people and realized that they were all those players with middle to upper strength and were not among the favorites listed by Incandescent to win the title. Perhaps this rule is nothing more than a revelation of the world as it is. The strong can prey on the weak, and the weak will either grow stronger or perish. Listening to the clamor of the people around him, a law emerged in Song Qian's mind. The weak have no say, and the reality of the situation was the same, only to see the one of the 3 judges he didn't recognize stand up and look coldly at the students below. Luoxian made this rule. Do you have any opinions? As soon as the two words Luoxian came out, these students immediately shut their mouths with a look of horror on their faces. Why is this one here? No wonder they made such outrageous rules. Seeing that the students quieted down, Luoxian smiled coldly, then sat down in his seat and closed his eyes. And Song Qian's heart shook after hearing these two words. He didn't expect this god of killers to be in Zhangcheng, only that with the passing of the years, he was already unrecognizable. One must know that this was a super ruthless person who had killed two A-class Imperial beasts with a B-class Imperial beast hard back then. Some even said that the town he was in back then was destroyed by a group of ferocious beasts from the outside world, and that Luoxian had hardened himself to find this group of ferocious beasts after he grew up, and then all of them were killed alive. When such a ruthless person spoke, how could they, the students, dare to say anything more and could only accept it honestly? As the students quieted down, the host also announced the start of the audition, and for a moment most of them rushed towards the ring. They wanted to obtain more points inside the limited time so that they could have a chance to enter the main event. While watching all the people around him disperse, Song Qian stood still. Compared to tiring himself out fighting in the ring, he preferred to go straight to picking peaches. After all, how long would he have to fight? I'm afraid that half a day of fighting would not be as much as the points he would get from challenging the ringmaster. The ring station soon began, and Song Qian was ready to find a place to take a good look at these opponents, only to find someone standing by his side, none other than Bai Blaze. Brothers meet again. I'm having bad luck this time. I only sold you this one. With that said, Bai Blaze walked towards Song Qian, his smiling face making it impossible to develop a nasty feeling. I don't know what school you go to, brother. What's your name? Song Qian slightly glanced at Bai Kuei before he spoke. Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School. Song Qian. Hearing Song Qian's name, Bai Qi was slightly stunned. How come he hadn't heard of this character in Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School? Wasn't Wu Shang the most talented person in the middle school? He had also heard of those who were a little bit more talented, but this genius named Song Qian really hadn't heard of him. Brother, why do you have the same name as that loser who couldn't contract a royal beast? Bai Kuei said and walked over, taking a good look at Song Qian. At those words, Song Qian skimmed his lips. You're talking about that piece of trash who came first in the first form entrance exam, only to find out that he didn't have a royal beast space? Right, that would be me. After Song Qian finished speaking, he found a good spot where he could see most of the ring and sat down, starting to look for his prey. And when Bai Qi heard Song Qian's words, he directly froze in place for a long time. Can you contract a beast without a beast space? Or are you going to charge up and beat up the imperial beasts yourself, and then make the other side admit defeat? This world shouldn't be this crazy, right? However, Song Qian didn't routinely see Bai Blaze's reaction and just focused his attention on the ring. It hadn't been long since this had started, and someone had already finished a couple rounds, and even the first trifecta had already appeared, and a group of people were huddled around thinking about how they could interrupt the other side's winning streak. I'll do it. Just as the people around him were considering how to break the winning streak, they only heard a bellowing cry, and Song Qian saw a familiar figure rushing up to the ring, and it was actually Wu Shang, who he hadn't met all this time. At this moment, Wu Shang was in high spirits. In the past 2 days, he used the power of his family to get a lot of good things. Not only did he raise the power level of the twin-tailed giant clawed dragon to E-rank upper, but also purchased rare skill teaching manuals for it to comprehend new skills. Wu Shang, who was now standing on the stage, only felt that he had never been in such a good state. Today, I, Wu Shang, am going to make a splash and let everyone know that I am the only genius in Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School, and Song Qian is nothing but a clown. Chapter 29, The Good Show begins. Ao Xing vs. Black Fire Dragon. Only to see Wu Shang stand up on the stage to summon the twin-tailed giant clawed dragon, which immediately caused a gasp of surprise. This is the most talented one in Jiangcheng First Middle School? An E-ranked upper-grade twin-tailed giant clawed dragon. There shouldn't be any problems entering the main event. Terrifying as it is, this is the benefit of having the backing of a great family. TSK, it really isn't comparable to us ordinary people. Amidst the crowd's gasps of surprise, Wu Sheng defeated the ringmaster straight away to capture the points, and then stood on the stage to begin guarding the ring. And a group of challengers who thought they couldn't beat Wu Sheng left to challenge in other rings. Wu Sheng, who was standing on the stage, was so proud that he also noticed Song Qian, and a hint of provocation appeared in his eyes. However, Song Qian would not pay any attention to this guy, treating it as a whisper and directly ignoring it, while his eyes looked towards the other ring. The owner of this ring is controlling a beast called Flaming Bear, which has won 4 in a row so far, but he has no strength left and can only stall by breathing heavily. Song Qian, on the other hand, looked at the owner of the Flaming Bear with amusement, thinking that this person really did have a heart. Race, Fiery Bear. Strength, lower grade E. Skills, explosive fireball, proficiency, fiery body, mastery, evolutionary route, normal evolution, available. This flaming bear clearly had the strength of a lower grade E, but under the control of its master it displayed an incomparable weakness, even defeating a middle grade F imperial beast with a back and forth fight. And it is this kind of acting general operation, let the crowd completely unable to analyze each other's strength, only to see the fiery bear seems to be dying in every game, but the result is because of good luck to beat the challenger. And this ringmaster was the target that Song Qian was preparing to capture points from. Wait until he won 10 consecutive victories. He will immediately strike. As long as a battle he can take away 70% of the opponent's points. Song Qian has no reason to keep this peach not to pick instead of cheaper others. You're going to hit him? Returning to his senses, Blaze looked at Song Qian with some surprise. He had long seen that the flaming bear was out of place, but he hadn't expected Song Qian to see it as well. There really was something on his body. Aha! Song Qian nodded slightly, but realized that there was a person standing underneath that ring. It's him! Seeing this person, Song Qian narrowed his eyes slightly. This was one of the favorites listed by Blaze to win the championship. It was Liamo from the high school affiliated with the Imperial Beast Master Association. The Imperial Beast was an E-grade mid-grade black fire dragon, and he had the achievement of defeating 5 opponents of the same strength in a wheel battle. Although he was now hidden in the crowd without being noticed, as soon as he went up to challenge him, the points he had waited for so long would be taken away. And Liamo obviously noticed Song Qian as well, with a wave of disdain in his eyes and a cruel smile on his face. This person is ruthless, and the black fire dragon's attacking power is even superior to that of a group of imperial beasts. Are you sure you want to mess with him? Bai Kuei couldn't help but ask. He really couldn't see what ability Song Qian had to go and fight against Liamo. However, Song Qian didn't say anything. He just stood up and walked towards the ring. The points he had waited for so long couldn't be snatched away by someone else. When he came down to the ring, the owner of the flaming bear had completed his 10th consecutive victory, and the bear was looking down at the crowd, looking a bit weak, but the people on the stage had now reacted. Where would they continue to go up and challenge? Is there anyone else coming to challenge? The owner of the fiery flame bear inquired once, and was overjoyed to see that no one had challenged him. As long as no one challenged, he could step down with the points, which was 55 points. He was enough to be ahead of a large group of people. Oh, I'll do it. The moment Song Qian got up, he only saw Liamo surprisingly summon the black fire dragon under the stage before jumping straight into the ring. Watching Liamo come out, the crowd under the stage immediately exclaimed, asterisk 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 asterisk. Remer, E-grade middle grade black fire dragon. Fiery bear you fight set trade? I dunno. Who can beat Liamo? It looks like this guy is going to admit it this time. Song Qian, on the other hand, narrowed his eyes slightly at Liamo, who also smiled coldly, then looked at the wide-eyed ringmaster and said, just admit defeat or do you want me to beat you up? I admit defeat. The owner of the flaming bear didn't have any hesitation to directly admit defeat. After all, that was the black fire dragon. B-grade upper grade super strong attacking imperial beasts. His own flaming bear even in its heyday that was a sandbag. Not to mention now, in the next second, he only saw that his points on the electronic screen in the center were instantly deducted to only 17 points, and the rest were all concentrated in Liamo's hands. After doing this, Liamo looked at Song Qian with contempt, his tone disdainful. Come on, let me learn the strength of Song Qian from Jiangqing First Middle School. With that said, Liamo walked to the other side of the ring, clearly ready to face off. The people on the stage, on the other hand, were discussing who Song Qian was that he deserved such attention from Liamo. Asterisk 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 isn't that a waste of space with no imperial beasts? Someone in the crowd suddenly shouted, instantly letting everyone know Song Qian's identity. However, Song Qian wasn't annoyed and just stared at Liamo before striding towards the ring. Summon your imperial beast. Show me what you really are. Liamo's eyes carried a cruel color. This kind of trash who wanted to steal his points. Today he would let him know what was the difference between a genius and a mediocrity. Song Qian, on the other hand, looked at the black fire dragon, and the opponent's stats appeared in his mind. Race, black fire dragon. Strength, grade E upper. Skills, Hell Spectre, perfect. Dragon's roar, proficient. Battle by fire, proficient. Flame charge, perfect. Dragon's might, passive. Evolutionary route, normal evolution, available. Special evolution, Hell Demon Dragon King, already opened. The E-grade upper grade black fire dragon was practically invincible in the Zhangchang newcomer tournament. Ha, Ao Xing come out. However, Song Qian only laughed coldly, and then the royal beast space opened, only to see Ao Xing, whose entire body was carved like emerald, fly out from it and slowly land in front of the crowd. What kind of imperial beast is this? Never seen it before. Is it a new breed? I don't know. Maybe it's foreign? The moment they saw Ao Xing, The surrounding students started discussing Ao Xing's race, while Wu Sheng on the other side felt his body shiver. The scene of Ao Xing killing the underworld dark hidden wolf in seconds that day surfaced before his eyes, causing him to feel some fear without reason. In the stands, Chan Lin, the principal of Jiangchang No. 1 Middle School, noticed the movements on Song Qian's side and couldn't help but clench his fists. Could he beat Remo? And on the judges' table, Tian Chongjun couldn't help but smile slightly as he watched Song Qian's actions. Sure enough, he was still a teenager, and he couldn't help himself a bit when he was provoked like this. But this fits the mindset of a high school student, and it would be a bit unbelievable if they were truly indifferent. Tian Chongjun looked at Song Qian from afar and couldn't help but speak softly. It seems that today is the time for you, Song Qian, to make a name for yourself. Chapter 30, A Shot of Fame. Oh, is this your bottom card? A royal beast that you've never seen before wants to challenge my black fire dragon? Ridiculous to the extreme. Remo smiled disdainfully, his eyes showing his arrogance. Jokes aside, the black fire dragon was one of the top fire imperial beasts. Its highest potential was only the upper grade of B, but its attack power was not in any way weaker than that of an A-grade imperial beast. Don't look at the fact that it only has E rank strength right now, but if we only talk about attack power, it can definitely reach B rank. Ao Xing, the opposite side is underestimating you. At those words, Song Qian just smiled slightly coldly. It was even if he had robbed his points, but now he was even looking down on Ao Xing. Then I'm sorry, I can only let Remo know what it means to be a deep concealer and a great success. After saying that, the referee selection on the scene announced the start of the match. However, the two just stared at each other, with absolutely no thoughts of commanding the imperial beasts to attack. Obviously both of them knew how powerful the other was and wouldn't strike at random. Yet once they started attacking, it would be a wild storm of blows. And on the judges' table, the three judges also noticed the scene over here, and couldn't help but cast watchful glances. Who do you think will win? On the judges' bench, Chen Jiawang's face had a hint of a smile on it as he looked at the other two with wry eyes. Song Qian, Rimmer, Tian Chongjun and Luozhen surprisingly chose different candidates from each other. But Chen Jiawang wasn't surprised because Tian Chongjun was after all a man who had seen the data of the Dragon Soul Green Scale Worm. So naturally, he knew how terrifying the data of this imperial beast was. However, Luozhen was a proper combatant, and he knew all about this Li Mo's combat stats, while Song Qian was a newcomer with a low reputation. So how could he be Li Mo's opponent? Interesting that you think so highly of him. Luozhen glanced at Tian Chongjun. Then he began to take a closer look at Song Qian. He wanted to see what was so different about this teenager. Tashij Kuan, on the other hand, wore a hint of confidence, as if he had no doubt that Song Qian would win. On the sparring platform, Song Qian and Remos faced off for close to 5 minutes. The other rings had changed ringmasters for I don't know how many times, while this side was just glaring at each other. Even their imperial beasts were pretending to hiss constantly. The contestants were bitter. They wanted Song Qian to come down, but Remo was there on the stage. If they provoked him, would they still want to get along in Zhengcheng in the future? So they could only watch from the sidelines, only hoping that the two could fight quickly. But while they weren't in a hurry, the audience seated below was. They had paid for the tickets to come over and watch the sparring, to see the new generation of Imperial Beast Masters, not to come and stare. You know the auditions last all day. Confrontation here, that's time too. Can we fight? I'm anxious to see it. What do you know? This is a new type of sparring they are doing, making the opposite side's eyes dry through this tactic and then engaging in a sneak attack themselves. You fart. Remo, what are you waiting for? Just kick Song Qian off the stage and let him know how powerful the Black Fire Dragon is. Asterisk. Song Qian stopped pretending and honestly admit defeat. The audience's tirades filled the arena, and Wu Sheng from afar was delighted in his heart. Just like this, Song Qian still wanted to steal the position of the first genius from him? Completely impossible. As the sound got louder and louder, the referee on the side was also a bit foolish. If it dragged on any longer, he would not be able to avoid a criticism by then, so he planned to get up and warn the two. Just at this moment, Remo moved. Black Fire Dragon, bathed in fire, flame charge, roar. In an instant, countless black-purple flames emerged from the Black Fire Dragon's body. This kind of flame could not only strengthen the Black Fire Dragon's control over the flames, but also once the opponent touched it, it was suffering from the pain of being corrupted by the flames. In the next second, the Black Fire Dragon Mountain's eyes flashed with thick killing intent as it directly rushed towards Ao Xing like a black lightning bolt. Ha! Ao Xing used Dragon Soul Strike after the space jump. Seeing the other party strike, Song Qian did not hesitate and directly told Ao Xing to dodge. Although Ao Xing's defense was very strong, the opposite side was the Black Fire Dragon, which was known for its attacking power, and he absolutely could not afford any carelessness. Ow! Ao Xing let out a light roar, followed by a swing of the dragon's tail. and a gate of space completely enveloped it. Although the speed of the black fire dragon was fast, but where could it compare to the speed of the space gate? The black fire dragon could only watch Aoshing disappear in front of his eyes, but the battle-experienced one didn't have any hesitation. Instead it just chose another way, creating a venue. Bang! Only to see the black fire dragon hit the ground. The flames on its body scattered on the ground, and surprisingly, even the ground began to corrode. The corrosive spirit flame can not only corrode the body of a royal beast, but it can also directly attack its soul. Now that the grounds are full of these flames, I wonder what you're going to do with them. Ryumo clasped his hands to his chest, his eyes filled with a look of pride. Clearly he didn't think Song Qian had the means to solve the problem. He had long since seen that Aoshing's body did not have any fluctuations of attribute energy, and at first glance, it was a royal beast that utilized its physical body to fight, and the black fire dragon's corrosive spirit flame could completely restrain it. And Song Qian was just looking at Ryumo at the moment with a hint of teasing in his eyes. If Aoshing was still in the past, then he was really a bit scared, but the current Aoshing was categorically impossible to be disturbed by this kind of flame. Energy mastery, transforming properties. Song Qian smiled coldly, and Aoshing, who was descending from above, heard the command and exuded an eerie chill. Ow! Accompanied by Aoshing together with the landing of the Dragon's Soul Strike. And the previous attack is different. This time the Dragon's Soul Strike's attribute has become the ice attribute. Huge energy, and even in the Aoshing surrounding condensed several large ice together with the smashing down. Not good. Get out of the way. Seeing that Aoshing had actually transformed his attributes, Ryumo's face carried a look of shock. What kind of imperial beast was this? Why could it arbitrarily change the energy at its disposal? And the black fire dragon immediately reacted and wanted to escape. But where would Aoshing give it this chance? The Dragon's Soul Strike accompanied by the ice around its body blocked its back way. This was to let the black fire dragon eat its own attack hard. And on the judge's table, Luoxian's face was filled with incredulity. Changing his attributes at will. Is this a normal imperial beast? This kind of imperial beast was something even he had never seen before. No wonder Tian Chongjun thought that Song Qian would win. So he was hiding this. But even so, the black flame dragon is not something that can be easily repelled. Luoxian looked towards the sparring platform, only to see that the black flame dragon, after realizing that he couldn't avoid it, actually released the skill Hell Spectre directly. At this moment, Aoshing confronted the ice peaks that descended from the sky with the hellfire spat out by the black fire dragon, and the entire area around the platform had been split into blue-white and black-purple. Both sides were surprisingly still at a stalemate at this moment. Terrifying as hell. Song Qian's imperial beasts are really perverted. Bullwave 1. It looks like we can add another player to this year's title winners. Overthinking. The Black Flame Dragon hasn't even exerted its power yet. How do you know Song Qian will win? Anything to win the title? You're thinking fart food. Although most people didn't believe that Song Qian would win, they couldn't deny that the Dragon Soul Green Scale Insect was definitely already one of the top royal beasts, and the rest was up to the play of the royal beast masters from both sides. At this moment, Song Qian was not in any hurry. The Black Fire Dragon was already at the end of its strength, while Aoshing still had one skill unused, Ice Spit. In the state of energy control, Aoshing's spit also transformed into an ice attribute. Seeing the energy condensed in Aoshing's mouth, Liu Mo was anxious, and at this time, the Black Fire Dragon could not hide, so it could only resist. Boom! Accompanied by a blue pillar of light hitting the head of the Black Fire Dragon, the black and purple flames disappeared at once, and all the Dragon Soul Strikes that Aoshing had executed also attacked the body of the Black Fire Dragon. And for a moment, the entire venue was unexpectedly filled with mist. When the fog dispersed, only Aoshing, who was covered with blue-white light spots, stepped out from it with elegant steps, as graceful as an aristocrat, and the referees swallowed hard at the sight, then announced loudly, "In this battle, Song Qian wins." Chapter 31 Winning Streak Points? It's just someone else's piggy bank. Looking at the Black Fire Dragon that fell to the ground and convulsed, Ryumo stood in shock and was somewhat at a loss for words. An imperial beast that can change its attributes. What kind of operation is this? Does this world have this kind of imperial beast? The Black Flame Dragon had claimed that its attack power was comparable to that of an A-ranked imperial beast, so how could it have lost so miserably in a head-to-head battle? You've lost. Hand over the points obediently. As Aoshing returned to his side, Song Qian was able to feel that it had not expended much physical strength, and it could even be said that this time, it had not expended as much as it did against the underworld dark-cloaked wolf. In the next second, the opponent's points plummeted, while his own ranking rose along with the increase in points, and Song Qian couldn't help but have a small smile appear on his face. Is this what it feels like to have power? It's not bad at all. Before the crowd could react, Song Qian directly led Aoshing off the stage and back to his original position to continue searching for his target. As the saying goes, If others hoard food and you hoard guns, the world is full of granaries. This was how Song Qian looked at the other ringmasters at the moment, like a hunter looking at his prey. Those ringmasters who were fighting fiercely in the ring were his point-earning machines. At this moment, facing Song Qian's expression, those ringmasters only wanted to say, "Don't come over here." Only when Song Qian stepped off the stage did the audience under the stage react to the fact that the sparring match had already ended. And the end result was Song Qian violently beating up Limo, even hammering Limo's black fire dragon directly on the ground. Asterisk 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 asterisk, what do I see? The black flame dragon was killed in a frontal attack in a burst? What kind of royal beast is that of Song Qian's? Can it be that it's the cub of an S-class imperial beast? How is that possible? You think S-class imperial beasts are crappy? But that green dragon's attack power is definitely comparable to an S-rank imperial beast of the same rank. After reacting, the audience under the stage instantly exploded like boiling water, frantically discussing Song Qian's imperial beast just now. The contestants under the stage had long since been stunned beyond words. They were the elites of each school and naturally knew even more about what Ao Xing defeating the Black Fire Dragon meant. If Ao Xing was an S-ranked imperial beast, then Song Qian would definitely be the general figure carrying Zhangchang in the future, and no one would be able to stop his rise. If Ao Xing was not an S-rank imperial beast, but a new breed of imperial beast discovered by Song Qian, then the entire imperial beast world of the Dragon Kingdom would have to change its pattern in the future. An existence that could rival S-class imperial beasts at the level of attack power. This could definitely create a storm. No, we absolutely cannot let Song Qian grow up. No matter how the future ends, Song Qian must die. When he thought of the feud between the Wu family and Song Qian, at this moment, Wu Xing couldn't help but grit his teeth and looked at Song Qian with fear and shock in his eyes. He had thought that he had only gotten here by luck, but he hadn't realized that this wasn't his limit, and that the future Song Qian would be even more terrifying. And the Wu family and Song Qian have formed a father-killing hatred, mother-killing hatred. Want Song Qian to forgive their Wu family? It is not as realistic as saying that tomorrow Sakura country is dry crushed by an earthquake. We need to get the family to act quickly. We can't delay any longer. Wu Shine gritted his teeth, calculating in his mind how he could completely obliterate Song Qian. Far away from the judges' table, the three people on the seats were similarly shocked, and even Tian Chongjun, who had seen Ao Xing fight, was slightly stunned at this moment. It couldn't be helped. Although both the underworld dark cryptic wolf and the black flame dragon were top-notch royal beasts, the black flame dragon had a chance to evolve into an S-class royal beast, so the two naturally weren't royal beasts of the same level. And now that Ao Xing had defeated the black flame dragon, and by the looks of it, there was no loss, how could this not surprise Tian Chongjun? It should be known that the entire Dragon Kingdom did not have a few S-class royal beasts, and even the number of low-grade royal beasts that were particularly good in certain aspects that could be compared to S-class royal beasts was also scarce. And now there was even an extra one, and the increase in the strength of the Dragon Kingdom was obvious. It's truly terrifying. This kind of talent for imperial beasts is simply immeasurable. Chen Jihuang shook his head slightly. As a two-star cultivator, he had a deeper understanding of the evolution and understanding of imperial beasts. However, even though he was familiar with the evolution of most imperial beasts, he was still unable to estimate where the limits of this imperial beast called the dragon soul green scale insect were. Maybe it has something to do with that fruit it ate, but what exactly is that fruit? Is it hard to believe that it was left behind by an SS rank imperial beast? For a moment, Chen Jihuang didn't know how he should judge. If it was really a fruit left behind by a SS rank divine beast and it turned out to be eaten by a cabbage worm, he estimated that the top management of the Imperial Beast Master Association would have to commit suicide from heartache. If this kind of fruit really existed and was taken for use by S-rank Imperial Beasts, the Dragon Kingdom might be able to produce one more Protector God Beast in the future. As for Luozhen, who was seeing Ao Xing's strength for the first time, he was reticent at the moment. He had never seen this kind of Imperial Beast before, but it didn't mean that he didn't understand what the significance of the appearance of this kind of Imperial Beast was. The future, perhaps, is really about to change. Luozhen looked at Song Qian. His heart was quite emotional. This is really the Yangtze River later pushed the front wave. The front wave died on the beach. In the past, if he had this kind of Imperial Beast, not to mention exploding and killing Imperial Beast Masters of the same rank, he would have dared to battle even S-rank Imperial Beasts. In the audience, the principal of Jiangchang No. 1 middle school was as happy as a child at the moment. It couldn't be helped. Yesterday he was still worried about whether or not he would become the school's sinner. But as a result, today he saw that Song Qian had actually directly stormed the championship favorites. He believed that there was no way for anyone to hold back the excitement in his heart. Ha ha ha, the rise of Jiangchang No. 1 middle school is unstoppable. Song Qian, with you, it's possible for my Jiangchang No. 1 middle school to win the championship. In his seat, Song Qian was currently looking around boredly. his eyes constantly sweeping over the group of ringmasters, ready to strike whenever he spotted a suitable target. Bai Qi on the other side had reacted long ago, and was now looking at Song Qian with enthusiasm, wanting to get Song Qian's autograph, and also wanting to learn the range of Ao Xing's strength from Song Qian, so that he could redo an installment of being the favorite to win the title. For the White Blaze, Song Qian naturally lazy to hide too much. In his opinion, this guy is a tease, not to mention into the main event. Let him into the points of the top 100 that have quite a lot of effort. Only the fact that Song Qian hadn't revealed Ao Xing's strength had made Bai Qi feel itchy. It was so hard to see a new breed of Imperial Beast. If he didn't seize the opportunity to learn first-hand information, and wait until Ao Xing was known by everyone, then he wouldn't be able to sell it for any money. Tell you what, you simply reveal the information, and I'll split the money from the sale 50-50. Seeing that Song Qian didn't care about himself, Bai Blaze had to bite his tongue and throw out a portion of his benefits. Upon hearing this, Song Qian glanced at Bai Blaze and was just about to open his mouth to refuse, but then he thought of the fact that he only had a wallet of 100,000 as well as the evolutionary materials he would need for the follow-up, and could only say with a hint of helplessness, 3 for you, 7 for me, or else you're free to negotiate. After saying that, he got up and seemed to be ready to continue to harvest points. This action immediately scared Bai Qi. He can look forward to this great god to make money. How can he just let go? So he seemed to be ruthless and closed his eyes with a clench of his teeth. Fine, I'll accept, but you have to tell me the general strength of Ao Xing. Chapter 32, Thunderous, Bald Challenger. That's natural. There was a hint of a smile on Song Qian's face. As for revealing his strength, that was impossible. After all, Ao Xing's strength could not be measured with a simple strength level, and the only way to check Ao Xing's strength was to measure the value with a precise instrument. However, this was not a long-term solution. After all, as long as there were materials, Ao Xing's value could always grow, and could not be estimated by strength level at all. The point was that exposing a portion of one's strength wouldn't hurt anything, and that was the advantage of being a newly discovered breed of elf. Ao Xing's strength is probably in the middle of the E grade. Song Qian casually stated Ao Xing's strength without any change in the expression on his face, still staring straight at the ring. E grade, middle grade. Brother Song Qian, are you kidding me? Your Imperial Beast has defeated the Black Flame Dragon, and as a result, you're telling me that the strength is only mid-E rank? Hearing that Song Qian was actually so dishonest, Bai Qi became enraged. He was genuinely trying to make money, but as a result, Song Qian had insulted him with such a clumsy lie, which simply didn't treat him as a human being. The attack power of the Black Flame Dragon was comparable to that of an A-class royal beast of the same strength. And when you Song Qian said that, wouldn't you be saying that Ao Xing had already surpassed a top B-class royal beast like the Black Flame Dragon, at least at the level of attack power? He, Bai Blaze, was no cutie pie. He said that the newly appeared Imperial Beast strong was also strong, but saying that it was strong to such an extent, without the Institute standing out to prove it, he was absolutely impossible to believe it. Seeing Bai Blaze's unconvincing face, Song Qian was speechless and could only reveal a helpless expression. He has been honest with himself. What else is he going to do? Ao Xing's strength is indeed only E-grade middle grade, but you don't believe it. You can't blame yourself for not telling the truth. He wanted to tell the truth too, but others didn't believe him. Alright, this is all seen by you. Song Qian's face carried a trace of helplessness, and he could only look at Bai Qi with a bitter smile. Ao Xing's strength is an upper grade E, and he's already on the verge of touching the threshold of grade D. When this was said, Song Qian himself didn't believe it. An E-grade upper grade Imperial Beast was basically invincible in the current situation. It could even be said that as long as the Imperial Beasts of this rank weren't too weak in terms of attack power, then basically entering the top 4 of the scoreboard would be a sure thing. However, upon hearing Song Qian's words, Bai Blaze did crack up with joy. He smiled with satisfaction, his eyes narrowing into slits. That's right, we're partners. How can we cheat each other? The top grade E touches the threshold of grade D. If this is lucky, wouldn't it be a direct rush to grade D? By then you'll be the strongest Imperial Beast Master of the current session. With that said, Bai Blaze stood up and patted Song Qian's shoulder, clearly satisfied with the answer. With the strength of an E-grade upper class, this information alone was enough for him to sell the materials about Song Qian at a sky-high price. After all, this was the first handful of news about Ao Xing in the tournament, and everyone could have paid no attention to it before. But after beating Remo, everyone had to start paying attention to this opponent. Dude, just wait until you count your money. Bai Kuei laughed loudly and left. The original somewhat obese body surprisingly looked incomparably flexible at this moment. Staying in place, Song Qian cannot help but nod slightly. Although I do not know how much money I can earn from my own information, but it should not be as low as it is. How to say that it is the current information about Ao Xing, by 10 or 8 copies is still possible. Seeing Bai Blaze disappear into the crowd, Song Qian's eyes refocused on the ringmaster. This time there would definitely be no one who would dare to cut himself off. After all, the participants, were all aiming to enter the main event, and if they were targeted by one of the favorites to win the championship, whether or not they could gain points to enter the main event was not to be said, and they might even cause displeasure to others. This kind of damaging thing is something that only a little cutie would do it. Finally, a target of sorts. Due to the bargaining with Blaze just now, an unknown number of ringmasters had changed rounds by now, so when Song Qian resumed his search for a target, he was only able to pick a taller man within a shorter man. As he spoke, Song Qian walked directly towards ring number 4. This ring was in the most central part of the entire playground, so both the guarding and the challenges were very intense, and everyone was thinking about showing themselves. The cold-faced young man on the stage had already reached 15 consecutive victories at the moment, and from the time he came onto the stage until now, he didn't know how many opponents had fallen into his hands. Together with his challenge points from the other rings, he had currently arrived at the 10th place of the leaderboard on the basis of 300 points, and although the surrounding contestants wanted to go up and pick peaches, they could only stare at Song Qian with wide eyes, not daring to have any other thoughts at all. On the one hand, it was because the ringmaster was indeed powerful. No matter how fatigued his own imperial beasts were, he could always find his opponent's weaknesses, subsequently defeating them with very subtle use of his moves. While on the other hand, it was because Song Qian had defeated Remo, coupled with the overthrow of his original title of a waste of space, he had now claimed to be in the limelight, so naturally no one dared to come to mess with him. Challenger, Song Qian. Once on the stage, Song Qian immediately released Ao Xing, which immediately caused another round of gasps. The nearest participant even took out his cell phone and directly photographed Ao Xing, as if he was preparing to take it out to show off. The ringmaster on the stage, on the other hand, had a black face. The 300 points that he had managed to get with great difficulty. At this moment, he was going to have 70% of them directly taken away. However, after glancing at Song Qian, he quickly regained his composure and turned around before walking off the stage. I concede, the points are yours. With that, he headed straight to another ring without looking back to continue earning points. And Song Qian didn't expect this robbery of points to be so easy. Then he shook his head and prepared to leave. Just at this moment, a voice came from the distance. Humph. Song Qian, right? Others are afraid of you, but I'm not. The crowd turned their heads to look, only to see a 2-meter-tall bald man directly push through the crowd to rush onto the stage, and even released his own imperial beast, a muscular bear whose strength had reached the middle grade of E grade. As he spoke, looking at the bald man standing in front of him, Song Qian pulled the corner of his mouth. If it wasn't for the fact that he was wearing a school uniform, Song Qian would have even thought that some big brother had run out from inside the prison. However, as an opponent, he still had to respect the other party, so he simply checked Muscle Bear's attribute data directly. Race, Muscle Bear. Strength, E-grade medium. Skills, Mega Strength, passive. Muscle Armor, passive. Roar of Fury, skilled. Evolutionary Route, normal evolution, available. As the Muscle Bear's stats appeared in front of him, Song Qian couldn't even muster up any interest. Against this kind of imperial beast, Ao Xing didn't even need to transform his attributes. He could directly defeat it in his normal state. Seeing that Song Qian didn't say anything, the bald student on the opposite side was even more arrogant. Old me's Muscle Bear has an extremely strong resistance. Your ice attribute is ineffective against it. And doesn't your imperial beast only have the strength of a lower E rank? Just now, you took your chances and beat Liamo. Now let me, Zhang Chang, reveal your true colors. Chapter 33, Pots Full of Money, advancing to the top 8. What? That imperial beast only has the strength of an E rank lower grade? Asterisk 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 asterisk. This can defeat the Black Fire Dragon. It's not invincible. You're forgetting that Chapter Kung said it was a fluke. Why can people get away with it and others can't? All of the contestants discussed at once. They were completely surprised that Song Qian's imperial beast was only of the lower E grade. Although imperial beasts of this strength were rare, there were still quite a few among the contestants whose imperial beasts reached this strength. Those players were on fire. The strength of the imperial beasts were similar. Then if they really fought seriously, it was still uncertain who would lose and who would win. Song Qian, on the other hand, was a bit puzzled. He said 2 data, one was E-level upper grade and one was E-level middle grade. This Zhang Chang looked like he had bought the data from the hands of Blaze, or else it would be impossible to deduce that Ao Xing's strength was at E-level. After all, to be able to repel an E-ranked upper grade Black Fire Dragon head-on, how can we say that the opponent's strength has to be D-ranked? Otherwise it's a bit unreasonable. However, when Song Qian looked up, he realized that Blaze was standing on the stage scowling at him, and it was obvious that this kind of information error was his handiwork. Seeing this, Song Qian shook his head and laughed bitterly. This guy was really scheming. Others buying information didn't even say the real situation, and even set up a trap for the other party to challenge him. Just as well, let me lead you on. Song Qian's gaze looked towards Zhang Chang, and Ao Xing, who originally had no nature whatsoever, instantly turned around, his eyes flashing with a desire for battle. Zhang Chang, on the other hand, was completely lazy and just chatted with the people around him, even talking glowingly about Ao Xing's weaknesses, as if the muscle bear had already won. This kind of dragon isn't very suitable for fighting at first glance, and it has no attributes and ice attributes. All imperial beasts specialize in one aspect, and this kind of imperial beast is just playing as a support. I see. After all, my muscle bear isn't one to be messed with. Although its attack power isn't as terrifying as the black fire dragons, it's much more comprehensive, and this time, it's definitely going to defeat this Song Qian. After saying that, Zhang Chan walked across to Song Qian with a haughty look on his face and hooked his finger in the process. Seeing this scene, Ao Xing was so angry that his lungs exploded. Growing up, I had never seen such an arrogant opponent. It gasped for air, its body trembling slightly. As soon as the referee announced the start of the fight, Ao Xing was going to press this stupid bear to the ground and drive a hammer into it, letting it know why the flowers were so red. The sparring begins. The referee doesn't bother to delay any longer as he sees both sides in position. The very moment the words fell, Zhang Chang was ready to attack head-on. Muscle bear, use violent impact and just load your opponent up, and then again. Before Zhang Chang could finish, he saw that Ao Xing had unexpectedly disappeared. It was as if it was a greenish-colored lightning bolt that unexpectedly disappeared from one's vision in an instant. What's going on? Zhang Chang was blinded. What kind of speed was this? Didn't you need the space gate to fight the black fire dragon just now? How now directly disappeared? This guy is hanging on. Not even acting, is it? He looked up, only to see Song Qian standing in place as if nothing had happened. Boom! In the next second, Ao Xing's body manifested behind the muscular bear, followed by a flick of his tail that staggered him. The muscle bear was no less than a near all-powerful imperial beast, and it was surprising that it didn't suffer any injuries from being attacked so violently. Instead, it roared and attacked towards the back. That's it. This dragon. Seeing Muscle Bear give so much effort, Zhang Chang also fought to cheer him on, and Song Qian is looking at Ao Xing with interest. This time he is not commanding, only the weakness of the other party. I did not expect that Ao Xing is so smart. The first attack to do camouflage, the next is the real killing move. As soon as he saw the muscular bear turn around, those tyrannical eyes were stared at by Ao Xing's eyes that emanated dragon authority. The pale yellow eyes were like the sun in the sky, and Ao Xing at this moment brought the spiritual suppression of the dragon's might to the extreme, and even directly made the muscular bear stand still and not dare to move at will. Ow! Ao Xing roared, then knocked the muscular bear to the ground and was just about to continue his attack when he heard Song Qian's voice. Well, come back. Only Song Qian waved at Ao Xing, clearly not wanting it to continue. Ao Xing, on the other hand, obediently returned to Song Qian, but his eyes still looked at Zhang Chang with anger in them. It wasn't that Song Qian had gone soft, it was entirely because this Zhang Chang, as the first customer to make a purchase, Bai Qi had even given him false information, although Bai Qi didn't want to face, but after all, he, Song Qian, was also a man of honor. How could he not embarrass his own client, right? Seeing that Ao Xing knocked down the muscular bear but didn't bother to continue his attack, Zhang Chang's gaze held a hint of helplessness. After all that, it turns out that I'm the clown. Just now, he was thinking about how to defeat Ao Xing in the most handsome position, but now it seemed to be nothing more than a fool's dream. I concede. 3 words were said, and Zhang Chang's entire body lost its essence in general. Spending $2,000 on a piece of information, only to have to be brutally beaten up and humiliated in front of everyone was too painful for him. Zhang Chang's figure disappeared into the crowd, and the gazes of the people on stage first changed from skepticism then to awe. If Ao Xing's defeat of the Black Fire Dragon only proved that it had an extremely strong attack, then the violent beating of the Muscle Bear let everyone know that its victory over the Black Fire Dragon did not rely on luck, but on its own strength. Song Qian victory. The referee declared the result decisively. After all, it was a match that had no hope of overturning from start to finish, and he knew even by looking at it that the Muscle Bears were definitely going to lose. After hearing those 4 words, Song Qian didn't delay and directly walked towards the other ring without looking back. Seeing Song Qian walk over, the ringmaster said with a bitter face, "Big brother, don't come. I admit defeat. Just please let me off the hook back there." With that, the man jumped straight down from the stage, and the referee was decisive enough to directly assign the points to Song Qian's name on the row. Instantly, Song Qian jumped from over 220 points to 340, and his rankings directly rushed into the top 5. Seeing that his opponent was so knowledgeable, Song Qian nodded and turned around to walk towards the other ring. 10 minutes later, Song Qian's ranking had come to first place, and the points in his hand had exceeded 1,000, opening up a gap of 700 points with second place. Finally a break. Getting 1,000 points almost meant that Song Qian could perfectly enter the top 8. Chapter 34, Fusing Materials. Ice and Fire. $1 million? How much did you sell my materials for? Song Qian's face carried a stunned look. His own information could be sold for $1 million. Robbing a bank wasn't that fast, was it? On the other hand, Bai Blaze had a mysterious smile on his face as he walked over to Song Qian and flashed a smile. You are not aware of how much those people are willing to spend if they want to buy your information. A few of those title hopefuls even paid $10,000 for it. After you defeat that Zheng Chang, I'll get the auction straight away and only sell 100 copies. It turned out that not only the contestants bought it, but even those spectators who saw it wanted to buy a copy. This time, there were even a few tycoons there to raise the price crazily during the last few copies, and that's how we both made $1 million. With that said, Bai Qi took out his cell phone and transferred $700,000 to Song Qian's cell phone. Looking at this extra money, Song Qian was both happy and felt a bit speechless in his heart. Was this the effect produced by the new breed of imperial beasts? People could be so crazy in order to obtain information about Ao Xing. Good job. Holding back until the end. Song Qian could only hold back a few words. He really had no way to understand that these people had spent so much money for a false intelligence. It was almost as if they had no place to spend their money. And when White Blaze heard that, he just rubbed his head and giggled. And then he was shouted away by a group of his fellow students, who were done with this year's competition, and there was nothing for them to do behind them. Seeing Bai Kuei leave, Song Qian didn't stay here for long and turned around before heading outside. Tomorrow morning is the first battle of the main tournament, and the day after that is the round of 16 to 8, with your own 8 to 4 not until the day after tomorrow. Therefore, Song Qian was prepared to make the most of these 2 days to at least bring Ao Xing's strength to another level. When he walked to the door, Song Qian saw that Bai Blaze had actually stayed in place to wait for him. You're not leaving? With a hint of doubt in his eyes, Song Qian couldn't help but open his mouth to inquire, and Blaze laughed and said, I'll leave later, but there's something else I need to tell you. Although your Imperial Beast has an E-rank upper grade, the other 3 in the top 4 in points are not to be trifled with. The second place winner, Wang Fan, although he looks mediocre, his Royal Beast is a Royal Beast with superb attacking power, named the Blazing Flame Devouring Tiger. The one in third place is a special Imperial Beast space, capable of strengthening the Imperial Beast's ability to manipulate attributes. As for the fourth one, I haven't heard the reputation before, but it doesn't look like a good guy to deal with. White Blaze just dished it out one by one, seeming to know everything about these people for a long time. Song Qian, who was standing in front of him, was a bit speechless. How was this guy able to get so much information? Well, that's all. Go for it, brother. I'm $100,000 betting on you to win the championship. Soon, the people from the 15th grade came to urge Bai Blaze, and he could only leave first, although he also wanted to continue to stay here and watch the match. The college entrance examination was about to take place behind him, and even if his strength was not good, then he still had to be well prepared for this major event in his life. Looking at the other parties departing back, Song Qian slightly shook his head. This guy made money to the point of earning it on himself, but he couldn't help but be relieved when he thought about how much money Blaze had made for himself. Champion? I'll have it in my pocket. Whether it was for himself or for Ao Xing, he was bound to take the title. With this thought in his mind, Song Qian directly followed the prompts towards the material store. The square was surrounded by stores all over the place, and right after the rookie tournament ended there were quite a few people who came to the stores ready to improve their strength again. Song Qian was naturally no exception, and Song Qian, who walked into the material store, was so wealthy that he directly used the $700,000 he earned to buy materials. This time, he didn't encounter any drama like Zhang Miao, but instead, he finished completing the deal very smoothly. After spending so much money, Ao Xing should be able to change a bit, right? Inside the hotel where the organizers had arranged, the floor was strewn with the remnants of materials, while Song Qian had a look of excitement on his face. In front of him stood a dragon-shaped imperial beast that was close to 2 meters in length, with scales like the most perfect emerald, and a few white, blue and reddish points of light drifting through its circumference from time to time. System, quickly check the data. Song Qian was so excited that he couldn't even speak clearly. Ding Ao Xing's fusion of materials is complete. Due to the fusion of too many fire elemental materials, he has awakened the fire attribute energy transformation. Skill Spit and Space Jump proficiency rises to fusion. Race, Dragon Soul Green Scale Worm, Ao Xing. Strength, E grade medium. Skills, Dragon Soul Strike, integrated. Spit, integrated. Space Jump, integrated. Dragon Might, passive. Energy Mastery, Ice. Fire. Looking at Ao Xing's data, Song Qian couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Although he was still a mid-E grade, After fusing the materials, Aoshing's strength had risen by more than 20% at least. After spending $700,000 to buy all the materials fused in, the attribute energy mastered by Aoshing even increased from the original single ice attribute to the dual attributes of ice and fire. And the enhancement was not only these. Aoshing's original physical strength had also increased a lot, and his body was more than 2 meters long. Comparing to before, it was more like a godly handsome dragon, rather than an imperial beast that had evolved from a vegetable greenworm. Aoshing, can you release 2 attribute skills at the same time? Looking at the points of light around Aoshing, Song Qian couldn't help but ask, now that it had mastered the dual attributes of ice and fire, if it could be unleashed at the same time, there would be more ways to win in battle. Even if Aoshing seemed invincible now, this was nothing more than Zhangchang. In this small border town, even if it was powerful, it would not be able to get on the stage, because in those large and even giant cities, the price of Imperial Beast materials was incomparably low, and there were even all kinds of rare materials that could be chosen by the Imperial Beast masters. It was only when he went to college that he would be able to appreciate the strength of those geniuses in the big city. At those words, Aoshing tried to control the energy in his body. Only an ice armor covered its dragon claws. However, when Aoshing was ready to use the fire attribute, he found that the energy of the ice attribute had begun to go out of control, although he did his best to stop the ice armor from melting. In the end, under the fluctuation of energy, Aoshing could only give up the ice attribute and let the flames cover the dragon's claws. Ow! Aoshing shook his head somewhat guiltily. This simple attribute manipulation he was not able to do. It was simply a bit humiliating. However, Song Qian did not blame it, but instead gently stroked its large head with determination in his eyes. Maybe it's just that you're not skilled with energy. After all, the exclusivity of fire attribute energy is very strong. Let's not watch tomorrow's match. Go to the training room over there for training. It might help you master the manipulation of the 2 attributes faster. Chapter 35, Double Training Room. Aoshing was very excited. Or rather it was happy to try whenever it was related to improving its strength. Still, the only way to eat by yourself without being disturbed is to be strong. Speaking of eating, Aoshing eyed Song Qian. Faced with such pathetic eyes, Song Qian's heart softened. After all, Aoshing was almost perfect as his partner. Powerful, loyal, brave. Within the countless strengths, Song Qian only found one of its weaknesses: gluttony. I don't know if it was a habit that was developed during the time of the vegetable greenworms, but Aoshing still likes to eat vegetable leaves the most until now. Although this kind of thing didn't have any effect on its evolution, but it couldn't help that Aoshing just loved to eat, so Song Qian had no choice but to do as it wished. Alright, here you go. Saying that, Song Qian took out his prepared vegetable leaves from the space treasure box and stuffed them into Aoshing's mouth. Feeling the familiar flavor, Aoshing's eyes instantly narrowed in happiness, and then began to chew on it. On the following day, the well-fed Song Qian led Aoshing directly to the training ground. The training ground here was not something that could be compared to the simple open space in the breeding center. The regular training grounds on the market were basically a fee-based system, as the training ground would not only tailor the training methods for the imperial beasts, but also provide them with the perfect food packages. All these food packages need to be developed by a professional breeder and the results are naturally obvious. However, this training ground that Song Qian went to was different. This training ground was an affiliated training ground under the Imperial Beast Master Association. Not only was it fully equipped with all kinds of equipment, but it would also have specialized accompanying trainers. People will even feed moves and specialize a combat technique that is specific to the individual. Of course, none of this is free, and the price to get in and train is even up to $20,000 a month. If the organizers hadn't been so rich as to buy a month's access for all the regular contestants, I don't think I would have even thought about going here. Looking at the magnificent training ground, Song Qian only felt that he had really lost out by not coming. This kind of place, just let him live here that can be accepted. Just as he walked in, Song Qian heard quite a few people training the skills of the imperial beasts. Even those who had entered the main competition were among them. Find me an empty room. At the front desk, Song Qian directly took out the contestant's card issued by the organizers and signaled that he needed a separate training room. The staff at the training ground wanted to refuse, but they couldn't help but feel a twinge of embarrassment when they saw the player's license. Student Song Qian, the separate training rooms are no longer available. If you don't mind, perhaps we could arrange a double training room. What do you think? At those words, Song Qian couldn't help but frown. The double training room. He was going to train Aoshing's new form, and if he was assigned to be a participant in the main event, then wouldn't his bottom card be exposed? And the other party instantly reacted when they saw Song Qian frowning. It was their business for the players to make private appointments on their own, but the training ground couldn't be arranged arbitrarily like this. Song, don't worry, we won't place the players together. Hearing the other party say this, Song Qian could only nod in agreement. Afterward, led by the staff, Song Qian entered a double training room, only to see that there was already a royal beast master in the room training the royal beasts. Thunder Lotus Spirit Fox. Use Thunder Teeth. Just as Song Qian passed by this imperial beast master, the other party suddenly began to unleash his moves, and Song Qian couldn't help but turn his head to look, only to see an F-grade upper grade Thunder Lotus Spirit Fox currently under the command of his own royal beast master start attacking at the training device. Bang! The Thunder Lotus Spirit Fox took a bite out of the device, and a string of numbers popped up on it, data mining the damage inflicted. Nice shot! Song Qian swept past the Thunder Lotus Spirit Fox and focused his gaze on this Imperial Beast Master, and when he saw the two bouncing bunnies, he couldn't help but feel a secret emotion. Hearing Song Qian's voice, the other party turned around. The other party's face was as frosty as frost, a pair of eyes even carried anger, her chest rose and fell, and the two little white rabbits were suddenly crying out. Such a scene caused Song Qian to almost have a nosebleed, but in his heart he was even more worried about whether or not those two small straps would be able to pocket these two large mountains. That Imperial Beast Master walked in front of him and looked at Song Qian coldly. Even though he had seen so many beautiful women and teachers in his last life, Song Qian had to admit that the woman in front of him had unrivaled looks, cold as heaven. The other party walked up to Song Qian, and in order not to cause trouble, Song Qian could only put on a look of appreciation and nodded slightly, his eyes revealing innocence. Song Qian, right? I remember you. Unbeknownst to him, the other party had recognized his identity after taking a closer look, which couldn't help but make Song Qian a little embarrassed. Just as he was about to explain a few words, the other party turned around and continued to train their imperial beasts, as if what had just happened hadn't happened at all. The other party wasn't going to dwell on it, so he was afraid of nothing, and then he also summoned Ao Xing like he was nothing. Ow! As soon as Ao Xing appeared on the scene, he let out a very excited cry, and then directly emitted his own dragon's might. Yesterday Song Qian had said that today was all about counting money from the moment he summoned Ao Xing, so he must do his best to show himself and let Song Qian know where his limits were. The roar resounded throughout the room, causing the Thunder Lotus Spirit Fox to instantly feel a flutter, followed by the hairs on its entire body standing upside down as if it was resisting something. Ahem! Ao Xing, don't push so hard, my Imperial Beast can't take it anymore. Seeing the other party walking to the Thunder Lotus Spirit Fox heartily, Song Qian couldn't help but open his mouth to remind him. Being said so, Ao Xing revealed a hint of disbelief. Yesterday it was you who let me use my full strength, and it is still you who did not let me use my full strength. This makes it difficult for me, Ao Xing. But with those words, Ao Xing naturally noticed the presence of the Thunder Lotus Spirit Fox, so he put his dragon power away, quickly ate the leaves of the vegetables in his mouth, and raised his head to put on a condescending appearance. Is this your Imperial Beast? That A-rank lower grade dragon soul green scale insect? When that Imperial Beast Master saw Ao Xing appear, he walked straight towards Song Qian. Hearing the other party name Ao Xing's breed, Song Qian could not help but frown, his eyes carrying a hint of vigilance. Bai Qi does not know what Ao Xing's variety is, and the Institute has not published Ao Xing's data now, and there are only a handful of people who currently know Ao Xing's variety. One is Tian Chongjun and the other is Chun Jiwang. Oh, you don't have to worry, you know Blaze, don't you? I'm his cousin, Wang Ruoyan. Chapter 36, 999 Cap. The machine exploded. When he heard Wang Ruoyan named Bai Chui, Song Qian was enlightened, not realizing that she was Bai Chui's cousin. But before he could say anything, he heard Wang Ruoyan continue to explain. I take my mother's last name, and my father is the vice president of the Imperial Beastmaster Association. Hearing her explain in this way, Song Qian put his heart down. However, the fact that Wang Ruoyan's father was the vice president of the Zhengcheng Royal Beastmaster Association was a bit of a surprise to Song Qian. Wang Ruoyan? What a great name! Song Qian nodded slightly, and in his heart, he couldn't help but complain a little about Bai Blaze. This guy is also really, there is such a good-looking sister, did not say a little, and now make himself very embarrassed. But since he had met, Song Qian naturally wouldn't be a straight man like in his last life, although both straight and honest are still positive words in this world. For Song Qian, these two words undoubtedly represent a sad past. Wang Ruoyan didn't comment on Song Qian's words, but a pair of eyes swept over Song Qian's body as if he wanted to see through him. Ahem, I wonder what student Wang is looking for me for. Being looked at with some hair in his heart, Song Qian hurriedly opened his mouth. If he continued to look like this Wang Ruoyan was probably going to see through whatever color bottoms he was wearing today. Being reminded by Song Qian in this way, Wang Ruoyan immediately stopped sizing Song Qian up and instead turned her gaze to Ao Xing, with an admiring look in her eyes, and she actually wanted to directly go up and pet Ao Xing. Where had Ao Xing seen such a tiger chick, he couldn't help but turn his gaze to Song Qian. Fortunately, however, Wang Ruoyan wasn't so careless, and only looked at Ao Xing for a moment before redirecting his attention to Song Qian. Song Qian-san, continue training, I won't be here to get in your way. I hope you can get a good ranking. With that, Wang Ruoyan retrieved the Thunder Lotus Spirit Fox and turned to leave the room, seemingly not intending to continue the training. This made Song Qian feel embarrassed that he was originally talking about a double training room, but ended up asking people to go out because of his arrival instead. Out of politeness, Song Qian spoke casually, stay and train together. It's not a secret anyway. As a result, just after the words came out, Song Qian regretted it. Opposite this is a tigress. If she took it seriously, what can be done? As a result, when she heard Song Qian's words, Wang Ruoyan turned around and looked at Song Qian with a smile on her face. Is that true? Seriously, the words had been spoken. Where was the sense to take them back? Song Qian could only nod his head. Then he saw Wang Ruoyan naturally walk over to the training device and summon the Thunder Lotus Spirit Fox to start training. Seeing this scene, Song Qian took a deep breath and emphasized even more in his heart that he would definitely not talk too much next time. He then looked at Ao Xing. Anyway, this could not be avoided, so he might as well start training directly in a big way. Ao Xing, start. Song Qian patted Ao Xing's head, signaling that it could start what it had arranged yesterday. Only Ao Xing was seen flying 2 to 3 meters into the air, then releasing the skill Dragon Soul Strike. Bang! As Ao Xing hit the device that was being tested, the data on the display instantly started to rise crazily from 0 until it rose to 999 before stopping. Only 999? That's a bit of a no-no. Song Qian skimmed his lips, seemingly dissatisfied with the result, causing Wang Ruoyan next to him to roll her eyes. Not satisfied with 999? That's the limit of the test setup. Although her Thunder Lotus Spirit Fox was not a powerful Imperial beast, it could only put up a figure of 150 effects just by relying on its physical body. And as for those who had entered the main round, according to the data she had seen from the backstage of the Imperial Beastmaster Association, the strongest one was only able to put up a figure of around 900. Song Qian's Imperial beasts easily broke through the limit, and he was still not satisfied? It was really a case of people being more angry than people. Ao Xing, try a different form. Of course, how did Song Qian know that this was the upper limit of the testing machine, and thought that it was caused by Ao Xing's lack of strength? I didn't expect the Thunder Lotus Spirit Fox to be so strong. Even though it's only an upper grade F, it has the strength of 1/6 of an Ao Xing. This Wang Ruoyan, he's not simple. Song Qian thought in his mind that the Thunder Lotus Spirit Fox in his memory could only be considered a medium-strength Imperial beast, and the system didn't give any hints. So it seemed like it should just be that Wang Ruoyan had bred it very well, or else how could it possibly have 1/6 of Ao Xing's physical strength? Hearing Song Qian's words, Ao Xing's body surged with ice attribute energy and rushed towards the testing machine once again after the transformation was completed. And this time, the figure even only reached 960-something, not as high as the first time. Seeing this situation, Song Qian couldn't help but frown slightly. The fact that transforming attributes would reduce Ao Xing's physical strength was something he had expected, but he hadn't expected it to be so obvious. Change the properties again. Song Qian frowned, he just couldn't believe it. Ao Xing couldn't even break the value of 1000. And when Ao Xing heard the order, he roared in anger. Why was he so weak? In an instant, furious flames wrapped around his entire body, and Ao Xing slammed directly into the testing machine like a meteorite. Bang! Only to see Ao Xing, who was covered in flames, slamming into the testing machine, surprisingly directly burned the special material mat used to resist attacks in front of the machine, and the machine even remained stubbornly displaying only 999 ground data. Seeing the Song Qian got it, the upper limit of the mother ******ing machine is 999. However, the machine was scrapped by his own beating. What could he do? Just have to go talk to the front desk people. Song Qian somewhat helplessly withdrew Ao Xing, then walked out with a bitter smile, completely failing to realize that Wang Ruoyan was also following behind him. Hello, I broke the machine in that room 520. Standing in front of the customer service at the front desk, Song Qian's face wore a sad smile. There's no way around it. If you break it, you have to pay for it. Hell, I don't know how much this machine is going to cost. And the receptionist laughed when she heard it. The machine in room 520 was able to resist the full force of a D-class Imperial Beast. Song Qian's Imperial Beast was only E-class even if it was stronger, and it was presumed that it was the lack of maintenance last time that had caused some damage to the special material pads. Thinking of this, the receptionist lady smiled and opened her mouth. It's okay, we'll take care of it. Hearing this, Song Qian froze. What does it mean to be rich and powerful? That's what it means to be rich and powerful. They don't even want to lose money on their own. They directly solve it. It's worthy of being an affiliated training ground of the Imperial Beastmaster Association. It's just luxurious. you sure you don't want me to pay for it? Just in case, Song Qian still asked again. It's really not necessary. The receptionist still kept a smile, but in her heart, she was a little contemptuous. A machine millions of dollars up and down. Can you Song Qian afford to pay? Even if you get the title, you can't afford to lose it. That's good. After saying that, Song Qian slowly turned around and left. This was a surveillance area. The other party had said that he didn't need to pay for it, so it was none of his Song Qian's business. Chapter 37, Brother, your sister. After walking out of the training ground, Song Qian intended to go straight back to the hotel. It was now noon. Even if Ao Xing wasn't hungry, he himself was hungry. Before he could get very far out, he heard a rush of footsteps from behind him. When I looked back, it was actually Wang Ruoyan, this niece, who had followed me, but apparently a change of clothes. The original sports undershirt has disappeared, replaced by a light gray corset. Outside is draped in a small white shirt. 7 pants is to make her already slender legs more straight. What are you following me for? Watching the other party run to his side, Song Qian couldn't help but ask. I'm preparing to go back to the hotel for dinner, and this is the only way back to the hotel from the training ground. And you, Wang Ruoyan, aren't a participant in the main event? So what are you going to do if you follow me here? My brother made you so much money, you have to buy me dinner. Wang Ruoyan pouted, completely lacking the icy look she had at the beginning of the meeting. Looking at the other party like this, Song Qian would have wanted to refuse. After all, the first time they met and invited to dinner. Do you think he is a wrongdoer? However, on second thought, Bai Qi helped himself earn $700,000, and even though it had already been spent, it was always in his hands, and in the future, he might be able to hook up with Bai Qi through Wang Ruoyan's relationship. Although Bai Blaze's talent for beast royalty was not strong, this business acumen was still good, so he might as well sell him a face. Thinking of this, Song Qian nodded slightly. Okay, so come back to the hotel with me. I'm not a great cook, but I bought a lot of noodles and ingredients. Rather, you can have it below. After saying that, Song Qian walked towards the hotel, while Wang Ruoyan slowly followed, afraid that she wouldn't be able to eat the noodles Song Qian ordered. At the training ground, the lady at the front desk immediately called the last maintenance person after seeing Song Qian leave. Hey, Uncle Chen, you guys had problems maintaining last time. Today, a 1-star Imperial Beast Master told me that they all saw the cracks, scaring them so much that they didn't even train anymore. Hearing this, Uncle Chen was not happy. Ms. Li Chun, we were meticulously maintained one-on-one last time, and I even checked. You can't slander people like that. In that case, I'll go over there and take a look myself, and I'll be responsible for any problems. After saying that, Uncle Chen, who was in charge of maintaining the equipment, put down his cell phone and directly summoned the Imperial Beasts to fly towards the training ground. 10 minutes later. Which room? A disgruntled Uncle Chen looked at Li Chun with ill will in his eyes. 520. Li Chun was also not happy. The special material pads were changed only last week, but as a result, it was only today that a problem was found. It seems that those inspectors are also irresponsible. When he heard Li Chun say the room number, Uncle Chen walked directly to the door of room 520 with his tools, and then he swiped his card to enter. Look, it's not fine? The first thing I saw was the training equipment that Wang Ruoyan was using, and there was absolutely no problem with it. However, when Uncle Chen walked into the room, he stopped talking. Li Chun was about to say something, but after seeing Uncle Chen's reaction, she seemed to realize something and rushed in. The two of them just froze in place as if they had been casted with a fixation spell, unable to extricate themselves for a long time. The entire other side of the room, inside room 520, looked like it had been attacked by a murderer in the wild. The test machine that was able to resist the full force of a D-class Imperial Beast had been completely scrapped, and its parts were scattered all over the ground like garbage, and the walls still bore scorch marks, as if left by some furious beast after it had spilled its guts here. Your place has been invaded by ferocious beasts? It took a while for Uncle Chen to react and spit out a few words with immense difficulty. Li Chun, on the other hand, gulped. She finally realized why that Song Qian had asked himself so many times if he needed to lose money. This machine is all directly ed by him. Do you think you have to pay for it? Moreover, I'm afraid that this kind of machine would still be able to work even if it was attacked by a D-class Imperial Beast with full force. And in this case, if Uncle Chen could repair it, I'm afraid that it would be more difficult than building another one. Maybe, I'll just have to report this and see what the leaders say. After thinking about it for half a day, Li Chun couldn't figure out how in the world this Song Qian had exploded the test machine directly. Uncle Chen couldn't say anything either. He had maintained the testing machine for more than 20 years, and it was the first time that he had seen someone actually blow up the machine directly. Although customized test machines are required from the start of D-rank strength Imperial Beasts, it's not so bad to directly beat this ordinary machine like this. is it? Let alone repairing it. This could be pulled straight to the scrapyard as scrap. Just as the two men were handling the test machine, the hotel. Fizzle fizzle fizzle. A gasping sound filled Song Qian's room. How about that? Or else? Song Qian looked at Wang Ruoyan with some amusement. At this moment, Wang Ruoyan's face was red and her eyes were tearful as she looked at Song Qian. No, I can't take it anymore. This is too much to bear? I've got a lot more here. Wasn't he still showing off just now? How come you can't do it so soon? Go on. With that said, Song Qian walked over to Wang Ruoyan's body, ignoring Wang Ruoyan's pleas. I can't. I really can't. It's too much. It's going to overflow. Stop it. Wang Ruoyan looked at Song Qian, who was actually still adding noodles to his bowl, and became anxious. She thought it would be delicious underneath Song Qian, but she didn't expect it to taste this good. It was a bit spicy, but the thrill was truly evocative. So she, who had always had a good appetite, actually ate 2 large bowls, which made her feel a little overstuffed. At those words, Song Qian skimmed his lips. Just now on the road, this niece Wang Ruoyan gave herself a war invitation, saying that she wanted to eat him out of house and home. As a result, I've now made myself a bowl of noodles that I haven't even finished, and that's not going to work. What a weakling. Since the other party didn't want to eat, Song Qian could only solve it himself, and after finishing the rest of the noodles in 3 tries, the two of them sat paralyzed on the sofa rubbing their stomachs, not even bothering to move. After resting for a while, Wang Ruoyan only felt groggy, and in this hot day it was easiest to get sleepy, so she simply collapsed on the hotel sofa and fell asleep. Song Qian shook his head slightly at the sight. This niece was really big-hearted. He had only met her for the first time, not only dared to eat his own things, but even slept directly in his room. It's a good thing you met me, otherwise someone else would have had to draw little turtles all over your face. With that said, Song Qian picked up the quilt and covered Wang Ruoyan's body, while he himself prepared to go to the restroom to wash his face and clear his head. As a result, just a few steps away, Wang Ruoyan's cell phone rang. Seeing that she couldn't wake up, Song Qian could only take the call for her. Hello, Song Qian? Why did you take my sister's cell phone? The person on the other end of the phone was incandescent, and I could hear that he was in a hurry now. Song Qian looked at the sleeping Wang Ruoyan and had to speak. I know you're in a hurry, but hold your horses. Your sister is in my room, asleep now. Upon hearing Song Qian's words, Bai Blaze's side was silent for a while. Then a roar nearly scared Song Qian's soul out of his body. Song Qian, what did you do to my sister? If there's anything wrong with my sister, I'm not done with you. Chapter 38 Wang Family. Wang Juxian. Half an hour later, the hurried-faced Keep rushed straight into Song Qian's room. Where's my sister? Before Song Qian could speak, Bai Blaze's face took on an anxious look. This was not only because Wang Ruoyan was his closest cousin, but more importantly, Wang Ruoyan's identity was unusual. Her mother is from the Wang family side. If the Wang family knew that Wang Ruoyan had been scourged by Song Qian, that would be the end of it. Sleeping there. Seeing that the other party was in such a hurry, Song Qian also lost the mood to tease Bai Qi and pointed his finger at the sleeping Wang Ruoyan. Upon hearing this, Bai Qi turned his head to look, and when he saw that Wang Ruoyan didn't look like something was wrong, he was relieved. He looked at Song Qian, then shook his head. You didn't meet so many of my cousins that you actually met her. If something really goes wrong, you boys are probably bad enough. Bai Blaze's eyes carried a hint of warning, and Song Qian's eyes narrowed slightly upon hearing this. Based on one's understanding of Bai Qi, he would never speak in such a way as to directly offend people, so there was only one possibility. Wang Ruoyan's identity was definitely more than simply someone from the Bai family, and while there were many people with the surname Wang in Zhangchang, there was only one big family. That's the Wang family that controls the entire royal beast medical industry in Zhangchang. She comes from that royal family? Thinking of this, Song Qian opened his mouth to test the waters, and instead of speaking, Bai Blaze only nodded his head slightly but quickly shook his head again, making Song Qian completely unable to see what he was trying to convey. But it was good to know that Blaze wasn't a guy who liked to whet people's appetites, and was quick to offer an explanation. Do you recognize the Wang family member who entered Chengdu University from Zhangcheng a few years ago? But instead of answering directly, Bai Blaze asked Song Qian in return. This was a question for Song Qian. He had been held up in the royal beasts training camp and associated with the one from the Wang clan, but his memory couldn't search for this person's identity. Is it hard to believe that there is a chance to solve this mystery today? Naturally, I don't recognize it, Song Qian replied decisively. He wanted to see what was so special about this Wang family, and when Bai Blaze heard Song Qian's reply, he couldn't help but frown slightly before saying in a heavy tone, Wang Juxian. That's the name of the Wang family member who entered Divine Capital University, and nominally still Wang Ruoyan's older sister. Although Wang Juxian is a member of the Wang family in Zhangchang, I wouldn't even say anything if that were the case. Rather, because of Wang Juexian's appearance, This branch of the Jiangcheng Wang family has now recognized its ancestor and is about to be merged into the Shendu Wang family. It's also the same Shendu Wang family that controls the nation's medical care and Imperial Beast medical care. So you see why I'm so worried? The Jiangcheng Wang family, not to be feared. The Shendu Wang family, not to be messed with. With that said, Bai Ji looked deeply at Song Qian before waking up Wang Ruoyan. Wang Ruoyan, who had just woken up, was still a bit uncomfortable and rolled over to go back to sleep, but ended up sitting up instantly because of Bai Chi's words. Older sister. Someone is coming from the Wang family side. In an instant, Wang Ruoyan sat up with incomparably clear eyes and looked at her surroundings, and Song Qian didn't say much. Since the Wang family is here, let's go. Song Qian, thank you. You were delicious down there. Remember to treat me to something else next time. After saying that, Wang Ruoyan pulled her leg out and left, as if the Wang family was a spell that bound her to act. And when Bai Chi heard what Wang Ruoyan said, his face became incomparably ugly. What do you mean it's good down there? There are so many great chefs in the house. Don't they make good noodles? However, he soon turned around and left, not forgetting to nod to Song Qian before leaving, signaling that he would set this matter right. Seeing the two leave, Song Qian's expression was somewhat solemn. The Wang family, Wang Juxian. At the mention of the name, something snapped into his mind. The talent directly crushed the existence of all the Imperial Beast Masters in Jiangcheng back then, and he had the strength of a 2-star Imperial Beast Master just after graduation, and finally enrolled in the all-round class of Divine Capital University. The so-called all-around class is actually a combination of the Beast Sentinel Department and the Breeding Department, although it seems that there is no difference with the double degree. But these two are the most difficult to enter, is also the most difficult to graduate 2 majors. Learn one of these 2 majors that are better than others randomly selected 2 majors, not to mention the 2 majors to study together. There were probably only 20 to 30 people in the Dragon Kingdom who could enter Shendu University's all-round class every year, and Wang Juxian was currently the only one in Jiangcheng. Is it actually so terrifying? A hint of a smile appeared at the corner of Song Qian's mouth. He had thought that the geniuses of Jiang City were the same group of people who had entered the main round of the rookie competition, but he hadn't realized that these people were nothing but dung compared to the true geniuses. That's what makes it fun. Ao Xing, you won't be lonely in the future. Looking at the sky outside the window, Song Qian felt for the first time that the gap in the original world was bigger than he had imagined. Wu Shang and these people were surprisingly as small as ants under the power of the Wang family. But even so, I will still stand at the peak of the Imperial Beast world. After a long time, a determined look appeared in Song Qian's eyes. Wasn't it just strength? As the chosen one who was burdened with the system, he would surely stand at the top of this world. With that, he turned around and walked towards the outside. He didn't dare to continue going to the training ground he went to in the morning. If he was recognized, he might not be able to lose that much money even if he was sold. But those free training grounds with sketchier venues can still be visited. Big deal. Collect effort to train. With this thought in his mind, Song Qian left the room and prepared to head to the training ground to exercise Ao Xing. At the training ground attached to the Imperial Beast Master Association, Li Chun and Uncle Chen were currently standing to the side with their heads lowered, not daring to look up at the man in front of them. Not only because this person was vice president by Jinsong's honored guest, but also because this person was from the Wang family. The Wang family that controls the entire Imperial Beast medical system in Jiangcheng. Oh, this teenager has strength, to the point of directly scrapping the machine. Wang Chang looked at the training machine in front of him, which was already out of shape, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. He hadn't seen this kind of scene for a long time, and ever since his sister, whose talent could be described as demonic, had been admitted to Divine Capital University, he hadn't seen a genius capable of this kind of talent, not to mention breaking the training machine. In the entire Jiang City, even the Imperial Beasts that have reached the 999 limit are rare, but I didn't expect that I would encounter them today. You said that the teenager's name is Song Qian? After a few moments, Wang Chang turned his gaze to Li Chun, who was the one who made the report to the association just now. Well, it's Song Qian who came first in the C election points. Being looked at by Wang Chang with an aggressive gaze, Li Chun spat out a few words with difficulty, and after this young master of the Wang family heard that it was Song Qian's name, a look of realization appeared on his face, as if he felt normal about this matter. With that he nodded and turned to go. If the machine breaks down, get a new one. You make a report and I'll approve the note. And don't say anything about this, just pretend it never happened. Otherwise this is a price you can't afford. Chapter 39 8 into 4 final match. 2 days passed by in a hurry, and the time quickly came to the 8 into 4 final match. After elimination in the first 2 days, 4 people ended up in the top 8, and to Song Qian's surprise, Wu Shang had eliminated one of the favorites to rush into the top 8. It looks like Wu Shang still has something. Looking at today's schedule, Song Qian couldn't help but let out a slight sigh of emotion. Although he hadn't fought against Wu Shang himself, since the other party could charge into the top 8. It was considered to be not bad. However, Song Qian's opponent today was not Wu Shang, but someone else, the cold-faced young man who had grabbed the points for the first time, Lin Chen. At that time, he had set his sights on Lin Chen. It was only because he saw that the other party's imperial beasts were close to exhaustion, and he happened to defeat Li Mo, and took advantage of the mighty winds that he went up to pick up a bargain. And he didn't think that he would be able to go from the 30th place in the points list to the top 8. It seems that sometimes one can't believe too much in the so-called lists. After being my opponent, then it's better to honestly admit defeat, regardless of the opponent's talent. Standing on the sparring stage, then there was only one identity, the opponent. And the best opponent was the one who had been defeated by himself. So Song Qian did not intend to hold back. Confucius said it well, if you are here, you are here. We've come all this way, so we'll be buried here. Although the Imperial Beast match stipulated that one could not attack the Imperial Beast Master, defeating the opposite side was pretty much the same thing. With this thought in mind, Song Qian looked at the time, then walked directly towards the outside of the hotel. His own game was the first one, and that was something he could never be late for. Walking into the preparation area, today's preparation area looked incredibly empty. Compared to the sea of people at the beginning of the auditions, there were only 8 people present today, and as soon as Song Qian entered, he sought his opponent for the day, Lin Chen. Humph. Seeing that the visitor was Song Qian, Lin Chen couldn't help but snort coldly. Last time his points were robbed by him. In order to avoid exposing his strength, he then gave up his points. He didn't expect that his opponent in the 8 into 4 final rounds would still be him. It was really annoying. Although the other party had a bad attitude, Song Qian just smiled. Why would he need to pay attention to the dissatisfaction of a loser? Soon, the time came for the match to begin, and Song Qian and the others came out one after another. While passing through the audience, Song Qian suddenly saw 2 familiar figures. Bai Ji and Wang Ruoyan both surprisingly bought tickets and sat in the first row. Go for it, brother! Bai Blaze roared, still holding a support stick issued by the organizers with Song Qian's name on it. Looking at Bai Chi cheering for himself, Song Qian couldn't help but feel a warmth in his heart, and was just about to compare a gesture when he heard the next sentence. I bet $100,000 on you, don't make me lose it all. Hearing this, Song Qian stumbled and almost fell to the ground. Nice guy, I treat you like a brother, you treat me like an ATM. Song Qian, who barely managed to catch his breath, glared at Bai Chi, only to find Wang Ruoyan looking at him with a light smile. Song Qian nodded, but then realized that a man sitting next to Wang Ruoyan was actually smiling at him, and looking at his eyebrows and Wang Ruoyan, they were even somewhat similar. Who is this man? Seeing the person's face, Song Qian was pretty sure that he hadn't seen him before, but judging from his eyebrows, he should be Wang Ruoyan's relative. Seeing this, Song Qian also nodded politely before following the host towards the sparring stage. Without much ado, the host briefly introduced Song Qian and Lin Chen, and the two stood on the sparring stage. Ao Xing. Song Qian softly recited a sentence, and then he saw Ao Xing rushing out from the Imperial Beast space, circling around in midair before landing steadily in front of Song Qian. Seeing Ao Xing, Lin Chen's face couldn't help but show a hint of vigilance, and then he also summoned his Imperial Beast. Come out, Mad Thunder Vajra Scarlet. Lin Chen also summoned his own Imperial Beast, but the one he summoned turned out to be completely different from the Imperial Beast from the audition. Seeing this scene, the people in the audience gasped. Surprisingly, it's a special Imperial Beast space. You can contract 2 Imperial Beasts on your first try. No wonder you didn't have any fear against Song Qian's one. The Mad Thunder Vajra Scarlet is one of the most well-rounded of the B-grade medium royal beasts, and with the addition of the incomparably powerful Thunder attribute for attacks, its rarity is completely almost comparable to that of an A-grade royal beast. You don't say. The Mad Thunder Vajra Scarlet has an evolutionary route that leads to S rank. This time it looks like Song Qian is bound to lose. The audience under the stage was talking. Wasn't there only one person who gave birth to a special Imperial Beast space this year? Why did the 3rd middle school hide such a hand? This is deceiving everyone. He, Song Qian, you're going to lose. A cold smile appeared on Lin Chen's face. Coming from the 3rd middle school in Zhangcheng, he had made the school hide it for 3 whole years just to paralyze his opponent. Today, it was finally his turn to shine. Song Qian didn't say anything, just coldly looking at the data in front of him with pity in his eyes. Race, Scarlet Thunder Vajra. Strength, E-grade medium. Skills, Thunderstorm, Mastery. Frenzied Thunder Fist, Proficiency. 10 Thunders, Mastery. Vajra Shock, Proficiency. Evolutionary Route, Normal Evolution, available. However, Song Qian's silence was taken as weakness by Lin Chen, and in his heart he was even more contemptuous of Song Qian. It's over. It's over. Song Qian won't lose, right? Seeing that Lin Chen didn't follow the rules, Bai Blaze was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. However, Wang Ruoyan and Wang Chang just smiled and didn't say anything. Seeing the test machine being blown out of the water, they knew in their hearts that this year's champion would be no one else but Song Qian. Game on. With that, the referee gave the order, and Lin Chen instantly commanded the Imperial Beasts to start attacking. 10 Square Thunder. Only to see Mad Thunder Vidra Scarlet's body violently throbbing with thunder and lightning. Even the air began to appear out of nowhere with small thumb-thin thunder and lightning. The entire battle arena had now turned into a realm of thunder and lightning. And here Mad Thunder Vidra Scarlet was the king of thunder. Thunderstorm. As soon as Lin Chen came up, he intended to directly release his big move, not giving Song Qian any chance to struggle. Instantly, thunder rolled. An array of lightning rushed towards Ao Xing as if it was a judgment from the heavens. Nevertheless, Song Qian didn't even look at him, just looked at Ao Xing and softly chanted, "Defeat it, Ao." In an instant, Ao Xing swallowed the green vegetable leaves in his mouth and let out an excited roar. The 2 days of collecting strength to train fast made it upset in its heart, and today, it finally didn't hear Song Qian telling it to collect its strength. The moment the lightning touched Ao Xing, a wall of ice rose up and blocked the lightning 2 meters away from Ao Xing. Lightning and ice filled the field, while the sky was covered in static and broken ice. It's going to crack. On the judge's table, Tashijkuan looked at the ice wall a little nervously. This was a thunderstorm attack in a strengthened state, and I'm afraid that it could even injure a D-rank Imperial Beast. However, in the next second, only Ao Xing's entire body was wrapped in ice armor, as if he was a noble and elegant knight leaping into midair, and countless pieces of broken ice condensed into an ice dragon at this moment, directly rushing towards Mad Thunder Vidra Scarlet. No! Lin Chen's eyes carried an unthinkable look. This was a royal beast that he had spent countless resources to cultivate. How could it not even break through a wall of ice? Boom! In the crowd's horrified gazes, the ice dragon wrapped around the Mad Thunder Vidra Scarlet and heaved directly outside the venue. Chapter 40 Class D Imperial Beast, Scorpion-tailed Giant Clawed Dragon. Looking at the Mad Thunder Vidra Scarlet that was knocked outside the field, the audience was in an uproar. Didn't we agree on a special space for the beasts? How come it's so unforgiving? Didn't this Imperial Beast say it had the bloodline of an S-Class Imperial Beast? Why is it such a loser? Dude, awesome. Just as the room fell silent, White Blaze suddenly jumped up and roared loudly. How to say that he was also the one who bet on Song Qian to win the championship. Just now he thought that he would lose his blood, but he didn't expect to win so sharply. Tashijkuan on the judge's table was also relieved and resumed his seat. Worry not, if I had the time, I could be popping champagne right now. Chen Jihuang had a calm face and even pulled out melon seeds from his pocket to eat. The data that this Imperial Beast was able to measure was terrifying enough, but based on its current performance, the data could still go up by 1% or so. Hearing Chen Jihuang's words, Luo Jin and Tian Chongjun both could not help but smile. Champagne at halftime? That's a big no-no. You can't see the scene of the second paragraph laughing right in front of you. Lin Chen walked off the stage grayly. He who had been cultivated as a bottom card by the third middle school, but he couldn't even carry a single move on the sparring field. It was really too much of a blow to one's self-confidence. Ao Xing returned directly to the Imperial Beast space after defeating his opponent, and that leisurely appearance was as if it had not come out to fight against each other, but rather to travel. It's just 4 games on and I don't know who the final 4 will be against. Back in the preparation area, Song Qian sat in his seat, his eyes constantly sweeping over a few other people. The remaining people were cautious in their hearts when they saw Song Qian, and Wu Sheng even had killing intent in his eyes. He was certain that 3 years ago, in order to obtain the purple poison scorpion dragon, the Wu family had done a lot of unseemly things, and all of these things had ended up going through the hands of one person, and that was Song Qian's father, Song Lian. Therefore, in the final closing stage, the Wu family even went out of their way to get Mr. and Mrs. Song Lian killed, leaving behind only Song Qian, who was still a waste of space at the time. In hindsight, it was a soft hand back then, but soon, you'll be waiting to go to a reunion with your parents. A glint flashed in Wu Sheng's eyes before he hid his expression and followed his opponent to the sparring stage. It didn't take long for Wu Sheng to proudly return to the preparation area, and as for his opponent, he had been completely eliminated. Soon, both the third and fourth rounds of sparring had ended. The people who advanced were Wang Fan, who was second in the points list of the audition, and Mo Tao, who was third in the points list and had a special Imperial Beast space. I don't know who I'm up against. After the match, the top 2 in the standings, Song Qian and Wang Fan, were brought to a machine by the referee and started shaking their numbers in front of everyone. Song Qian shook the number 3, while Wang Fan shook the number 4 in you. Looking at the number 3 ball in his hand, Song Qian's eyes flashed with a brilliant light. I didn't expect that my opponent would be him. In the afternoon, the entire auditorium was already crowded. This afternoon was the semifinal. As the most gold-rich edition of the rookie tournament, everyone didn't want to miss today's match. At this moment, The host took the microphone and introduced the first match of the semifinals to the audience. The first matchup, Wu Shang, the first-day talent of Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School, versus the biggest dark horse of this year's tournament, Song Qian. In an instant, the people under the stage all started to raise a hue and cry. This was their favorite part of the Civil War, and they heard that the twos had also bonded because of Wu Lin, so now this match was even more interesting to watch. Song Qian is here. Who dares to say anything about the first genius? Hubris and arrogance. Wu Shang is from the Wu family. How can he be compared to Song Qian, moving the gold of family resources? Ha! As strong as you Song Qian are, can you compare to a family? Asterisk 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 asterisk. I despise these second-generation guys the most. I want to see him lose and crawl on the ground. So pop some gold coins for me. Bet me on Wu Shang to win. Song Qian, give me a boost. I've pressed you for $100,000. Among the crowd of voices that didn't think highly of Song Qian, only White Blaze screamed the loudest. Although his family is not short of money, his biggest hobby is still making money. It couldn't be helped. His talent for the Imperial Beasts was only a so-so, or else he wouldn't have been able to get into the bottom 15th grade with his status. When Song Qian heard these voices, there was no expression on his face. Compared to Wu Shang, he had a short period of fame and severely insufficient combat stats. Just like the eliminated Lin Chen, defeating stronger opponents, people will only think that you're playing with your bottom card and are still far from being on the same level as those veteran geniuses. Wu Shang, the grudge between me, Song Qian, and your Wu family will start with you. With his head lowered, killing intent flashed in Song Qian's eyes. Dealing with this kind of large family would definitely require finding evidence that could directly get the entire family killed. Otherwise, a 100-footed insect dies but never falls down, in case it leaves behind any scourges. He, Song Qian, doesn't have so much time to take care of these things. Song Qian, this is probably your last sparring match. Enjoy being defeated. A glint flashed in Wu Shang's eyes. The Wu clan had not only activated the purple poison scorpion dragon bloodline within the twin-tailed giant clawed dragon in order for him to win, they had even raised its strength to the lower D grade. Dealing with Song Qian's Z-rank Imperial Beast was a breeze in Wu Shang's eyes. Come forth, scorpion-tailed Megalodon. As Wu Shang summoned, his Imperial Beast space began to vibrate wildly, only to see a giant dragon close to 5 meters in length and covered in purple scales appear on the ground, the barbs on its two tails dropping fishy venom from time to time. Looking terrifying. Awesome. Wu Shang will win. Class D Imperial Beast. A solid winner. Let Song Qian know what it means to have the depth of a great family. Quick, give me my money back. I want to bet on Wu Shang to win. For a moment, after seeing Wu Shang's scorpion-tailed giant clawed dragon, the audience expressed their support for the contestant with the truest of gestures. Joke, a D-ranked Imperial Beast fighting an E-ranked Imperial Beast. Isn't that a random fight? If you can lose, you can wipe your neck. And Song Qian didn't say anything. The scorpion-tailed giant clawed dragon's information was already clear to him, but he knew that this battle had to be won. Race, scorpion-tailed gigantoraptor. Strength, lower D grade. Skills, intense poison, passive. Dragon's might, passive. Rage of the mad dragon, mastery. Venomous shock, introductory. Purple poison field, mastery. Evolutionary route, normal evolution, available. A.O. Xing, it's up to you. The opponent's strength was far superior to any of his previous opponents, and this time, he could only trust A.O. Xing. Ao. A.O. Xing nodded his head with a desire for victory in his eyes. Song Qian, let me, A.O. Xing, fulfill your goal. Chapter 41, Strongly Crushing, a D-class Imperial Beast? Still never seen one before. This year's edition is really interesting. On the judge's bench, Luozhen gazed at the scorpion-tailed giant clawed dragon. He always felt that there was something strange about this Imperial Beast, and when Chen Jiwang, who was on the side, heard this, he couldn't help but bring a hint of a smile to the corner of his mouth. Yes, how can I say that it's also something that cost a lot to get? It would be a shame if this doesn't show some strength. At those words, Tian Chongjun and Luozhen could not help but look at Chen Jiwang, not understanding what he meant by that. Chen Jiwang, on the other hand, just smiled faintly and did not explain anything, but continued to look at the sparring stage. At this moment, the scorpion-tailed giant clawed dragon and A.O. Xing were ready, just waiting for the referee to announce the start of the match. Song Qian, admit defeat now, perhaps I can still make it painful for you. Wu Shang, who had already won, was naturally in no hurry to make his move. Instead, he looked at Song Qian with contempt in his eyes. He was the genius of the Wu family. The entire family had paid a small price to get the purple poison scorpion dragon, and a few days ago, he even activated the bloodline of the purple poison scorpion dragon, allowing the twin-tailed giant clawed dragon to evolve into a D-class Imperial Beast. Today, he was going to show off, letting the entire Jiangqing city know that he, Wu Shangkai, was the man of the people's choice, the first genius of this year. And naturally, Song Qian also heard the meaning of it, which was nothing more than the fear that he had discovered that secret letter and now the Wu family was ready to take action against him. But wanting him to give in with just this threat? Then Wu Sheng hadn't thought too highly of himself. What are you? Just thieves who stole something that didn't belong to them. A thief is so bold. That's a matter of time before he gets caught. Song Qian's gaze gazed at the scorpion-tailed giant clawed dragon, and his words were even thick with threats. He really does know about this already. Hearing Song Qian's words, Wu Sheng's gaze snapped, his heart involuntarily began to beat violently, and his eyes carried undisguised killing intent. As expected, Song Qian had long known about what happened back then. So, in the past 3 years, has he been a real loser? Or has he been hiding? No, he can't be a real loser. He must be hiding. He's waiting for a chance to subvert the Wu family. Seeing Song Qian's eyes that were like deep pools, Wu Sheng's heart panicked. If Song Qian was really a waste, how could he have shown such strength after contracting a royal beast? He was definitely hiding his clumsiness. Since 3 years ago, he had been hiding his clumsiness and secretly had been plotting how to become stronger and then take out the Wu family in one fell swoop. Song Qian, this time, my Wu family will definitely not give you any more chances. Wu Sheng's eyes were red as he roared lowly towards Song Qian. No matter if it was for his own sake or for the sake of the Wu family, he had to win today. And he could only win. However, Song Qian's gaze remained as calm as water, just coldly looking at Wu Sheng as if he was looking at a dead man. Just as the two were at a standstill, a voice suddenly rang out. The sparring begins, only to see the referee standing in the center of the field announce the start of the match. He seemed to be afraid of being burned by the anger of the two contestants, and hurriedly withdrew from the field. Scorpion-tailed giant clawed dragon, purple poison field. As soon as the matchup began, Wu Sheng directly allowed the poison-tailed scorpion dragon to create a field to strengthen itself. In the purple poison domain, the scorpion-tailed giant clawed dragon's entire body attributes could be boosted by 10%, and in Wu Sheng's opinion, even against imperial beasts of the same strength that would be a breeze, not to mention Song Qian's imperial beast that was a lower E grade. Song Qian, now I'll let you know that the gap between a genius and a waste is not something that can be surpassed so simply. Poison heaven and earth, destroy him for me. In an instant, the entire battlefield was infested with purple venom, and even the floor, which was able to resist the attacks of the D-rank imperial beasts, was corroded, emitting teeth-gnashing nuisance sounds. Boom! The venom churned into a purple poisonous dragon that rushed straight at Ao Xing. No good. This time Song Qian will definitely lose. TSK, a D-rank imperial beast. Haven't seen it in how many years. The moment it appears it really is an existence that dominates the competition. 2 new breeds of imperial beasts appear in one match, but the people from the big families still have the advantage. Seeing that roiling venom, the audience knew that this match was about to end. Among all the attribute imperial beasts under the same strength, the difficulty of dealing with poison attribute imperial beasts was ranked high. Unless it was an attribute that was the strongest and most masculine like the lightning or fire system that removed all the venom in one go, it would be difficult to defeat a royal beast that specialized in the poison attribute. Not to mention the scorpion-tailed giant clawed dragon also has the dragon attribute. Once the dragon might unfolds, the slightly weaker imperial beasts will lose their ability to fight. However, in the face of such a monstrous attack, Song Qian's face even wore a smile, as if this bit of attack was just scratching an itch for him. Venom? Just as well. Then let's show you the power of the red sun. Song Qian gathered his smile with a serious face as he looked towards Ao Xing and said in a calm but firm tone, "At this moment, you are the sun." Ow! The calm Ao Xing's entire body suddenly emitted a blinding light, and surrounded by the poisonous dragons that covered the sky, it was like the first dawn in the dark night, attracting everyone's attention. The heat began to sweep through the venue, and even the dozens of air conditioners in the venue running at full capacity couldn't resist the heat. It's a fire attribute. Tian Changjuan's eyes were about to glaze over. Hadn't Ao Xing only mastered the ice attribute? When did he master the power of the fire attribute? Even Chen Ji Wang, who had tested Ao Xing, was frozen in place. Was the ice attribute not its limit? Just how many attribute energies could this imperial beast called the Dragon Soul Green Scale Insect control? Compared to Ao Xing, who had mastered the ice attribute, Ao Xing, who had transformed into a fire dragon at this moment, was no longer a noble and elegant knight, but a tyrant who unleashed his rage wantonly. In Wu Sheng's horrified eyes, more than a dozen poisonous dragons composed of venom were reduced to a puddle of mud under the burning of the roiling flames. Ow! Ao Xing gathered fire attribute energy to form a roiling rain of fire that landed on the ground, and the venom seemed to have met its nemesis and was burned up without any resistance. Since the scorpion-tailed giant clawed dragon had used a skill, then next, it was Ao Xing's turn. Blazing Dragon Soul Strike. Ow! Accompanied by Ao Xing's roar, In the scorpion-tailed giant clawed dragon's fearful gaze, Ao Xing, who had transformed into a fiery dragon, roared and rushed towards the ground. Wu Shang's legs went weak in fear at the sight. Although the target of the attack wasn't him, the attack that fell from the sky made him feel small. Why was an E-class royal beast able to defeat the scorpion-tailed giant clawed dragon? He couldn't think about it anymore. Such an attack would definitely cripple the scorpion-tailed giant clawed dragon directly. And in the future, not to mention evolving into an S-ranked imperial beast, it would be questionable if it could even enter the B rank. So right now, he had to keep the scorpion-tailed giant clawed dragon. I concede, Wu Shang shouted anxiously, but no one could hear him in the midst of such vibrations. Ao Xing smashed into the ground and the flames of his entire body scattered in all directions, like a blooming fire lotus to burn the scorpion-tailed giant clawed dragon to pieces. Chapter 42 Wang Fan. You lost. As Ao Xing landed in front of him, Song Qian's tone was incomparably cold. The blazing and burning fire energy all around restrained the poison attribute imperial beasts, and even though there was a gap in strength level, Ao Xing was not an ordinary E-grade mid-grade imperial beast, but rather an existence that had been cultivated by the system and had values that far exceeded those of the same grade imperial beasts by a factor of several, so it could not be treated as an ordinary situation at all. Looking at the scorched scorpion-tailed giant clawed dragon on his body, Wu Shang swallowed hard. The admission of defeat just now was still shouted too slowly, and now, the scorpion-tailed giant clawed dragon had already suffered a heavy blow, and by the looks of it, it's probably going to have a hard time breaking through to B rank in its lifetime. The purple poison scorpion dragon essence blood that my Wu clan spent countless efforts to get, but it actually bred a piece of trash that couldn't even defeat an E-class imperial beast. Wu Shang looked at the scorpion-tailed giant clawed dragon in front of him with a gloomy face, but in the end, he silently took it back. No matter what, he had to save it, or at least let it survive. And if there was no potential for a breakthrough in the future, then the bloodline of the S-class royal beast in its body would be drawn out and then transformed to another royal beast. However, before stepping down from the stage, Wu Shang's gaze swept over Song Qian with an unmistakable murderous intent in his eyes. It seemed like he had to get the family to speed up their actions when he got back, and even if there was a risk of exposure, he definitely couldn't let Song Qian get hold of the evidence of that incident back then. What's the use of having strong talent, without power and background? You Song Qian are nothing. Wu Shang gritted his teeth and left grimly. Only in his heart he had already decided to completely erase Song Qian. Noticing the other party's eyes as they left, Song Qian's heart couldn't help but feel a hint of danger. It looks like it can't be helped. Song Qian's eyes narrowed slightly, but they quickly returned to their original state. Since the other party couldn't help themselves, they had to make their arrangements in advance and try to wipe out the Wu family in one fell swoop. Chen Jihuang seems to know something. Why don't we go and question him then? With the thought of Chen Jihuang's expression when he saw the secret letter in his mind, Song Qian knew that he definitely knew what it said. However, his own parents were only peripheral members of the Imperial Beastmaster Association before they died, so why would they be involved in such an incident? Moreover, the Imperial Beastmaster Association had surprisingly not made any compensation to himself, an orphan, for so many years. There was definitely something worth speculating about here. Perhaps there are people from the Wu family inside the Imperial Beastmaster Association as well. Sitting in the preparation area, Song Qian's eyes looked at the two people battling each other on the stage, but his mind had already drifted into the distance. It was the only possibility that these 3 years of one's life had been so difficult. Otherwise, how could one not have any compensation at all for the death of one's parents due to the mission of the Imperial Beastmaster Association? But it's still important to find out about all this from Chen Jihuang first. Song Qian had this thought in his mind, but he realized that the situation on the sparring stage was nearing the white-hot stage. The young man named Wang Fan who was manipulating the blazing flame devouring tiger had already gained the upper hand at the moment, while Mo Tao who had the special spatial edition had been gradually suppressed at the moment. Although his Imperial Beast space could strengthen the Imperial Beast's manipulation of attributes, it was all futile in the face of absolute strength. The blazing devil swallowing tiger, as a new breed that had just been bred last year, still had a lot of undiscovered abilities up to now. However, statistically speaking, the blazing flame devouring tiger's ability to control flames was almost impossible to find a rival among imperial beasts of the same rank, not to mention its powerful physical strength, which wouldn't fall into a disadvantage even if it were to fight an opponent of a higher rank. Roar! Only to see the blazing flame devil swallowing tiger roar. The flames all over its body skyrocketed as if it was going to burn the heavens and earth. In an instant, Mo Tao's imperial beasts were like ants on a hot pan. They could only be anxious but had no way to resist. I concede. Just as the blazing devil swallowing tiger was about to release its skill, the miserably defeated Mo Tao hastily admitted defeat. He wasn't sure if his royal beast could carry it off. In case he was like that unlucky guy Wu Shang and lost the sparring match, not to mention the fact that his royal beast was also ruined. that would really be the end of it. Not to mention that there is a Wu family behind others. Wu Shang, Tao is just a commoner's son. Where did he get so many resources to treat imperial beasts? Hearing his opponent admit defeat, Wang Fan decisively let the blazing flame devouring demon tiger stop attacking, and as a son of the Wang family of Jiangchang, he also invited Tao to the Royal Beast Hospital for a checkup in a rather genteel manner. This was also the reason why, despite the fact that the Wang family controlled so many resources, it would not be disgusting to the people of Jiangchang. At least the people of the Wang family cared about some face. As for the other families, let's not talk about it. Tomorrow it's you and me against each other. Wang Fan, who had just walked into the preparation area, said to Song Qian with a smile on his face. As a qualified disciple of a large family, he knew what people could be offended and what people should be deeply acquainted with. Just like Song Qian and Wu Shang, although one was an orphan and the other was a member of the Wu family, if he really had to offend someone, Wang Fan would not hesitate to choose to offend Wu Shang. It wasn't just because the other party's talent was so much worse than Song Qian's, it was also because there was a Wu family behind Wu Shang, and he didn't dare to tear himself apart at will. Song Qian is different. He is alone. If you get angry, they are not afraid of barefoot shoes, can directly fight with you. Seeing that the other party was so kind, Song Qian naturally would not put on a face, long awaited. When Wang Fan heard Song Qian's words, the smile on his face grew even bigger. This guy, he's funny. Because of the existence of the Wang family, everyone he met treated him respectfully. Even the semi-finalist Tao didn't dare to speak to him so casually. This was not intentional on his part, but because the difference brought about by one's status would cause the weaker person to involuntarily see themselves as lower. But Song Qian was different. He spoke without humility and even maintained such calmness after having seen his blazing flame devouring tiger. Just this mentality alone was already not comparable to those commoners' children that he had encountered before. Although your imperial beast is strong, my blazing flame is no slouch either. If we really put up a fight, it's still unknown who will win or lose. I do hope you win though. It's been a long time since there was someone as interesting as you in Jiangcheng. After saying that, Wang Fan took his things and left directly. The audience outside gradually dispersed as well, and Song Qian got up and walked out the door. Well done. Just as he walked out the door, Blaze greeted him with a smile. He had thought that against Wu Shang, Song Qian would lose badly, but he hadn't expected to take the match so quickly. Cheer up. Wang Ruoyan, who was standing at the side, also nodded slightly, while her eyes involuntarily dodged. Is that Song Qian? I'm Ruoyan's form, Wang Chang. Before Song Qian could say anything, the man who had greeted him during his entrance walked over with a smile on his face. Chapter 43, The Wang Family's Intentions. Champion. Hello. Song Qian smiled and greeted the other party, only to turn around and realize that Bai Blaze had already left with Wang Ruoyan, leaving Wang Chang alone. Seeing the other party's action, Song Qian also knew in his heart that it must be Wang Chang who had something to say to him, so he directly invited Wang Chang to talk in the bespectacled private room. Seeing that Song Qian was so uptight, a smile appeared on Wang Chang's face. After the two of them were seated, Wang Chang did not hide anything and opened the door to directly indicate his intentions to Song Qian. Song Qian, I've already set you straight on that matter at the training ground. I have to say, your imperial beasts are very strong. Other than Zhu Xian's sister, I'm afraid you're the most talented imperial beast master I've ever seen in Jiangchang. Hearing Wang Chang say something about the training ground, Song Qian's originally cozy expression suddenly became serious. This was not because he was afraid of compensation, but because the other party was from the Wang family. As for his dueling opponent Wang Fan, that was also a son of the Wang family. If Wang Chang revealed this matter to Wang Fan, there was no guarantee that the other party would not do something. Ha ha ha. Noticing Song Qian's expression, Wang Chang instead laughed out loud, only to see the other party slowly shaking his head, then said to Song Qian, don't worry, I won't talk to Wang Fan about this. I came to see you about a matter of finals. Expect me to let go? Upon hearing this, Song Qian frowned slightly. It was hard to believe that the Wang family would even do such a thing in order to win the crown, which saw Wang Chang hastily waving his hand to explain. No, don't you let go. I hope you can defeat Wang Fan, preferably miserably. Hearing the other party's words, Song Qian fell silent. He really didn't understand what kind of medicine the other party was selling inside his gourd. Wang Chang saw this and let out a long sigh with a hint of sighing in his tone. I believe Bai Blaze has told you about this matter that our Jiangcheng Wang family will be merged into the divine capital Wang family. Hearing the other party say this, Song Qian was silent, but Wang Chang didn't stop. Instead he continued talking to himself. It's not just a good thing. The fact is that we've been separated from God's capital for about 100 years now. During this period of time, my Wang family has participated in the establishment and development of Jiangcheng, and now it can be said that my Wang family is the one who speaks the truth in Jiangcheng. But that's when the God's capital side took notice. because my Jiangchang and the frontline have a felicitous relationship. They are preparing to merge my Jiangcheng Wang family into the Shendu Wang family, so they can naturally get on the frontline's good side. Plus, because of the appearance of Zhu Xian's sister, they're preparing to transfer all of the elite sons and daughters of my Wang clan to the divine capital, and then send their men to take over Jiangcheng when the time comes. Speaking of which, you should get it, right? Hearing this, if Song Qian still doesn't understand, then he is really a little cute. He's a little cutie. It was nothing more than a small family being annexed by a large family, hoping to retain a bit of their first line not to be completely annexed, and what one had to do was to make Wang Fan fail miserably, so that the Shendu Wang family would know that Wang Fan was an unworthy piece of trash, so that they could leave behind a bit of usable talent for the Jiangcheng Wang family. However, if he helped Wang Chang, in case the divine capital side learned about it, he was afraid that he would have something to say about himself. If you're willing to say yes, $1 million goes straight to the account, regardless of whether we succeed or not afterward. My Wang family will have its own thanks, and the worse we beat Wang Fan, the heavier my Wang family's thanks will be. After saying that, Wang Chang looked at Song Qian with confidence. He didn't believe that these conditions still couldn't pin down Song Qian, a high school student who had been poor for 3 years. Hearing this, Song Qian's brows furrowed in silence for a long time before he spoke. Mr. Wang, you have to think clearly. This is something that offends the god's capital. If it's discovered, perhaps you'll be fine, but I'll be out of luck. So what do you want? Wang Chang's eyes narrowed slightly. If Song Qian didn't agree, although he had other means, it would ultimately be more difficult than defeating Wang Fan head-on, and the possibility of being discovered by the god's capital would also be much higher. Gotta add money. Staring at Wang Chang, Song Qian said word for word. What Shendu Wang family, Jiangcheng Wang family? These are not important to oneself. What is important is how to quickly improve Ao Xing's strength. If Ao Xing's strength could hit the B or even the A level, then even if the Shendu Wang family looked at him with displeasure, then he would at least have the power to defend himself. Hearing Song Qian's words, Wang Chang froze for a moment, then laughed loudly and got up. Then it's decided. $3 million will be in your account soon. Remember, the worse you beat Wang Fan, the more expensive my Wang family's thanks will be. With that, Wang Chang turned around and left, leaving Song Qian sitting alone in the room. After a long time, Song Qian shook his head, lamenting in his heart that he had really taken on a bad job. The following day, on the opposite side of the battlefield, the auditorium was full today. After all, it was the final of the rookie tournament, and it was important to be there anyhow to see the highest quality competition of the year. Opposite Song Qian, Wang Fan had a smug look on his face. Just last night, his blazing devil swallowing tiger had advanced from a midi grade to a top grade, and coupled with its terrifying combat power, he didn't even know how he lost. Looking at Wang Fan's expression, Song Qian pursed his lips. Race, Flame Devourer. Strength, Grade E upper. Skills, Demon Overlord, Mastery. Tiger's Whistle, Introductory. Flaming Sky, Mastery. Flame Claw, Proficiency. Evolutionary Route, Normal Evolution, Available. Blame it on Wang Chang, it has nothing to do with me. Looking at the data of the blazing flame devil swallowing tiger and Wang Fan's smug expression, Song Qian could only pray in his heart that the other party's acceptance must be strong enough in case he was beaten out of his own psyche. That would be the end of it. Wang Fan, the first of the new generation of the Jiangcheng Wang family, versus Song Qian, the last hope of Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School. The match begins. As the host announced the start of the match, the atmosphere instantly came to a climax, and all the spectators began to look forward to this battle between the new generation's strongest Imperial Beast Masters. Hearing the match, Wang Fan was just about to open his mouth to say something, but then he saw Song Qian, who had never taken the initiative, actually giving orders. Ao Xing, Fusion Technique Frost Dragon Spit, only to see Song Qian start giving orders to attack to Ao Xing with a serious face, and Ao Xing also quickly transformed into a frost form, and countless energies converged crazily as if attracted to it. Fusion skills? Ha! You can master the fusion skill at such a young age? I can't even be a 2-star Imperial Beast Master in my 40s. Holy, what's going on? The judges' table explained. Hearing the crowd's gasps of surprise, Tashichkuan had to step forward to explain to the crowd. The so-called fusion skill is when a royal beast masters 2 skills that have reached a perfect level of proficiency, and then combines the 2 skills into one to fuse them into a more powerful skill. And once proficiency reaches fusion, then the fusion technique becomes what's known as an Aeon, which is usually an untold secret of private training grounds. To master a fusion technique, the requirements for the Imperial Beast and the Imperial Beast Master are incomparably harsh, and Song Qian and his Imperial Beast are the partner I've ever seen who can master a fusion technique at such a young age. Before Tian Chongjun could finish his words, he only saw the sky filled with frost like a giant sword, directly slashing at the blazing flame devil swallowing tiger. Boom! The huge impact directly knocked the opponent out, and it was only a minute from the beginning to the end of the fight. No! Just as the entire room fell silent, Wang Fan's miserable voice resounded throughout the room. Chapter 44, The Reward of the Champion. No! Wang Fan sat paralyzed on the ground with a crumpled face, his eyes carrying unmatched pain and collapse. He thought he would lose, but he didn't think he would lose this badly. This was the blazing flame devouring tiger, the top fire attribute royal beast that had just been discovered last year. Coupled with his Wang family's vigorous cultivation, how could he be second guessed in the finals? Even Wang Chang, who was sitting in the audience, had a straight face and an unnatural expression. It was also just yesterday that he told Song Qian to make sure to defeat Wang Fan ruthlessly so that the God's capital side would let down their guard against Jiang Chang. But he hadn't imagined that Wang Fan, who had poured all his family's efforts into cultivating him, would be second-guessed by Song Qian. The audience on stage was also stunned and somewhat confused at what was happening in front of them. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing here? Didn't the match just start? Didn't the host say this was the best of the new generation? Why is it like a high school student bullying an elementary school student? Just give it a second. Nope. Some elementary schoolers grow to be 5 feet 9 inches. Not that they can fight back against high schoolers, but they can at least fight back a little. You Wang Fan, come on, let's get some action. Our pants are. No, we didn't spend so much money on tickets to see you get killed in seconds. On the judge's seat, Tian Chongjuan's eyes were incredibly serious. That imperial beast of Song Qian's was too powerful. It had far exceeded his imagination. They couldn't keep this kind of talent at the front line, so they could only make a report to the top, and let the people at the top come to a decision. As for Chen Jiwang, he just opened his mouth, and then a smile floated up at the corner of his mouth. This whole thing is really getting interesting. As for that Luozhen, who was known as the god of murder, although there was little expression on his face, judging from the way he kept staring at Song Qian's eyes, I'm afraid that waves of shock had risen within him as well. On the sparring stage, Song Qian looked at Wang Fan with some pity and could not help but shake his head and sigh. Originally, he had planned to have some fun with him, but who let Wang Chang open such a big price? Not to mention the payment after defeating Wang Fan, just for giving himself 3 million yesterday. He, Song Qian, had no reason to live up to that money. Therefore, even though he didn't have any conflict with Wang Fan, he still intended to use the fastest method to directly crush the other party. You lose. Song Qian walked forward and pulled Wang Fan up from the ground, while the latter was still devastated at the moment. He looked at Song Qian with helplessness and confusion in his eyes. You're doing great. It's just that I'm stronger. Gazing into Wang Fan's eyes, Song Qian gently patted his shoulder, then walked over to the host and raised the coveted trophy. And before the crowd can even voice a question at this moment, they are driven by the sound of a wave of celebrating champions. Champion! Woohoo! I've made a fortune. Congratulations, the winner is born. Older sister. See, I told you Song Qian can definitely win. Bai Qi looked at Wang Ruoyan with a look of surprise, the smile on his face revealing joy that he couldn't hide. He had bet $100,000 on Song Qian, and now that Song Qian had won the championship, then according to the odds ratio, his $100,000 had directly quintupled. There is nothing happier for Blaze than making money, and Wang Ruoyan just hooked out a smile, then seemed to have something on her mind as if she lowered her eyelids. Terrific! On the awarding stage, Luozhen handed Song Qian the rewards for winning this rookie tournament, and as for the first runner-up Wang Fan as well as the second runner-up Mo Tao, the prizes were awarded by Tian Chongjun and Chen Jihuang respectively. Thanks for the compliment, Master. Song Qian responded with a smile on his face. When he crossed over, he was a waste who couldn't even contract a royal beast, and in just 1 month, he was already standing at the peak of the new generation of royal beast masters in Zheng City. Thinking of this, Song Qian's mind moved, and then Ao Xing drilled out of the imperial beast space, looking at Song Qian with a puzzled expression. Isn't there no more fighting? Why did you summon him again? And Song Qian didn't say much, he just hugged Ao Xing's big head, and then he smiled at the camera. Backstage, Song Qian was currently sitting with the 3 people at the judges' table. Just now outside was just the awarding of medals. Now is the time to receive the real rewards. The first reward, naturally, is the cash reward. Although it's not much, it's still $500,000, so I hope you can keep up the good work. With that, Chen Jihuang transferred the money to Song Qian under the supervision of the other judges. For money, Song Qian naturally came to the rescue. After all, Ao Xing's evolution required a large amount of material. Who knew how much material was needed for Ao Xing, who was now a Dragon Soul Cyprinid, to evolve into his next form? The second reward, naturally, is the materials, Chen Jihuang said, and then handed Song Qian the tablet in his hand, which recorded all the varieties of materials that Jiang Chang could currently take out. 1 grade A material, 2 grade B materials, and 5 grade C materials. Of course, it's not impossible if you want to trade for lower grade material. On the side, Chen Jihuang introduces Song Qian to the things he needs to pay attention to when selecting materials. Song Qian, on the other hand, stared at the tablet and began to look for what he wanted. Looking back at Ao Xing's evolution, from the very beginning it seemed to have evolved towards the Dragon Imperial Beast, and even with the current awakening of the Ice and Fire attributes, it could not change this evolutionary route. Thus, Song Qian ended up planning to choose Dragon attribute materials as a way to help Ao Xing evolve. Then let's pick the Essence Blood of the Thunder Holy Dragon for the A rank material, and as for the B rank and C rank materials, let's also pick the materials of the Dragon attribute and Thunder attribute Imperial Beasts respectively. With this in mind, Song Qian quickly selected the material and returned the tablet to Chen Jihuang. The latter glanced at Song Qian and raised his eyebrows. Chen Jihuang, was right in thinking that Song Qian's Dragon Soul Green Scale Insect could also master other attribute energies, or else what was he doing picking out these lightning attribute materials? Ahem. As for the third reward, that would be to go to the Zhang City Breeding Center and choose your second Imperial Beast. Of course, before that you need to head to the association to complete the Imperial Beast Master rank certification. I don't know what Imperial Beasts you have in mind, perhaps I can keep an eye out for you. With that said, Chen Jihuang looked towards Song Qian. Although he was not considered to have a high status within the Imperial Beastmaster Association, after all, he was one of the few breeders, so locking onto an Imperial Beast was still something that could be done. Hearing Chen Jihuang say this, Song Qian slightly bowed his head. To be honest, he didn't have any preferred Imperial Beasts at the moment, or he could only be sure which one he would end up picking once he had seen it live. No need, I prefer to pick on the spot. After a few moments, Song Qian refused Chen Jihuang's kindness, and the other party did not say anything more. Seeing that Song Qian had finished picking his rewards, the rest of the few people were ready to get up and leave, and Luozhen even greeted Chen Jihuang and Tian Chongjun to discuss about the frontline resistance against the invading ferocious beasts. However, Chen Jihuang glanced at Song Qian and then refused. Song Qian lives a bit far away. I'll send him back and come back. You guys discuss it first. With that, Chen Jihuang turned to leave the room, and Song Qian hurriedly followed. He could tell a little something from Chen Jihuang's eyes. The other party was afraid that he was preparing to say something to himself. Could it be related to that purple poison scorpion dragon thing? Chapter 45 Association's Intentions. Ao Xing Evolution. That matter, I still feel the need to talk to you about it. When he was about to arrive home, Chen Jihuang, who was sitting on the flying Imperial Beast, spoke. Although he had initially planned to speak to Song Qian about the purple poison scorpion dragon, he ended up being silent when he thought that Song Qian was merely still a high school student. Now that Song Qian would be arriving home soon, it was time for him to voice his intentions after hesitating for so long. Is it not going to make a move against the Wu family? Song Qian lowered his head, but there was a hint of disappointment in his eyes. I thought that Chen Jihuang was ready to talk to himself about making a move against the Wu family, but seeing that he hesitated for so long before opening his mouth, I'm afraid that he had something else in mind on the association side. Upon hearing this, Chen Jihuang nodded his head before explaining in a low tone. That secret letter was left behind by your parents, and it was significant to the loss of the S-class Imperial Beast, the poison-tail scorpion dragon. Although we have some evidence of the Wu family, the association cannot take direct action. There's another thing involved here that you can't touch right now, but when you become a 3-star Imperial Beast Master, you might be qualified to touch it. With that said, the flying Imperial Beast began to slowly descend while Chen Jihuang took out a spatial treasure box from his pocket and turned to look at Song Qian with an apologetic look in his eyes. The association doesn't intend to strike right away, but you should also be prepared to be targeted by the Wu family, and we will send people to protect you at all times. It's the society's way of compensating you. Even though your parents just asked the society to take care of you and let you be a normal person, but now that the association sees your potential, it's a small way to make up for all the years you've been owed. Chen Jihuang handed over the spatial treasure box in his hand, while Song Qian just kept a cold face and did nothing. In the darkness, Song Qian's face was incredibly ugly. His own parents had died because of the association's mission, and as a result, the association had ignored him for 3 years, and now that he saw his potential he was planning to start pulling the strings, which was something, and the association controlled some evidence of the Wu family but did not dare to do it, even prepared to stand on the wall, do not know what to wait for. At this moment, Song Qian's eyes were tinged with anger and hatred, not just hatred towards the Wu family, but anger towards the association. He didn't give a damn about the big picture. It would be unacceptable for this to happen to anyone. If someone is asking you to take care of the so-called big picture, then inside his plan, you are the one cost that can be discarded and ignored. The association doesn't intend to make a move, so forget it. Song Qian pushed away the other party's hand and jumped straight off the Imperial Beast's back. Since you guys don't dare, then don't think about blocking my action. After saying that, Song Qian walked into the building, completely ignoring Chen Ji-won, looking at the other party's back as he disappeared into the darkness. A hint of a smile appeared on Chen Ji-won's face. He had seen too many examples of teenagers who were ambitious but were defeated by reality. Even if Song Qian was the first place winner of the newcomer competition, so what? One person's power was still too small. This junior brother's temper is really stubborn. But this is how the world is. The weak and the strong are the essence. The weak can only be controlled by the strong, who in turn are manipulated by the stronger. Retrieving the spatial treasure box in his hand, Chen Jihuang piloted the flying imperial beast and left directly. But who made me your senior brother? No matter what kind of commotion you make, I'm going to keep you even if I don't stay in this Imperial Beast Master Association. At this moment, a glint flashed in Chen Jiawan's eyes, a youthful spirit that he had once had. Back at home, there is a bit of dust on the ground at the moment. Song Qian cleaned up a little bit and then took out all the materials he had obtained. Ding suitable evolution materials detected, Thunder Sacred Dragon Essence Blood, Ice Inferno Demon Dragon's Reverse Scale, Grade B Dragon Swallowing Fruit. May I ask if it's fused? Yes. Without any hesitation, Song Qian directly fused all the existing materials. Since the association wasn't going to do it, let him do it himself. Since he wanted to make a move, the most pressing thing was to improve his strength, and Aoxing just slumped to the ground, having gotten used to the whole thing. From the time the vegetable greenworm had evolved until now, it had seen this scene a few times, I don't know how many times, and there was absolutely no need to make a fuss about it. However, there was still one thing within these materials that attracted its attention, and that was the reverse scale of the Ice Flame Demon Dragon. As a royal beast that had already mastered the ice and fire attribute energies, Aoxing was very interested in this piece of reverse scale, only to see countless materials disappear in an instant, followed by a wave of energy flowing through Aoxing's body as it began to continuously transform its body. Song Qian's eyes instantly glowed when he saw this scene. This time it was finally not just fusing materials, but allowing Aoxing to start evolving. Only a white light enveloped Aoxing and then violently dissipated. The original Aoxing, who was like a scaly dragon, disappeared and was replaced by a divine dragon with a body length of over 5 meters and a pair of wings on its back. Ding fusion evolution complete. Congratulations to the host's Imperial Beast Aoxing for successful evolution, evolving from a dragon soul green scale insect into an Inferno Frost Demon Dragon. Ding congratulations to Aoxing for raising his strength from E-rank medium to E-rank upper. Ding. Congratulations to Aoxing on his skill upgrade. Dragon Soul Strike, Fusion, upgraded to True Dragon Rage, the Great Way to Simplicity. Dragon Might, Passive, upgraded to Demonic Dragon Intimidation, Passive. Skill Spit, Perfection, upgraded to Dragon King Wave, Fusion. Upgrade from Space Jump to Air Slash, the way is simple. Ding congratulations to Aoxing for awakening his new skill. Magic Dragon Heavenly Advent, Introductory. Demon Dragon Heavenly Advent, demonstrates the true body of a demon dragon, using dragon attribute energy to harness other attribute energies that have been mastered, increasing the attributes of the entire body by 10%. Listening to the prompts coming from the system, Song Qian's heart was overjoyed. The materials this time were not in vain, and almost made Aoxing's essence evolve from a worm to a dragon. In the past, although he was a dragon soul green scale worm, he was still just a worm after all, and now, Aoxing had finally become a real dragon. Quick, test Aoxing's data. Song Qian hurriedly let the system scan Aoxing's current panel. He wanted to see just how strong the current Aoxing was. Race, Inferno Frost Magic Dragon, Aoxing. Strength, Grade E upper. Skills, True Dragon Rage, the way to simplicity. Air Cracking Chop, the way to simplicity. Dragon King Wave, integration. Magic Dragon Heavenly Presence, introductory. Magic Dragon Deterrence, passive. Energy Mastery, ice, fire. Although his strength hadn't grown much, if he could test Aoxing's stats now, I'm afraid that he could already surpass the vast majority of D-rank Imperial Beasts. Aoxing, you'll help me, won't you? Looking at Aoxing, Song Qian's appearance of Wu Sheng and Wu Lin appeared before his eyes, and he couldn't help but feel his anger begin to burn. Ow! Hearing Song Qian's words, Aoxing nodded slightly. Any existence that was an enemy of Song Qian, Aoxing, would surely eradicate completely without mercy. Chapter 46 Higher Exam Test, Shindu University. The next day, Song Qian arrived at school. Today was not only because the principal wanted to give Song Qian the reward he had promised at the beginning, but also because of another big event. The college entrance exams were about to start. According to Song Qian's memories, the college entrance exams in this world were different from the previous one. The cultural exams had ended before he crossed over, and the time after contracting the Imperial Beasts was fully utilized to prepare for the actual battle of the college entrance exams. Song Qian, there are just so many things in the school warehouse. Take your pick. Song Qian, who came to the school early in the morning, was brought to the school warehouse with a smile on his face by the principal, Chan Lin, and the director of teaching, Li Xianzhong, who were waiting at the entrance before he even walked in the school door. Even Li Xianzhong had gotten an award certificate from somewhere and specially awarded it to Song Qian as a proof that he was the proudest student in Jiangchang No. 1 middle school, the kind that had no one. Looking at the warehouse full of materials, Song Qian was just about to speak when he realized that Li Xianzhong was actually following behind with a large box, and as soon as Song Qian saw something, he immediately went up and took it down. Joke, Song Qian is his favorite student. What's wrong with lowering his stance? Seeing this scene, Song Qian couldn't help but shake his head and laugh bitterly. Director Li, I don't see the need for this. I'll just come and get the stuff myself. Hearing Song Qian say this, Li Xianzhong smiled sarcastically and stiffly handed Song Qian his pack materials. Look at you, principal. This kid treats me, old Li, like an outsider. If the school gives it to you, take it. We, first middle school, don't lack these resources. Saying that, Li Xianzhong patted his chest while the principal, Chan Lin, also signaled Song Qian to accept it quickly. This was a time to strengthen Song Qian's ties with the school, to say whatever it took to bind this genius to Jiangcheng First Middle School. Maybe 10 years from now when Song Qian grows up, when he thinks about the school's love for him, he's willing to step in and help out. Looking at the expressions of the two, Song Qian could only accept all of the more than 10 types of C-ranked materials, and then pick them up again within the warehouse. But after looking around, he didn't see any suitable materials. After all, this was just a school, and the things stored naturally couldn't be compared to the warehouses in Jiangcheng. After picking some materials at random, Song Qian closed his hand, and he was indifferent to how the principal and the director of teaching persuaded him to take some more. This kid, he's bound to become a great man in the future. A smile appeared on the principal's face as he watched Song Qian's back as he left. After Song Qian's standings ranking directly entered the top 8, the future allocation of resources for Jiangcheng No. 1 middle school had been guaranteed, which had made him happy for quite a few days, not to mention the fact that he easily defeated Linio, Lin Chen, and Wang Fan later on, which made him, the principal of Jiangcheng No. 1 middle school, make a big splash in front of all the schools. Jiangcheng's side even said that after Song Qian ascended to the top, Jiangcheng No. 1 middle school's resources would not only not be less, but would even be more than before. In his own tenure out of such a genius, the future of his Chen Lin in the history of Jiangcheng that can also leave a name, and the director of teaching, Li Xianzhong, stood on the sidelines and concurred, fearing that Chen Lin would forget his hard work, not to mention the reactions of the two. Song Qian was now fawning over those who had bullied him in the past after he returned to his class. Brother Song, you're here, come on, have a seat. What do you call Brother Song? You have to call Brother Qian. Put. Hearing the name Brother Qian, Song Qian couldn't help but think of that brother sign, which didn't end well. Ahem, if you're alright, disperse and leave me alone. Looking at the few people surrounding his seat, Song Qian said without a trace of anger. As for these students, when they heard Song Qian speak like this, they first looked a little annoyed, but after thinking that Song Qian's status was very different from before, they immediately changed to a smiling face. Brother Song is right, you're a genius who can enter Shindu University, so we won't bother you. Brother Song, you review well, don't forget about Brother Me in the future. In an instant, everyone hurriedly dispersed, fearing that Song Qian would get angry. Seeing this scene, Wu Shang was instantly enraged. The person who used to enjoy this treatment was him, and now he was unexpectedly stolen the limelight by Song Qian. Damn it, Song Qian, you wait for me. Soon the people from the Beast God Association will come to Jiangcheng. When the time comes, you want to die that will have to ask for my old man. When he thought of the Beast God Society's tactics, a hint of smugness appeared on Wu Shang's face, although he didn't know why these people had agreed to come to Jiangcheng on their own, but they had come after all, and when the time came to ask them to help get Song Qian killed, it wouldn't be a piece of cake. Just be complacent. There'll be a time when you'll be on your knees begging me for mercy. Just as Wu Shang was thinking like this, the class teacher Lu Xiaoxing, however, had already walked into the classroom. His gaze swept over Song Qian with a hint of remorse, but upon realizing that Song Qian was even looking at him with a contemptuous smile, the anger in his heart was once again ignited. Originally, when Song Qian got the champion of the newcomer competition, he had already planned to cut ties with the Wu family. After all, he was just an ordinary teacher. How could he offend such a genius? But now, this contemptuous smile of Song Qian's told him that if he didn't unite with the Wu family, he was afraid that Song Qian's retaliation would come even faster. Then don't blame me. You made me. Lu Xiaoxing growled lowly in his mind, but his face still wore a smile. Students, today is the day that the Key Imperial Beast University will come to our school for testing. I hope everyone can be well prepared and show the best side of the Imperial Beasts. If you're lucky, You might be looked at by famous schools such as Shindu University and Mordor University, so you can seize the opportunity at that time. The students couldn't help but laugh when they heard Shindu University and Magic City University. These two universities in the entire Dragon Country, that is the top Imperial Beast University. Shindu University, not to mention, that is the whole Dragon Country's first Imperial Beast University. Almost is the gathering of the country's strength to run up the school. Now many leaders have attended school in Shindu University. As for Mordor University, although it was a little bit worse than Divine Capital University, the students inside were also 1 in 10,000 or even 1 in 100,000 geniuses. So where did these ordinary students of theirs have any chance? Moreover, since the establishment of Zhongchang, although there were many people who were able to enter Divine Metropolis University or Magic Metropolis University, there was only one person who had entered the Royal Beasts Department or Cultivation Department of the two universities, and that was Zhongchang No. 1 Middle School's Wan Ju Xian. Maybe Song Qian can get on this year too. Overthinking. Juexian Wang's senior sister, that's a godly existence. The Wang family even used countless resources to cultivate. In fact, Song Qian is comparable. He'll be lucky to get into Shindu University. Don't even think about the Imperial Beast Department or anything else. It's not bad to get into Divine Capital University. I'll be able to see my goddess sister then. Hearing the words of the students on stage, the corner of Lu Xiaoxing's mouth curled up slightly before he said, "Okay, now go to the playground and gather for the test. I hope everyone can get a good grade this year." Chapter 47, High Exam Test. Top New Generation Imperial Beast Master. 7 Great Ants. Bless me to get into the Imperial Beast Department of Jiangzhong Academy. I'm an Earth Imperial Beast. I'm not going into the Civil Engineering program. My Imperial Beast potential has reached the lower grade of E. I should have a chance to impact the Imperial Beast Department. Hey, this is how it's going to be no matter how hard we try. Today's protagonist is destined to be only one person. At these words, all the students fell silent, and the tension and anticipation for the future that had been on their faces began to shut up involuntarily after associating them with one person. Song Qian, a name that makes people feel jealous yet fearful. A month ago he was a trash that everyone could bully, and today, a month later, he had become the champion of the Zhongcheng Newcomer Tournament. He stomped on Wu Shang of Zhongcheng No. 1 Middle School, punched Wang Fan of the Wang family, and eventually became the leader of the new generation of Royal Beast Masters in Zhongcheng. One by one, the students walked into the playground, and waiting for them were the admissions teachers who were already prepared. Not all schools could participate in this enrollment. After all, how could the hundreds of Imperial Beast colleges and universities across the country all enroll together on this one day? As a matter of fact, these invigilators all have a status as public colleges or public universities in the Dragon State, and it is only when the best of the best are selected by the public schools in the first batch of enrollment that the remaining students are the ones that the private schools are competing for. And since the number of public universities is already scarce and the requirements for enrollment are high, it creates a very interesting phenomenon. Most people prioritize testing at public colleges and wait to get their guaranteed results before heading to a public university for testing. After all, there are only so many people enrolled in each school, and if they get robbed, there's no place to cry. As for the two schools, Shindu University and Mudu University, the number of applicants was naturally just a handful. Thus, at this moment, Song Qian stood alone at the enrollment office of Divine Capital University, looking at the two people in front of him with a strange gaze in his eyes. The enrollment teacher of Shindu University, Kinda Wing, and the 4-star Imperial Beast Master, Tian Chongjun, Jean Derong, tall and serious, carrying a lingering aura, had the Medal of Outstanding Teacher of Shindu University hanging on his shirt, and judging from the 5 stars on it, his strength was guaranteed to be a 5-star Imperial Beast Master as well. What are you looking at me for? Don't say hello to Mr. Kim yet. Seeing Song Qian staring at himself, Tian Chongjun didn't have the heart to say anything. Originally, he was going to return to the front line yesterday, but because his old classmate and comrade in arms, Jean Derong, was coming to Jiangcheng, the frontline side also purposely asked him to stay in Jiangcheng and entertain him, so that the Shindu University side could send some good seedlings to the front line. Hearing Tian Chongjun say this, Song Qian smiled sarcastically and rubbed his nose. He was just curious as to why he could see this chief instructor's figure everywhere. Before he could say anything, Kim Dar-wing from across the room spoke first. Song Qian, right? You're going to enroll in the all-purpose class at Shindu University? And not prepared to submit to a transfer? Jean Derong looked at the form Song Qian handed over and his brows couldn't help but furrow. Your Jiang city has been built for 100 years, and there are only 5 people who have gotten into Divine Capital University combined. And none of them are even in the Imperial Beast Department or the Cultivation Department. That's the only one who made it into the all-around class. You think you're better than Wan Ju Xian? Although Kim Dar-wing spoke in a stiff tone, Song Qian understood what the other party meant. While the information is still not entered, quickly change the form. People obey the transfer did not get in can still go to other schools to test. Do not obey the transfer that is not even a college. And Song Qian just laughed, then confidently said, how did Mr. Jean conclude that I can't beat Wang Juxian? Looking at the other party's confident smile, kinda Wing froze as if thinking of someone, then squeezed a smile on his face and walked over to the testing machine. Kid, start testing. And just in the gap between the two of them talking, there were already teachers from other schools announcing the results of the first batch of students who had taken the test. Mu Wei, Black Water Crocodile potentially grade lower, Strength F grade upper, test passed. Yu Fei Young, Fire Feather Bird potential F grade upper, Strength F grade lower, failed the test. Kong Boli, Purple and Gold Lion potentially grade medium, Strength F grade upper, test passed. Holy, Jiangzhou University's Imperial Beast Department. I won, bastard, what have you been hit with? For a moment, excited shouts were interspersed with sobs in the playground. The day of the college entrance exam. This is destined to be a day when some people are happy and some people are sad. Most specializations only needed to test the students' potential of the Imperial Beast and the strength they were currently at. After all, one represented the heights that the Imperial Beast Master could reach in the future, while the other was to see if the Imperial Beast Master had nurtured the Imperial Beast in the month after contracting it. Even if the potential was good enough for an Imperial Beast, if it met a trash Imperial Beast Master, then it would be screened out by the school. The all-round class also needs to examine another achievement. That is, the cultural achievement. After all, the all-round class involves the cultivation of the department of content. If the cultural achievement does not meet the standard, that is a bit unreasonable. However, those students who had completed their tests didn't leave, but instead gathered around the enrollment offices of Divine Capital University and Magic Capital University, wanting to see what kind of outstanding people were required to be admitted to these two universities. Wu Shang, Scorpion-tail Giant Clawed Dragon potential grade A lower, strength grade D lower, test passed. Congratulations to Wu Shang for being accepted into the Imperial Beasts Department of Mordor University. Just as Song Qian was preparing for the test, a sudden sound came from the nearby Mordor University's admissions office, only to see the spirited Wu Shang looking at Song Qian with a contemptuous smile, his eyes full of provocation. Holy, Wu Shang has been accepted into the Imperial Beast Department of Magic City University. I'm not deaf. You don't have to repeat yourself. Is this the gap between us and geniuses? This is too big. Let's see Song Qian next. As he spoke, the crowd turned their gazes toward Song Qian, while the latter completely ignored the discussion around him and simply summoned A.O. Xing on his own. As soon as A.O. Xing, who had evolved the Inferno Frost Demon Dragon, appeared on the stage, the entire room fell into dead silence. What kind of beast is this? Where's his dragon beast? Why did he get another one today? Looking at Song Qian's Imperial Beast, Tian Chongjun couldn't help but ask, Chief Instructor, my Imperial Beast has evolved. Saying that, Song Qian had already allowed A.O. Xing to enter the detection device, and although kinda Wing was curious as to what this newly appeared Imperial Beast was, now was clearly not the time to ask. He just watched as the data on the detection device began to spike, showing no signs of stopping at all. Lower grade E. The potential and strength of this Imperial Beast should not be underestimated. It's still going up. It's already mid-E grade. I'm betting on a maximum of E medium, and it's impossible to go beyond that. The data jumped. It's reached upper E grade. 2 test data, one for Imperial Beast potential and one for Imperial Beast strength. Now that A.O. Xing's 2 stats had reached the upper E grade, he was fully qualified to join the Divine Capital University's Imperial Beast Department. It finally stopped. A number of people began to breathe a sigh of relief when they saw the strength column slow to a halt. No, this side is still up. The potential has rushed to the middle of D grade. Holy, D grade upper, brothers, the time to witness has come. Over, under C grade. In the end, the column representing A.O. Xing's potential slowly came to a halt, and the final data stayed at the lower C grade. Chapter 48 Chengdu University, all-powerful class. Looking at the stopped data, the students were directly confused. What kind of frightening data was this? This was even more outrageous than Wang Juxian back then. One must know that all of them knew that the Imperial Beast Song Qian had contracted at that time was nothing more than a vegetable greenworm, but it had only been a short while, and now that vegetable greenworm already had the potential to be a lower C grade. That's not going to let anyone live. It's truly terrifying. This kind of talent is beyond our reach. What's terrifying isn't the potential or level of this Imperial Beast, but the fact that Song Qian was able to raise it for another month to be able to become as strong as it is now. It's true that people are worse than people, so why don't I just deed that cabbage worm? Damn it, can you guys take me with you when you evolve? Looking at the stopped data, The students who reacted to the situation were murmuring, and many of them even had the thought of whether or not the second Imperial Beast should be contracted to a vegetable greenworm. However, Song Qian's face was as normal as it should be, as this was all expected. When the Dragon Soul Cyan Scale insect showed up, it had already made most Imperial Beasts feel inferior, and now after evolving into the Inferno Frost Demon Dragon, this gap would only widen even more. Just at that moment, Kinda Wing, who stood behind the machine and saw the detailed data, frowned, swearing that he had never seen such strange data in his life. Although Ao Xing's strength level was shown to be at the upper E grade, based on what the detection device had checked out, this Imperial Beast was not so simple. At the same rank, Ao Xing's stats were the first among the E-grade upper grade Imperial Beasts currently recorded by Divine Capital University, and it was the one that had thrown off the second place Hybrid Thunder Scale Dragon by more than 5 times. One must know that this second place was the Hybrid Thunder Scale Dragon, one of the few S-class Imperial Beasts that had recorded a hatchling, and it was surprisingly surpassed by Ao Xing under the same strength. Interesting. Looking at the data, a hint of a smile appeared at the corner of Kinda Wing's mouth. This teenager was really something. This trip by himself was really not in vain. Congratulations Song Qian, you passed the Imperial Beast test. Kinda Wing's smile was still stiff, but at least his gaze was a lot kinder. But his next words changed and he said, just enrolling in an all-around class. Just being strong in Imperial Beasts alone won't do much good. Next let me see your cultural scores. With that, Jinda Wing logged on to the official website and then checked how Song Qian's culture class results actually were. Seeing Jinda Wing like this, Song Qian smiled. Cultural achievement? Is this some kind of difficult challenge? To put it politely, within the entire Jiangcheng students graduating this year, there was not a single person whose performance in cultural courses was comparable to his own. If he, Song Qian, says second, no one dares to say first. Clicking on the website, Kinda Wing looked at the entire screen of perfect scores only to feel that something was wrong with his eyes. What happened? I'm already getting presbyopia at such a young age? This guy got perfect grades? He rubbed his eyes, then refreshed the website, and after looking at the screen again, Kim Dar Wing was silent. This time he really believed it. It turned out that this Song Qian's earlier statement about why he couldn't beat Wang Juxian was true. Not to mention anything else, with this full-screen perfect cultural score, Wang Juxian wasn't even as good as Song Qian. Of course, all of Jinda Wing's operations were put on the big screen, and while the students were silent after seeing the full screen of perfect scores, it was the teachers who were responsible for coming to enroll students who were stunned one by one. Holy, Lao Jin, Shindu University has picked up a treasure. I'm envious. How nice it would be if Song Qian enrolled in our Zhengzhou University. What are you thinking? People don't even go to Magic City University. They go straight to Divine City University. Where do they look at us small families? I've been to Jiangcheng 5 or 6 times, and I've seen the Imperial Beast cows, but this is the first time I've seen this full cultural score. For a moment, those enrollment teachers cast envious gazes towards Jinda Wing. All-round class, they have that too. Not to mention, if Song Qian dared to enroll in their school's all-around class, the class would be able to teach him this one person in the future. It was a pity that Song Qian didn't even bother with these schools, so they, the enrollment teachers, could only stare and envy others. Hearing the other teachers' congratulations, a smug look appeared in Kim Daryong's eyes. Only Shindu University had such a good attraction. No matter what kind of genius, as long as they could enter Shindu University, other schools that didn't even take a glance at them. Ahem. Congratulations Song Qian, you've been accepted into Shindu University. With that, Jin Derong handed over the acceptance letter to Song Qian on the spot, fearing that it would be snatched away from him in general. Thanks, Mr. Kim. A smile also appeared on Song Qian's face. Shindu University, as the best Imperial Beasts University in the Dragon Kingdom, not only had more resources, but was also generous to its students. Not to mention that the one he had entered was the all-powerful class. And how could the resources he got be comparable to those of ordinary students? By the time Song Qian's test was completed, today's enrollment would be over. Looking at the students who came out in a line, the reporters surrounding the outside of Zhengcheng No. 1 middle school were like sharks who smelled blood and directly surrounded them. Classmates, may I ask what the enrollment situation is this year? How are the results of Jiangcheng First High School this year? Very good. The gold content is right up there with senior sister Wang Juxian's year. Hearing this answer, many reporters instantly eyes light up. Wang Juxian, that is a celebrity in Jiangcheng. Just her news let the reporters who reported back then eat a lot of money. And this year, the results of the first high school are surprisingly close to those of that year. So won't all the reporters this year have a chance to eat a piece of meat? And just how good is that? So with you should know Song Qian, right? Recognize. First place in this year's rookie tournament. He was accepted into the all-around class at Shindu University. and he scored a perfect score in the cultural course. And Sister Wang isn't even as good as him. After saying that, the student pulled his legs out and left, while the surrounding reporters were dumbfounded. Another student from Jiangcheng who was admitted to the all-around class of Chengdu University appeared and scored a perfect score in the cultural course. Back then, Wang Juxian only took 85 points in the percentile system, which meant that this Song Qian took a perfect score in all the subjects in the cultural course exam of the national exam. What kind of monster is this? The imperial beast is strong even if it is not. Your cultural lessons are still so much. How can we ordinary people live? But the reporters didn't care about that. They reacted almost at the same time, and then started to write about Song Qian. As for Wu Shang's acceptance into Mordor University. Compared to Song Qian, is that even a thing? Soon, a piece of news about Song Qian quickly took over Jiangqing's hot search list. After 3 years of hibernation, the talented young man was finally accepted into Chengdu University. The 3-year period has come and gone, and the god of learning has returned with force. Newcomer tournament stomped on Jiangqing's new generation. Cultural talent crushed Wang Juxian. That man is back. Who says you can't win the resurrection match? Rubbish, Song Qian said. I am the number 1 person in Jiangcheng. Chapter 49, System Upgrade, Fierce Beast Attacks. Looking at his cell phone constantly prompting those news about himself, Song Qian who was walking on the road shook his head and smiled bitterly. He only intends to develop slowly. Do not want to make this all over the city. This is not to make everyone notice him. If the Wu family cannot help but direct action, then how to do? But now is not the time to dwell on that. It's better to go to the Imperial Beast Master Association first. Holding yesterday's acceptance letter in his hand, Song Qian still had close to 2 months before he would report to the all-purpose class at Divine Capital University, and he intended to take advantage of this time to get his status as a Royal Beast Master completely done. Besides, there were still the Institute's exams that he had yet to take, so where did he have so much time to waste? Beast Master. This profession was respected throughout the world. However, it was not the case that one could be called an Imperial Beast Master just because they had contracted an Imperial Beast. Only those who had been certified by the Imperial Beast Master Association could be called by that term, and the acceptance letter from Chengdu University in Song Qian's hand was the best proof. In the Dragon Kingdom, as long as one got an acceptance notice from Chengdu University, it was almost indistinguishable from becoming a full-fledged Imperial Beast Master. As for entering the Divine Capital University's all-round class, he could even be exempted from the test like Wang Juxian and directly become a 2-star Imperial Beast Master. Hello, I'm here for the Sentinel certification. Coming to the association, Song Qian handed over the acceptance notice in his hand. The front desk lady took the notification letter and was going to let Song Qian register it first, only to find a few words on it. Accepted into the all-purpose class of Chengdu University. The next second, she knew what to do. Please come with me. With that, she threw a wink at Song Qian and then twisted her arse to lead him into a room. 10 minutes later, Song Qian, who had been in and out of various rooms 7 times with the front desk lady, walked out of the room with a tired look on his face. How could he have known that doing a Royal Beast Master certification would be so tiring? Not only did he have to perform identity authentication and binding of iris and fingerprints, but he even had to test the royal beasts again. But the good thing is that they do not have to carry out those cumbersome tests. People take an identity certification without a week to take are not able to do down. When he came out, Song Qian's chest already had an additional white and silver colored badge with 2 stars on it, which was none other than the 2-star Imperial Beast Master badge. It's really not easy. I just don't know when the next time I'll advance to the rank of Imperial Beast Master will be. Touching the badge with his hand, Song Qian revealed a satisfied smile. He had worked so hard for so long, wasn't it for this identity? Just as his heart was filled with joy, he suddenly heard a voice in his head. Ding! Congratulations to the host on the elevation of his status as an Imperial Beast Master. The Imperial Beast space is evolving. 1%, 10%, 100%. Ding! System evolution complete. Imperial Beast space expanding. Hearing the sound of the system being upgraded, Song Qian couldn't help but slow down his pace, and as a result, after only a few minutes, the system automatically evolved and finished, and it had to expand its own Imperial Beast space. Song Qian's Royal Beast space was originally brought by the system, so even if Ao Xing's strength grew there wouldn't be an extra spot for him to contract other royal beasts. This was also why Song Qian didn't let Chen Jihuang help him select the Imperial Beast. He didn't even have the means to contract. What was the point of selecting it? But now, with the system upgrade, there was an extra empty space in his Imperial Beast space, so naturally, he could contract another Imperial Beast. That means that as I upgrade my status as an Imperial Beast Master, the system will have an additional space for contracting Imperial Beasts. Looking at the extra Imperial Beast space, Song Qian pondered carefully in his heart and had the idea of contracting a second Imperial Beast in his mind. With this thought in his mind, Song Qian walked out of the Imperial Beast Master Association and headed home. He had to plan his second Imperial Beast properly. In the Wu clan's secret room, Wu Sheng and his father Wu Zhuan were currently kneeling on one knee with serious faces, and in front of them was a slim black-robed man wearing black clothes that made it impossible to see his face. By my lord, may the great beast god reappear on earth. We, the people of the Beast God Society, would like to use our broken bodies to awaken the gods. As they spoke, there was a hint of fervor in the eyes of the two men. Aha! I take this in place of the beast god. A hoarse male voice rang out, and only when the voice fell did the Wu family get up, and after Wu Sheng straightened his back, he looked at the man with a hint of expectation in his eyes. Emissary, I'm afraid that the matter back then has already been investigated by the Imperial Beastmaster Association, and if there's no way to resolve it, I'm afraid that my Wu family will be uprooted. Hearing Wu Sheng say this, the Beast God Association's emissary's attention was clearly drawn to him, and his eyes could not help but look at Wu Sheng. This was followed by a hoarse voice. Don't worry, the Beast God has already made arrangements. After saying that, the messenger released his Imperial Beast space to summon an Imperial Beast with a misty body, and the whole person disappeared from the secret room. As for the two people, Wu Sheng and Wu Zhuang, when they saw the situation, they couldn't help but show a look of surprise in their eyes. They had only briefly told the Beast God Association about this matter, and as a result, the other party had sent an emissary over to provide support, and even more so, they had already made preparations to destroy the evidence. It seems that this is the right step for the Wu family. On the other side of the Song Qian has just come down from the bus, although the body already has a lot of money, but these can be for Ao Xing to buy materials, cannot be used at will, usually still can save a little to save a little. Song Qian is back. The old Song family's ancestral tomb is smoking. Song Qian, your Auntie Zhang's niece has been admiring you for a long time. Do you think you should meet? Aya, we have a real dragon in the slums. Before walking into the hutong, Song Qian was praised by the enthusiastic grandmasters and grandmothers who could not lift up their faces and wanted to hide their faces and run away. This kind of enthusiastic praise where he can stand it. Yet the next second he suddenly yelled, "Run!" Before the words left his mouth, he only saw the ground suddenly begin to shake, and the dense low buildings of the slums began to crumble under this vibration. Those who were under the building and couldn't escape in time were instantly crushed under the rubble of the building and could only make wailing sounds. Song Qian looked up and saw a vicious imperial beast crawling out of the ground, carrying a strong scent of blood, with a severed limb in its mouth, and blood was dripping from the corner of its mouth. Race, ghost-faced rock crocodile. Strength, lower D grade. Skills, rock swallowing, perfect. Earth digging, perfect. Ghost-face intimidation, proficient. Rock armor, passive. Evolutionary route, ordinary evolution. Simulated evolution, not opened. After a cursory look at the data, the other party's strength was only the lower D grade. Ao Xing was fully capable of dealing with it. As for what's simulated evolution, now was not the time to explore its role. Ao Xing, it's your turn. Song Qian's face carried a killing intent. Those who violate my Jiangchang, die. Chapter 50 Beating the Beast. Letter from Ma Shanghua. Only when the crowd all scattered and fled, Song Qian swam upstream against the current. The royal beast space slowly unfolded, and a demonic dragon wrapped in energy all over its body slowly walked out from the royal beast space. It was none other than Ao Xing. Song Qian has struck. Don't go over there. This is a D-class imperial beast. Wait for the association's people to come. Run for your life first. The ghost-faced rock crocodile is not something a newcomer like you can deal with. Seeing that Song Qian had actually summoned the imperial beast, some people who knew him opened their mouths to dissuade him. This was a D-class imperial beast. Not to mention Song Qian, even some veteran 2-star imperial beast masters might not be able to defeat it. However, Song Qian's face did not show any expression of fear, and he even traveled to the direction of the ghost-faced rock crocodile at an even faster speed under the persuasion of the crowd. This is a slum. The security force is not as good as the city. If we wait for the association to send support, I am afraid that this place will be destroyed by this ghost-faced rock crocodile, and I don't know how many people will die in this disaster. At this moment, in front of Song Qian was the ghost-faced rock crocodile that was roaring hideously amidst the broken walls. Behind him, a million lights. Ao Xing, the demon dragon Tian Lin. Against this kind of ferocious beast, Song Qian had absolutely no intention of holding back and directly opened Ao Xing's strongest state. Sensing Song Qian's anger, Ao Xing roared, and then his wings chopped open, only to see ice and fire begin to wrap around it, finally forming a strange flame that emitted a cold aura. Roar! Feeling threatened, the ghost-faced rock crocodile was instantly furious. As a D-class imperial beast, it had only slept for a while to be brought to this place. Seeing so much food, the ghost-faced rock crocodile with a low IQ instantly categorized this place as its own turf, while Ao Xing appeared to it to be an intruder competing for the turf. In the next second, Only a faint flash of light was seen flowing from the face of the ghost-faced rock crocodile, clearly an intimidation skill. In the ghost-faced rock crocodile's opinion, this E-grade upper-grade imperial beast would definitely be scared off by its proud strength after sensing its own strength. After all, in the wild, the strength level represented all of this. However, the slowly descending Ao Xing only snorted, his eyes showing a humanized look of disdain. Show it what deterrence means, Song Qian sneered. Since he was so insensitive, he could only send this ghost-faced rock crocodile away. Ow! Ao Xing's body exuded an overriding aura, and the demonic dragon intimidation directly unfolded at this moment, spreading outward like a domain. Although the main target of the release was the ghost-faced rock crocodile, the other weak imperial beasts that were affected by the wave were also shivering and not daring to move at this moment. Feeling the power of the other party's aura, the ghost-faced rock crocodile froze for a moment, then burst into a rage. It was a D-rank imperial beast. How could it be intimidated by this E-ranked little Yakuza? At once, it rushed towards Ao Xing with its body wrapped in rock armor, wanting to completely tear this ungrateful fellow apart. It was only Ao Xing who was too lazy to drag on like this. After all, Song Qian didn't want too many casualties. It was best to have a quick battle. It was only seen that its entire body was wrapped in that ice-cold flame, and its mouth was flickering with a bit of cold light. Dragon King Wave. The ghost-faced rock crocodile stopped in terror as the attack made it feel the threat of death. The people around them, on the other hand, stopped in their tracks, the shining light giving them hope to live. Boom! One could only see the bizarre flames converging in Ao Xing's mouth before they were finally fired out violently. Roar! Sensing death, the ghost-faced rock crocodile coalesced a wall of earth in an attempt to stop the attack. However, the Dragon King Wave showed no mercy as it tore these defenses right through, finally penetrating the head of the ghost-faced rock crocodile. When the light disappeared, Ao Xing also changed back to his original appearance at this moment, completely lacking the hideousness of a moment ago. Looking at the ghost-faced rock crocodile that was already dead beyond death, Song Qian's eyes were incomparably solemn. Although he had already killed this ferocious beast, this matter would definitely not end so simply. After all, this place in Jiangchen was close to the front line, and the warriors guarding the front line were all elites, so it was impossible to let a D-class imperial beast enter Jiangchen just like that. So, there's definitely some kind of force at work, and it's most likely the force that Chen Jihuang said I can't reach right now. Song Qian stood still, a hint of killing intent flashing in his eyes, surprisingly letting the ferocious beasts break into the inner city to cause destruction. These people were simply heartless. If this kind of person was met by him, he would definitely make him regret coming to this world at that time. When he looked up, though, his face was back to normal, and the surrounding people also reacted. This ghost-faced rock crocodile was actually killed by Song Qian, and it was still killed quite casually. Song Qian is awesome. When your parents moved here that year, I knew you'd be in attendance. Don't you blow it off. I was the first one to see the talent back then. Gee, I don't know who told my daughter when she was a kid that she was going to marry her in the future. You know you're joking and you're still here talking about it. My daughter doesn't even have a chance. You're here thinking about farts to eat. For a moment, the crowd began to regain its usual vigor, while Song Qian patrolled around with Ao Xing, confirming that there was no danger before organizing the crowd to begin clearing the rubble. Luckily, this ghost-faced rock crocodile wasn't that strong, and it happened to be a weekday when most people weren't at home. So aside from a few unlucky people who were caught in the wave, there weren't many casualties from this attack. Inside the hotel, Song Qian looked at the dusty Chen Jihuan who had rushed here and knew in his heart that this incident was definitely not a simple attack by a ferocious beast. Those people have already settled down, and the association is just in a position to build a few new neighborhoods there, and the security force will be strengthened. So absolutely nothing like what happened today will happen. Meeting Song Qian's gaze, Chen Jihuan was a little weak. When news of the attack by the ghost-faced rock crocodile reached the association, Tashijkuan was so angry that his hair stood on end. Jiang Chang was within his area of responsibility, and now it was attacked. Wasn't this a slap in his face? So the enraged Tashijkuan went straight back to the front line, and I heard that he was preparing to clear out all the ferocious beasts in the neighborhood. Well, I'm troubling senior brother Chen. For this senior brother, Song Qian couldn't say he hated or liked him. He just maintained the most basic politeness. Looking at Song Qian's reaction, Chen Jihuang couldn't do much about it. This matter was indeed tricky. Even the association side was paying immense attention and had sent hundreds of people to start searching all over the city. Moreover, in the case of the Wu family, this matter was indeed the association's fault, so Chen Jihuan was even more deserving. By the way, this is what Master Ma over at the Institute asked me to bring. It says that it wants to invite the geniuses of the all-powerful class of Shindu University to visit the Institute. Chen Jihuang, who was just about to leave, suddenly thought of something and took out a letter from his pocket, on which the names of the Institute and Ma Changhua were clearly written. Song Qian took the letter that was handed to him with a hint of curiosity in his eyes. The other party obviously had his phone number, so why didn't he talk to him directly, instead of going through Chun Jihuang? When he opened the letter, however, a long-awaited smile appeared on his face. Chapter 51 Invitation from the Research Institute. Well, it didn't disappoint you this time, did it? Seeing Song Qian's smile, Chen Jihuang opened his mouth and laughed. Of course, he knew that Ma Chonghua had Song Qian's phone number, but the meaning of this letter had great significance. It was well known that there were currently very few 3-star cultivators within the Jiangchang Research Institute, and Ma Chonghua was one of them. The other party now had a few recommendation slots in their hands, and had already decided on a candidate. And now that a Song Qian had come out, it was natural to consider this genius who could be accepted into the all-purpose class. Thus, using the name of the institute to issue the letter was not only a statement, but also an acknowledgement of Song Qian. Where Song Qian does not understand this letter with the seal of the institute is clearly more authoritative than the letter of recommendation from Ma Shugui himself. Thank you, Senior Brother Chen. With that, Song Qian clasped his fists to Chen Jihuang and thanked him before heading towards the door. Senior Brother Chen, I'll go to the institute first. If there's anything you need my help with over here, just ask. Before the words fell, Song Qian had already walked out of the room and disappeared at the end of the corridor. Research Institute. The conference room at this moment has been fried into a pot of porridge. Ma was leading Zhang Miao in a tongue lashing, while the discussion was about whether Song Qian should be allowed to join the institute or not. If you can join the institute if you're accepted into the all-powerful class, then why don't we see Wang Juexian become our colleague? Old Ma, it's not just good grades that get you into the institute nah. Naturally, we also know that you want to take in talented people for the institute. But look, why wouldn't the Bai, Wang, and Wu families, all of which are big families, want to be added to the list? This divine capital university's all-round class is naturally good, but we can't afford to offend so many great families. Inside the conference room, Ma Chonghua and Zhang Miao were grimacing. Only the two of them in the entire conference room were in favor of directly absorbing Song Qian into the institute instead of passing the exam. As the only student in the history of Jiangchang with a perfect score in cultural courses, in the opinion of Ma Chonghua, he was absolutely capable of joining the institute. After all, Song Qian's potential was not comparable to that of other males, and if he had some achievements in the future, perhaps the Jiangchang Research Institute could rise up to the sky along the way. Just now, in addition to the Ma Study Kingdom, no one is willing to offend other families for Song Qian. After all, potential is potential, always need time to prove, and these big families are ready-made help. Priority to choose who this is not obvious. Hearing the words of a few people, Ma Chonghua was so angry that his beard trembled. He completely couldn't figure out why his colleagues, who clearly had a forward-looking vision in Imperial Beast research, seemed to be blinded by lard at this moment. I won't argue with you people. Ma Chonghua clasped his hands to his chest and lazily ignored this group of colleagues who had gone off the deep end. Although these people have their own insights in the Imperial Beast research, but in the end, only in the vicinity of Jiangchang around, he Ma Chonghua but has been to the God capital, the magic capital of the people who have further study. If it is not a limited talent has not been able to advance to the 4-star cultivator, I'm afraid that he has long become the director of the institute. Just at this moment, I heard a knock on the door, and then a staff member whispered something in the ear of Ma Chonghua, which immediately lifted his spirits. Quick, invite someone in. Saying that, Ma Chonghua hurriedly straightened up his appearance, even stroking his beard, before anyone else could say anything. A group of people were seen walking in. It was Wang Fan of the Wang family, Wu Sheng of the Wu family, Bai Blaze of the Bai family, and Wang Ruoyan. Rare guest. Rare guest. Seeing a few people walk into the room, the high and mighty cultivators rose to greet them. Although their status is high, nay, others are heavier. If these few people stomped their feet together, I'm afraid that the entire Jiangchang would be shaken. Oh, sorry, almost late. Just as several people were warmly greeting each other, Song Qian followed the staff in. As soon as he entered, he saw 4 familiar figures. Good man, isn't this an old acquaintance? Seeing Song Qian, a smile appeared on Bai Blaze's face and he ran straight over. Song Qian, why are you here too? Saying that, Bai Blaze also familiarly picked up a bottle of water from his side and handed it to Song Qian, completely not noticing the face of one of the cultivators beside him change in color. And don't blame me for not congratulating you on getting into Shenandoah University. I was almost beaten to death by my dad when the test day was done. If it wasn't for the family's connections, I wouldn't have been able to go to this school. Thinking of that day, Bai Chi had palpitations, and looking at his old man's posture, he was only afraid that he would be ready to practice a new number. Oh, and where do you lean to? Hearing Bai Kuei say this, Song Qian couldn't help but get curious as to how bad it was to almost get killed. Testing up doesn't even allow you to go to a college. If I didn't have a pretty good business mind, or else the business school of Shindu University wouldn't have wanted me, Blaze said while a small smile appeared on his face. Hearing Bai Chi say this, Song Qian was silent. The business school of Shindu University. A good point is also Shindu University, but those who understand know that this is a place to come to gild the lily. Money can enter. Just cheer up, and then we might even do some business. However, since they were good brothers, Song Qian naturally wouldn't expose the other party. Watching Song Qian and Bai Chi chatting, the faces of the cultivators next to him changed. With this stance, it is hard to believe that Ma's plan to replace the quota is really likely to succeed. Wang Fan, on the other hand, nodded his head towards Song Qian. The blow of the rookie tournament duel was too great, and although Wang Cheng had explained it to him later, the feeling of being deathly suppressed still prevented him from being comfortable in front of Song Qian. Ruoyan, this person is Song Qian. Seeing that Song Qian and Bai Kuei were so familiar with each other, a hint of a bad feeling rose in Wu Sheng's heart, but when he thought that he was betrothed to the Bai family, he couldn't help but feel some compensation in his heart, although he's not as strong as Song Qian. So what? Have you seen Wang Ruoyan? Old man Wu Sheng's woman. You Song Qian aren't even qualified to be a licking dog. With that, Wu Sheng leaned towards Wang Ruoyan's side. As a result, before he could lean over, he realized that Wang Ruoyan had already walked over to Song Qian. Song Qian, long time no see. At this moment, Wang Ruoyan's face was like a peach blossom, and it was not at all the same icy look that she had treated him. Wu Sheng, seeing this scene, the anger in Wu Sheng's heart burned fiercely, and he was just about to lash out when he heard the voice of Ma Changuo ring out. I called you all here today for one thing. The 4 slots under me are now used up, but a genius like Song Qian can't help but join the institute, so I'm hoping that one of you will be generous enough to give up a slot. In the future, I, Ma Xuanhua, will be well rewarded. As he said that, Ma Changhua's gaze swept over a few people, trying to see what they were thinking from their faces. Wang Fan remained unmoved as if it had nothing to do with him, while Wu Sheng's face was almost as bad as eating. By Blaze and Wang Ruoyan, on the other hand, glanced at each other before the former nodded slightly and stepped forward. I said what's going on? So it's just this quota. I, by Blaze, am not cut out for this anyway, so what if I give it to Song Qian? Chapter 52, no recommendation? Then just test in. How about giving Song Qian my spot? What Bai Blaze said directly stunned the cultivators present. This is a research institute, not some bird's nest. How many people want to come in, and you Bai Blaze casually let the quota go to someone else? This was the Bai family. Even Ma Changhua couldn't easily break his relationship with the first son of the Bai family, right? With this in their minds, the crowd couldn't help but turn their eyes to Ma Chukuo. As a result, he saw that Ma Changhua had a happy face and was about to agree. Then naturally, that's a natural no. What came through was another person's voice. As the crowd looked, it was none other than the vice president of the institute, Yang Sheng. He was seen with his eyebrows squeezed together in a scowl. The recommendation quota was set long ago. How can you let it go around like this child's play? As vice president, I disagree. Yang Sheng slowly got up, all righteous, and looked like he was totally thinking about the institute. However, Ma Chukuo knew that this was absolutely impossible. 3 years ago, Yang Sheng was investigated by the Imperial Beastmaster Association because of using his public office for personal gain, but in the end, he ended up not being punished because of the Wu family's relationship. And now, although he was careful, he was just a little bit more restrained. He didn't allow Song Qian to replace Bai Blaze because he knew of Wu Sheng and Song Qian's feud, and as a member of the Wu family himself, then he definitely had to speak for his master. What are you? Seeing that it was Yang Sheng, Bai Blaze's face fell. 3 years ago, Yang Sheng had coveted a lot of things. That could be the materials that had been stored by the Bai family and Wang family's many years of supportive research institutes, but it turned out to be forcefully preserved by the Wu family, and now that the contradiction had erupted, it was naturally not possible for Bai Blaze's face to look any better. Hearing Bai Blaze's words, Yang Sheng was slightly stunned, and then he burst into a rage. Brother Blaze, words can't be said like that. My Wu family, and what are you? The Wu family? Bai Chi's face sank. For the Bai and Wang families, a Wu family was not something they placed in their eyes. You, the red-faced Wu Sheng was furious, his eyes releasing horrifying killing intent. Seeing this, Song Qian, who was on the side, could not help but feel helpless and amused in his heart. One group of people saw their potential and wanted to pull them in extremely hard, while another group of people went out of their way to divide the institute into 2 halves in order to appease the Wu family. Sure enough, there are no eternal friends, only eternal interests. Even in a world where might is right, profit still unites people more than force. Since people don't want me to recommend joining, we might as well forget it. A smile appeared on Song Qian's face. Since the recommendation quota wasn't given to me, let me. Song Qian, slap your faces with my strength. Hearing Song Qian's words, Ma Xiangguo was shocked. He had gone to such lengths to get Song Qian to join the institute. But you said you wouldn't join? Song Qian, are you sure you don't want this spot? If you talk, I can shut up Yang Shang. The person who spoke was none other than Zhang Miao, whose parents, as important personnel of the Imperial Beastmaster Association, naturally knew everything about Yang Shang back then, and as long as Yang Shang dared to continue to block the way, he dared to restart the investigation into the case back then, and Yang Shang's face changed when he heard it, and he hurriedly glared at Wu Shang. Yeah, Song Qian, Blaze doesn't want to join the institute anyway, why don't you settle for a bit? Wang Ruoyan also opened her mouth to dissuade him, and that gentle tone made Wu Shang's teeth itch with anger. These were words he hadn't even enjoyed, but it turned out that Song Qian had snatched them first. At this moment, Wu Shang only felt like there was a green grassy plain above his head, and he couldn't help but curse angrily in his heart. Even Wang Fan cast a glance, signaling Song Qian to accept it quickly, and Song Qian smiled and nodded, then said carelessly, some people don't want my recommendation to enter. I, Song Qian, really don't care about this position. If you have the guts, you'd better intercept me at the exams, but I don't think you're capable of that either. Master Ma, thank you for your kind words, but I'm sure we'll meet soon. After saying that, Song Qian waved his hand and turned around, completely without any meaning to stay, as if this institute that countless people tend to rush to was in his opinion and a dumping ground in general. Looking at Song Qian's back, Ma Qiangguo could only sigh slightly. This year's exam questions have long been finalized, and because of the reform, it can be said that it is the most difficult exam in the past years, which is why he had to let Song Qian recommend joining the institute. The difficulty of the exam had increased dramatically, plus there were some imperial second-generation people grabbing positions, so even he didn't have any better solutions. I hope the next time I see you, you've got the power to defy everything. Ma Zhuguo's heart felt a hint of loss. Such a talent and the institute rubbed shoulders, is the loss of the entire Jiangchang Research Institute. As Song Qian left, Bai Ji and Wang Ruoyan hurriedly followed, completely unconcerned about the gazes of others. And at this moment, Vice Dean Yang Shang was trembling with anger. This Song Qian didn't even take care of him when he left, he simply took him for what he was. Against all odds, how dare a high school student do this to me? Yang Shang was furious. If his eyes could kill, I'm afraid that the people who disobeyed him just now would all be cut into 1,000 pieces. President Yang should be careful, or else my Wang family's face won't look good. Before leaving, Wang Fan inadvertently swept a glance at Yang Shang, instantly calming the latter's emotions. In this Jiangcheng, the Wang family is the emperor of the land. Walking out of the institute's door, Song Qian only felt that the sea was wide open. His own eyes had already looked to the future. While some people were jumping in front of him for petty gains, then don't blame him for being ruthless. Song Qian, just as he was about to leave, Wang Ruoyan's voice came from behind him. Song Qian, this is for you. Wang Ruoyan, who was wearing tights, took out a flash drive from her pocket with a pink bow on it. These are notes I've taken down over the years that might help you on your exams. As she said that, Wang Ruoyan lowered her head somewhat shyly, making it impossible to see her face. Receiving the flash drive, a smile appeared in Song Qian's eyes, and even his voice became much more relaxed. Thanks a lot. I'll see you at the institute in a few days. Tomorrow was the exam for the institute, and he only had one night to prepare, so without much time to delay, he directly summoned Ao Xing and flew towards the hotel. Chapter 53, Terrifying Simulated Evolution. After returning to the hotel, Song Qian directly opened the USB flash drive that Wang Ruoyan had given him, only to see that it contained densely packed notes. However, looking at the information, Song Qian frowned slightly. Although there were hundreds of pages of these notes, after a cursory scan, it was surprising that he knew all of these things clearly, and even some mistakes on some of the notes he was able to keenly discover, completely unlike a novice who knew nothing. Sure enough, the difference between a schoolteacher who scores 99 points and a 100-point schoolteacher is that the schoolteacher can only score 99 points, whereas the limitation for the schoolteacher is that this paper is only worth 100 points. It looks like you won't be able to use this flash drive yourself. With this thought in his mind, Song Qian put it away, intending to return the item to Wang Ruoyan at tomorrow's time, and right at this moment, his cell phone suddenly rang. Song Qian, this is Wang Chang. The voice over there was a bit hoarse and slightly tired. The materials aren't great, but I tried to get you a large enough quantity, so bear with me if there's anything you're not happy with. Thanks a lot. When Wang Chang took such initiative, Song Qian could not help but feel elated in his heart. Originally, he didn't expect Wang Chang to honor his promise so quickly. After all, there were just too many things going on lately. Ferocious beasts attacking, people getting injured, and so on. All these things were enough to keep him busy for a while. Hanging up the phone, Song Qian heard the courier shout, I can't imagine that the Wang family would be so generous. Unwrapping the courier, a look of surprise appeared on Song Qian's face. 5 C-grade materials, more than 10 D-grade materials, and dozens of E-grade materials. This was the reward that the Wang family had given themselves. Don't underestimate these materials. After all, the difficulty of obtaining grade A and B materials that is not generally difficult. Although the Wang family is not bad, but it is not possible to have too much stockpile. Their own family is not necessarily enough. How could they take it to Song Qian? Moreover, these materials were more than suitable for Ao Xing. After all, only high-grade materials would allow it to evolve. And now that the potential of the Inferno Frost Demon Dragon had already reached C grade, one only needed to continuously allow Ao Xing to reach the limit of its strength, without having to bother about high-grade materials. I'm afraid that by the time Ao Xing reaches rank C, he himself will be able to go outside and hunt rank B ferocious beasts, then let Ao Xing absorb it. After looking at so many materials, Song Qian summoned Ao Xing while the system followed. Race, Inferno Frost Magic Dragon, Ao Xing. Strength, Grade E upper. Skills, True Dragon Rage, the way to simplicity. Air Cracking Chop, the way to simplicity. Dragon King Wave, integration. Magic Dragon Heavenly Presence, introductory. Magic Dragon Deterrence, passive. Energy Mastery, ice. Fire. Simulated evolution, material level insufficient for use. Seeing these materials, Ao Xing smacked his lips, and there was no desire in his eyes to swallow them. What kind of low-grade material was this? Only C-rank and D-rank materials could move it slightly. As for E-rank materials, it just ignored them. These things are not as good as green vegetables. If not placed in front of it, Ao Xing will not even look at a glance. Sensing Ao Xing's refusal, Song Qian couldn't help but laugh bitterly. This guy's vision had turned out to be so high. What exactly is this simulated evolution though? Since Ao Xing wasn't interested, Song Qian wasn't going to let it absorb it, and instead studied the extra simulated evolution function of the system. Ding, simulated evolution has been opened. Material level is insufficient. Unable to deduce Ao Xing, just as Song Qian was confused, the system instilled all the content about simulated evolution into Song Qian's mind. After reading the description, Song Qian couldn't help but feel surprised. The extra function of simulated evolution was simply terrifying. On the premise that the Imperial Beast remains friendly, simulated evolution allows the evolution of the Imperial Beast to be extrapolated based on the available materials to find the most suitable evolutionary route. It was important to realize that not every Imperial Beast had a special bloodline and multiple routes of evolution, and many Imperial Beasts could only maintain their initial form until they died, let alone evolve. And simulated evolution allows the Imperial Beast to complete its own breakthrough, using different materials to complete different forms of evolution. The point is that this evolution is something that can be applied to the entire colony, not just to individuals. As is the case with special evolutions, this effect would be terrifying. After all, in this world, one would need to spend a lot of money to purchase in order to learn the evolutionary path of the Imperial Beasts. It was only in the Dragon Kingdom that the evolutionary routes of F-rank and some E-rank Imperial Beasts were free and open, which was why a large number of low-star Imperial Beast Masters existed in the Dragon Kingdom. And once a royal beast's strength reaches above D level, the evolutionary route can easily cost hundreds of thousands or even millions, not to mention the evolutionary materials, which ordinary families simply can't afford. In Jiangcheng, even the well-off families want to buy. That will be a big hurt. As for the profit earned from the sale of evolutionary routes, 5% of the total profit is given to the discoverer of the evolutionary route. Don't think that this 5% is very little. The entire Dragon Kingdom has no less than 1 billion Imperial Beast Masters. Even if only 1 million people buy it, that's enough for Song Qian to use it for the rest of his life. That means I can get rich selling evolutionary routes alone? Song Qian's heart couldn't help but feel ecstatic. Wasn't money what he lacked the most? If this was rich, he could even let Ao Xing break through to the limit of his potential in a day. It looks like joining the Institute was the right move. As we all know, most of the materials that could be used by the Institute. After all, it was the responsibility of the Institute to find new and stronger evolutionary routes, and by joining the Institute themselves, the materials were not to say that they could be used at will. Then at least there was no need to worry about the materials. When the time comes to find a few random evolutionary routes out for yourself, wouldn't you still make a fortune? With this thought in his mind, a silly smile appeared on Song Qian's face, causing Ao Xing on the side to roll his eyes. It just likes to eat green vegetables. This Imperial Beast Master is good. Daydreaming that is said and done without any cushion at all. On the following day, in the hall of the Institute, Song Qian sat in the corner without attracting anyone's attention. Today is the day of the Institute exams and many of you are pumping your fists to get on board. Damn, I've taken the test 3 times, so if I don't pass this year, it'll be really desperate. 3 times too many? See that old man over there? He's been there since I started taking the test 10 years ago, and now that I'm taking it, he's there too. Is it that difficult? Every year there are only a few people recruited. The people who apply for the examination, that is a few thousand. This probability of acceptance is horrible when you think about it. I've heard that this year's questions are the hardest in years, and I don't know if it's true or not. Hearing the words of these people, Song Qian raised his head to look at a corner, only to see an old man with white hair hunched over his body holding the exam books, looking like he hadn't completely given up yet. Seeing this scene, Song Qian was silent. Could it be that this exam, was it really that difficult? Chapter 54, the hardest exam of all time? This is too easy. The exam soon started. Song Qian followed a large group of people in and found his seat. However, he found an interesting thing. Wu Sheng even appeared in the examination room as a member of the recommendation group, which made Song Qian wonder. He obviously had no reason to appear here, but why did he come to the exam? Is it hard to believe that he has other plans? However, for Wu Sheng's achievements, Song Qian knew everything. If he was T0 level, then how Wu Sheng could be considered T1? It didn't take long for the test papers to be distributed, and Song Qian automatically went into question writing mode in a flash. How many ways do cabbage worms evolve? Easy. 16. What are the signs when a beast is about to evolve? What do they mean? Gluttonous, sleepy and irritable. The first two represent the imperial beast's desire for energy, while the latter hopes to break through racial limitations through battle. Question 3. Easy. Seconds. Question 20. Easy. Seconds. Question 50. Still easy. Seconds as usual. For the 100th question, Song Qian still had seconds. In 15 minutes, Song Qian had already finished the entire paper and could only pretend to check it once, then plopped down on the table and started doing nothing. All he could say about the exam was, why did it feel like all the questions he'd seen before? As soon as he saw the questions, those answers couldn't help but jump out. He didn't want to second the questions either, but the strength was too strong to allow it. At the same time, almost the instant Song Qian finished the question, Ma Changhua and Yang Shang and the others happened to come to the monitoring room, only to see Song Qian flipping around with a paper, then lying on the table not knowing what to do. This kind of action was too conspicuous within a group of serious candidates, and as long as one's eyes were not blind, one would properly be able to notice Song Qian's unusual behavior. Ma Chukuo, is this the genius you value? Giving up after only 15 minutes of starting, this kind of person entering the institute. TSK. Looking at Song Qian's appearance, Yang Shang couldn't help but lose his smile and mock, the color of teasing on his face undisguised. And even Ma Changhua was disappointed in his heart to see Song Qian actually swinging for the fences like that. Yesterday, if I had taken the position of the recommended group given by Blaze, how good would it have been? Where would I have needed to lose face today? Even if a young man is exuberant, then he shouldn't be so intentional. Humph. Ma Changhua snorted coldly and then turned to leave. But the laughter of Yang Shang and the others was heard in his ears. It didn't take long for Song Qian, who was already bored, to fall asleep directly on the table, and he didn't know how many hours he had slept. He only felt that someone was pushing him. Class, the exam is over. You may now leave the room. The invigilator looked at the teenager in front of him with a helpless face, and in his heart, he couldn't help but lament the fact that he was on the shore early, and the difficulty of this year's exam. Even if he was allowed to participate in this kind of senior one-star cultivator, wanting to get a passing score of 60 points, that would also be quite difficult. I'm afraid that the student in front of me also came over to try his luck, and when he saw that the question paper was so difficult, he just filled it in and then went straight to sleep. Oh, thanks. Song Qian rubbed his face, his eyes a little hazy. I didn't realize what a waste of time it was to sleep for an hour and a half for a 2-hour exam. Walking out the door, Song Qian saw a group of people standing outside with their heads hanging down, their faces incomparably despondent. Tay mother *******, who the hell is making the questions? Dare you to give your address? I'll have something good in the mail for you. Dude, take it easy. I've already signed up 5 times and I'm here for charity this year. Out of 100 questions, I can only understand 20. For crying out loud, I'll go back to burning incense and worshipping my ancestors if I can get 30 points this time. Most of them had a lost look on their faces, while others were surveying the building's rooftop to get up there. However, there were a small number of people whose faces were as normal, and there was even a hint of a smile at the corner of their mouths, and Wu Sheng was one of them. As a genius student of Jiangcheng No. 1 middle school, Wu Sheng did not say that he was confident about the institute's exams, but it was still a safe bet to take the first place. As for Song Qian, to be honest, this kind of nerd who only knows how to read to death and hasn't participated in any competitions at all, he, Wu Sheng, wouldn't put it in his eyes at all. However, despite this thought in his mind, Wu Sheng's face still wore a smile as he explained the bystanders' questions one by one. Sir Wu Sheng, what exactly is the most suitable environment for imperial beasts to grow? It's the place where it was born. Imperial beasts will only breed in places suitable for growth. Once they leave the comfort of their environment, even imperial beasts in rut will immediately stop their breeding. Sir Wu Shang. Then which are the top 3 imperial beasts with the most evolutionary routes? Vegetable and cotton phosphorus bugs as well as pink poison bugs. For a moment, everyone around was bowled over by Wu Shang. Good grades, good family, treating people with such humility and courtesy. It's perfect. While Wu Shang answered the question, his gaze was looking in another direction. On the other side, Wang Ruoyan was currently sitting in the corner with an ice-cold expression on his face that made him unapproachable. Feeling that someone was staring at her, Wang Ruoyan couldn't help but raise her head and sweep it, realizing that it was actually Wu Shang, and then she was ready to lower her head again. Yet she saw a familiar figure fiddling with his cell phone at the moment, as if it had nothing to do with him. With that, Wang Ruoyan walked towards this figure with a smile on her face. Seeing that his goddess was actually walking with a smile on her face, Wu Shang immediately cleared his throat, trying to get the other party's attention. Ruoyan, I. Just as he opened his mouth, Wu Shang realized that Wang Ruoyan actually ignored himself and walked directly behind him. Song Qian, how did you feel about the test? Sitting next to Song Qian, Wang Ruoyan's face was scarlet. Where was she still half the iceberg beauty? At this moment, he also knew why Wu Shang had to come to the examination. In order to pretend in front of a beautiful woman. What is a test? It feels okay, thanks for the notes. With that said, Song Qian took out the USB flash drive from his pocket and sent it back to Wang Ruoyan's hand. Seeing this scene, Wu Shang's lungs were about to explode. He hadn't come into contact with Wang Ruoyan in all the time he'd lived, but Song Qian had only known him for how long before he got his hands on him. At that moment, Wu Shang's face fell. Where was he still in the mood to explain the topic to people? After receiving the flash drive that Song Qian handed over, the smile on Wang Ruoyan's face grew even bigger. So how much do you think you'll get on the test? Wang Ruoyan said this while tilting her head to reveal a cute smile. Even Song Qian had to admit that this nymphette was really good looking, transforming between imperial and cute style at will. Guess it's only 100 points. Song Qian smiled and replied. As for whether it was 100 points, he couldn't say. After all, who knows whether the full score is 100 or 150? Anyway, in his opinion it's not too bad. Such a simple paper to get a full score is too embarrassing for himself. Chapter 55. Who's number 1? 100 points? Chanting these 3 words, Wang Ruoyan's eyes revealed clear stupidity. 100 points, ah. This kind of score had never appeared in the history of the Zhengcheng Research Institute. Not to mention 100 points, 95 points. There was only one person, and that was the director of the Zhengcheng Research Institute who created the 5-star cultivator who was now traveling to the divine capital to report on his work. Plus, this year's questions were the hardest in years, and even though Wang Ruoyan believed that Song Qian would get a good grade, it wasn't so bad that he could get a perfect score. What? Don't believe me? Looking at Wang Ruoyan's eyes with doubt, Song Qian wore a confident smile. However, he also knew that it would be difficult to make everyone believe in him, so he would have to wait until the institute announced the results to see the real chapter. You're a genius who got into the all-around class of God's capital university. It's only natural that I, a small woman, would believe it. Saying this, Wang Ruoyan covered her mouth and laughed softly, looking at the two as if they were lovers. Wu Shang, who was at the side, had murderous intent in his eyes. I thought the ghost-faced rock crocodile could kill you last time, but I underestimated you, bastard. But next time, Song Qian, you wait for me. I'll let you die without a corpse. Wu Shang clenched his fists with a fierce gaze, almost wanting to eat the two alive in general. At the same time, the marking of examination papers is going on intensively, because 2 tests had to be completed in one day. Dozens of cultivators from the entire institute were all mobilized to correct the test papers. 60 is the passing mark, and they have to correct close to 2,000 papers in just 1 hour and then announce the marks. If you pass the passing line, then stay in the institute and prepare for the second round of exams in the afternoon. If you don't even pass the passing line, then it's better to go home honestly and don't waste your time. Looks like the first place winner today is Wu Shang. Inside the conference room, Yang Shang's face wore a faint smile. Their own backstage hand to the institute. Their future to replace the director that is the nail in the coffin. Then if the old dog of the Mashuegwa understanding on obediently soft. If not, then when he became the director of the old thing directly sent far away. It is best to go to do the lowest level of work for the rest of their lives. Moreover, Wu Shang has been receiving training from the institute since high school, and he himself even took the topics that were not allowed to be leaked out in previous years to Wu Shang for practicing, so how good his grades will be, Yang Shang does not dare to guarantee, but taking a first in this year's exam, Yang Shang is very confident. Soon, a test paper was sent in, and the cultivators began to grapple with correcting it. Lu Rou, 3rd exam, 32 points. Niu Yanjiu, 1st exam, 20 points. Kai Hongji, 15th exam. 61 points. Tay Grandma. I'd probably get a headache if I had to do the questions this year. After looking at more than a dozen papers, it was only after finally finding someone who had passed the passing line that they couldn't help but make these cultivators, who had already disembarked, sigh with emotion. Today's examination question is worthy of the most difficult question paper in the past years. This difficulty can pass that are counted to burn high incense to burn diligently. Sure enough, Wu Shang's score should be number 1. After correcting it for a while, Yang Sheng finally saw Wu Shang's paper in his own hands. He deliberately took out the test papers and subsequently corrected them in front of a group of cultivators. Question 1. Correct. Question 2. Correct. Question 50 is correct. Questions 99 and 100. Incorrect. Unfortunately, only 98 points. The pen in Yang Sheng's hand didn't stop at all, and that series of correct directly surprised everyone that this Wu Shang was so powerful. 98 points, which had surpassed the dean as the highest score in the Zhengcheng Research Institute. It could be said that it was almost impossible for anyone to surpass Wu Shang, and according to this kind of scores, I'm only afraid that after systematic learning, Wu Shang would become a regular cultivator and that would be the nail in the coffin. Thinking of this, many people began to congratulate Yang Shang. President Yang really has eyesight. Seeing this kind of genius at a glance. Congratulations to Dean Yang. The future holds great promise. Dean Yang is truly a wise man. Please teach us more. Listening to the voices of congratulations, the smile on Yang Sheng's face barely stopped, and in his heart's complacency, he turned his gaze towards Ma Changhua. At this moment, Ma Changhua's heart had fallen into the abyss. The Song Chen that he looks at is a guy who is incapable and still has to pretend, while the Yang Sheng that the other side looks at not only got the highest score in history, but his background is even stronger, and he has a bright future ahead of him. Thinking of this, Ma Changhua couldn't help but sigh, and the idea of retirement came to his mind. Lowering his head, he set the corrected papers aside, then looked to the next one. Ha! Song Qian's roll? After seeing the signature, Ma Changhua could not help but be stunned, and then his heart felt better. The other party still wrote the answer. At least it would not make himself look so bad. Let's take a look, everyone, at Song Qian's roll. As much as he didn't want to change the roles openly, given his relationship with Song Qian, he could only step forward as well. Hearing Ma Shugua's voice, the cultivators rushed over. They wanted to see what kind of student the 3-star cultivator Ma Shugua had his eye on. First question. Correct. It's just luck. Question 2. Correct. Masked, right? Question 3. Correct. Question 97. Error. Questions 98, 99, and 100. Correct. Song Qian. 99 points. While correcting the test paper, Ma read the results. There were people singing against him, but it turned out to be in the back. Numb. People are numb. 100 questions. Only one wrong, and that's one of the hardest ones on a test that's been made more difficult. What kind of genius is this? What kind of talent is this? I would call it God. One of the newest cultivators on the ground shouted out violently, instantly snapping everyone out of their deluded state. 99 points of super genius appeared. This dude, it's awesome. People got 20 points in their first exam. He got 99 points in his first exam. Naya, this gap between people is too big. The difference between man and man is greater than the difference between man and dog. Master Ma, is it the wrong name? Just as a group of people were shocked, Yang Sheng said in a cold voice with an iron face, being out of 99 isn't scary. What's scary is that this person is an enemy, not a friend, to himself, while Ma Changhua snorted coldly, then picked up the paper and said loudly, Song Qian, 99 points. Any objections? When the crowd looked, the name column of the test paper really had the word Song Qian written on it, and coupled with the open grading just now, the score was naturally correct. No objection. A group of cultivators replied. This kind of occasion, even if they were on Yang Sheng's side, it would be impossible for them to jump out and take sides. However, some of those who had never seen Song Qian before asked surreptitiously to the co-workers around them, Song Qian, is it a genius from any of the recommended groups? No, you just saw it. I've seen it. When? The most idiosyncratic one inside the surveillance. Is he? Chapter 56. I think the answer. Wrong. Requesting for votes. Inside the hall of the institute, the entire room was filled with agitation. Having waited for 2 hours, according to previous years, the list should have been released a long time ago, but this year was obviously very strange. It was a full half-hour slow. In this situation, even Wu Shang could not help but feel a hint of nervousness, and although Wang Ruoyan didn't show much, it was clear from her clenched hands that she definitely wasn't as calm on the inside as she was on the surface either. There's nothing to be nervous about. You're part of the recommended group anyway. You'll get into the institute whether you pass the test or not. Song Qian yawned, his face full of relief. This kind of calm and self-assured attitude made Wang Ruoyan envious. If only he could be this confident himself. However, when she thought that Song Qian had only started studying yesterday, she couldn't help but feel worried in her heart. Except that it was admirable to be able to maintain such a state of mind. Coming. Just when the crowd was waiting impatiently, a door suddenly opened in Ma Jinghua. Yang Shang and other famous cultivators in Jiangcheng all appeared. Only the black color on the big screen instantly disappeared and was replaced by a personal name. Since only scores above the passing line were recorded, only 100 or so out of those thousands made the list. 109th place, Zheng Tingting, 5th exam, 60 points. 108th Morai, 7th exam, 60 points. 50th place Wang Ruoyan, 1st exam, 70 points. It seems okay. As her name appeared on the screen, Wang Ruoyan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Growing up she had been raised in the Wang family, so she seemed a bit out of place, though her peers had nothing against her. The doll's marriage that was fixed back then was always brought up by the elders, and she could only be good enough to get away from the strife of the Wu family group. Joining the institute was only the first step. Later she would have to head to the cultivation department of the Divine Metropolis University to study, and when she graduated and became a 3-star cultivator, she would be able to logically withdraw from this marriage. But thinking about Song Qian, Wang Ruoyan couldn't help but worry. Can't even see Song Qian with a minimum of 60 points. Can't it be that he's already lost the election? But looking at the confident smile of the teenager beside her, she somehow felt a tinge of peace as well. Maybe, as he said himself, maybe the rankings will be high. Wang Ruoyan pursed her lips and ultimately didn't say anything. 5th place, Chen Xiaoyan, 3rd time taking the exam, 76 points. 4th place Min Kyung, 5th time taking the exam, 77 points. 3rd place, Wang Fan, 1st time taking the exam, 78 points. 2nd place, Wu Shang, 1st time taking the exam, 98 points. When Wu Shang's results were announced, the people around all boiled up. Surprisingly 98 points. This kind of score is a human being can test out? Terrifyingly so. Even Lord Dean only scored 95 back then. Prince Wu Shang managed to score 98. The future is promising. Is this the gap between us and the geniuses? Congratulations to Mr. Wu Shang for winning the crown. To pull away by 20 points. There's no other word for it but awesome. Listening to the surrounding congratulations, Wu Shang could not help but feel fluttering. Taking a first place is just nothing great, as I expected. Just the first. Wu Shang looked up and scanned his ranking, and the words that followed were suddenly stuck inside his throat. I can't believe my own ranking is not first, but second. Who would the first place be then? Noticing Wu Shang's movements, the people around him also looked at the rankings. 98 points is right, and so is pulling 20 points away from Wang Fan, who is next in line. But why is he second? If this score isn't number one, who else can be? At this moment, the entire room was silent as they stared at the screen with dead eyes, wanting to see what this first place that could step on Wu Shang to get to the top was. Only the words on the screen slowly scrolled, finally revealing the first place results. First place, Song Qian, 1st time taking the exam, 99 points, asterisk. When the score was seen, the whole room was in an uproar. 99 cents? What kind of concept is that? People only got one question wrong. That probability is as scary as getting only one question right. And people are still taking the test for the first time, which directly drives a bunch of people who have failed the test 5 or 6 times crazy. The difference between people, this is too big. So big that it's not even like a species. It's really awesome. The gap between this kind of person and me is bigger than the gap between me and a dog. Song Qian. It can't be that ghost genius who scored a perfect score in the college entrance exam culture class, can it? I'm afraid only this one can do that. It's really terrifying. If zombies really exist, Song Qian is definitely the topmost kind. We can all stop living at that time. Hearing the compliments from the people around him, Song Qian pulled at the corner of his mouth, but he couldn't help but frown slightly when he saw his score. 99 points? That's not right. It should be 100 points. Why did you give yourself a deduction? On the other hand, Wang Ruoyan on the side saw the score and the stone in her heart was released, and she was just about to congratulate Song Qian when she realized that the latter was actually frowning, as if she had some kind of dissatisfaction. Are there any objections to this grade? Just at this moment, Yang Shang stood out. If there was no objection, the next exam could begin. Seeing the vice dean stand out, the group naturally didn't dare to speak freely. Joke, he's a senior 3-star cultivator. Maybe he's the next director of the institute. How can anyone be so unafraid to jump out? Looking at everyone who didn't say anything, Yang Sheng nodded slightly and was quite pleased in his heart. He was about to announce the start of the next exam when he saw a man stand out. I have a problem with that. Upon hearing the voice, the people around Song Qian immediately dispersed for fear of getting involved with him. Song Qian, on the other hand, just slowly got up, not caring at all about the opinions of the people around him. Vice President Yang, I have an objection. Vice President of the three words directly let Yang Shang rage. He has been vice president for so many years. Everyone knows, when the old president retired himself is the next president. So no one dares to mention this vice word. Even the old codger that is Ma Chugwa rarely tears himself down, and only addresses the vice president when the two disagree. But what the hell are you, Song Qian, to call it that? Seeing Song Qian's boldness, the bystanders were about to jump out and greet Song Qian, but Song Qian's next sentence directly blocked their mouths. I don't think my score should be 99, but 100. Therefore I think that your answers are wrong. In an instant the whole room was in an uproar. Even Yang Shang couldn't be bothered to get angry. Instead he was stunned by the words. Doubt that the answers are wrong? This is not a denial of the Zhengchang Research Institute, but a denial of the Shindu Research Institute, which produced the paper. He, Song Qian, was nothing more than a freshly graduated high school student. What in the world could he possibly be capable of that would dare to raise such suspicions? Chapter 57 Wrong answer. Full score for Song Qian? Song Qian, if you keep messing around like this test score will be cancelled. Such a move naturally drew the displeasure of a large number of people, while Yang Shang was overjoyed in his heart. I thought Song Qian was a supreme genius, but now it seems to be nothing more than a rash youth. He might as well give a chance to show generosity. If the other party refuted him again, he could just cancel Song Qian's results and he would still have a good reputation. Wouldn't it be nice? Song Qian, Ma Shangwa also hurriedly stood out to stop it. This is a question paper issued by the Divine Capital Institute. How could the answer be wrong? On the side, Wang Ruoyan tugged on Song Qian's coat corner, a worried look on her face. Even Wang Fan came towards Song Qian's side, wanting to dissuade him. However, Song Qian seemed as if he hadn't heard it at all, and still wore a confident smile on his face. He walked through the passageway made by the crowd and walked up to Yang Shang and said, Vice President Yang, why don't you guys tell me which question I got wrong before you convict me? The teenager's eyes burned, and there was no look of weakness at all, and because of Yang Shang's non-speaking, for a moment it actually made many people begin to wonder if the institute had really made a mistake. You say, this Yang Shang can't really be mistaken, right? Che, can't tell? I think you guys are just messing around. How could the institute be wrong? Not bad, and this time, it's still the Divine Capital Research Institute that's making the questions, so there can't be any mistakes in any way. The murmur of discussion grew throughout the hall, eventually evolving from a whispered discussion into a loud argument. Seeing that the scene was about to get out of control, Yang Shang hurriedly shouted, Don't be in a hurry, gentlemen, we'll show Song Qian's test paper now. Saying that, a staff member hurriedly darted into the room where the test papers were kept and took out Song Qian's test papers once he found them. Seeing the test paper, the crowd gradually began to calm down, their eyes focusing on the only question that Song Qian had gotten wrong. Question 97. Question 97. How many forms of the phantom crystal butterfly have been discovered? Seeing the title, the crowd then also noticed the answers that Song Qian had written down. 13 types. The phantom crystal butterfly, an imperial beast that can change its attributes according to the different gems it wears, has a maximum potential of only E grade upper, but can play different roles on different occasions with the addition of gems. Hey, this topic is difficult, but it should be easy for Song Qian, right? Aren't there 12 species discovered so far? Not bad, and as I recall there are only 12 of them available on the market. It's a shame, but that's what makes the easy questions so difficult. Listening to the crowd's discussion, Yang Shang laughed coldly. He looked down on Song Qian from above, the mockery in his eyes unconcealed. Song Qian, what we have discovered so far but only 12 forms. Where did you get this 13th one? After saying that, Yang Shang's face changed and he said in a cold voice, Someone come. Song Qian has violated the discipline of the examination room. His grade is invalid. Before Song Qian could speak, Yang Shang directly announced that Song Qian's results would be cancelled. Seeing Yang Shang make such a move, Ma Changwa's face changed and he was about to speak when he heard a burst of laughter. Ha ha ha, Vice Dean Yang, I can only say that as 3-star cultivators, the books you have read are too little. Song Qian's face didn't have any look of fear, and even had a mocking expression on it. You, upon hearing this, Yang Shang's pair of eyes almost wanted to eat Song Qian in general, since becoming a cultivator where else would anyone dare to talk about him like this? However, Song Qian's face was as normal as ever, and he even explained himself to the crowd. As a matter of fact, the Imperial Beastmaster Association openly recognizes 12, but this 13th form is not a fabrication on my part. This comment caused the crowd, which had managed to quiet down, to gradually boil over again, but this time it seemed to be more restrained and there wasn't much of a brawl. You've said it's the association that recognizes the 12 forms, so where did you get the 13th? I think you're just doing it wrong, messing around here. Seeing that the direction of the discussion was getting more and more skewed, Wu Shang had to come out and ask the question that everyone wanted to inquire about the most, which caused everyone to turn their attention back to Song Qian. Yes, the association has only recognized 12, but where would there be a 13th form? Sweeping his eyes over the clownish Wu Shang, Song Qian sighed slightly. I thought that Mr. Wu would have a high opinion when he stood out, but I didn't expect to be so uneducated. As well, let me, Song Qian, explain it for everyone. Saying that, Song Qian straightened his back and walked up to the podium where only cultivators could stand. What are you doing? Yang Shang's face was furious. He didn't understand what Song Qian was preparing to do. However, Song Qian didn't say anything and just used his cell phone to open the URL to cast it onto the screen. Many years ago, our research on imperial beasts wasn't really as in-depth as it is now, so a lot of things could only be explained by things like ghosts and monsters, and the forms of the phantom crystal butterfly were developed as we delved deeper into the study of the properties, and finally became the 12 forms that we, the general public, now know. But the 13th form, the ancients had discovered long ago, only as civilization turned to ruins, which is what kept many people from understanding. Gentlemen, please look. Instantly, a bone plate appeared on the big screen, and the writing on it, although vague and not very similar to the existing text, was like simplified in traditional Chinese characters, connecting them together in one piece that the crowd could read instead. The 13th form of the phantom crystal butterfly is the superpower form, except that this form was sealed away as taboo because of the previous inability to explain this power. And if it wasn't for specialized researchers of ancient cultures, perhaps they wouldn't even know about it. This bone plate has been unearthed in Jiangxing for close to 3 years, and no one has found it, so I'm really curious as to what our breeders actually do. Saying that, Song Qian turned his gaze towards Yang Shang. The latter immediately shivered. This bone plate was too much of an impression on him. Wasn't this what he had unearthed when he had just become the vice dean? At that time, Ma Shangguo was still ready to study it, and as a result, he himself balked at it because he was prosecuted. And this bone plate has been lying in the museum without taking care of it, and he didn't expect that it would be seen by Song Qian. How do you prove that it's real and not just some ancient hocus pocus? Yang Shang held his face red, only feeling like everyone was watching him. Look, another rush. Song Qian's tone was mocking. You guys take a look at the news 2 days ago. This form has already been developed. Hearing Song Qian say this, everyone took out their cell phones and started searching. Yang Shang even directly logged into the official website and started looking for information. As it turned out, it was really found by him. Taboo of the ancient civilization's blockade. The 13th form of the phantom crystal butterfly is unveiled. The superpower form, and the unit that released it was small but impossible to ignore. The Dragon Ancient Ruins Research Center. Put. Looking at such news, Yang Shang was furious and directly sprayed a mouthful of old blood. News from 2 days ago. What was he doing 2 days ago? 2 days ago he was at home enjoying the Wu family's maid. Where did he see the news? Moreover, why wasn't it released by the Research Institute, but some ancient relic research center? And the platform of release wasn't a big platform, but was released in an inconspicuous position of a small platform. Damn, that cultivator would be so idle to see this kind of news. Vice President Young, do you think the answer is still 12? There was mockery in Song Qian's eyes, but Yang Shang could no longer find any words to retort. Yang Shang didn't take a breath and almost went over his back, and finally slowly climbed up with the help of the staff. Song Qian, the score is 100 points. The rest of you score the same. There, you're satisfied. Chapter 58, Second Round of Exam. Evolution Practical Exercise. Are you satisfied? Yang Shang's face was filled with anger. He felt that if he stayed any longer he was only going to be exasperated alive. Instead, Song Qian looked at Yang Shang with a cold smile and spoke slowly after a while. It's not whether I'm satisfied or not. It's whether the Shenandoah Institute is willing to agree with the answer. What do you think, Vice President Young? Another sentence of Vice Dean. Yang Shang's emotion that had hardly calmed down almost collapsed again, and he even admitted that you got 100 points. Why can't you Song Qian let him Yang Shang make fun of others? Ahem. I don't think that's necessary. Just as Yang Shang was about to open his mouth, Ma Changhua coughed, and then walked out with a moony look on his face. Just now, the Divine Capital Research Institute side has confirmed that the illusory dream crystal butterfly does indeed exist in its 13th form, and thus specially sent us a message informing us that the answer to question 97 has been changed to 13, but the results are out, and for those of you who passed the passing line, 1 point will be added to those who answered correctly and no points will be deducted from those who answered incorrectly. Therefore, Song Qian's final score is 100 points. Saying that, Ma Changhua also showed the notice to the group of candidates in the front row, which made everyone aware of the authenticity of the news. Song Qian, on the other hand, nodded slightly when he heard this news, but in his heart, he felt a hint of dissatisfaction towards the Divine Capital Research Institute. According to reason, This bone plate that came to be in Jiangqing should have been developed a long time ago. As a result, Jiangqing's own cultivators didn't study it, and the site of the Divine Capital Research Institute didn't take a stand, but it was snatched up by the people from the Ancient Culture Research Center. So I really don't know what these people do for a living. Well, so disperse and prepare for the second exam. Watching Yang Shang being exasperated, Ma Changhua then announced in his place that the second exam was about to begin. And seeing Ma Changhua exercising his power so blatantly, Yang Shang didn't tense up this time and was straight away pissed off. The others naturally didn't pay attention to this place. After all, the second exam was about to start, and those who had passed the first round of exams had already gleefully searched for a good spot. Song Chen found a corner seat and sat down, pondering in his mind about the second round of exams. Even though the difficulty of the second round of exams was strengthened, the essence remained unchanged. It was all about utilizing limited materials to complete the evolution of an F-ranked imperial beast. Since the state of each imperial beast varies in detail, it is necessary for the candidate to judge the appropriate material according to the reality of the situation. Only by completely completing the evolution of the imperial beasts would they be considered to have passed the exam. And the bonus points are added for discovering that adding different materials makes the form of the imperial beast or the energy it masters change. Even if it's just a few details that change and not discovering a new evolutionary path, you can still add a lot of points to the score. As for the discovery of new evolutionary routes, this kind of thing had not appeared in Jiangqing's exams over the years. Sweeping around, Song Qian realized that most people would have an empty seat in the middle, and only Wang Ruoyan and himself were sitting against each other. Of course, it wasn't because of any rule that it had to be empty, but mainly because it didn't want anyone to know what materials they were planning to use to evolve. However, Song Qian wasn't worried. After all, the system's simulated evolution could find evolutionary routes based on the materials, and he only had to take out one or two of them to be shocking enough. Just as he was thinking about it, he only saw the original tabletop slowly descending, and in its place was a series of common evolutionary materials. Looks like that's all there is to it. Although they are all F-grade materials, the fact that the number is so high is enough to see the importance that the Jiangcheng Research Institute attaches to this exam. Even Song Qian can't help but sigh with emotion at the generosity of Jiangcheng when he sees so much material, and this exam is obviously very meaningful. If the evolution was completed, this candidate would be considered a person with talent, and would have a high chance of becoming a cultivator in the future. But if new evolutionary routes are discovered during the exam, that's the biggest reward. Even if it was an F-ranked lower grade that evolved into an F-ranked middle grade, this was a new discovery that could make people excited. Jingle bells. With the ringing of the bell, one small imperial beast was seen being delivered to the candidates' table, and the moment they received it, all of them instantly entered the examination state. Scanning. Looking at the inflamed piglet in front of him, Song Qian stroked its big head, and then he let the system scan its whole body. Race, inflammatory piglet. Strength, lower grade F. Skills, scorching, introductory. Sparking, introductory. Thick skin, passive. Evolutionary route, ordinary evolution. Simulated evolution, opened. As a common imperial beast whose strength could only reach the lower grade of F class, the yen piglet's greatest role was not to be used in combat, but as a kind of food. Even if the imperial beast Inferno Pig that had evolved into a middle grade F class according to normal evolution, it could not escape the fate of becoming food. But simulated evolution is on, so let me change your fate. Looking at Yen little piggy, Song Qian couldn't help but reveal a smile. This kind of imperial beast only had one evolutionary route. Even if it evolved normally, one could still pass the exam, but it was absolutely impossible to get a high score. Thus, simulated evolution comes in handy. Song Qian focused his attention on the simulated evolution that had been turned on, and in an instant, he saw several evolutionary forms regarding the Inferno Piglet. However, since the materials were only F-rated, most of the evolutionary routes were black, with only two flickering. One type of evolution has already been discovered, which is the Inferno Pig. The other, a never-before-seen evolutionary route in the other direction, was called the Yanwu Pig. Yanwu Pig, unlike the meat-tempered Yanwu Pig, its character is quite fiery, and its potential is even at the top grade of F. And it is because of its fiery temperament and fearlessness of death that it is extremely suitable to become a battle-type imperial beast. Then it's decided that it's you. Without any hesitation, Song Qian directly chose the direction of evolution instead of this Inferno Piglet. Yanwu Pig, this is the answer to his own response to this exam. Although the imperial beasts that the rest of the people received were very different, they were all lower F-class imperial beasts that were capable of being bred on a large scale, coupled with the fact that the evolutionary path of the F-class imperial beasts was free of charge. So most of the people had already begun to make their moves, and there were only a handful of candidates who waited for more than 10 minutes to make their moves, such as Song Qian. Humph. The written test in the first round is nothing. Practical exercises, that's my Wu Shang's strong point. As he watched Song Qian begin to pick out materials, Wu Shang couldn't help but let out a cold snort in his heart. He is a disciple of a large family, and he does not know how many times he has done the practical project of Imperial Beast Evolution, and now the exam is even more familiar. Coupled with the fact that Yang Shang had revealed some details of the evolution of the Imperial Beasts for himself, he was completely capable of making the Imperial Beasts in his hands produce some inconsequential new changes when they evolved. It wasn't a discovery of evolutionary routes, but the fact that one could get the bonus points was enough to crush everyone in the room. Even you, Song Qian, will be my Wu Shang stepping stone here. Looking at Song Qian, who was not slow in selecting materials, Wu Shang instantly accelerated the movements of his hands. Today, he's going to give everyone a big one. Chapter 59, Wu Shang, you think you're a protagonist template? Regarding Wu Shang's thoughts, Song Qian naturally couldn't feel them at all. He was currently immersed in his own world and couldn't get out of it. Once the Yenwu pig's evolved form appeared, it would only shake the entire dragon kingdom. Although the potential of the Yenwu pig was only F grade upper grade, but the number of yen piglets was really huge. In the dragon kingdom, the number of yen piglets that made it to the dinner table every year amounted to millions. As one of the most successful imperial beasts in terms of domestication, the Inferno Piglet clan had completely replaced the status of ordinary domestic pigs, and even during Song Qian's poorest 3 years, he managed to eat meat from the Inferno Piglets a few times a week. Once the Inferno Piglet has an attack form, I'm only afraid that it will become one of the most sought-after imperial beasts in the future. The races are large in number and cheap to raise. After today, he, Song Qian, will not become the father of the inflamed piglets, will he? Thinking of this designation, Song Qian hastily shook his head and then placed the selected evolutionary materials on the table. Looking down at the sprawled yen piglet, it was still completely unaware that its fate had changed. On the other hand, the imperial beast in Wang Ruoyan's hand was also the yen piglet, and the moment she got it, she knew that she was afraid that she would have to press on with her score to cross the line. After all, there was only one direction of evolution for the Inferno Piglet, and that was the Inferno Pig. But why did Song Qian pick so many strange things? Looking at the materials in his hands, which were completely different from Song Qian's, Wang Ruoyan couldn't help but feel puzzled. She was certain that she hadn't taken any wrong materials, and with Song Qian's perfect score on the written exam, it didn't make sense that she would have taken the wrong materials for Yen Piglet's evolution. Hardly. Suddenly, Wang Ruoyan suddenly thought of something, so she hurriedly sped up the movements in her hands. She couldn't care so much right now. Even if the evolution didn't succeed, it didn't matter. She was a member of the recommended group after all. But if she missed the birth of a new breed of imperial beasts, it would be a great regret in her life. Only Song Qian was seen holding the fire attribute and steel attribute materials, which were currently being pounded non-stop. Flamestone, fire lizard scale armor, fiery stargrass. Song Qian counted the materials with a serious look in his eyes that he had never seen before. In Song Qian's eyes, Yen Piglet is not a Oshing after all. This is not a perfect fusion of the system, but their own pure hand operation. Treat a life themselves should maintain the most basic reverence. Done. Next is absorption. After carefully counting the materials, a smile appeared at the corner of Song Qian's mouth. Then he took out the grinder to distribute the materials proportionally in one piece. On the stage, several 3-star cultivators watched Song Qian's movements and couldn't help but feel curious. Since when does the evolution of the Yen Piglet have to use such a complicated operation? And isn't it just a matter of giving it food? Maybe it's planning a perfect evolution? Watching Song Qian's movements, Ma Changwa couldn't help but start thinking. The so-called perfect evolution was that the imperial beasts did not need any buffer time to adapt to their new physique after evolving, and were able to enter the combat state directly. Generally speaking, it takes a while for a sentinel beast to adapt to its new form after evolving, which is caused by the overabundance of energy in its body. However, perfect evolution was different. Not only could a perfectly evolved imperial beast immediately adapt to its new form, but it would also have a stronger control over energy. This, coupled with the fact that the Zhengchang Research Institute had never discovered any new evolutionary routes since its creation, was why Ma Changwa had thought of perfect evolution rather than new evolutionary routes after seeing Song Qian's actions. Perfect evolution is something that he, a little guy who isn't even a breeder, can get out? The person who spoke was none other than Yang Shang, who had managed to wake up from his coma with great difficulty and rushed to the examination room. He was going to see today what Song Qian could do to compare to Wu Shang. Moreover, Wu Shang had a material ration that he had revealed himself, and in Yang Shang's opinion, Wu Shang's achievements were not at all comparable to Song Qian's. I didn't expect to just come in and hear Ma Changwa talking about perfect evolution, which was even more amusing. Although the Yen Piglet was an F-class imperial beast, for him, a 3-star cultivator, to complete a perfect evolution that required a great deal of preparation. After all, the current mood of the Imperial Beast, whether or not the energy was abundant, and so on were all key factors affecting evolution, and the probability of wanting to achieve perfect evolution in a single exam was harder than winning 680 million in the lottery. It was just that Song Qian was already completely immersed in the evolution of Yen Little Piggy at the moment, so where did he care about other people's discussions? Done. He only saw that he divided all the ingredients into two parts. One was made into a medicinal powder, the other was like a potion. Although there was only the last half hour of time left, Song Qian wasn't in a hurry at all and just took it upon himself to feed the pill into Yen Little Piggy's mouth. Oro. No, Piggy, it's time for your medicine. As Song Qian's words fell, Yen Little Piggy, who had been squinting and sleeping just a moment ago, suddenly became energized and directly swallowed the medicinal pill, a joyful expression on his face. Song Qian, on the other hand, took the opportunity to apply the medicinal powder to its body as if he was scribbling. A few minutes later, the medicinal powder was applied and Song Qian clapped his hands as if he was admiring his masterpiece. At this moment, many of the candidates had already completed their evolutions, and even though there were some who had even forgotten the ratios, they had more or less gotten some marks. Look here, the Imperial Beast cultivated by Wu Shang is surprisingly different from the others. This voice directly drew everyone's attention to Wu Shang, only to see that he had a satisfied expression on his face, looking at the Imperial Beast as if he was looking at a work of art. The Imperial Beast that he had gotten was an F-rank lower-grade iron rock centipede, and now after evolution it had become an F-rank middle-grade iron rock centipede. It wasn't a perfect evolution, but the form it displayed was completely different from the others. I can't believe it's a new form. It's not an evolutionary route, but that's close enough. Who told you you could compare like that? The new evolutionary route is so much stronger than the new form. It's not comparable at all. The crowd was discussing it one way or another, but it was undeniable that this Imperial Beast cultivated by Wu Shang definitely had the highest score so far, and the cultivators were also looking pleased, finally discussing for a few minutes before confirming Wu Shang's score as 80 points. Looking at Wu Shang's hard-to-surpass score, everyone wondered why people could just discover the new form but not themselves. Yo, you're the only one left? Ready for a desperate turnaround? Unfortunately, I don't think we'll see it today. Just as Song Qian waited for the Inferno Piglet to start evolving, Wu Shang led a group of people around him and started observing. This group of candidates also wanted to see what kind of earth-shattering maneuvers the first-place winner of the written exam could do in the practical session. Looking at Wu Shang's arrogant expression, Song Qian just shook his head slightly. How can such short-sighted people see what they have done up to now? Just as well, let me show you what it means to evolve perfectly. Inferno Piglet, start evolving. Inferno Wookiee Pig. Song Qian's face was serious as he commanded the Yen Little Pig to evolve, and as a result, everyone laughed when they heard the words Yen Wu Pig. Where is this one new again? No one had ever heard of the Inferno Piglet having this form before. As a result, just as Wu Shang was about to open his mouth, a burst of brilliant white light unexpectedly blossomed from the body of Yen Little Piggy, who had been drowsy just a moment ago. It's really starting to evolve. Chapter 60, Brand New Evolution. Yen Wu Piglet, seeking golden votes. Looking at the flickering white light of the Yen Little Pig, the cultivators including Ma Changhua and Yang Shang were all stunned. How could this evolve just by saying it evolved? And you're not even calling it the right word, are you? Yen Piglet evolved, obviously Yen Pig. How do you call it Yen Wu Pig? This guy can also evolve? However, they didn't ask the question after all, because in this year, Song Qian had created too many miracles, from being a waste to a genius, from being a nobody to being famous in Jiangcheng, and even getting the shocking results of a perfect score in culture and a perfect score in the institute exam. They didn't dare and didn't want to question Song Qian anymore, because Song Qian was from Jiangcheng after all. If a new evolutionary route was discovered, this would be a major breakthrough for Jiangcheng. Unlike the nervousness of the crowd, Song Qian only felt incomparably cozy and comfortable at the moment. Hadn't he worked half a day for this moment to appear? Only to see the white light gradually diffuse to the whole body of Yen Little Pig. Under the effect of the energy, its size began to grow rapidly, and a strand of fire attribute energy began to converge towards this place. What's going on here? Feeling the rising temperature around him, Yang Sheng panicked a little. This, where is it evolving into an inflamed pig? This is clearly a brand new evolution. Huff and puff. Soon, the Inferno Piglet's size was fixed, and the white light gradually dispersed. Even the blazing heat began to gradually dissipate. By the time its body reappeared in front of the crowd, where could they connect this Imperial Beast in front of them with the naive Yen Piglet from earlier? It's finally done. Looking at the Yen Wu Pig that had already completed its evolution, Song Qian couldn't help but let out a long breath. This was after all the first time he had ever practiced Imperial Beast evolution. Although it was in accordance with the system's perfect ratios, but it was always inexperienced. But now that he had succeeded, he could also put down the stone hanging in his heart. As he spoke, Song Qian's gaze looked toward the Yenwu pig. At this moment, it had completely lost the cuteness it had just had, and was replaced by a rigid hideousness. The whole body was light red, just like a soldier who fought in blood. The tail turned into a whip made of flames, and fangs up to half a meter long grew out of the mouth, and the back was a burning flaming mane, just like a ferocious beast that came out from hell. What kind of imperial beast is this? Is it hard to believe that it's a new evolutionary route? What are you thinking? How can a new evolutionary route appear so easily? Then why do you think Song Qian's imperial beasts have never been seen before? How would I know, if you ask me? After the Yenwu pig was displayed in front of the crowd, the surrounding candidates immediately began to discuss an unseen imperial beast, and one that didn't bear any resemblance to the conventionally evolved Inferno pig, which wasn't a new form but a new evolutionary path. Looking at the Yenwu pig that appeared, Yang Shang's body couldn't help but sway and almost fell down. He had prepared so many things for Wu Shang, and he had thought to see a star rise today, but what happened? The stars were rising, but nay, the other Song Qian was like a star annihilator, directly exploding Wu Shang. I've been preparing for this for so long, only to have it fall apart with a kid. The more he thought about it in his mind, Yang Shang only felt his breath catch. Ma Changhua, on the other hand, was incredibly excited at the moment, and even his smile was a lot brighter. He would walk over to Song Qian and hand Song Qian the water, and only then did he say with hard to hide his delight, "Ah, Song Qian, what kind of imperial beast is this?" As he spoke, Ma Changhua's eyes held a thirst for knowledge. He was a 3-star breeder. Yes, but what was a 3-star breeder in front of a new breed of imperial beasts? What is status? In this world, no matter if it was a royal beast master or a breeder, it was all based on strength. However, unlike the imperial beast master, the breeder does not value strength, but rather the research and discovery of the imperial beast. Even for a 1-star cultivator, as long as he discovered a sufficiently large number of evolutionary routes, then even a 5-star or 6-star cultivator that would have to put down his face and talk to him on an equal footing. Although Song Qian had only discovered a new evolutionary routes, for Jiang Chang, this was a breakthrough from nothing, which was of great significance. What's wrong with him? Ma Changhua, dropping his face? He wouldn't even say anything if he threw it on the ground and stepped on it twice. Hearing Ma Changhua's words, Song Qian then snapped out of his thoughts. He smiled slightly and did not speak for the moment, instead looking at the data panel in front of him. Race, Yenwu pig. Strength, upper grade F. Skills, Flame, Mastery. Fury, Beginner. Flame Charge, Beginner. Blazing Wheel, Beginner. Evolutionary Route, Ordinary Evolution. Simulated Evolution, not yet available due to insufficient material level. It seemed that this evolution was perfect. The highest potential of the Yenwu pig was the upper grade F, and after evolving itself, the Yen piglet just now had reached the peak of its current strength, which meant that not only was this a new evolutionary route, but it was also a perfect evolution. Ahem, let me introduce you all. Returning to his senses, Song Qian coughed twice and then began to introduce the Yenwu pig to the crowd. This is a Yenwu pig, evolved from a Yen piglet. Unlike the Inferno pig with its tender meat, the Inferno martial pig isn't suitable for eating. It's more suitable for fighting. Highest potential F grade upper. Mastered several attack-oriented skills. Extremely loyal to its owner despite its rather grumpy personality. And very cheap to breed. Hearing Song Qian's words, the people around him were even more wide-eyed, almost fainting from the shock of the news. Yeah, just now I was so focused on the new imperial beast that I didn't think about the fact that it evolved from the Inferno piglet. What kind of imperial beast is the Yen piglet? It was known as the most successful imperial beast in the world, and had already become a major source of meat, and it was feared that there were no less than 10 million Yen piglets currently owned by the Dragon Kingdom alone. This meant that the vast majority of people could buy Inferno piglets, and the evolutionary materials were all F rank, which lowered the cost of cultivating them even more. Thinking about this, everyone couldn't help but swallow hard. In other words, once Song Qian announced the evolutionary route of the Yen little piglet evolving into the Yenwu piglet, then anyone who couldn't afford to buy a royal beast would have one more option. The Yen little piglet. Song Qian is going to make a fortune. Once this evolutionary route is sold, it will be a sky-high price. Song Qian, do you have a girlfriend? You're toxic, aren't you? I'm his boyfriend. Listening to the people around him rise up, Song Qian shook his head helplessly and had to remind Master Ma, why don't we test its energy strength first? Oh, yes. Being reminded of this, Ma Changhua hurriedly replied. Someone then brought a machine to test the strength of the energy in the Yenwu pig's body, so that they could confirm whether the evolution that Song Qian had accomplished this time was a perfect evolution or not. Soon, the test results were displayed. F grade upper grade, which was the current energy strength of the Yenwu pig, the power level it was in. Upper grade F, perfect evolution. Seeing this result, Ma Changhua couldn't help but be dumbfounded. A new breed of imperial beast, and still perfectly evolved. This is surprisingly done by a newcomer who is not even a breeder. In an instant, the whole room was in an uproar, and everyone looked at manhwa silently, waiting for him to announce the final result. I only saw manhwa slowly get up, and then said with difficulty, word by word, Song Qian, second round of exams, full marks, chapter 61 Junior, do you want to gain power? Song Qian, full marks for the second round of exams. Manhwa's voice echoed throughout the examination room, but everyone couldn't find words to retort. Not even a hint of a comparison to Song Qian. What can be done about it? It's not even a matter of getting a perfect score on the written exam. Even the practical exam is a perfect score. What qualifications do they have to refute people? This group of little yakuza who don't even understand the most basic evolution? Thank you, Master Ma. Looking at manhwa's movements, how could Song Qian not know that this was the other party showing himself favor? Take advantage of the fact that Yang Sheng is not ready to talk right now, and hurry up to set the full score as a result. And upon hearing manhwa's voice, Yang Shan moved his mouth, but in the end, he didn't say anything. This kind of genius himself might be able to stop him from growing, but the end result would still not be able to avoid becoming his stepping stone. Maybe I should retire with Dean. Somehow, the spirited Song Qian makes Yang Sheng's heart give birth to a feeling of invincibility, and even more so, he has the idea of severing ties with the Wu family and slipping away directly. But at this moment, Song Qian didn't care what other people thought. Right now he was receiving congratulations from the crowd. Without waiting long, the results came out. Song Qian directly topped the list with perfect scores on both exams. As for Wu Sheng's 183 points, although it was amazing, it could only be ranked second under Song Qian's suppression. Looking at Song Qian, Wu Sheng's gaze revealed killing intent. This fellow not only stepped on his own face and snatched away the name of genius, but he also had a deep hatred with the Wu family. If he didn't hurry to get rid of it, I'm afraid that it would lead to a great disaster in the future. Song Qian, Wu Sheng, who had returned home, clenched his teeth, with an expression that was almost as if he was about to gnaw his teeth to pieces. The ghost-faced rock crocodile didn't kill you last time. It won't be so simple next time. Although I don't know exactly what the Beast God Society is looking for in Jiangchang, but as Jiangchang is the closest city to the northern defense line, perhaps they want to tear a hole through here as well. Since you, Song Qian, are so arrogant, then I'll have to let you die here. With monstrous hatred in his heart, Wu Sheng walked into the secret room, only to find that the Beast God Society's emissary had returned to the Wu family at an unknown time. One must know that the door of this secret room had never been opened before, and the other party could enter the secret room without causing any sound, clearly having heavenly means. You have hate in your heart. Before Wu Sheng could say anything, he heard the messenger's hoarse voice ring out. Immediately after that, the black-clothed messenger slowly got up and walked over to Wu Sheng, placing one of his beating hands on top of Wu Sheng's head, and the surging force caused Wu Sheng's feet to soften, and he couldn't help but kneel on the ground. You don't just have hate, you have fear, you have greed, you're craving more power, am I right? Look up at me. The hoarse voice was like thunder, causing Wu Sheng to not dare to breathe out loud, and could only kneel on the ground and look up, only to see that the messenger had removed his black clothes, revealing his true form. This was not a person, it was clearly a monster, although long in human form, but the body is wrapped in scales. The eyes also become yellowish vertical pupil. The mouth is not spitting out a letter looks quite appalling. This is the power given to me by the beast god, the power to become stronger by combining with the imperial beasts. Are you eager? In the dimly lit chamber, a voice like the devil's slowly rang out. Wu Sheng looked at the presence in front of him and couldn't help but feel his heart shake. After a long time, Wu Sheng's figure came out of the secret room tiredly, but although his body was a bit fatigued, his eyes were flashing with a bit of essence. Remember, do it 10 days later. Once you miss it you won't have any more chances. A hoarse voice came from the secret room, and Wu Sheng sniffed with a strange glint in his eyes, then disappeared into the Wu family's ancestral home. Song Qian, what are you going to choose? At the institute, everyone else had left, leaving only those who had been accepted into the institute to remain. As for the recommended group like Wu Sheng and Wang Fan, they had already chosen where to go, so naturally they wouldn't waste time here. But Song Qian was different. He was the first place winner of this year's exams, and he had taken the exams directly with a perfect score, not to mention that he had discovered a new evolutionary route. So even the Jiangchang Research Institute had to respect his decision. Looking at the several 3-star cultivators sitting in front of him, Song Qian's heart then realized why he had left himself alone. It turned out that even cultivators who appeared to be united to outsiders were also mountainous within. Without mentioning anything else, the 3-star cultivators of the Jiangchang Research Institute alone had been divided into 2 directions. 1. Led by Vice President Yang Sheng, hoped to find factors that could catalyze the evolution of imperial beasts through constant experiments in the laboratory. Because of Yang Sheng's identity, so most of the institute's funds were all used in experiments. The other, led by Mashikaku, insists on finding the power within the race's potential by allowing the natural selection of the imperial beasts, and finally, by activating that power, the evolution of the imperial beasts is realized, though because of Mashikaku, the lab's funding is often not paid out. But looking at Yang Shang and Ma Changwei in front of him, where did Song Qian need to choose? Master Ma, you're joking. Before the college entrance exam to you and Zhang Miao Gongzi took such good care of me. We've long been on the same side. Song Qian completely ignored Yang Shang, who had an iron expression on his face, and just smiled, then stood on the side with Ma Changwa, and Ma at this moment is also a smile on his face. Originally their own side are going to be unable to support because of the funding. Now well, Song Qian joined in. The institute counts even if they do not give their own face. That is also to give Song Qian enough funding. Anyhow, he was the first super genius in Jiangcheng to discover a new evolutionary route, so if he didn't give the funding then it was really not justifiable. Looking at the two men laughing and joking, Yang Shang's hands clenched tightly with a look of unwillingness in his eyes, but in the end, he could only slowly let go, seemingly acquiescing to this fact. If there are no other movements from the Wu family, then I will withdraw, although his heart is not willing. But this kind of genius young man is not something that he can compare to. If even the Wu family has no way, then he will have to retire himself. Congratulations on joining the institute. With a decision in his heart, Yang Shang didn't intend to continue dwelling on it. Instead, he changed his smile to congratulate Song Qian. Thanks a lot. Seeing that the other party had softened, Song Qian also didn't want to bother more, but it was just a third-grade cultivator. He didn't put it in his eyes, let alone the fact that he was now the object that the entire institute had flattered. Compared to the Yanwo pig's evolutionary path, Yang Shang, a 3-star cultivator with no accomplishments, was still completely inadequate. Chapter 62, Second Imperial Beast? The young man in front of him was spirited, completely unlike him, Ma Changhua, who was already in his 50s or 60s, and no longer had the impulsiveness of the past. This is your 1-star cultivator token. Keep it. As he spoke, Ma Changhua took out a bronze-colored circular badge with a star from his own spatial treasure box, which was the proof that represented the cultivator's rank. Seeing this badge, Song Qian's heart was shocked. Wasn't this something you needed to pass the exam to get? Why was it given to him so easily? Noticing Song Qian's confusion, Ma Changhua smiled slightly and then opened his mouth to explain. According to the institute's regulations, those who are able to discover new evolutionary routes during the exams can be directly awarded a 1-star cultivator badge. Hearing the other party's explanation, Song Qian then relieved himself. Since it was a stipulation of the institute, it was not good for him to refuse. What's more, wasn't taking the exam just to join the institute and become a cultivator? Now that he could do it in one step, he didn't need to make so much trouble. Thank you, Master Ma. Song Qian slightly clasped his fists. He didn't expect the other party to be so attached to him, and Ma is also frankly accepted, although it is only the provisions of the institute. But if he does not say, I am afraid that Yang Shang and others are too lazy to come forward to explain. When Song Qian cannot avoid another trip to the trouble. That's nothing, it's you. I heard from Wang Chang and Chen Jiwang that you haven't chosen a second imperial beast yet. While I know you're not in a hurry, the longer we drag this out, the fewer imperial beasts will be available for you to choose from. Looking at Song Qian, Ma Changhua suddenly remembered that he didn't seem to have gone to the cultivation center to choose a second imperial beast yet, and he couldn't help but start to urge him on. Hearing Ma Changhua's words, the rest of the people also left wisely. Anyway, Song Qian had already joined the institute, and their tasks had been completed. The back was only waiting for which cultivator Song Qian would be assigned to work under. And now that they were chatting about this kind of personal topic, they naturally wanted to avoid suspicion. Song Qian, on the other hand, was frowning, not knowing how he should answer. Although the imperial beast space could already accommodate a second imperial beast, for the current Song Qian he really couldn't find any reason for a contract. Cultivating Ao Xing alone was enough to make him feel like he couldn't afford to buy the materials. If there was another gold-swallowing beast, where would the money in the small treasury be enough to spend? Moreover, with Ao Xing's toughness already being able to rival several imperial beasts of the same level, if he were to contract a second imperial beast, he would definitely consider a thick-blooded meat shield type. But the several cities around Zhangchang did not have any famous meat shield type imperial beasts, so before going to college, he planned to wait for the breeding center to breed the last batch of imperial beasts before picking one. Looking at Song Qian's tangled expression, how could Ma Changhua not understand what he was hesitating about? So he said, tell me about the needs. I, Ma Changhua, not to mention other things, still have some faith in Zhangchang. If there is an imperial beast that matches, I will get it for you even if I have to spell out this old life. As he spoke, Ma Changhua also patted his chest. However, Song Qian didn't have any doubts about this statement. How much energy a senior 3-star cultivator had was not something he, a teenager who had just walked out of a commoner's slum, could guess. After thinking for a while, Song Qian still spoke out his request. Master Ma, are there any imperial beasts of that meat shield type with strong holding abilities? The cities around River City don't seem to have this kind of imperial beast either. Upon hearing this, Ma Changhua was first slightly stunned, and then laughed so loudly that he couldn't even catch his breath. Looking at Ma Changhua's appearance, Song Qian couldn't help but feel puzzled. Was he right? Whether it was from memory or from the internet, Zhangchang was not a place that abounded in this kind of imperial beasts, or as a city with only 100 years of history. There were still most of the places around Zhangchang that were in an undeveloped state. Even if a new imperial beast was discovered, that would be the first time to start researching it, rather than opening it up to contract. Cough it up, you kid. You're too smart for your own good. There is no such thing in Zhangchang, but the research institutes all over the world have a very peculiar imperial beast that we often use for experiments. It's just that your kid didn't think of it. If we really talk about blood thickness, this kind of imperial beast is ranked in the entire world. With that, Ma Changhua got up violently and pulled Song Qian towards the laboratory. They had cultivated a large batch of these imperial beasts for experimentation. So what could Song Qian do if he liked to contract one? Being reminded by Ma Changhua in this manner, Song Qian was first slightly stunned. Then his face revealed a strange expression. Master Ma, you can't be talking about that kind of imperial beast. Inside the lab, Song Qian couldn't help but start twitching at the corners of his mouth as he looked at the immortal mantis in a box in front of him. Immortal mantis, a royal beast of lower grade F strength, but its potential was unusually high, and it could increase its strength by devouring materials, so the potential threshold of this royal beast had not been found until now. At first, people thought that this was just a cockroach that had evolved into a royal beast, but as time passed, the breeders realized that not only was this royal beast's vitality strong, but it also seemed to eat everything, and most crucially, there seemed to be no upper limit to this royal beast's potential in general. So far, the lower limit and upper limit of the strength of the undead mantis differed greatly. The weakest strength was this kind of undead mantis that couldn't eat anything good in its life, and its strength was only the lower grade of F, while the strength of the artificially cultivated undead mantis could be the strongest up to the lower grade of S. It was only because the resources consumed were too huge that the God's Capital Research Institute ended this crazy program in the end. Is this imperial beast really possible? Song Qian looked at the immortal mantis in front of him with a helpless look in his eyes. Cultivation center of the imperial beast is not everything. Those potential to reach the D level or more imperial beasts are protected by the origin. In addition to the divine capital, the magic capital and other big cities can get, like Zhangcheng, such a small city that can only get to 100 or so per year. To this time now I'm afraid that it has long been bought out. So even if he was the first place winner of the rookie tournament, then there was no way to get the imperial beast he wanted. Hey, you shouldn't underestimate the immortal mantis. Although this imperial beast resembles a cockroach, it has nothing to do with cockroaches, and we breeders can't just look at an imperial beast from the outside. Look at its inside. Under equal strength, the immortal mantis is extremely resistant to extreme environments. Whether it's a volcano or an extremely cold region, there are immortal mantises living, and their vitality has even surpassed some of the D-class imperial beasts. Plus its skill Phantom Split can coalesce an exact duplicate of its main body in a short period of time, so it fits your requirements perfectly. Hardy, resistant to beating, and okay to raise, with low-grade materials. This kind of imperial beast, don't you like it? After saying that, Ma Changhua looked at Song Qian with a smile on his face, as if expecting him to make a choice. Chapter 63, Contracted Immortal Mantis. Mr. Strong, what do you think? Ma Zhugua's gaze went to Song Qian, and there was a hint of derision in his tone. Song Qian, on the other hand, just frowned in thought, completely unable to see what he was thinking. To be honest, he was very torn right now. After all, the second imperial beast he imagined himself to be was one that was tall and powerful and gave people a sense of security, not the undead roach in front of him. However, it was true that in Zhangchang, there really wasn't any more suitable imperial beasts that could be used for contracting. Most importantly, a royal beast like the undying mantis was surprisingly in line with his own requirements, except for its outward appearance, which was not up to par. Thick blood, able to split and entangle the enemy. Isn't this the perfect imperial beast in his own mind? Ding, a suitable imperial beast has been detected. Please contract the host. Just as Song Qian hesitated, a system beep suddenly came from his mind. He couldn't help but stare, only to see an arrow suddenly appear on top of the head of an undead roach, which was exactly the suitable imperial beast that the system had selected for him. Scan it. Seeing that the system had made a choice, Song Qian didn't bother to hesitate and directly began to check the other party's panel. Race, Immortal Mantis King. Strength, lower grade F. Skill, Phantom Splitting, first level. Introductory. Simulated evolution, none. Seeing the immortal mantis data, Song Qian's heart went numb. This is the first time I've seen such stats. There is no simulated evolution. Even the skills are only one. Knowing that the vegetable worms all come with 2 skills, does this imperial beast really work? Song Qian couldn't help but wonder in his mind, and the system quickly gave an answer. Host, the immortal mantis king is the most special existence among the immortal mantises. Although it only has 1 skill, its life force is dozens of times stronger than ordinary immortal mantises, and the fusion of materials not only raises the level of strength, but also increases the number of its bilocation. Hearing the system's prompt, Song Qian's heart was startled. Increasing the number of bilocations is a big deal. One must know that the undying mantis doppelganger had already inherited the original strength of the main body, and if the number was increased further, Song Qian did not dare to imagine that scene at all. One undead mantis wasn't scary at all and was even a bit funny. But what if it was 10 or even 100? With such a scene of undead roaches flying all over the sky, not to mention imperial beasts of the same level, even imperial beasts that were 1 big level higher would be worn to death alive? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Then the deed. Song Qian gritted his teeth and finally decided to deed down the undying mantis king. After all, they are all imperial beasts. The big deal is that Ao Xing is a bit more handsome and the immortal mantis king is a bit uglier. Moreover, the immortal mantis would grow in size as its strength increased, so it might not be able to fill the position of a meat shield. In an instant, Song Qian's royal beast space slowly unfolded, then quickly locked onto the immortal mantis king, followed by conveying the idea of Song Qian's contract. The immortal mantis king, who was lying on the ground pretending to be dead, trembled when he felt the contract. He himself had finally been seen by the imperial beastmaster, although it had never been experimented on before. Watching those undead roaches being taken one by one was psychologically devastating. Now, it finally has a backer, only to see the immortal mantis king being sucked into the royal beast space. And soon, this inexplicable extra power made Ao Xing feel angry. Ow! Ao Xing's angry voice came from the imperial beast space, and even Song Qian, who was an imperial beast master, felt this outburst of rage. Damn! The imperial beast space is equivalent to the imperial beast's home, and now somehow a person has come to say that he is a shared roommate arranged by the landlord. It's strange that you don't get angry. Ao Xing, steady steady steady. This isn't anyone else's attack. This is a companion. Being blocked by Ao Xing like this, the movement of the royal beast space absorbing the immortal mantis king instantly slowed down, and Song Qian could only hastily speak out to explain. Only then did Ao Xing quiet down after hearing Song Qian's reply, but through the imperial beast space, Song Qian still felt Ao Xing's dissatisfaction. He said that he would only love it alone, but it's only been a short time since he contracted a second imperial beast. However, it was good that Ao Xing didn't make a move to block it. Instead, he took the initiative to contract his energy so that the immortal mantis king could complete the contract as soon as possible. Under Ao Xing's restraint, the undying mantis king quickly completed the contract, and Song Qian took a very popular name. Just call you Mr. Strong. If it was an ordinary immortal mantis, Song Qian would only call it Xiao Chang, but this was the immortal mantis king, so how could it be given an honorable title? Now, Song Qian's number of imperial beasts had managed to double. One was an E-ranked upper-grade Inferno Frost Demon Dragon Ao Xing, and one was an F-ranked lower-grade Immortal Mantis King Strong Chief. Soon, Chief Chang was summoned out from inside the imperial beast space. Song Qian looked at Chief Chang, whose body was as black as obsidian, and then looked at those undying mantises that were just like headless flies, and instantly felt that the compulsion was pulled away. Well, the second imperial beast is an undead roach, but overall it's not bad. By the time you are promoted to a 3-star or 4-star imperial beast master, this undying mantis might already have the ability to protect you in the wild. Watching Song Qian complete the contract, Ma Changwa could not help but feel happy in his heart. Don't look at the immortal mantis as just an experimental imperial beast, but it was the existence of this imperial beast that pushed forward the progress of human civilization. So the Global Breeders' Summit held last year included the immortal mantis in the list of the top 5 experimental imperial beasts, and built its statue at the headquarters of Mordor so that everyone would know of its existence. Hearing about the promotion to 3-star imperial beast master, Song Qian couldn't help but have a guess in his heart. It is said that after reaching the 3-star imperial beast master will start to participate in the siege of ferocious beasts, and every year, the Imperial Beast Master Association will issue a task, once not completed unless special circumstances, or will be severely reprimanded. Then thank you, Master Ma. It was just that a 3-star Imperial Beast Master was still a long way away from Song Qian right now. He had only just become a 2-star Imperial Beast Master after all, and if he wanted to advance, I was afraid that he would have to wait until Ao Xing and Chief Chang's strengths had both reached the D level. Then I won't send it. The two of them walked to the entrance of the institute. Looking at Song Qian's departing back, Ma Changhua stood in place and waved goodbye. After returning to the hotel, Song Qian summoned his imperial beasts out at the first opportunity so that everyone could familiarize themselves with them. Only Aoxing slowly climbed out of the imperial beast space, while Chief Chang was shivering in the shadow of Aoxing. Mother careless. I thought that I was the strongest imperial beast after being contracted, but I didn't expect the guy in front of me to be so strong. Ahem. Aoxing, this is Mr. Strong. Mr. Strong, this is your boss. Aoxing, caught in the middle. Song Qian coughed twice, then began to introduce themselves to each other, and Aoxing just swept a glance at Mr. Strong before he started eating the vegetable leaves by himself. Looking at Aoxing's behavior, Song Qian were not understand that this was already accepting the existence of Strong General. His heart could not help but feel a hint of relief. The little brat finally knows how to sympathize with his old father. He then took out those materials that were disliked by Aoxing and placed them all in front of Chief Chang. System, give all these materials to Chief Strong to absorb. Let me see your limits. Chapter 64 Phantom Split. Beast Tide, seeking golden votes. System, let me see your limit. As Song Qian's words fell, in Chief Chang's gaze with suspicion, these materials floated into the air and began to merge, all of them transforming into starlight into Chief Chang's body after all the impurities were removed. Originally still a little confused, General Manager Chang looked at these materials unexpectedly all into his own body, and suddenly realized that it was towards me. However, it was unable to move under the system's action, and could only passively accept the energy infusion in place. Immediately after that, the energy all pooled into Strong General's body, and then its shell began to soften as if it was being eroded by something. View data. If it wasn't for the fact that Chief Strong twisted its body from time to time, Song Qian would have thought that it had already passed away. Race, Immortal Mantis King. Strength, F-grade medium. Skill, Phantom Splitting, triple. Introductory. Simulated evolution, none. Absorbed dozens of materials and as a result, his strength only went up by 1 rank. Seeing this data, Song Qian was a little heartbroken. No wonder the highest rank of the Immortal Mantis was only bred to S rank. He could not stand it a little bit just by boosting it by 1 small stage. It was hard to imagine how much more he would have to spend if he continued to boost this. However, the improvement of this skill was surprising. Although the proficiency level had not changed, it was still at the introductory level, but the number of doppelgangers had increased to 3. Even if it wasn't of much use as of now, as long as the number was large enough, there was a chance for F-class Imperial Beasts to take out D-class Imperial Beasts. It was just that everything was still too far away for the current Strong Chief. Perhaps this is a characteristic of the Immortal Mantis clan. Watching Strong Chief climb out of the remaining carapace, Song Qian realized that compared to just now, the current Strong Chief was only considered to have the appearance of some Imperial Beasts. The body grew from about 30 centimeters to about half a meter, and the obsidian-like body began to become smooth like a mirror. Mr. Strong, show me what you can do. Since he had successfully evolved, Song Qian naturally intended to let the other party perform a special ability. Upon hearing the Imperial Beast Master's order, Chief Strong was exceptionally excited. Mr. Strong, behold the unparalleled power. Under the watchful eyes of Aoxing and Song Qian, Chief Strong's body began to flicker momentarily, and then 4 identical Imperial Beasts appeared. See, this is the unrivaled strength of my Chief Strong. Panting, Chief Strong crawled to Song Qian and Aoxing with a smug look on his face. Although this skill would drain half of one's energy and stamina, it was able to coalesce 3 doppelgangers that were equal to the peak strength of the main body. Moreover, the strength of each doppelganger was in the middle of the F-class and could maintain its combat ability for half an hour, which was an ability it only possessed as the king of the Immortal Mantis clan. Ow. However, Aoxing just yawned, and then slapped his hand directly on the 3 subbodies. After just 5 seconds of resistance, the Immortal Mantis doppelganger, which was known for its strong vitality, directly went up in smoke, while Chief Chang was frozen in place, completely in disbelief that the doppelganger that he was so proud of couldn't even catch a slap from Aoxing. The disheartened Chief Strong directly burrowed into the Imperial Beast space and then fell into a state of self-imposed isolation. A humanized smile appeared in Aoxing's eyes, and even the movement of chewing on the leaves of vegetables was much faster. Watching the movements of the 2 Imperial Beasts, Song Qian did nothing to stop them. After all, only when the Imperial Beasts competed with each other and rubbed each other's shoulders would this team become more and more in tune with each other. Moreover, Strong Chief's strength was now only a mid-F grade, a big grade difference from Aoxing, and its detachment actually resisted for 5 seconds before being crushed. This kind of vitality was a bit scary. One must know that Aoxing was not some ordinary E-grade Imperial Beast. It was the first Imperial Beast that had been carefully nurtured by Song Qian. and even against D-grade Imperial beasts it could not lose, while Chief Chang was just a freshly contracted Imperial beast that hadn't gone through much reinforcement yet, and he could resist Ao Xing for 5 seconds. If it were any other Imperial beast of the same level, it would only be killed by Ao Xing in an instant. That is to say, if both Ao Xing and Chief Chang's strength reaches rank D, perhaps there won't be any Imperial beasts that can threaten me in the wilderness around Jiangchang. Looking at Ao Xing's cozy face, Song Qian began to imagine in his mind the scene of himself killing indiscriminately in the wilderness. In order to become a 3-star Imperial Beast Master as soon as possible, Song Qian not only intended to next raise General Chang's strength to E rank first, but also made a training plan for Ao Xing and General Chang. After all, by becoming a 3-star Imperial Beast Master, one could rightfully receive the free materials issued by the Imperial Beast Master Association every month, and even though they were all low-grade materials, it was not bad to use them as snacks. 5 days later, Song Qian, who was conducting special training for the 2 Imperial Beasts at the training ground, received a phone call. Come to the Imperial Beast Master Association for an important announcement. On the other end of the phone, Wang Cheng's voice was incomparably hoarse, completely devoid of his usual spirit. Sensing the other party's urgency, Song Qian didn't have any hesitation and directly mounted Ao Xing and flew towards the Imperial Beast Master Association. However, when he arrived on the scene he realized that the incident was much more than he had imagined. Wang Cheng, Ma Shanghua, Chen Jiwang, Chen Lin, those guys who were usually invisible were all gathered in the conference room at this moment, along with a large group of people they had never seen before. On top of that, Tashij Kuan was here, and in frontline formal attire. Gentlemen, I've called you here today because we, Jiang Chang, have encountered a great crisis like never before. Standing directly in front of him, Tashij Kuan's eyes were incredibly solemn. Then he opened a map. According to our observations, the ferocious beasts around Jiangchang are already stirring, and their desire to attack has almost reached its peak since the monitoring, and they're still gradually converging towards Jiangchang. The ferocious beasts that weren't in an area in the past have now begun to gather. Speaking of this, Tian Changjuan's eyes as sharp as knives swept over the crowd and said word for word, "So I rule that a beast wave is coming." When these words came out, everyone present was moved. Even Song Qian knew that beast tide, in this world, was synonymous with death. It was a wave composed of countless F-rank and E-rank ferocious beasts. Even D-rank and C-rank ferocious beasts would not be rare, and even rare S-rank ferocious beasts might appear. And once an S-class fierce beast appeared, it was basically equivalent to declaring the city broken. After all, even in the Dragon Kingdom, Imperial Beast Masters with S-class Imperial Beasts were in the minority. Not to mention that the ferocious beasts in the wilderness had grown up after countless killings, and their combat power was not comparable to ordinary Imperial beasts. The thought of that kind of overwhelming scene made even these executives feel that their hopes of surviving were simply slim. Tanaka's next words, however, were a relief. Everyone doesn't need to worry about the appearance of high-grade Imperial beasts. I've already sent out a support signal to the Divine Capital, and that side has already dispatched 7-star Imperial Beast Masters to come and support them, which can ensure that it's impossible for S-class ferocious beasts to enter Jiang City. Hearing that the 7-star Imperial Beast Master had come to support him, Song Qian also let out a sigh of relief. To be selected as a 7-star Imperial Beast Master, that proved that it at least possessed the ability to fight against S-class ferocious beasts. So at least Jiangchang would not be destroyed. But don't be lax, S-class ferocious beasts won't appear, but the number of A and B-class ferocious beasts won't be low. Regarding this, we at the front line can guarantee that as long as there is still one warrior alive, there won't be any ferocious beasts of this class breaking into Jiangchang. So you're facing a large number of F-rank and E-rank ferocious beasts, as well as some D-rank and C-rank ferocious beasts. In this battle, only victory is required. No defeat is allowed. I will be here, watching for your return. Chapter 65 News from the Beast God Association, requesting golden votes. Soon, the meeting ended and Song Qian and the others' tasks were arranged. Wang Cheng and the others who were 3-star Royal Beast Masters or above began to sweep the remaining ferocious beasts around them, while Song Qian, Wang Fan, and the other new generation Royal Beast Masters were assigned to patrol the river city. I heard you chose the Immortal Mantis for your second Imperial Beast? As a patrol squad, Wang Fan, Wang Ruoyan, and Bai Blaze naturally followed Song Qian, and after Wang Fan, who was defeated as a subordinate, heard that Song Qian had contracted the Immortal Mantis, his heart was suddenly excited and ready to make a clean sweep. On the other hand, Wang Ruoyan and Bai Blaze were both astonished. They originally thought that Song Qian would choose a powerful royal beast of some kind, but they didn't expect that they would actually contract the Immortal Mantis. This kind of royal beast had absolutely no combat power. In their impression, it could only be used as an object of experimentation. Song Qian, it couldn't be that the Institute made you sign some special agreement, could it? Bai Blaze had a skeptical look on his face. although Song Qian had discovered a new evolutionary route. In the end, he was still just a rookie Imperial Beast Master, and if he wanted to fight against Vice Dean Yang Shang, he was still too young. And Wang Ruoyan also wore a worried look. How could this kind of Imperial Beast be worthy of Song Qian? How could there be a C-grade potential Imperial Beast to match Song Qian's status? Hearing the words of a few people, Song Qian put on the equipment distributed by the association and said in a careless tone, "Then you guys are thinking wrong. The potential of a royal beast like the immortal mantis can only be completely developed by me." But, just as Song Qian finished speaking, jeers were heard, only to see Wu Shang leading a group of Wu clan's Imperial Beast Masters passing by the side, a look of disdain filling his eyes. "What? Looking for a fight?" Seeing that it was Wu Shang, Bai Qi's face changed. For this fellow Wu Shang, he never gave a good face, not only because of the other party's character, but also because of the previous agreement between the Wu family and the Bai family. If there were no accidents, Wang Ruoyan would most likely become a victim of the marriage between the two families, and naturally, Bai Qi didn't want to see this scene. At those words, Wu Shang's face changed, but then he thought of something and grinned. "Brother-in-law doesn't have to be like that. We're family. Who is with your family?" Which no, Bai Qi does not give a bit of face, just like driving flies generally waving his hand. "Some time ago Song Qian below to my sister to eat. What are you doing?" Upon hearing Bai Kuei say this, Wang Ruoyan's face blushed with shame. Wang Fan's calm face was filled with shock. Song Qian also coughed twice in embarrassment, and only Wu Shang's face was ironic, and his pair of eyes were almost ready to spit out fire. His fists were clenched and his teeth were gritted. Ever since he was a child, he had treated Wang Ruoyan as his own forbidden property, and now he was surprised to find out that she and Song Qian were not only flirting, but might even have been having an affair? How could he hold his tongue with a green meadow over his head? Seeing Wu Shang in this state, Song Qian was already secretly preparing to summon Ao Xing. As long as the other party dared to summon the Imperial Beasts to strike, he would definitely not sit on the side and watch. However, what people didn't expect was that Wu Shang just swept his eyes angrily at a few people and left with a cold snort before leading them away. Wang Fan, on the other hand, put his attention on Song Qian. He really couldn't figure out that Wang Ruoyan and Song Qian had already hooked up. "Ahem, I laid the noodles." Song Qian hurriedly coughed twice to explain, and then began to wear the association's special combat uniforms in preparation for patrols. Upon hearing this, Wang Fan then nodded and planned to tell Wang Cheng about this matter after the beast tide. After all, no matter how you look at it, Song Qian was crushing Wu Shang in every aspect, and with him, the Wang family, applying pressure, plus Wang Ruoyan's own thoughts, the Bai family might choose to stand on Song Qian's side. Putting on their combat uniforms, the few people came out onto the street and found that the originally vibrant Jiangcheng had now fallen into dead silence. Pedestrians on the road were in a hurry, and many of them were even ready to move out of Jiangcheng. Although the association had done its best to pacify the people, the pressure of the beast tide had caused many to despair. "I really didn't think that there were places like this in Jiangcheng." The team patrolled from the well-policed urban area to the slums where Song Qian used to live, and looking at the scenes around him, Wang Fan couldn't help but let out a sigh of emotion. The last time he experienced the attack of the ghost-faced rock crocodile, although this place had already been cleared of the ruins, but time had only passed not long after all, and the ruins were still here, and even the ground that had been destroyed by the ghost-faced rock crocodile was too late to be plugged up. As for the people in the civilian ghetto, by now they were already panicking and trying to run towards the city. When Jiangcheng was established, this piece of the city did not have perfect protection measures, and by now, although it has been improved a little, it is not up to the same level as the urban area. "Back off. No walking here. Get back to the quarantine zone. You people are not welcome in the urban area." Just as Song Qian was about to dig deeper, he heard a furious shout. Only a few Imperial Beast Masters in combat uniforms were beating up a man with tattered clothes while a little girl crouched on the ground and cried in pain. Song Qian couldn't help but feel angry when he saw this, although they weren't frontline soldiers and couldn't do the same to everyone. But treating the people in the slums in such a way couldn't be tolerated in Song Qian's heart. "Stop!" He frowned and bellowed angrily, then kicked the imperator who had assaulted the man out of the way. The man rolled on the ground after being kicked away, then cursed angrily and looked at Song Qian. Q. The words stopped in mid-sentence, and Song Qian got a good look at the man. It was none other than Wu Lin. Seeing this person, Song Qian swept his eyes coldly and then assisted the man to the girl's side. "Is everything okay?" "I'm fine. Yuner, don't cry." The man grunted in pain and tried to look as uninjured as possible before sitting down to comfort his daughter. And Song Qian also turned his gaze towards Wu Lin's group. "Song Qian, this is our Wu family's business. Do you really intend to interfere? These paupers will die if they die, but the order of the city must never be disrupted." Wu Lin's voice came out, his tone filled with disdain for these people, but Song Qian didn't say anything as he scanned the surroundings. These people were dressed in the most ordinary clothes, and their faces still wore a look of horror. The last attack of the ghost-faced rock crocodile had made them suspicious of Jiangqing's defensive ability, and now that the whole city had been put on alert, and even more so, all the royal beastmasters who had entered the association had been organized to start patrolling. Were they going to be let down once more? He didn't speak, just shielded the crowd behind him. Well, you've got balls. I thought you saw the gap between yourself and the bottom, but I didn't realize that you still couldn't change your inferiority of being a waste. Go! Seeing Song Qian intervene, Wu Lin snorted coldly, then turned around and prepared to lead his men away. Your mother. Already enraged, Bai Kuei directly chased after him and then punched Wu Lin in the head. Damn it! I'm the white blaze of the white family. You guys dare to try touching me. While cursing, Bai Blaze beat up Wu Lin. This kind of disregard for human life, he has long wanted to do it, and today caught the opportunity that he has to do it. The surrounding people who were ready to help Wu Lin suddenly froze in their figures, and then acted as if nothing had happened. Joke, this is the son of the Bai family. If this is to provoke, that is really a dead end. Seeing this, Song Qian turned to the man and the little girl and said, "Alright, the association has definitely not neglected anyone, so all of you come with me to the safe zone within the city." After saying that, Song Qian turned around and was about to lead these people to the city. The moment he stepped away, the man spoke, the voice incomparably subtle yet still captured by Song Qian. "You guys be careful. There are people from the Beast God Association here." Chapter 66 Soul regaining Heavenly God Dragon's Heart, seeking golden votes. Hearing the man's words, Song Qian slightly froze, then pretended to have heard nothing as he directly left. However, in his heart, he had been shocked. The Beast God Society. This name he had actually heard again. According to his memory, his parents, as peripheral members of the Imperial Beastmaster Association, would always chant those 3 words when they were at home, but he hadn't heard them since his parents died. And today, he heard the name Beast God Society once again. When he thought of this, he couldn't help but think of the way the man protected his vitals when he was being beaten, and speculated in his mind about the man's identity. He may have been and is a peripheral member of an association. Song Qian swept the surrounding area pretending as if nothing had happened, and then left with a group of people. These people were bound to be arranged in the safe area of the city. Otherwise, if they were still in the slum area, they would only die 10 deaths if the ferocious beasts attacked the city. Brother Wang Chang. Back at the association, Song Qian left the others behind and directly found Wang Chang. Looking at the few people returning safely, Wang Chang greeted them with a smile on his face. The Beast God Society. Song Qian only whispered 3 words before continuing aloud. These people have to be arranged. We'll be busy first. Upon hearing this, Wang Chang also patted Song Qian's shoulder as if nothing had happened, and then he arranged for people to bring this first batch of people from the slums to the vacated building. Song Qian, on the other hand, left with the overwhelmed Wang Fan and the others, and as a result, just as he stepped out of the association, he told the crowd to go and rest first, while he returned to go directly to Wang Chang. At this moment, Wang Chang, Chen Jihuang, and Tian Chongjun were sitting upright in the conference room, and Song Qian was sitting beside them, looking towards the man from earlier. Li Xiang, are you telling the truth? Tian Chongjun looked at the man named Li Xiang with a serious face. The Beast God Society. This organization that made the Dragon Kingdom hate their guts had actually appeared in Zhangchang. Then it was certain that this beast tide was definitely related to the Beast God Association. Well, but we don't know what their goal is yet. Li Xiang nodded his head after contemplating for a while. As a peripheral member of the association, he naturally knew what the appearance of the Beast God Association meant. Well, you go ahead and work hard. Chen Jihuang nodded slightly, so he allowed him to leave for the time being. When Li Xiang left, several people began to fall silent, and only Song Qian carried doubts. The people of the Beast God Association are a bunch of lunatics who hope to gain more power by fusing the shells of imperial beasts. While this does increase strength, a bestialized person will lose the ability to think rationally and cause even more destruction. Your parents' deaths are linked to the Beast God Society. Without waiting for Song Qian to ask a question, Chen Jihuang spoke directly to answer his question. The Beast God Society had something to do with the death of his parents. So wouldn't that mean that the Beast God Society was connected to the Wu family? Song Qian's heart immediately understood why the Wu family had to put themselves to death. So it was because of this relationship. Once any organization or person has a relationship with the Beast God Association, I'm afraid that they will do their utmost to cover it up, or else will be under the Dragon Kingdom's crackdown will bring about extinction. And since his own parents knew that the theft of the purple poison scorpion dragon was related to the Wu family, then they must have also detected the existence of the Beast God Society, which was why they were silenced. Thinking of this, Song Qian's fists clenched tightly, and his heart couldn't help but burn with rage. You don't have to worry, The Wu family and the Beast God Association shouldn't have any involvement. Wang Cheng opened his mouth and reminded that the Wu family was, after all, a large family in Jiangcheng, and if Jiangcheng was destroyed, their family would be nothing more than an object to be slaughtered in other places. Hearing Wang Cheng's words, Song Qian bowed his head in silence. Naturally, there was no way for the association to liquidate the Wu family in this situation now, but he could not let his guard down. After all, life is one's own. If there is really an accident, others are delayed, but one can be really lifeless. Thinking of this, Song Qian's vigilance towards the Wu family's crowd was once again raised to a higher level in his heart. And at this moment, Tashich Kuan spoke up after some thought. They came to Jiangcheng with only one goal, the heart of the soul regenerating heavenly god dragon. When they heard the regal heavenly divine dragon's heart, the rest of them were suddenly short of breath. Why is this thing in Jiangcheng? Wasn't it sent to the divine capital? Wang Cheng's voice trembled a little, and there was a hint of fear in his eyes. And Song Qian also reacted to how this thing would still remain in Jiangcheng. Soul regenerating heavenly divine dragon. This was an S-class imperial beast that was killed 10 years ago when the Dragon Kingdom besieged the Beast God Society. At that time, this imperial beast was breaking through the SS rank, so at the cost of the lives of several 7-star imperial beast masters, the association was able to kill this soul regenerating heavenly divine dragon. But even though the body was dead, the heart of the regal heavenly divine dragon was still absorbing energy, trying to reshape its flesh. And the association happened to want to give Dragon Kingdom one more SS-class imperial beast, so they had been placing it in Jiangcheng, feeding it through massive resources, wanting to reshape its body before letting imperial beast masters contract it. But now it seems impossible without 100 years, and the Beast God Association didn't know where they had learned of this news, and now they were actually preparing to launch a wave of beasts to attack Jiangcheng, and then snatch away the soul regenerating heavenly divine dragon's heart. If they got their way with this, I'm afraid that they would have to pay a painful price again to kill this imperial beast with an extremely strong combat power. So, what now? After a long moment of silence, Chen Xiaowang's voice broke the quiet, but no one answered, and Song Qian knew he couldn't say anything, so he continued to remain silent. The item is on me, but it's obviously no longer safe, Tashich Kuan said as he pulled out a device from his spatial treasure box. Inside this transparent device, an egg-shaped heart was slowly beating, as if it was gestating something. There are traitors at the top of the association who will definitely reveal this matter to the Beast God Association. Therefore, the regal heavenly divine dragon's heart must be kept by a different person. After saying that, Tian Chongjun looked at Song Qian with solemn eyes. Ha, me? Song Qian was astonished. What virtue could he, a 2-star imperial beast master, have to keep such a precious thing? Well, it's you. Tian Chongjun put the device in front of Song Qian and patted his shoulder. You're a newcomer to the imperial beast masters, and there are too many of these identities for anyone to believe that something as valuable as this is in your possession, and it's obviously safer to have your strength secured as opposed to the others. Looking at the device in front of him, Song Qian gulped and wanted to prepare to excuse himself, but there was a sharp knock at the door. Sir, the ferocious beasts are attacking the city. At those words, everyone's faces changed, and Tian Chongjun even shoved the device directly into Song Qian's arms before opening the secret passageway and preparing to head to the command center. Remember, keep it safe and don't let our efforts go to waste. If you've been discovered as well, you'd rather destroy it than ever let it fall into the hands of the Beast God Society. Chapter 67, Fighting Fierce Beasts, Fusion and Evolution. As the door was closed, Song Qian's eyes gradually became determined. Since he had already entrusted it to himself, he had to protect the soul regenerating heavenly dragon's heart no matter what he said. After storing the items in the spatial treasure box, he walked straight out of the association to prepare to meet up with his squad. However, although a large number of ferocious beasts began to attack the city, they were basically F-rank and E-rank ferocious beasts, which were not strong in battle. But because of their large numbers, they caused a lot of damage in the outer slums. Luckily people are moving into the city. Looking at the slums that had already been destroyed, Song Qian's eyes were incomparably serious. This was no longer a sparring match, but a life and death struggle. Start? Standing on the side, Wang Fan had killing intent in his eyes. As a member of the Wang family, he had too many people around him who had been killed or maimed by the ferocious beasts. Thus his killing intent was the strongest right now. Aha! Song Qian nodded slightly, and then he headed straight for the group of ferocious beasts. A group of F-class ferocious beasts was just a group of F-class ferocious beasts. Ao Xing could completely crush them. Ao Xing, Mr. Strong. While rushing towards the ferocious beasts, Song Qian opened up the imperial beast space. Ow! A roar came from the soul, and the suppression from the soul instantly made those ferocious beasts tremble. Ao Xing, whose entire body exuded the intimidation of a demonic dragon, flew out from the imperial beast space and directly pounced on the group of ferocious beasts. Boom! A round of Dragon King wave smashed into the group of ferocious beasts, followed by Ao Xing charging in with his teeth and claws, not caring at all that he was being attacked. As a super imperial beast that had been strengthened countless times by Song Qian, Ao Xing's defense was impossible to break through even imperial beasts of the same rank, not to mention these F-class imperial beasts with low strength. As for Chief Strong, he wasn't idle either. Although he wasn't strong in frontal combat, his ability to hold back wasn't weak at all, and he directly manifested his detachment to block those imperial beasts that were lunging towards Song Qian. Wang Fan and the others only felt a little confused. Wasn't this a beast tide? How is it that Song Qian is so brave that he defended himself against more than 10 ferocious beasts by himself? And it looks like this is not Ao Xing's limit. Let's go! Watching Song Qian commanding Ao Xing and Chief Chang and killing the imperial beasts, Wang Ruoyan's heart was no longer afraid, and summoning the E-rank lower grade Thunder Lotus Spirit Fox, she began to do a hold on the side. Wang Fan and Bai Blaze were naturally not willing to lag behind, summoning their own imperial beasts to rush towards the group of ferocious beasts, and at this moment, although Song Qian looked at the scenery, but in his heart there is some bitterness, originally thought that Ao Xing can be crushed without any pressure, but did not expect the number of ferocious beasts is really too much. Killed one and then appeared two, as if it is completely unable to kill the general. No, you'll get worn out that way. Watching Ao Xing still killing the ferocious beasts as if it was a game, Song Qian knew that going on like this was definitely not the way to go. He had to find the place where the ferocious beasts were pouring in and then block it completely. He looked in the direction where the ferocious beasts were pouring in, only to see countless ferocious beasts pouring out from the back like a tidal wave, and it was completely impossible to see where exactly they appeared from. You guys hold on, I'm going to cut them off at the back. Song Qian looked at a few of his teammates and realized that they were now swimming with ease in their hearts and felt somewhat relieved. The few people who heard the voice, Wang Fan, glanced at each other and naturally knew that it was not a solution to go on like this. Thus they agreed with Song Qian's proposal. Mr. Strong, your doppelganger is used to protect them. If there's an accident, take the people and run at the first opportunity. Song Qian, who was being led to run by Chief Chang, looked at the increasing number of ferocious beasts and couldn't help but give a reminder. Chief Strong nodded, then rushed directly towards Ao Xing. Boom! Ao Xing overpowered all the surrounding ferocious beasts with a stroke of true dragon's fury, and then with a flick of his wings, he took Song Qian into the sky and flew towards the direction where the ferocious beasts were pouring in. After flying for close to 3 minutes, Song Qian looked at the ground and finally saw a large hole from which countless ferocious beasts were currently crawling out. Ao Xing, blast the hole down. Ow! Ao Xing glanced at Chief Chang and told him to protect Song Qian. Then his body burned with a lavender light like a meteor smashing into the cave. It was none other than the demonic dragon Tian Lin. With a loud bang, Ao Xing transformed into a world-destroying demonic dragon directly smashed into the ground. Because of the protection of the energy, so he himself did not suffer any damage. But the surrounding ferocious beasts are not the same. Directly by the Ao Xing this blow into pieces. In the next second, a figure flew out from the roiling dust, and it was none other than Ao Xing. Seeing Ao Xing, Song Qian couldn't help but show joy on his face. Without the cave, the next step would be to eliminate the ferocious beasts in the city. However, right at this moment, Generalissimo Chang's body suddenly trembled for a moment before looking at Song Qian. Mr. Strong, it's not good. My doppelganger is about to dissipate. Sensing the message from Strong General, Song Qian was slightly stunned. The split was about to dissipate. Wouldn't that mean that Wang Ruoyan and the others were probably already under siege by the ferocious beasts? Damn it, it's too late to rush back now. Is there a way to extend the split? Song Qian looked at Chief Chang. As long as the other party's doppelganger was still there, it could act as a meat shield to attract attention. But if the doppelganger disappeared, I'm afraid that Wang Ruoyan and the others would be in dire straits. Hearing Song Qian's words, Chief Strong shook his head slightly to indicate that his split was the effect of a skill, and that it didn't have the means to prolong the split at the moment. Upon hearing this, Song Qian couldn't help but be distressed. Where did he get so many materials? Suddenly, he saw the corpse of the ferocious beast on the ground and couldn't help but eagerly ask the system, is it possible to fuse the corpses of ferocious beasts? Ding, material detected. Please ask if it's fused. In an instant, countless more material data appeared in front of Song Qian's eyes, which were in fact the very same ferocious beast corpses all over the place. Give strong total fusion. In an instant, dozens of ferocious beast corpses were as if they were drained, and the system pooled all of its essence into Chief Strong's body. Ding, fusion evolution complete. Chief Strong obtains new skill. Splitting, fire. Split art, fire conjures a split that can explode, releasing a fire attribute energy attack. Race, Immortal Mantis King. Strength, upper grade F. Skills, Phantom Splitting, 10th. Intro, Splitting, Fire. Simulated evolution, none. Chief Strong, gather my detachment and hold off the attack. Where did Song Qian care so much? He directly got on Aoshing and rushed towards the slum area. It's over. It won't last. Bai Blaze looked at the increasing number of ferocious beasts around him, and a hint of despair appeared on his face. Is Song Qian still not well? Wang Fan, on the other hand, was desperately resisting. Everyone heard the explosion just now. Song Qian must be on his way back now. Just hang in there. Wang Ruoyan, who was drenched in blood, gritted her teeth. Her imperial beasts had long since exhausted themselves, and if it wasn't for those few immortal mantis doppelgangers who were resisting to the death, I'm afraid that they would have been long gone. But now, with dozens of ferocious beasts surrounding them under the leadership of an E-grade upper-grade ferocious beast, there was only no way to continue supporting them. Roar! A furious ferocious beast roared in rage and attacked, finally getting a full meal today. However, in the next second, a spitting breath fell from the sky to run it through, unavoidable even for the surrounding ferocious beasts. Wang Ruoyan looked up and saw a magic dragon soaring in the sky, and a teenager standing above with a smile on his face. Don't be afraid, I'm coming. Chapter 68 S-Class Imperial Beasts Appear. Wu Family Rebellion. Song Qian is here. Looking at the teenager in the sky, Wang Ruoyan shouted out in excitement. In an instant, a few Wangfan felt an extra trace of strength in their bodies and commanded the imperial beasts to continue resisting the attack. Ao Xing, go! Song Qian coldly swept over these ferocious beasts and directly gave the order to kill without mercy. 10 minutes. This piece of ferocious beasts all killed. Even Ao Xing all feel a trace of fatigue. 100 or so ferocious beasts are basically at alone to kill, even if a move can kill. But just now, after all, after so long fighting, really to say that there is no wear and tear at all, that would be strange. It's finally over. Looking at the corpses of these ferocious beasts, Song Qian wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. If he had been slower, Wang Ruoyan and the others would have been buried here. Song Qian, before he could react, a silhouette jumped directly into his arms, and the raging waves made Song Qian a little breathless. Only Wang Ruoyan buried her head into Song Qian's arms and kept sobbing. The threat of death just now almost made her break down. If it wasn't for Song Qian, she would probably be a corpse by now. Get some rest. Song Qian, who looked a bit uncomfortable, gently held Wang Ruoyan up, and then Ao Xing cleared out an open space for a few people to rest. Seeing this scene, Wang Fan and the others weren't surprised. Instead, they were secretly delighted. Song Qian can be much stronger than Wu Shang. Really, if you can bind Song Qian to the Wang family. Wu Shang offended. Several people sat down and roasted the meat of the ferocious beasts, thinking only of recovering their strength in a hurry, while Ao Xing and the other imperial beasts also lay on the ground to build up their strength. Before he could rest for long, Song Qian was awakened by a vibration. He hurriedly stood up and realized that the communication watch he was wearing on his hand was flashing red. What's coming is coming. In the command center, Tian Chongjuan's face was incredibly serious, only to see that on the map in front of him, a large red point of light was rapidly approaching Jiangchang. It was the S-Class Imperial Beast that started the Beast Tide, the Moonlight Whistling Wolf. Ow! A roar poured into Song Qian's ears, and everyone in Jiangchang felt the terrifying power possessed by the owner of the voice, only to see a tens of meters tall giant wolf striding gracefully, leading the tide of beasts straight towards Jiangchang. Song Qian, who was on the outskirts of Jiangchang, naturally saw this huge figure. Looking at such a terrifying ferocious beast, was it really possible for a human to resist it? Race, Moonlight Tsunami Wolf. Strength, lower S-Class. Skills, Star Spirit Chop, the Great Way to Simplicity. Wolf King Whistling Moon, Fusion. Giant Wolf Attack, Fusion. Evolutionary Route, Normal Evolution, available. Simulated Evolution, undetectable. In front of this S-Class lower grade ferocious beast, Song Qian felt like an ant, without any thoughts of resistance in his mind. He only wanted to run for his life. However, just at this moment, two silhouettes suddenly appeared in the month. You know one thing today. Dragon Kingdom. Inviolable. The man's voice resounded through the heavens and earth, and then an equally gigantic figure emerged from the Imperial Beast space, twisting and fighting with the Moonlight Whistling Wolf, which looked like it was also an S-Class Imperial Beast, while the other person summoned 4 Imperial Beasts and began to clear the surrounding A and B rank Imperial Beasts. When several topmost Imperial Beasts fought, the commotion was almost like an earthquake, and each strike could shatter F rank and E rank Imperial Beasts. Looking at such a horrifying scene, Ao Xing was first a bit fearful, but then his eyes carried an incomparable longing. Ow! It also wanted to become such an Imperial Beast that spanned the earth and sky. Don't worry, you'll be fine with me. Sensing Ao Xing's wariness, Song Qian patted its body to encourage it. Isn't it just an S-Class Imperial Beast? In the future, none of his Song Qian's Imperial Beasts would be below this grade. Wang Ruoyan and the others were also woken up, but since the battlefield for those S-Class Imperial Beasts had already been shifted, they didn't have the chance to witness the top Imperial Beasts. Let's go. Back to the city. Seeing that there was nothing left for himself to do in the battle here, Song Qian planned to bring a group of people back to the safe zone within the city to recuperate. However, when he turned around, he realized that Wang Fan and the others already had serious faces, as if they had discovered something. Following Wang Ruoyan and the others' gazes, one could only see several silhouettes rapidly rushing towards themselves and the others, and not just in one direction, but 4 or 5 people in each direction. Surrounded, Wang Fan's face was incredibly serious. If it was someone from the association who came over to provide support, then there would definitely be a message to notify them, but now it was so counterintuitive. These people are the enemy, and there may even be a mess within the association. Well, you guys go ahead, but be careful, there might be enemies within the association as well. Looking at a familiar figure approaching, Song Qian instantly knew what identity this group of people had. The Wu family. Wu Shang finally couldn't stand it anymore. Wang Fan naturally knew that he and the others would be a burden to Song Qian if they stayed behind, so he summoned his second royal beast and prepared to go back to the city to move help first. What about you? Having just sat on the imperial beast, Wang Ruoyan couldn't help but ask. They were gone, but did Song Qian, alone, really have the means to fight these people? Song Qian didn't say anything, his eyes were solemn as he looked at the approaching silhouette in front of him, then waved his hand. What could he do? Kill all these people in order to stay alive? Of course. Seeing Song Qian like this, Wang Fan clenched his teeth and directly drove the imperial beast away, while Wu Shang only raised his head to look at him, and then he no longer cared about Wang Ruoyan and the others who were leaving, and still surrounded towards Song Qian. Yo, isn't this Song Qian? How come you're the only one left? Wu Shang's pale face wore a teasing smile, but his eyes did not hide his killing intent. Looking at this person, Song Qian's heart was clear. The Wu family really wasn't any Jiangqing loyalists, and it was more likely that they were the ones who brought the Beast God Society in. However, in the face of this defeated man's provocation, Song Qian grinned. So many people can't beat me alone. At those words, Wu Shang's face stiffened, then he waved his hand and said, give it to me. Today, I'm going to let this bastard Song Qian know that my Wu family is not one to be messed with. Hearing the young lord give the order, the Wu clan's crowd quickly summoned their imperial beasts. Although it was only E rank, but there were 20 to 30 in number. In Wu Sheng's opinion, Song Qian had no room for anything other than admitting defeat. Ao Xing. Song Qian's eyes carried a resolute look. The Wu family's main force could all be 2-star and 3-star royal beast masters, and now that all of them weren't present, there was only one possibility. There had also been a rebellion inside the urban area, and the Wu family was preparing to break up the Jiangqing city directly with the Beast God Association's people. Ow! Looking at the incoming enemy, Ao Xing's body's aura skyrocketed as he charged straight at the Wu family's crowd. Chapter 69 Oxing Evolution. Fusion of S-class materials. Ao Xing, whose body was entwined with flames, was like a demon king, and even against more than 20 imperial beasts of the same level still didn't have any expression of fear. While taking advantage of this time, Wu Sheng and the others gradually surrounded Song Qian, wanting to end this sparring match early by subduing him. Song Qian, aren't you a cow? Your imperial beasts are strong, but can you stop them all? When he looked at Song Qian, Wu Sheng stopped. Then the royal beast space slowly unfolded and a second royal beast climbed out of it, while all the people of the Wu clan also released their own royal beasts. Although it was only grade F, in Wu Sheng's opinion, how could such a large number of imperial beasts get Song Qian killed? Seeing this scene, Ao Xing hurriedly drew back and wanted to come over to protect Song Qian, but the other imperial beasts desperately blocked them, making it impossible for Ao Xing to rush out of the encirclement. What? Not talking now? Now you know what happens when a punk like you dares to go against my Wu family? Wu Sheng pressed on step by step, killing intent surging in his eyes, and Song Qian just swept a glance at him, then said in a cold voice, "Since you begged for death, it is as you wish." The imperial beast space slowly unfolded, and Chief Strong climbed out of it. Seeing this scene, Wu Sheng, who had thought that some overwhelmingly ferocious beast would crawl out, froze for a moment, and then laughed with his belly, even bursting into tears. Immortal Mantis, ha ha, Song Qian, is this your second imperial beast? This kind of trashy thing is worthy of being called an imperial beast? Looking a little dopey, Chief Strong didn't look threatening, and even kind of wanted to make people laugh. Immortal Mantis, this kind of imperial beast grows up and is indeed undefeatable, but other than being undefeatable, it serves no other purpose. At most, it would be an extra bilocation. But what's the point? Wouldn't they bypass the doppelganger to attack Song Qian? Oh yeah? Mr. Strong, I'm counting on you. Song Qian wore a smile on his face, and then commanded Chief Strong to charge at those imperial beasts with no intention of dying. Get him. Looking at General Manager Chang, Wu Sheng was a little uneasy in his heart and hurriedly gave orders. However, in the next second, Chief Strong directly cheered out as a split. rushing in different directions. What's going on? What's with all the doppelgangers? Never mind that, just attack. The Wu clan's crowd obviously didn't expect that Strong Chief's doppelgangers could be as numerous as this, so they could only allow the Imperial Beasts to resolve the doppelgangers before going to encircle Song Qian. However, in the next second, a wry look flashed across Chief Strong's large eyes. With Chief Strong's roar, the 10 doppelgangers burst into flames, the countless fire attribute energies in their bodies rapidly expanding and exploding like bombs. Boom! The 10 doppelgangers instantly blew up the Wu family's Imperial Beasts. Most of them were directly blown up, and some of the Imperial Beasts with strong vitality, even if they didn't die, collapsed on the ground and wailed in pain. The worst thing was that quite a few people from the Wu family were similarly attacked because they were too close, and were now too dead to die. And some people who weren't dead were also fainted from the pain of this feedback because of the death of the Imperial Beast. With the death of the Imperial Beast Master, the Imperial Beasts that surrounded Ao Xing also instantly fell to the ground and died, and the surrounding Imperial Beasts were also beaten by it, and for a moment the scales of victory unexpectedly tilted towards Song Qian's side. How is that possible? Wu Shang looked at the scene in front of him, his heart was horrified. He had prepared so much and now he had to fail. It was simply unacceptable. You forced me to do it. Song Qian, suffer death. As he spoke, Wu Shang's body emitted a strange energy, while the scorpion-tailed giant clawed dragon that was in the middle of the battle let out a wail, and was then tugged by something as it flew towards Wu Shang. Taking this opportunity, Ao Xing directly cleared the surrounding Imperial Beasts and then returned to Song Qian. Looking at the scorpion-tailed giant clawed dragon, Song Qian sensed that this was most likely whatever means the Beast God Society had taught Wu Shang, only to see the scorpion-tailed giant clawed dragon slowly being fused by the Imperial Beast space. While Wu Shang's body grew a piece of dragon scales, his body became incomparably taller, and 2 dragon horns grew on his head, just like a monster. Song Qian. At this moment, Wu Shang's eyes were red, and he was like a bloodthirsty beast rushing directly towards Song Qian. Song Qian just coldly said scan, and then a system prompt appeared in front of his eyes. Race, scorpion-tailed giant clawed dragon, Wu Shang, animalized. Strength, lower grade E. Skills, thickness, passive. Berserking, passive. How could Song Qian not have thought that Wu Shang in this current state could also be detected by the system to detect the state? It was probably due to Wu Shang, which was why it was only E-ranked strength with the lower D-ranked scorpion-tailed giant clawed dragon estivation. But Song Qian didn't underestimate it. Instead, he told Ao Xing to get ready for defense. Bang! However, Ao Xing just gently swung. Wu Shang was directly knocked out like a sandbag, but the next second, he rushed again, as if he was not the one who was beaten just now. Is this the Beast God Society's forbidden secret technique? Seeing this scene, how could Song Qian not know that at this moment, Wu Shang had already lost his mind, so he told Ao Xing to directly use his full output. 5 minutes later, the physically exhausted Wu Shang was hardened out of his animalized state. The scorpion-tailed giant clawed dragon already only had the strength to get out of the air, while Wu Shang was paralyzed on the ground with a crumpled face, his eyes incomparably desperate. He had given so much. Why was he still no match for Song Qian? It's over. Standing in front of Wu Shang, Song Qian softly chanted, and then asked Ao Xing to go over and end Wu Shang. But in the next second, he felt his heart shake and bellowed, Ao Xing, run! In an instant, a strong energy rushed straight at Song Qian. Ao Xing saw this and would use his own body to block Song Qian, but his own body was penetrated by this energy. After rolling around on the ground a few times, Song Qian struggled to get up from the ground and found Ao Xing collapsing helplessly in a pool of blood, his body having been penetrated through a huge hole. He hurried to Ao Xing's side, only to find that there was an extra person by Wu Shang's side at some point. Messenger. Seeing the visitor, Wu Shang was overjoyed in his heart. Messenger, that's him, kill him for me. However, before the words were spoken, his voice came to an abrupt end, only to see that the black-clothed man's hand stabbed through Wu Shang's head, and then said in an incomparably cold tone, noisy trash. Immediately after that, he slowly ripped off his clothes, revealing his true face. A tall man with sporadic scales and fingers as sharp as a dragon's claws looked like a demon. Hand over the stuff and I'll let you die a quick death. Saying that, the man tore off Wu Shang's body like throwing garbage, then came towards Song Qian. Although he didn't know where, he knew that the regal heavenly divine dragon's heart was in his possession. Song Qian knew that it was time to make a choice. He took out the device and placed it next to Ao Xing, then gently stroked Ao Xing's big head, looking like he had accepted the ending, and the man's stone face broke into a smile when he saw the heart in the device. Very well, give me this stuff quickly. A voice like that of a devil rang out, while Song Qian stood in place, looking at Ao Xing, who was already almost out of breath, and shouting in hysterical rage, give me fusion. Chapter 70 Ao Xing Evolution. beheading the Beast God Association emissary. Hearing Song Qian's voice, the Beast God Association emissary quickly prepared his defense. Although this person in front of him was nothing more than a mole cricket to himself, he had to remain on his guard to do so. After a few seconds, however, there was still no change, no rattling sound other than the vibrations coming from the ground. "Ha, it's a good thing you're a little thing," the messenger grinned, and as a precautionary measure, he then rushed towards Song Qian at an even faster speed. Song Qian, on the other hand, looked at him coldly, as if he was looking at a dead man. Boom! A wave of energy instantly fluctuated from the heart of the Soul Regent Heavenly Divine Dragon, the heart of the S-class ferocious beast that had been fed up by the association for so many years, finally exuding its might at this moment, only to see the regal Heavenly Dragon's heart violently break free of the device's restraints, then slowly float into midair as countless energies transformed into linking bonds connecting it to Ao Xing. Ao Xing, who had felt that his life had come to an end a moment ago, actually felt that his body was full of strength at this moment, and the energy from the top-tier ferocious beasts pulled it back from death and continued to transform its body. What is this? Seeing the scene in front of him, even the Beast God Association's emissary was shocked. Didn't the Imperial Beast's fusion materials have to go through a very complicated operation? How could it be fused just like that? Song Qian, you definitely have a problem. The eyes he looked at Song Qian instantly became incomparably ferocious. There seemed to be a big secret in this teenager's body. If he could use it for himself, perhaps his strength would be able to go even further. In an instant, he rushed towards Song Qian, but he was isolated by the energy emanating from the soul-regenerating Heavenly Divine Dragon's heart, as if there was an invisible shield protecting Song Qian. At the center, Ao Xing closed his eyes to feel the changes in himself. Although the regal Heavenly Divine Dragon's heart was good, it was completely inedible for the current one, so even with the help of the system, it could only absorb most of the essence. As for the rest of the energy, it was released in the form of a shield and used to protect Song Qian. Absorption of S-class Imperial Beast materials is complete. Congratulations to Ao Xing for completing his evolution, evolving from the Inferno Frost Demon Dragon to the Four-Winged Sky Demon Dragon. Ding! Congratulations, Ao Xing's strength has been raised from E rank upper to D rank lower, and all skill proficiencies have been raised by 1 rank. Ding! Congratulations to Ao Xing for comprehending new skills. Magic Dragon Destruction Spell, Introductory. Soul Extraction, Passive. Demonic Dragon Destruction Spell, unleash an attack with all of your own energy, with the probability of killing an enemy with a difference of 6 major ranks, minimum of F rank lower grade. Soul Extraction, restores some of your strength and energy after killing an enemy. Hearing the system's prompt, Song Qian was overjoyed in his heart as he looked up to Ao Xing, only to see that at this moment, it had already completely absorbed the heart of the soul-regenerating Heavenly Divine Dragon, and was radiating a golden light all over its body. With that, Ao Xing's data appeared before Song Qian's eyes. Race, Four-Winged Sky Demon Dragon, Ao Xing. Strength, lower D grade, currently lower A grade. Skills, True Dragon Rage, the Great Tao. Air Cracking Slash, the Great Tao. Dragon King Wave, the Great Tao. Magic Dragon Heavenly Presence, Mastery. Magic Dragon Destruction Spell, Introductory. Soul Extraction, Passive. Magic Dragon Deterrence, Passive. Energy Mastery, Ice. Fire. Seeing Ao Xing's data, Song Qian's face was tinged with dismay. Why did this evolution make Ao Xing's strength A grade? And what was the meaning of the D grade in front of it? But then he looked at the Beast God Association messenger with a cruel smile on his face. No matter what the current Ao Xing was at S rank, killing this guy shouldn't be a problem, right? In the command center, Tian Chongjun had a stern face. He was not expecting the Wu family's rebellion. And the worst part was that there were traitors among the association's top management. Although all of them had been suppressed by himself at the moment, some of the defense lines still could not avoid accidents, so he had to hurry back to sit in command. Not good. An extremely strong energy fluctuation has been detected appearing inside River City. The monitor looked at the sudden extra red dot and gasped. Upon hearing this, Tian Chongjun hurriedly looked over, only to see that on the screen, a super huge energy light point appeared in Jiangchang, which immediately shocked him. Now that Jiangchang was already in danger. If another S-class Imperial Beast appeared, it wouldn't be the end. Wait. Who's patrolling there? A sudden thought struck him, and he hurriedly asked the inspector aloud. Report, it's Song Qian. Boom! Song Qian. In the sound of explosions, Ao Xing's every strike carried the power of destroying the sky and earth, and the messenger's strength was only sea level. Where could he resist this kind of horrible power? Just barely able to protect himself from being killed right away. Song Qian, don't kill me, don't kill me, spare my life. Ao Xing slapped the messenger directly into the floor, and the latter's legs were instantly broken, and he could only kneel on the ground and beg for forgiveness. Hearing the other party cast, Ao Xing couldn't help but look at Song Qian. Kill! Without any hesitation, Song Qian directly gave the order to kill. Against this kind of heartless person, there was absolutely no need for one to be merciful. And most importantly, Ao Xing's strength level was decreasing. After the squandering it had just done, its strength was now down to a mid-B grade, and it was still decreasing rapidly. If this messenger could not be dealt with quickly, the one who would die later would most likely be himself. However, he also sort of understood why Ao Xing's level had suddenly soared to a rank, all because of the regal heavenly divine dragon's heart. Ao Xing's body was unable to store such a huge amount of energy, so it could only be converted into a false rank, and then continuously recovered into its original strength rank as time passed. But even so, it was enough to kill the Beast God Society emissary in front of him by himself. No! Hearing Song Qian's order, Ao Xing didn't have any hesitation and directly slapped it down to crush it into pieces, leaving behind only a hard little black box. The emissary's screams came to an abrupt end, and the layer of energy wrapped around Ao Xing instantly dissipated into thin air. Song Qian glanced at Ao Xing and realized that the guy's rank had already recovered to his true strength of a lower D grade. Good job, let's go back. After picking up the small box, Song Qian sat on Ao Xing's back with a tired face and pointed in the direction of the urban area. 3 minutes later, Tashijkuan in the command center looked at the black dot in the sky, his eyes revealing a dangerous light. The battle outside was almost over. The S-class ferocious beasts that had started the beast tide were repelled, and the swarm of imperial beasts were gradually driven back. But after all, there weren't any combatants here at the command center, so if it really was a flying ferocious beast, then he would have to make a move to stop it himself. Chief Instructor. Just when he couldn't hold back, Song Qian's voice came from the sky, and a figure was standing on the back of the imperial beast waving his hands. Looking at the visitor, Tian Chongjun couldn't help but have a smile at the corner of his mouth. This kid, indeed, didn't let himself down. Chapter 71 End of the Beast Tide. Rewards after the battle. Brought back the stuff? Watching Song Qian return safely, Tian Chongjun's heart felt a sense of relief. The Beast God Association and those who started the rebellion had been eliminated by themselves, and the tide of beasts outside had also receded, so there was now no possibility of the regal heavenly divine dragon's heart being snatched away. As for the fluctuation of that S-rank imperial beast just now, it was likely that Song Qian had encountered an enemy causing something to be snatched away, but the fact that Song Qian was able to come back alive meant that the enemy had been taken out. Hearing Tian Chongjuan's words, an embarrassed look appeared on Song Qian's face, then he shook his head. Lost? Seeing Song Qian's movements, Tian Chongjun felt bad. If this was taken by the Beast God Society, then wouldn't they have lost all their efforts? However, Song Qian still shook his head, and the look on his face became even more awkward. Say something. Tian Chongjun was so anxious that he couldn't bear it anymore, so he didn't care about poise, eaten by Ao Xing. Looking at the other party, Song Qian directly told the truth and then stepped away, ready to bolt. At those words, Tashijkuan breathed a sigh of relief, and then looked shocked. Eat? Get the back here. The captured Song Qian followed Tian Chongjun back to the secret room in the command center, then told him everything about his encounter with Wu Sheng and the Beast God Society emissary, hiding the existence of the system. Song Qian only said that between being propped up and being killed, he and Ao Xing chose the former and thus briefly gained a rank strength, which decimated the other party. That is to say, your imperial beast ate the heart of the regal heavenly divine dragon? Tian Chongjun had a serious face, staring dead at Song Qian. Why hasn't this thing been devoured? It's entirely because of the resistance. The gods had sent many people to fuse, but in the end, the fusion failed due to various rejections, so they could only find a way to resurrect the soul-regenerating heavenly divine dragon before contracting it. And Song Qian's royal beast fused this heart. Doesn't that mean his royal beast is equivalent to a soul-regent heavenly divine dragon in its formative years? In the future, it might grow up to be another S-class imperial beast. Thinking of this, Tashijkuan's breathing couldn't help but become rapid. Aha! Song Qian had no choice but to admit that it was an indisputable fact after all. But unlike the imagined outburst of anger from Tashijkuan, the other party just walked around the room with a tightly locked brow before finally stopping in front of Song Qian. Give me the box, and you'll have a good rest for the next few days of sweeping. By the way, your squad is in the lounge. Just a few injuries. Hearing the other party's words, Song Qian's heart flashed with joy as he silently placed the box on the table, then turned around to head to the restroom. This beast tide affected many people, and Wang Ruoyan and the girls were already considered extremely lucky to only be injured. Inside the lounge, Wang Fan's trio sat on the ground, their eyes somewhat festering. They had been in the lounge for over an hour, but there was no word from Song Qian until now. According to the association's importance to Song Qian, once he returned safely, not to say that he was protected, but how it was also arranged some tasks with a high safety factor. After all, such a good seedling couldn't just die in the beast tide. But now that an hour had passed, Song Qian was afraid that if he had been able to defeat Wu Sheng and the others, he would have long returned to the association to rest, instead of living or dying as he did now. What should we do? Did Song Qian hang up? Fatty White Blaze is still straightforward and says whatever comes to mind. Shut up. Hearing this, Wang Fan gritted his teeth. He had always taken Song Qian as a target to surpass, and now if Song Qian died, wouldn't his chance for Wang Fan's revenge be directly gone? This was simply unacceptable to him. Wang Ruoyan, on the other hand, just clasped her hands to her knees with a little bit of tears in her eyes. Looking at the expression of a few people, Song Qian raised an eyebrow. He is not alive and well. So back on what? I'm back. Standing behind a few people, Song Qian's voice entered their ears, expecting a reunion of the other squad members. I didn't expect to look up and see a familiar face. Song Qian, Wang Ruoyan instantly cried out, while Wang Fan skimmed his head as if he didn't care at all. Asterisk 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 asterisk, you won the resurrection game? Seeing Song Qian standing in front of him, Bai Blaze suddenly sprang up. In an instant, Song Qian couldn't stop laughing. He didn't even die to play the resurrection match? But then he couldn't even tense himself up. This was a situation where surviving was the best situation. 3 days later, the wave of beasts had been completely cleared. The front line of the Dragon Kingdom had even advanced quite a bit, and the powerful ferocious beasts around Jiangcheng had also been cleared out. Thanks to the beast wave, the slums were all destroyed, and River City went straight into the expansion phase. However, the good thing was that the beast tide came suddenly and left quickly. A few days of beast tide down. No matter whether it was the front line or Jiangcheng, there were no casualties. According to the usual practice, the association would take out 30% of the current loot to reward the association's participants in the war, while the rest would be used to provide the front line with supplementary supplies and compensate the families of the martyrs. Here's a reward for you from the association. At the command center, Song Qian led Wang Ruoyan and the others with the materials handed over by Tian Chongjun in their hands. Aside from Song Qian, several other people's faces were all smiles. These E-rank and D-rank materials were enough for them to use for a long time. After all, even if they were the windfalls of their families, they couldn't call upon the family's supplies as they pleased, and what the association had sent down was naturally what they personally owned. However, Song Qian's face was incomparably bitter. Even if the quantity of materials he had on hand was small, the quality wasn't much higher either. Seeing Song Qian's expression, Tian Chongjun couldn't help but roll his eyes. That's all you've got? You've taken the biggest advantage. What more do you want? Upon hearing this, Song Qian's mood improved a bit. Indeed, there was absolutely no need for him to be sad. The heart of the S-class royal beast had been swallowed by Ao Xing. What else could he ask for? The association rewarded an SS-ranked Imperial Beast's materials? That is, don't even think about it. In the whole world, SS-grade Imperial Beast materials are not used for fusion, but used for research. And still every time you use the material you have to make a report for approval. Applicable to the unit are calculated in grams. Hey, Song Qian didn't say anything either, just rubbing his head and giggling. It's good that the association didn't make itself pay for the damages. So what do you care? Just play dumb and be done with it. The association naturally has nothing to give you. This is from me. Keep it well. With that, Tashij Kuan threw a small box over, and then proceeded to award the others with their rewards. Look what it is. Walking out of the association, Bai Blaze couldn't help but want to see what Tian Chongjun had given Song Qian. Seeing that the other two were also curious, Song Qian didn't sell himself short and directly opened the box, only to see that inside was neither any material nor money, but a broken and mutilated ancient jade. Could this also be material? Chapter 72 Energy Essence Source. Dean's Return, Requesting Tickets. Looking at the mutilated jade pendant in his hand, Song Qian was dumbfounded. He didn't expect Tian Chongjun to give himself something like this that he had never seen before. However, since it was sent by Tian Chongjun, it wasn't an ordinary jade pendant by any means. Song Qian simply put it away and waited until the right time to ask Tian Chongjun about the purpose of this jade pendant. Now go to the institute. Master Ma and I said they got something good. Just as Song Qian was about to go back and continue resting, Bai Blaze spoke out. He shook his cell phone. A notification from the institute displayed in his hand. Half an hour later, inside the institute, Song Qian saw the dusty Machangwa. At this moment's Machangwa where there is still the appearance of 3-star cultivator. Hair messy, looks like an old man picking up rags. Come with me. Machangwa hurriedly finished a few words and then turned to leave, as if this bit of time was incomparably precious to him. However, when Song Qian saw what they were working on, he instantly understood why Machangwa was so anxious at the moment. The thing in front of him was like a small mountain, covered with fine long hairs, like moldy bread, so that one could not see its real face at all. And Yang Shang, Ma Shuagua and the other cultivators had also put aside their old grudges at the moment, and had surrounded the thing with a strange glint in their eyes. Although Yang Shang was related to the Wu family, he hadn't tainted anything with the people of the Beast God Society after all, so he was quickly released from prison by Tian Chongjun after the investigation was clear. A royal beast that has never been seen before. I didn't expect that a new royal beast would be discovered in this beast tide. It's a shame it's dead, and it's completely unknown what it was actually capable of. That's the charm of the imperial beasts, all wrapped up in mystery. But cultivators let out their inner feelings, completely not noticing that Song Qian and the others were already standing behind them. At this moment, Wang Ruoyan and the others stood aside in their special costumes, looking at it for half a day but failing to understand what kind of imperial beast this fur ball was. Only Song Qian stood to the side with an inexplicable look on his face. He could sort of see that the beast tide was not only a great disaster, but also a great opportunity for those who survived. The thing in front of him wasn't some shaggy monster, nor was it some orb ferocious beast. On the contrary, it wasn't even an imperial beast. System, are you sure this is real and reliable? Looking at the orb in front of him, Song Qian inquired in his heart. Please don't doubt this system. All the information provided by this system is absolutely true and reliable. The system emitted a mechanical female voice. Only for some reason this time there was a hint of annoyance in the system's tone. Song Qian, on the other hand, was looking at the information in front of him, his heart snickering. Congratulations to the host for discovering the source of energy essence. Energy essence source, constructed by S-rank or above ferocious beasts living in the wild, capable of absorbing energy from the bodies of low-level ferocious beasts, and an important material used by S-rank ferocious beasts in the wild to advance. Because the shell is made up of hair or scales shed by the S-class imperial beasts themselves, the energy essence source will automatically open the shell when brute force is needed to open it, or when the corpse of a ferocious beast is used for feeding. Current stored energy, level C. If it wasn't for the system's prompt, Song Qian couldn't see any relationship between this fur ball and the energy essence source at all. But since it was a system prompt, Song Qian believed its words. It's a pity that the stored energy is only grade C. If it had reached grade B or A, I'm afraid it would have become a priceless treasure. Looking at the energy essence source in front of him, Song Qian could not help but feel emotion in his heart. As for Ma Changhua and the others, they also stopped their hands at this moment. They had studied it for half a day but could not understand what it was. In order to avoid making a fool of themselves in front of Song Qian and the others, they stopped their hands. Looking at Song Qian, Yang Sheng's face revealed a smile that was worse than tears. Song Qian didn't say anything more when he saw this and just nodded slightly. Since the Wu family is gone, there is no need for him to cross the line with Yang Sheng. No matter what, his current status is a vice president. Even though his prestige is not as great as it was before, it is better for him not to be offended. It's the same old saying, make your friends many and your enemies few. Seeing Song Qian like this, Yang Sheng was also shocked, but in his heart, he knew that the grudge between the two could almost dissipate with the disappearance of the Wu family. Can you see what this is? This is our newly discovered imperial beast. Seeing Song Qian and the others staring at the long-haired imperial beast, Ma Changhua couldn't help but open his mouth to explain, with a strong look of pride on his face. A new imperial beast, just by looking at this size, I know that the grade will definitely not be low. When the time comes, as the person who presided over the research, he or she can say anything to leave his or her big name in history. Wang Ruoyan and the others immediately had a look of envy in their eyes. This was a chance to make a name for themselves in history. If only they could have met it after becoming a royal beast master. However, Song Qian just smiled. A new breed of imperial beast? There was no way any grade of imperial beast could compare to this energy essence source. After all, this was an important source of strength enhancement for ferocious beasts in the wild, which almost overturned previous perceptions. Seeing Song Qian's gaze, Ma Changhua did not understand that he had his own views on this long-haired imperial beast and could not help but ask, Song Qian, do you have any other opinions? Upon hearing this, Song Qian looked at Ma Changhua, then nodded slightly. I don't think it's a royal beast. After all, what is it with hair all over its body? Even if a royal beast is found in the extreme cold zone that is not like this, so I think this should be a material, not a royal beast. Hearing Song Qian's words, Ma Changhua's eyes lit up, but then he tightened his brows. If this is not a sentinel, but a material, then what should be the starting point? A hardness test? Or a toughness test? However, Song Qian didn't give them that much time to think, only to see him walk to the side of the laboratory, and then take out a small ferocious beast corpse that had been frozen up to walk to the energy essence source and wait quietly. Seeing Song Qian move in such a manner, the rest of them couldn't help but turn their gazes over, and then saw the most unforgettable scene of their lives, only to see that the shell of the hairy imperial beast began to melt, revealing a ball of glittering energy, while the corpse of the ferocious beast in Song Qian's hand was rapidly decomposed, devoured, and finally disappeared. And after drawing energy, the shell seemed to be absorbing something, but it couldn't find a target and ended up consuming energy out of thin air. What is this? Ma Tugwa and the others were stunned. Such a terrifying thing would devour the corpses of ferocious beasts. Could it be that it was the same as the soul-regenerating celestial dragon's heart? What kind of regenerative organ was this of the moonlight tsunami wolf? It's a pure mass of energy, so I think it could be called an energy essence source. Looking at the crowd's dumbfounded expressions, Song Qian was satisfied and then spoke the name shown in the system. As a result, Ma Changhua and the others acted as if they hadn't heard him and remained frozen in place. But there was a commotion from behind them. Snap! The sound of applause rang out, and Song Qian turned around to see a tall old man with a beard and gray hair applauding his way out, with a hint of appreciation in his eyes. Before he could open his mouth to inquire about the man's identity, he heard Ma Changhua's voice. Dean, you're back. Chapter 73, Dean's Recognition. Institute Meeting. Dean, when did you come back? As he spoke, Ma Changhua's face was tinged with admiration and doubt. He and the others had been here the whole time. So when had the dean come in? Oh, I was here last night, and I didn't expect to fall asleep straight away, only to see you guys as soon as I woke up. The dean smiled and greeted Ma Changhua, then walked over to Song Qian and carefully sized him up. And at this moment, Song Qian also looked the dean up and down, wanting to see something from him. Unfortunately, other than the fact that he was wearing a 5-star cultivator's medal from the institute, Song Qian couldn't see anything out of anything. Song Qian, right? My humble self is the director of the Zhengchang Research Institute, Hua Xinglong. The two of them sized each other up for a few minutes before Hua Xinglong, who was the director of the institute, was the first to speak out to break the silence. Hello Dean Hua. As for Song Qian, he didn't squirm and directly greeted Hua Xinglong. Seeing how generous Song Qian was, a trace of appreciation flashed through Hua Xinglong's eyes, but it was quickly hidden. He looked to Ma Changhua and the others and then said, alright, you guys go on. I'll have a good chat with this Song Qian. With that, Hua Xinglong turned around and left. Song Qian also followed when he saw this, although he didn't know what this dean was going to do. But now since he was looking for himself to talk, perhaps there was something important. The two of them walked into the conference room. Hua Xinglong raised his hand and turned off all the surveillance. Then he sat opposite Song Qian with a serious face, a pair of eyes almost looking through Song Qian in general. Was the source of the energy essence something you knew about before or did you guess it yourself? As the dean, Hua Xinglong didn't bother with nonsense and directly opened the door to ask. Seeing that the other party was so frank, Song Qian was shocked in his heart. It seemed that this dean wasn't easy to fool. He was able to fool Ma Changhua and the others, but in front of a 5-star cultivator, he, Song Qian, was still too tender. It's my guess, because I've seen a moonlight wuthering wolf from afar, and the shell of this fur ball resembles the fur of a moonlight wuthering wolf, so I'm guessing if it's because of the shell that it can't be opened. With his mind racing, Song Qian came up with an answer that seemed perfect to him, and Hua Xinglong didn't dwell on it too much, only nodding slightly in recognition. After all, he had seen too many geniuses himself, and had seen all sorts of unbelievable ideas and brain circuits, not to mention that Song Qian had gotten into the all-around class of Shindu University, and this ability alone had already crushed most of the so-called heavenly pride. Although many geniuses needed to be honed over time in order to reveal their talents, a supreme heavenly pride like Song Qian, who was incomparably bright upon his appearance, was incomparably rare even in the divine capital, not to mention the fact that at the moment, he did have a need for Song Qian to step in. I heard you found another evolutionary route regarding the Inferno Piglet? As he spoke, Hua Xinglong's face wore a satisfied look, knowing that even if he was a 5-star cultivator that he had never discovered any new evolutionary routes. After all, this thing was not something that could be discovered just by saying that it was discovered. It also needed to have the luck of chi added to it. Some people could not find a new evolutionary route even after a lifetime of research, and some people were able to make the imperial beasts produce a new evolution just by adjusting the materials a little bit. This is a case of destiny. At those words, Song Qian's mouth was tinged with a smile as he looked at Hua Xinglong. I'm not going to hide it from you, Dean, but I did discover the evolutionary path of the Inferno Piglet during the exam to join the institute, able to evolve the meaty Yen Piglet into an F-rank upper-grade combat-type imperial beast, the Yen Wu Pig. Regarding this evolutionary route, Song Qian had long had an idea in his mind. In the Dragon Kingdom, although the evolutionary routes of F-ranks were all public, this was not the case for newly discovered evolutionary routes like his own. Based on my own understanding, there are currently two ways that the Dragon Kingdom is handling the new F-class evolutionary route. One of them is to give a property to be bought out by the Dragon Kingdom and henceforth have nothing to do with the cultivator. The second that is in accordance with the old way to share, in the Dragon Country's various cultivation centers to sell the evolution route, which the profits are split. Only this way will only last for 5 years. After 5 years the evolution route will be free to the public, but those 5 years alone were enough time for the breeder to make a fortune. Hearing Song Qian's reply, Hua Xinglong couldn't help but nod his head. Every year he traveled to God's capital for a meeting. He was cursed, And the reason for that was because Jiang Cheng had not discovered a new evolutionary route so far. This alone made him, Hua Xinglong, a head shorter in front of the other cultivators. But now, Song Qian had discovered the evolutionary route of the yin piglet, although it was not of a high grade. For Jiang Cheng this was considered a huge breakthrough, not to mention the research brought about by the emergence of the new imperial beasts, which would even more so allow Jiang Cheng to enter into a phase of rapid development. Well, good, but that's not why I came to you. Hua Xinglong collected his expression, his eyes looking towards Song Qian. Being looked at like this, Song Qian immediately felt his heart tighten. Could it be that this dean was planning to send himself to do some task that could not be accomplished? Seeing how nervous Song Qian was, Hua Xinglong couldn't help but lose his smile. Don't be so nervous, it's not a big deal to call you. Mainly, I want you to represent Jiang Cheng at this year's Institute Conference. Hearing Hua Xinglong's explanation, Song Qian suddenly realized that it was for this matter. The so-called Institute Conference was actually a conference held by these newly established cities around Jiangcheng to show their strength. At such meetings, institutes around the world are required to send a new generation of breeders under the age of 30 to participate in the meeting, while a series of competitions are launched, including and not limited to, for the identification of materials, the evolution of imperial beasts, etc. While Jiangcheng was not at the bottom of the conference competition in previous years, it was also the second from the bottom, and the results could be described as disastrous.